grains of sand with vibrant shades of crimson until the very air seemed aflame. An ominous portent, the reddish aura offered no promise of rain or respite for a parched and thirsty land. Excessive heat and a lengthy drought had scorched the plains and barren steppes, wilting the endless areas of grass down to densely matted roots. But here, in the mixed wooded region of Russia, bordered on the north and east by the Volga River, and on the south by the Oka, the thick forests appeared relatively unscathed by the lack of rain. Even so, amid the voluminous clouds of choking dust stirred aloft by the horses' hooves, the occupants of the coach and its escort of soldiers still suffered the same as they traversed the vast wilderness. In her full score years of life, the Countess Synnovea Zenkovna had seen a wide variety of faces her homeland could present. They were as unique as the changing seasons. The long, brutal winters could be a test of endurance for even the most hardy. In spring, the thawing ice and snow created deceptively treacherous bogs, which in times past had proven formidable enough to dissuade hordes of marauding Tatars and other invading armies. Summer was a temperamental vixen. Warm, lulling breezes and the gentle patter of rain could placate the soul. But when imbued with dry, scorching temperatures such as those that were presently hampering the land, the season served vengeance on anyone foolish enough to travel beneath its broiling sun, a fact which the Countess Synnovea had morosely considered prior to leaving her home. The conditions were intolerable for a lengthy trek through Russia, especially one that had been embarked upon with equal amounts of urgency and reluctance. If not for His Imperial Highness Tsar Mikhail Romanov requesting her presence in Moscow ere the week was out, and a full dozen mounted guards sent under the direction of Captain Nikolai Nekrasov to serve as her escort, Synnovea would never have ventured upon such an arduous journey until the heat had adequately abated. Given a choice, she would have remained in Nizhny Novgorod, where she'd have continued mourning the recent death of her father. It was useless, of course, for a mere countess to belabor the lack of options when the Tsar of all the Russias had issued a command. Immediate compliance was the only prudent choice for any loyal subject. But leaving her home had not been the worst of it. His Majesty's announcement that she would become the ward of his cousin upon her arrival in Moscow had dragged her grieving spirit into a darker gloom. She was, after all, the only offspring of the late Count Alexander Zenkov, and now, much to her chagrin, the recipient of royal attention. The Tsar hadn't elaborated on his purpose for assigning her a guardian. Yet when one took into account her sire's notable performance as an emissary and the many honors that had been heaped upon him, the favor she was presently receiving was understandable. Still, Synnovea found it difficult to think of herself as a helpless waif in need of protection. She had passed an age when most maidens marry, and now, with her parents both dead, she had begun to assume the responsibilities of a mistress of vast holdings. Why, in heaven's name, did she need a guardian? Neither a youngling nor a pauper, yet treated like one, Synnovea mused morosely. Against her will, a more viable reason for Tsar Mikhail's dictate came to mind, causing her to cringe inwardly. Her elongated spinsterhood had in all probability influenced his decision, especially if he had become convinced that her father had failed to address that issue satisfactorily before his death. Despite the demands of protocol, Alexander Zenkov had refrained from forcing his daughter into marriage, having nurtured a hope that she would someday discover a love the likes of which he had shared with her mother, Eleonora. Though others might have been convinced that he had dragged his heels in procuring a spouse for Synnovea, Alexander had nevertheless made provisions for her far beyond the standard for female descendants, securing lands and wealth in her name while gaining guarantees from the Tsar that upon the demise of her sire, none of these assets would be stripped from her. Much earlier, Alexander had confounded tradition by arranging for Synnovea to be tutored by some of the most respected mentors in Russia, as well as abroad. Those who had once wagged their heads while lamenting the Count's lack of a male heir had been taken aback by his zeal to elevate his daughter to a status equal to any son. Then, after the death of her mother some 5 years ago, Alexander had enlisted Synnovea's assistance in the realm of diplomatic affairs and foreign dignitaries, entrusting her with significant responsibility in those areas, which had ultimately involved her in his extensive travels abroad. Having had an English mother, Synnovea could speak that language as fluently as she could her native Russian, and with a good grasp of French as well. She had been able to pen letters to officials in all three. No son could have done any better. Yet, here she was, being whisked to Moscow like so much chattel belonging to the Tsar, and she was loathing every moment of it. Wearily, Synnovea braced an elbow upon the corner armrest, and with a trembling hand clasped a dampened handkerchief to her brow as she sought to quell another attack of nausea, elicited no doubt by the writhing instrument of torture in which he rode. The wild gyrations of the coach remained unyielding as it swept around curves and jounced over deeply rutted roads. To some degree, the tinkling of harness bells and the jangling of horses' necklets mellowed the din of drumming hooves and a rumbling conveyance. Yet Synnovea was convinced that nothing short of the end of the journey would ease the pain throbbing in her temples. Even the late afternoon sun seemed puckishly bent on punishing her as it cast its blinding rays into the windows, forcing her to squeeze her eyes tightly shut until the coach passed into the cooler, mottled shade of the lofty trees that flanked the road. When she finally dared open them again, a spotted red haze obscured the interior and the other two occupants of the coach. "Can it be that you're distressed, Countess?" Ivan Voronsky inquired with a sardonic smile. Synnovea blinked several times in an attempt to focus her gaze upon the man who, through no design of her own, had become her traveling companion and temporary protector of sorts. For all of her schooling and travels, it seemed unthinkable that she was destined to be placed under the tutelage of strangers, and toward that end was being escorted by an individual who she strongly suspected was a Polish sympathizer and a leftover fanatic of Sigismund's Jesuits. Comments that the self-proclaimed cleric and scholar had made during their enforced proximity had progressively abetted such notions, and although his leanings were nothing that she could positively affirm, Synnovea was nevertheless leery. "I'm hot and I'm dirty," she complained with an exasperated sigh. "This unrelenting pace has left me weary beyond belief. At every station along the way, we've had to exchange horses because of their exhaustion, when we haven't been allowed a comparable time to rest throughout the whole of these 3 days. Have I not cause to be distressed?" On the seat beside her, Ally McCabe shifted restlessly, offering mute testimony to her own fatigue. At the moment, the aging maidservant seemed far more fragile than her 62 years might normally have indicated. But then Synnovea was sure her own face evidenced a similar tension. "Princess Anna urged me to hasten back, lest her plans be set awry," their dour-faced chaperone haughtily informed Synnovea. "Out of respect for her bidding and the behest of His Imperial Highness, we've no choice but to obey." Annoyed by the man's Spartan logic, Synnovea whisked slender fingers over a puff sleeve and promptly wrinkled her fine, straight nose as dust billowed up from the fabric. She had acquired the dark green and black striped traveling gown in France at the cost of no small sum, and even if she were to find Anna Taraslovna more tolerant of her foreign fashions than Ivan Voronsky had thus far proven himself to be, Synnovea could only conclude that after such a grueling jaunt, the garment's continued usefulness had been seriously hindered. Lifting her gaze, Synnovea found herself the recipient of another derisive smirk. She could hardly mistake its import, but then the man's contempt was hardly surprising. Soon after establishing his darkly austere presence in the opposite seat, Ivan Voronsky had relentlessly subjected her and her aging Irish maid to rudely critical inspections. Even now, he seemed to wear piety like some accolade of well-deserved honor, and when he looked down his long, thin nose at them, Synnovea had the distinct impression that he had judged them and found them seriously wanting. "Perhaps you might enlighten us as to your reasons for insisting upon our manner of travel, sir," she prodded. "Had we journeyed by night, as Captain Nekrasov suggested, we might have been able to escape the worst of this heat, and perhaps even some of the grime." Ivan's dark eyes chilled significantly. "The night belongs to the devil, Countess, and the tender soul should be wary of treading where demons are wont to wander. Synnovea rolled her gaze upward, pleading for heavenly support to enable her to extend some kindly forbearance toward the highly opinionated individual. The fact that they had already suffered through many hellish torments apparently hadn't even entered into the man's consideration. "Since you were the one who insisted upon this pattern of flight, sir, I'm sure you understand the benefits far better than we've been able to." Her thinly veiled barb evoked a slightly more caustic tone as the cleric offered a more reasonable excuse than he had hitherto been inclined to do. "Before I left Moscow, I heard rumors of a band of renegades roaming this territory. Since it's usually the practice of murderers and thieves to pounce upon their victims in the stealth of darkness, it seemed prudent for us to travel during the daylight hours to escape the possibility of being waylaid." "A wise decision indeed, if we manage to endure the sweltering heat," Synnovea rejoined dryly. Ivan lifted his chin in pompous arrogance and considered her with frosty aloofness. "If you're uncomfortable, Countess, may I suggest that your extravagant attire is fully at fault? A simple sarafan would have better served your needs, while modestly adhering to the customs of a Russian maid." "I suppose you're right," Synnovea sighed, bridling the urge to argue. The conventional sarafan, with its loose lines flaring slightly from shoulder to floor, would have definitely disguised her form better, but the traditional layers worn beneath and over the sometimes costly, heavily ornamented gowns would have literally stifled her. "After sailing abroad so many times, I've become accustomed to the styles of the French and English courts, and have ceased to consider that anyone would find them offensive." "Then you do indeed err, Countess," Ivan Voronsky asserted with vigor. "Indeed, had I not the discipline of a saint, I would have detached myself post-haste from the duties to which the Princess Anna has assigned me, and sought other means of travel. Truly, I've never seen a Russian-born maid so partial to wearing such lewd foreign trappings." The man's unbridled fault-finding chafed Synnovea's patience no less now than when he had first voiced his aversion to her garments shortly after his arrival at her stoop. No doubt, had she matched his own stoic black garb, she'd have fallen into better favor with the man. "Oh, sir!" Ally McCabe's voice trembled with barely suppressed ire as she dared to enter the conversation. "I can understand that ye've no ken o' what's acceptable across the seas, seeing as how ye ne'er ventured beyond these climes. To be sure, sir, there's a whole different world o'er there. Why, ye'd be appalled at the license some high-born ladies take to walk and talk right out in the open with men what be neither monk nor close kin. Take, for instance, Queen Elizabeth, God rest her soul. Nary a soul e'er entertained thoughts of her being locked away in a tirum or secluded in a castle with only women and a few holy men in attendance. Can ye imagine all of them fine, high-ranking lords flocking round the late Queen and nary a Brit thinking her depraved? Disgusting behavior!" Ivan rose to the bait with eager outrage. "Indeed, I have to wonder why I'm even here, after the many visits your mistress made to that realm. I fear my protection has come too late to be of benefit." Whatever humor Synnovea had felt over Ally's bantering discourse vanished abruptly at the man's slur. Bristling with indignation, she was considering how best to air her objection when Ally McCabe drew herself up sharply in a highly offended snit. "As if me own sweet lamb is anything less than the innocent she's always been." The old woman twitched on the seat, growing more irate with each passing moment. Having closely attended her charge from infancy, the maid was greatly incensed by the cleric's insinuations. "Whether it be here or there, sir, I can assure ye that no man has e'er laid a wayward hand to me mistress." "That remains to be seen, does it not?" Ivan challenged, a thin eyebrow elevated loftily. "When your mistress wears such close-fitting attire, I can only think that her main purpose is to attract male attention." "How dare you suggest such a thing, sir?" Synnovea gasped, taking umbrage at his slander. Ally's rancor deepened. "Seeing as how ye riding in me mistress' coach and eating meals and staying in rooms what she's been paying for, sir, ye might consider showing her the proper respect due a lady, just to show how grateful ye ought to be." Ivan fixed the tenacious little maid with a disdaining sneer.
You've been ill-tutored in the treatment of saints, old woman, else you'd know that charity is expected, especially from those who can afford it. Apparently you haven't been in this country long enough to understand our customs." The old woman cocked her head at a curious angle. It was fresh in her mind that Ivan Voronsky had claimed poverty soon after presenting himself to the Countess, declaring himself without wealth or possession beyond the clothes on his back and those few he carried within his black valise. Thereafter, he had left the full burden of his subsistence upon her mistress, as if he had every right to expect her benevolence. Only the day before, he had voiced the belief that few were worthy of such charity, which had obviously been his way of trying to dissuade the Countess from giving a generous purse to a young mother who had been left stranded with an infant at a coach station after the sudden death of her husband. Ivan's efforts to halt her mistress's largesse had seemed onerous enough, but when he had suggested the contribution be given to him instead, so he could carry the gift to the Mother Church, Allie had felt rankling spurs dig deeply into the flanks of her Irish temper. His solicitations had solidified her belief that he was far less concerned with the needs of the poor and the destitute than with his own wealth and circumstance. "Your pardon, Your Eminence." The address was greatly exaggerated, as Allie yielded to her unmeasured distrust of the man. "'Tis a simple fact that I've not laid me poor eyes on a real saint in some years now, though there be some what seek to convince folks o' their piety. Wolves in sheep's clothing, I'll warrant, but that's neither here nor there, seeing as how you're so fine and saintly yourself." The veins in Ivan's temples became darkly distended as his beady eyes pierced the servant. His stare was so menacing that he seemed on the verge of concocting some strange incantation to make the maidservant vanish into thin air. If he meant to frighten Allie, then in that quest he failed miserably. The fact that Allie had come to Russia with Count Zenkov's bride some 20-odd years ago, and since that time had been treated with kindly deference which a lord might bestow upon a favored servant, had instilled within the old woman an unshakable confidence in herself and in those whom she loyally served. "You dare question my authority?" Ivan demanded sharply. "I am of the Church." "Oh, the Church," Allie repeated in an inquisitive tone. "There be churches far and wide, sir. Which be the one that sanctioned ye?" His thin lips twisted in a repugnant sneer. "You wouldn't know the order, old woman. It was founded a great distance from here." It wasn't the first time that Ivan Voronsky had skirted around his affiliations and ordination, but his evasive answers only heightened Allie's curiosity. "And the direction, sir? Which way would it be? Up or down?" For a moment Ivan seemed ready to explode. "Were I to hold out some hope that you'd have knowledge of the province from whence I came, old woman, I might deem an answer worthy of being uttered. But I see no reason to discuss such matters with an old dullard of a servant." Allie squawked and flapped her thin arms in high-flying indignation as she twitched on the seat. Indeed, she seemed ready to catapult herself with claws bared upon the man. Synnovea laid a lightly restraining hand upon her servant's arm to forestall such a possibility. Nevertheless, the two combatants glared at each other as if tempted to duel to the death, leaving her bereft of any hope that a truce could be established between them. On the outside chance that their ire could be diminished by some slight degree, Synnovea turned a plaintive appeal to the pinch-faced man. "When our tempers have been sorely tested by the horrible conditions that we've had to endure these past days, 'tis understandable that we are wont to quarrel among ourselves. But I plead with you both to desist of this bickering. 'Twill only extend the ordeal." Had Ivan been of a gentler, more kindly or manly bent, he might have given pause to Synnovea's plea, for her softly cajoling expression was most engaging. He may have admired the translucent radiance of the large, thickly fringed eyes that slanted slightly upward beneath delicately winged brows. Those mesmerizing orbs were a curious blend of shades, variegated shards of jade flaring outward from pupils and darkening to a warm, clear brown. As a man, he might also have appreciated the fair skin, presently glowing with a moist, reddish sheen, or even savored her delicate features. Most assuredly, had he been cast from the same mold as others of his gender, he might have been held much in awe by her stunning beauty. But Ivan Voronsky was not like most men.
He was more of a mind to think that feminine pulchritude was a finely devised tool of a darker realm, primarily invented for the purpose of diverting extraordinary men like himself from a path toward exalted greatness.
You err if you think your benefactress won't hear of this, Countess. You've allowed your maid to insult me, and I shall be most specific in telling Princess Anna of your toleration for your hireling's impertinence.
Synnovea made her own conjectures as to Yvonne's origins as his hissing whisper filled the confines of the coach.
Tell her what you will, sir, she invited stiltedly, refusing to be intimidated. And should I be of such a mind, I might also caution His Majesty about those who yet hold out some hope of a Polish pretender, or another false Dmitri gracing the throne. I'm sure such a hero as the Patriarch Filaret Nikitich would find your sympathies misplaced, considering his recent release from a Polish prison.
Yvonne's small dark eyes shot sparks as he recognized the havoc she could create in his life.
Misplaced sympathies? Why, Countess, I've never heard of anything so absurd. However did you manage to concoct such a ludicrous notion?
Was I mistaken? Surprised by her own trembling disquiet, Synnovea struggled to convey an aplomb that was, at best, strained. Forgive me, sir, but with all of your chatter about the possibility of a direct descendant of the late Tsar Ivan Vasilievich being alive, I couldn't help but recall 2 previous occasions when the Poles tried to place a man upon the throne by claiming he was the late Tsar Ivan's own son come back to life. How many times must a false Dmitri be revived to vie for the tsardom when everyone knows his father killed him in a fit of temper? Yvonne detested being challenged by a woman, particularly one who had acquired just enough knowledge of history and the events of the world to be dangerous. It was even more galling to be forced to assuage her suspicions.
You do me a grave disservice, Countess. What I spoke of was no more than speculations derived from reports that I had heard some months ago. Believe me, my lady, I hold Tsar Mikhail in the highest esteem. Why, I wouldn't be here if the Princess Anna didn't trust me implicitly. He managed a stiff smile for Synnovea's benefit. Despite your doubts, Countess, I hope to prove myself a worthy escort, certainly one of higher merit than His Majesty's guards. They are, after all, no more than common men, incapable of entertaining any aspirations beyond their own selfish desires.
And what of you, sir? Synnovea inquired with a touch of skepticism. In her mind, the cleric fell far short of the gentlemanly standards to which the officer who led the entourage adhered. Throughout his career, Captain Nekrasov had been praised for his unswerving valor and gallant manners. Tsar Mikhail couldn't have sent a more dedicated soldier to serve as her protector. Have you truly vaulted well beyond that moat which poses a hindrance to mortal man, and founded your feet upon the lofty elements of sainthood? Forgive me, sir, but I remember as a child being cautioned by a kindly priest not to think of myself as some magisterial gift to mankind, but with humbleness of mind to consider my frail form to be temporal, and with a fervent zeal to look toward a higher source for the wisdom and perfection which I am obviously lacking.
What have we here? A learned scholar? Yvonne chortled, failing badly in his attempt at humor.
If anything, his tone communicated an underlying hint of malice. He was a man who had set himself to the task of influencing the misguided, and had little patience with anyone who overlooked his potential or questioned his importance or ideas.
Imagine such wisdom ascribed to so fair a maid. What is to become of those ancient scribes who, for their enlightenment, have cleaved to the weighty tomes of bygone eras?
Synnovea sensed the man was chiding her for voicing a logic he considered worthless. Apparently, he had his own schemes for the universe, and far be it that anyone should try to dissuade him from his purpose. Yet she was not above trying. When a person has a fault deeply rooted within his reasoning, if he continues to nurture that defect, though he may study the works of 1,000 philosophers, he shall remain no wiser than before. Yvonne's thin lips twitched with growing irritation as he accepted her reasoning as a personal affront to himself. "And of course you know such a man?" Synnovea stiltedly directed her gaze out of the window, knowing full well what he thought. Considering the cleric's irascibility, it seemed advisable for her to retreat into silence and endure his company without further comment on any subject.
She only wasted her breath trying to reason with the man. The four-in-hand swept past a thick stand of lofty firs, edging the road, and in its wake left widely spreading boughs swaying vigorously. The sweating, foam-flecked steeds strained to pull the weighty coach up yet another incline, and though the animals were nearly spent from the harsh extremes and the unrelenting pace, the driver's whip gave them no reprieve. It continued to flick out with fiery urgency, forcing them to expend whatever strength they still possessed in a quest to reach the next station before nightfall. The soldiers valiantly kept pace, yet even those well-seasoned stalwarts, with their faces and tunics darkened by the grime of the road, were beginning to show signs of deep fatigue. No doubt each of them anticipated a respite offered by a night's lodging in the village up ahead. The seemingly endless trek, the miserable conditions, the countless hours spent in the saddle or enduring the spine-jarring jolts of the carriage, had all coalesced into a diabolical torment, one which seemed particularly bent on sapping the last shred of spirit and vitality from each of them. It was disheartening to think that there was still another grueling day of travel left before they would come in sight of Moscow. The coach lurched heavily as the team raced around another sharp bend, and once again Synnovea braced back into the plush cushions to keep from being launched into the lap of her maid. Heavy fir branches snapped back suddenly against the conveyance, momentarily startling the passengers. But in the very next instant, a more terrifying sound intruded. The exploding bark of gunfire muffled the din of loudly crashing branches and thundering hooves, wrenching frightened gasps from the three and bringing them upright in their seats. "We're being attacked!" Yvonne exclaimed in a high-pitched panic. Synnovea went cold with dread as another deafening volley reverberated in diminishing waves through the forest. The barrage ebbed to a more tolerable level. Then a shot cracked from the rear of the coach and was promptly answered by a more distant report that ended abruptly in the footman's shriek of pain. As his scream faded, the driver sawed on the reins, bringing the steeds to a jolting halt. A heartbeat later, the door was snatched open, and the occupants found themselves gaping at the unwavering bore of a huge flintlock pistol. "Out!" The rumbling command wrenched surprised starts from the three as a giant of a man leaned inward, enhancing the threat of his massive weapon. His slanted gray eyes flicked from one to the other until they came to rest upon Synnovea. Half-masked by a long, drooping mustache, the brigand's mouth slowly twisted into a leer. "Eh now, what a pretty pigeon we caught for ourselves!" Synnovea could imagine what the presence of this miscreant meant, and she was absolutely terrified. It was difficult to determine the origin of the brigand, for his countenance was as fierce as any she had ever seen. His head was bald, except for a long thatch of tan hair, tied with a thin leather cord near the scalp and left to hang free over one ear. His faded sky-blue military coat might have once graced a Polish officer of wide girth, but it now hung open to accommodate the broad chest of its present owner. Perhaps for the same purpose, the sleeves had been stripped away, leaving the bulging arms bare. A dingy yellow sash encircled the brigand's thick waist, securing a pair of boldly striped, wide-legged pantaloons, the bottoms of which had been stuffed into the slouched tops of a pair of boots frivolously adorned with silver buckles. Synnovea lifted her chin in an attempt to subdue its trembling, and with more spirit than she had deemed herself capable of, inquired sharply, "What's the meaning of this outrage? What do you want from us?" "Treasures," the rogue answered with a deep chortle. Lifting his powerful shoulders briefly, he enlarged upon his reply as he ogled her. "One kind or another, it make no difference." Yvonne craned his neck from his dour little collar as he eyed the weapon that threatened them. Anxious about his prospects for survival, he settled on the premise that if he informed this brash intruder of his close association with people of power, the fellow would be reluctant to do him harm. Perhaps the oaf would even see some advantage in ransoming him unharmed. Surely the Princess Anna would be willing to pay a sizable sum for his safe return. Or perhaps her cousin Tsar Mikhail would be persuaded to offer a minute part of his wealth to guarantee the outlaw's good comportment. "I urge you, sir, to take heed that you do not set awry the disposition of the Tsar by doing harm to those he favors." Yvonne clasped a stubby-fingered hand to his own bony chest, managing to achieve a more dignified mien than he had been able to demonstrate since their forced halt. "I am Ivan Voronsky, and I'm here for the purpose of escorting the Countess Zenkovna to Moscow."
The hulking giant's cocky grin never wavered, and Yvonne's apprehensions intensified as he realized he had failed to impress the brute. In rising panic, he screeched the last words out in a frantic rush. "By order of the Tsar!" The thief began to guffaw in deepening mirth, utterly destroying the cleric's expectations. When the miscreant finally sobered enough to speak, he poked a long finger into the darkly garbed chest of the other, making that one wince sharply. "What do you mean you come as escort? You too skinny to fight, Petrov. You make a jest, eh? Ha ha ha! You grow some, then maybe you'll fight." Yvonne's pinched features quivered with ill-suppressed emotions. A confused blend of fear, fury, and humiliation rendered him momentarily incapable of speech and action. Yet when the pistol beckoned him out, he hastily complied amid the sporadic chuckles of the oaf, who stepped back several paces to allow him room to alight. Upon stumbling to the ground, the cleric froze in sudden awe. Everywhere his gaze flitted, he could see mounted men, dressed in all manner of array, surrounding the coach and its escort of soldiers. Each bore an assortment of weapons clutched in hand, tucked in sashes or crisscrossed over their chests. They looked to be a murderous lot, and he could only wonder how he'd fare as their captive. At the rear of the conveyance, the footman clasped a blood-stained handkerchief over his ear as he too cautiously eyed the villains. His still-smoking musket lay in the dust some distance behind the rear wheel, where it had fallen after his wounding. Another armed bandit sat on the scrawny back of a mottled gray steed, from whence he covetously eyed the servant's red livery over the sights of a cocked pistol. A similar threat was carried home to Captain Nekrasov and his men by a vast number of highwaymen. It was widely presumed by the hostages that any attempt to resist would be tantamount to inviting complete annihilation. In freshening apprehension, Ivan Voronsky began to quake as Petrov sauntered near, for it seemed the towering hulk would commit mayhem upon his person. But in passing him, the brigand only smirked in amusement and leaned into the coach. Seizing the black valise the cleric had guarded so zealously during the journey, Petrov turned with a chortle and emptied the contents into the dust at his feet. Ivan came alive with a cry of alarm and bolted forward, sweeping his arms about in anxious haste as he sought to catch his belongings before his money pouch could be discovered. He was promptly brushed aside by Petrov, whose well-practiced ear had detected an all-too-familiar clink of coins. Plucking the purse from the tangled mound of clothes, the thief tossed it into the air and guffawed in glee over its significant weight. "Give me that!" Ivan demanded, jostling the larger man in his quest to seize the small pouch. "It belongs to the church." His voice rose to a piercing shriek. "I was only carrying tithes to the Moscow church. You mustn't steal from the church." "Aha! The crow now flap his wings like big hawk, eh?" Petrov glanced toward the two women, who were watching from the doorway, and grinned at Synnovea. "Little man protect his gold more than you, pretty lady." Petrov hunkered down on his haunches in search of more wealth, shredding the dark vestments that lay in the dust to glean whatever they might hold. His hunt proved futile, and with a roar of rage he soared to his feet, extracting a frightening yelp from Ivan as he seized him. "You tell Petrov where you hide more gold, little bird. Maybe then he won't squash you." Though the sight of Ivan's hoarded wealth had repulsed Synnovea, it went against her grain to sit calmly by and allow him to be abused without offering some defense, as frail as it promised to be. "Let him go," she enjoined from the coach. "The satchel is all that belongs to him. Everything else you see is mine. Now let him go, I beg you." Petrov complied, and Ivan sagged to his knees in enormous relief as the huge man stalked back to the coach. Lending the Countess his full attention, he grinned broadly while he stretched forth a hand to her. Reluctantly, Synnovea settled trembling fingers within the enormous paw and alighted as courageously as her shaking limbs would allow. When she came into view of the outlaws, wild hoots and exaggerated cries of admiration rose to a deafening intensity as the thieves expressed their delight with her uncommon beauty. The thunderous din heightened Synnovea's trepidation, and she glanced around in deepening dismay as a dozen or more stalwarts rushed forward, shouldering each other roughly aside in their quest to be among the first to reach her, already anticipating the succulent sweet meat they would soon devour. Everywhere her frantic gaze darted, she saw a deepening wall of the lecherous leers and assaulting perusals. Their lusting eyes left no curve untouched, no piece of garment intact. Eagerly they pressed in close around her, suffocating her with their hot, panting breaths and rudely pawing hands. Synnovea clamped her jaw tightly in an effort to subdue her rising panic. Though a virgin still, she could imagine the degradation that would be forthcoming, and her mind raced in a frenzied search for escape, or at least some reasonable argument that would convince the thieves to leave her and her companions unscathed. Allie McCabe was no idealistic fool to hold out any hope that these lawless brutes would honor the gallant creed of high-born gentlemen, and certainly not when they had held such a winsome captive within their grasp. The servant scrambled down from the coach and snatched up a stout stick from the ground as she hastened forward. Thrusting herself between her charge and those who sought to test the pliant curves, she raised her weapon threateningly. Though it might well mean her own death, she was totally dedicated to the defense of her mistress.
"I'll warn the lot of ye vile vermin," she railed in frail, strident tones. "The next beastie to lay a filthy hand on the Countess Synnovea will deal with me, and I swear to do ye ill before I die."
Uproarious laughter came from the slavering beasts. They readily dismissed her threats as feeble, and stretched forth grubby hands to capture the prize. But Allie proved as cantankerous as an old Tartar warrior. Setting her bony jaw with unquenchable tenacity, she swung the cudgel with swift and wicked intent, cracking a fair share of knuckles and noggins. Teeth were bared in irate snarls as tempers flared beneath the vicious swat of her club. Intent now upon showing her just how easily they could trample her underfoot, the rabble began to close in around the old woman. Captain Nekrasov surmised that he had been virtually forgotten as he observed the events from beyond the confines of the fray. Rising to the occasion, he leaned forward in his saddle and clobbered a nearby raider with a driving fist. Even as the thief tumbled to the ground, the deafening roar of an exploding pistol cracked through the air, heralding a shot that tore with splintering pain through the captain's arm and wrenched a cry of anguish from grimacing lips. He clapped a hand to his reddening sleeve and then, in sudden wariness, glanced around, detecting the metallic clicking of several weapons close around him. At least a half-dozen flintlocks were now aimed at him, and by the fixed snarls on the faces of the brigands who held them, they were more than willing to dispense with him. A dastardly scamp squinted up at him.
"You'll die, Capitan. Ye move one eyeball and 'twill be your death."
He snapped grimy fingers to demonstrate just how quickly they could deal with him.
"Just like that."
The captain lifted his gaze as several bandits began shuffling back to open a path for another giant, this one flaxen-haired, clean-shaven, and riding on a horse. The thieves' dispatch in giving ground to this newcomer clearly attested to their obeisance. Scars marked the newcomer's face, giving rise to the supposition that he had fought many battles in the past. His very presence proved his success, perhaps to the extent that he had dispatched many to their death. The man leisurely reined his black stallion to a place where he could easily assess the proceedings, and settled a confident grin upon Nikolai as he shoved a still-smoking flintlock into his sash. "Your efforts to defend the ladies against such odds gives me cause to wonder if you're daft, Captain. I'd advise you to be more careful of your life in the future. Next time, I shall have to kill you." The thieves eyed their commander in a cautious gauging of his mood, but they found nothing unduly disquieting in the contemplative smile he swept over them. Accepting his silence as mute consent, they chortled once again in boisterous merriment and eagerly returned their attention to the Countess, roughly buffeting the Irish maid about as she sought to safeguard her mistress. Outraged gasps were wrenched from Synnovea as she twisted this way and that in a desperate attempt to escape the hands that reached out to seize her. The bandit's eyes gleamed in avid lust, instilling within her an undermining horror of what she would soon suffer. Though she strained away from this one and that, the rending of cloth affirmed their eagerness to unmask whatever delights remained hidden from view. Her hat was knocked askew, and a sleeve was ripped from her shoulder. The stiffly pleated ruff adorning her throat was no more safe from their greedy divestment than the heavy silk ruching that trimmed the stomacher of her gown. A scream was finally torn from Synnovea as they pulled open her bodice in ravenous greed, revealing the creamy fullness swelling above a lacy chemise. One glimpse of her womanly curves seemed to incite them more, and in frenetic haste they reached out to rip away whatever else they could grasp.
"Rotting louts!"
the pale-haired chieftain bellowed without warning, startling the lechers, who immediately stumbled back from their prey. Passions cooled in rapid degrees beneath the icy gaze that swept them.
"Would you maul the wench to death before we leave this place?" he barked. "Is that how you would treat a rare prize? Hell and damnation! Can you not see that she's worth a pretty coin to us alive? Now loose her, and stand aside, the lot of you. Henceforth I shall claim the wench for my own, for 'tis evident you rogues are unappreciative of what has fallen into your hands."
Daring any to defy him, the Lord of Thieves urged his steed forward. The brigand stumbled back, readily yielding ground before him, until the two women stood alone. Synnovea and Allie were hardly exempt from the awe that had been elicited. The suspicion that this ruffian was to be feared more than his followers filled their hearts with burgeoning trepidation. The lawless chieftain braced a muscular arm across the elaborate horn of his saddle, and subjected Synnovea to a careful scrutiny that ranged slowly downward over the entire length of her. Though she clasped the torn bodice over her bosom, she held herself proudly aloof, seeming far more regal and refined than any woman he had ever known. Her uncommon beauty was equally unmatched.
"Forgive my delay in coming to your rescue, Countess."
His smile conveyed a leisured confidence.
"My men are wont to seek diversions wherever they find them, and demand recompense when heretofore they found naught but injustice." "Injustice, do you say?"
Allie squawked, taking exception to his statement.
"As if we weren't within our proper rights to defend ourselves against your murdering riffraff."
The rogue commander chose to ignore the maid.
"What you see around you, my lady, are men whose every possession was stolen by those boyars who wield their power as if directed by demons, and who saw fit to reduce them to serfs. Had we been of such a mind, Countess, we might have added to your misery by killing your escort. Your footman and the captain were foolish to challenge us. Be grateful they're still alive, and my aim true, for I might have taken exception to their faulty attempts."
He swept a hand about to indicate the soldiers, who were being ordered to dismount.
"Anyone who intends to do us ill is in peril of his life."
Synnovea realized her chin had sagged as she endured a moment of monumental dread of this man. Though he had spoken with a well-tutored tongue, she was nevertheless riveted by the disquieting realization that here indeed was a fierce barbarian, the likes of whom might have ridden with Genghis Khan and his army of Mongols, except that his sky-blue eyes and flaxen hair were products of a different breed. His square jaw was devoid of whiskers, and his hair was clipped so short that it looked more like a scruffy, close-fitting skullcap. Despite the countless tiny scars that crisscrossed his face, he was still handsome in a rugged way. That fact did little to ease her qualms, for she found his demeanor absolutely terrifying. Synnovea managed to reclaim some fragment of her composure. "And what exactly do you and your companions intend?"
"To share a portion of your wealth."
He smiled down at her with unrestrained confidence as his eyes caressed her again.
"And perhaps, for a time, the richness of your company."
He threw back his head and laughed uproariously, raising the hairs on the backs of his captives' necks. When he sobered, he clapped a brawny arm across his wide chest in a crisp salute.
"Permit me to introduce myself, Countess. I am Ladislas, misbegotten son of a Polish prince and a Cossack wench, and these worthy hardies," he swept a hand in a wide arc to encompass his roughly garbed compatriots, "are my royal courtiers. They serve me well, do they not?"
The ruffians guffawed at their leader's wit, but Allie snorted in derision.
"A bastard barbarian and a thief to boot."
Ladislaw was amused by the audacity of the gnat-sized woman and nudged his stallion forward, deliberately separating maid from mistress.
"Aye, old woman, that I am," he acknowledged, peering down at her. "My father sought to pay his due by hiring tutors to teach me a gentleman's manners and language, but he felt no inclination to gift me with the use of his name or his title. Thus, I am what I am."
This is the end of Side 1. This program...
"My father sought to pay his due by hiring tutors to teach me a gentleman's manners and language, but he felt no inclination to gift me with the use of his name or his title. Thus, I am what I am."
Allie's eyes fairly snapped as she swung her makeshift weapon toward the stallion, but in swift reaction, Ladislaw kicked the piece from her hands, spinning the elder about. Struggling to keep her balance, Allie staggered back several steps, but she was fully alert a moment later and unwilling to relent when the man threw a leg over the horn of the saddle and slid to the ground. She skittered toward him and launched a fresh assault
with her cudgel. His arm swept out almost gently to knock the club away, but Allie caught the muscular limb and clung to it with as much pertinacity as an outraged bee who had just been swished by the tail of a horse. Before he could shake her off, she sank her teeth into his bronzed skin. A low growl issued forth from the thick throat as Ladislaw jerked free. In the next instant, his fist shot forward, striking the small, wrinkled chin. It was no contest. Allie's eyes rolled upward, and she slowly slithered to the ground in a senseless void. "You monster!" Synnovea railed, incensed by his heavy-handed treatment of her maid. Flying at him with fingers curled into claws, she raked her nails across his face, drawing blood. But with a backward swipe of his arm, Ladislaw sent her stumbling away. She fared better than Allie, and though shaken, managed to retain her senses. Her fury remained undiminished, and she berated him in scathing tones. "You cowardly oaf! Is this the best your brawn can display? Have you no courage to face one of your own size, or does the dainty form serve your inflated valor better?" Ivan Voronsky carefully kept his distance through this fray, justifying his lack of assistance by blandly dismissing the Countess' predicament as something she rightfully deserved. If she had garbed herself appropriately and given credence to his warnings, she might have escaped the rogue's attention. He wasn't about to draw notice to himself and court certain disaster because of her foolishness. Synnovea tried to scurry past the thieving lordling in an effort to reach her maid, but she promptly found her way blocked. Her head snapped up in rising ire, and with lips curling in sneering distaste, she raked her gaze down his long form. Above hide breeches, a leather jerkin hung open to reveal a broad, muscular chest. His arms were bare and bulging with rippling sinews, evidencing a strength that could easily immobilize her. In all, he was a fine specimen of mighty brawn, but at the moment she saw the epitome of a cruel beast. Ladislaw stared into the most enraged green-brown eyes he had ever chanced to view. The flaring orbs fairly seared him in her hot displeasure. "You needn't fret, Countess," he consoled almost pleasantly. "Your servant will live through this with nothing more to boast about than a small bruise and an aching head." "Should I, then, be grateful for your gentle care of us, milord Ladislaw?" Synnovea sneered, offended by the fact that she and all who were with her were completely vulnerable to the frivolous whims of these black-hearted plunderers. "You halted my coach on this lonely road and gave your foul consent to your murderous band of cutthroats to do whatever mischief they might construe. You abused the captain of my guard, and by your twisted reasoning cast him as the villain. You wounded my footman, and now my maid. Would you, beastly tyrant, have me fall to my knees before you in humble apology for daring to travel where your bloodthirsty vipers lurk? Ah!" With a toss of her head, Synnovea demonstrated her belief that such an idea was preposterous. "Were I armed, knave, you'd be breathing your last this very moment. That's as much as I sympathize with your claims of ill treatment from the hands of boyars. Whoever your father is, I've no doubt he fervently regrets the creature he spawned during a passing night's whimsy." Ladislaw braced his massive fists against his hips and grinned in hearty amusement at her insults and logic. "I'm sure the old rascal has had much cause to repent that deed, for I give him no more homage than he has given me. 'Twas only his pride at finally siring a son after a brood of daughters that led him to have me tutored at all. He even tried to take me into his home after his wife died, but my pious little sisters couldn't abide the idea of having a nameless whelp under the same roof. They chided him continually for bringing shame upon the family until he was forced to send me away. Ah, he saw me tutored with the best of them, but he gave me nothing else, not even a father's affection." "I'm sure you've taken great delight in withholding your regard in return, and bringing him a like amount of humiliation by becoming a thieving scoundrel," Synnovea rejoined bitingly. "'Twould even seem you have extended your revenge by entrapping others in your devious exploits." "Your imagination is most vivid, Countess. I'm sure you'll prove entertaining through the long winter nights ahead. But to say that I revel in retribution when I seize treasures as rare as you lends far too much credit to my vindictiveness. I assure you, my lady, I'm not a man to spite myself to gain recompense from an aging cur." Synnovea clenched her fists in the folds of her skirts, refusing to yield this brigand any show of hysteria. I believe you're nothing but a coward, she sneered. Even with nigh 40 men under your command, you made your appearance well after the danger had passed, like some sly weasel fearful of coming out of his hole. Now you make brave noises while your men hold us at gunpoint. Ladislaus shrugged, unaffected by her criticism. I keep my wits while others lose theirs. I watch until all things are made secure. You're nothing but a nameless cur who lurks in obscurity while your pack of wolves strip away the wealth of honest men. Think what you will, my lady, he invited, sauntering leisurely around her. Your opinions are of little concern to me. They'll change nothing. The lady was indeed one of exceptional beauty, he concluded, readily visible with the regal looks of the high-born in her delicate features and lofty bearing. The green-lined brim of her hat was pinned to the crown on one side by an emerald-studded clasp, and was reminiscent of those worn by foreign cavaliers. Upon her departure from the coach, it had lent her a jaunty appearance, but it now sat ridiculously askew atop her head. Her silky black tresses, once woven into a sedate chignon beneath the hat, had been disturbed by her recent mauling. Feathery wisps now flared outward from her temples, as if set on ends by her rage. Fate has surely been kind to me this eventide, bringing such a beautiful boyarina within my keeping, he mused aloud. Reaching out a hand, he lightly rubbed his knuckles against a hotly flushed cheek. I am indeed honored by your presence, Countess. Synnovea flung off his hand and glared at him with all the defiance she could muster. I'm sure you'll understand if I fail to appreciate your sentiments, rogue, for I most desperately abhor being your captive. In time you'll come to appreciate me, my lady. Most women do. The stars will fall from the heavens before the event of such an occurrence. Ladislaus grinned back at her. Her fiery spirit had whisked away any lingering impression that she was a cold and haughty wench. Not even remotely so, he reflected in growing admiration. My predictions will come true, Countess. They always do. You boast absurdities, Synnovea jeered in disdain. I'll never cease to abhor you and your kind. I can only pray that some miracle may spare me and my escort from the evil you and your foul followers plan. Nothing short of a miracle will save you from what I intend, my lady, he promised, his voice imbued with a huskiness that evidenced his deepening interest. As for me, I'm sure I'll enjoy this night with you, as I have no other. Synnovea served quick death to the notion that her ravishment would be some tender interlude that he might leisurely savor. Let me assure you that I'll fight you with everything I'm capable of delivering. Ladislaus recognized the loathing distaste flaring in her eyes and lifted his shoulders in bland dismissal of her threat. Be assured, Countess, your reluctance will be a welcome diversion from the women who squabble over me. Reaching up, he swept the hat from her head and plucked the brooch from its brim. He held up the bejeweled piece in a dimming shaft of light, and then, turning aside to search out Petrov, tossed it to him. A reward for you, my friend, for spying out the lady's coach. The hulking brigand caught the gift between the palms of his hands, and roared in glee as he considered it. What say you, Ladislaus? This bauble be worthy of your attention. The Lord of Thieves caught Synnovea snugly against his side, and held her in a steely vice. Aye, Petrov, but the Countess is a far more enticing piece, definitely a wench to warm me through the long winter to come. Petrov's brow jutted sharply upward. What you think Aliona will do when she learn you replace her with another captive? Ladislaus shrugged, unconcerned. She'll have to learn to share me. Petrov hooted in disbelief. Oh, you take Countess to bed, and Aliona will divide you into enough pieces to share with at least a dozen different women. Ignoring the other's warning, Ladislaus sought to extract a sampling kiss from Synnovea, but in shivering aversion she turned her face away. Let me go, you swine! Not until I've pleasured myself with you, he breathed, momentarily contenting himself with nuzzling her ear. And maybe, just maybe, not even then. He swept an arm downward to encompass her voluminous skirts, and lifting her with an easy strength, dropped her over his shoulder, nearly jolting the breath from her. He glanced around in some wonder, detecting a sudden scuffling around Captain Nekrasov, who had kicked his mount forward in an attempt to rush to the defense of the maiden. But the officer's steed was swiftly caught and firmly held by several ruffians who proceeded to drag the struggling man from the saddle. Come now, Captain. You cannot expect to keep the Countess for yourself. You're only a servant of the Tsar,
Ladislaw chided, jostling Synnovea as he repositioned her on his shoulder. At her frantic struggles, he whacked her across the buttocks with a broad hand, eliciting an enraged shriek.
Let me go, you braying ass!
Reaching around, she clawed at his neck, only to have her hand swatted away like a pesky gnat. His stinging blow nettled her, and she railed in a temper.
You filthy, base-born beast!
Unconcerned with her epithets, Ladislaw returned to his stallion, and from there barked a series of orders. When his men gaped back at him, he snapped,
Why do you gawk at me like dumbstruck fools? Must I repeat myself? Take whatever you can lay a hand to, then ride back to camp and await me there. The men I sent to Moscow will be returning soon with our new compatriots, who will be famished for want of food after being shackled on the city streets. They'll want to feast and rejoice in their newfound freedom, so make them welcome. I'll return to the camp after I've sported with this wench a while, but don't expect me too soon. If she proves worthy, the Tsar may have to find himself another doxy.
A surge of hope blossomed within Synnovea's breast as she was lowered to the back of the black stallion. The reins had been left dangling across the steed's neck, and a short, many-tongued lash hung from the saddle horn, very near at hand. Without pause, she seized the bridle in one hand, the whip in the other, and swept the latter across her captor's face and arms, slashing at him again and again, until she drew a curse from Ladislaw, who reached up to snatch the lash from her grasp. Eluding his long fingers, she leaned back, bracing a slippered foot against the brigand's hardened chest, and shoved with all of her might. Ladislaw stumbled backward in keen surprise at the forcefulness of the lady's thrusting kick. He was a man well seasoned in contests of brawn, but he had marked this winsome maid too delicate to make such a determined onslaught. Even so, she was no serious match for a man. Another backward swipe of Ladislaw's hand knocked the whip aside, leaving the slender arm bruised and momentarily useless as it dropped limply into Synnovea's lap. Clenching her jaw against the pain that throbbed through it, she jerked the reins with her other hand. Alas, the long fingers were there in an instant, snatching the lines from her. A frustrated cry threaded through her gnashing teeth as she kicked at him again and again, knowing all the while she didn't have the stamina to oppose him beyond the length of a few moments. Yet in spite of the odds against her, she was desperately, stubbornly committed to the struggle. In the next breath of a heartbeat, Synnovea became aware of just how frail her efforts were against such a man. Ladislaw thrust a broad hand beneath her skirts and squeezed her knee, drawing a shocked gasp from her. When she shoved at his chest, his grip tightened until she could feel his fingers digging cruelly into her flesh. The pressure swiftly intensified to an excruciating degree, brutally intended to force her to yield. And yield she finally did. Having won the skirmish, if not the war of wills, Ladislaw loosened his grip and stroked his hand admiringly over her naked thigh. Synnovea's shocked reaction was hardly subdued. Her eyes flashed with fiery indignation, and with a low, rising shriek of rage, she hauled back an arm and delivered a blow to his cheek with enough force to make his ears ring. It certainly left her arm stinging. "Take your filthy hands off me, you vulgar viper!" she snarled. "The Tsar will have your head for this!" Ladislaw glared up at her as he withdrew his hand from her skirts and wiped the backs of his knuckles across a reddened cheek. "Before that day arrives, Countess," he rumbled, "your precious Tsar will have to find more capable men to catch me. And the rumors are in the wind that he has hired foreign cavaliers to instruct his Russian soldiers in the art of war. They shan't defeat me. There is none in his army whom I haven't already bested. Look you yonder if you doubt my words." Sweeping his arm about, he indicated her escort of soldiers, who were being crowded together at gunpoint. Bestowing his attention upon her once more, Ladislaw clasped her wrists, holding her fast as his eyes bore into hers. "If you're foolish enough to hope that some brave champion will save you, Countess, then consider now your wayward reasoning." He thrust out his chin to indicate Captain Nekrasov, who had been trussed up tightly. He then swept a hand toward Ivan Vronsky, whose outrage had reached its zenith now that he was being forced to shed his clothes. "You see, no one will come to your rescue. It is useless for you to struggle." Synnovea curled her fingers, trying to claw the brigand's face again, but she could do little more than bow through gnashing teeth. "You'll pay for this offense, Ladislaw. You'll be caught, tried, and hanged, and I'll be there to see it. I promise you that." He laughed at her pitiful threats.
On the contrary, Countess, you will be the one taken and used. You will be my prisoner as long as I choose to keep you.
His words were suddenly lost in a deafening roar of exploding pistols as a sudden din filled the forest glade. Ladislaw jerked around with a surprised start, just as 3 of his men crumpled to the ground. Momentarily aghast, he watched a 4th fall forward in the saddle and slowly tumble to the ground, where he lay in grotesque oblivion, with eyes staring sightless toward an ever-darkening sky. In the next instant, the narrow pass echoed with another loud volley that fused with the thunder of clattering hooves as a large detachment of mounted soldiers raced into view. Leading the charge was a dust-covered, helmeted officer who brandished a sword high above his head, while his stallion surged far ahead of his troop, deep into the midst of the startled highwaymen. In rowling fear, the miscreants scattered, stumbling over each other in their haste to flee from this avenging demon. It was a full moment before the realization dawned on them that this particular officer dared far more than those who followed him. At Petrov's rallying shout, the thieves turned, and with savage eagerness swarmed about the foolish mortal, intending to drag him from his saddle and deal him a death blow. Alas, they were fools to think that they could kill him so easily. Like a ruthless warrior, the man filled the air with screams of dying men as he swept his blade about him in a vicious, venging quest. One after another fell beneath the deadly stroke of his sword, until fear again pierced the hearts of the bandits, prompting many to flee. If Ladislaw had recently boasted that none could defeat him, then it soon became evident that this officer would be equally difficult to overcome. He seemed impervious to the paltry attempts of his attackers as he struck left and right. It was not until a huge, barrel-chested Goliath, standing at the outer limits of the fray, took up a lance and threw it toward the valiant intruder that the hearts of his foes were encouraged. The spear caught the cavalier's helmet and sent it flying, leaving the man reeling unsteadily in the saddle. Hearty cheers arose from his enemies. Much heartened, they began to scramble toward him again. The rush of elation that Synnovea had briefly experienced when she first espied the officer was rapidly transformed into a deepening anxiety as she saw her would-be deliverer brace an arm across his stallion's withers and shake his head in what seemed a feeble effort to clear his muddled senses. His life hung in precarious balance as the rabble surged back toward him, and though Synnovea prayed fervently that he would recover his wits before they hacked him asunder, that dire fate seemed imminent. Their zeal renewed, the thieves scrambled forward to finish their prey, confident now that he would soon feel the full thrust of their revenge. Perhaps none anticipated that event more than Ladislaw, who watched from the outer limits of the conflict where he held Synnovea captive. A full dozen of his men gave vent to deafening bellows of triumph, already celebrating their victory as they launched their attack. But just as before, their expectations were soon daunted. Though stunned, the officer reacted with well-versed skill, fully aware of the danger he was in. Spinning his horse about in a tight circle to keep his foes at bay, he swung the heavy sword outward in a broad sweep, nearly beheading those who dared the most. When he finally fought clear of his daze, the reddened blade flashed again with more clever aim, flailing its victims and leaving them moaning or reeling lifeless to the ground. Synnovea saw the officer's searching gaze reach beyond the melee, surrounding him, and ferret her out. In that moment, he seemed much more than a man to her, though his hair was matted close to his head with sweat, and his dirt-smudged face was hardly more than an indistinct blur in the rapidly deepening twilight. His breast of armor was tarnished, dented, and now liberally smeared with blood. Still, if she had ever formed a vision of a knight in resplendent trappings, he was all of that and more to her in that brief moment of time. Seeing his enemy capable of giving chase, Ladislaw shouted a command for his cohorts to depart and swung up behind his captive, slamming his hard body against her back. He cared not a speck for the bruises she suffered. He was far more concerned with making good his own escape. Jerking the reins, he wheeled the steed about and kicked the gleaming flanks, sending the animal racing away in full retreat. Synnovea soon found some comfort in the fact that the arm that was clasped about her was strong and fully capable of holding her secure. Otherwise, she might have found herself dashed upon the ground, where the stallion fairly flew along the trail. He was of mixed Frisian breeding, strong, long of limb, and swift of pace. He could easily outdistance the short-legged breeds common to Russia. Yet when Ladislaw yanked the animal about to survey the path behind him, Synnovea saw to her relief that the officer had given chase and was actually gaining on them. The warrior thief was equally surprised, for his breath caught in a sharp gasp of astonishment. Reining his mount abruptly about again, Ladislaw cursed savagely and kicked the animal into a frightening race through the trees. The solid trunks were merely swiftly passing shadows in the darkening copse, and though Synnovea held her breath in paralyzed apprehension of that moment when disaster would halt them with a crushing collision, in a corner of her mind she found herself amazed by the agility of the steed. Without a doubt, the stallion was swift and nimble-footed, the man who rode him of equal merit. Still, the pair who gave chase followed like baying hounds led eagerly onward by the scent of their prey. Synnovea winced as the lower branches snatched at them with ferocious greed, cruelly tearing at her bound tresses and opening long rents in her sleeves. She lifted a hand to shield her face from the spiny claws that slashed at her, but reddened weals were raised repeatedly across her arms. She prayed desperately that the punishing ride would soon come to a swift and safe conclusion. Yet, when she glimpsed an opening up ahead, her fear intensified into a sudden concern that they would actually escape. In rising panic, she glanced over her shoulder, but her captor's bulk prevented any glimpse of the trail behind them, nor could she hear anything beyond the fury of their own passing. The stallion's thudding hooves, the whipping branches, and the harsh breathing of the man who held her seemed to coalesce into a numbing roar in her ears. Finally, they broke into the clearing, and Ladislaw once again turned his mount to apprise himself of the whereabouts of the officer. Heretofore, no steed had equaled the speed of his own beast. After the wild plunge through the trackless forest, Ladislaw fully expected to find himself far ahead of the other. It was indeed a shock to see just how little distance actually remained between himself and the one who gave chase. It was no more than the pause of a breath before the ominous shape of the dark chestnut stallion and its rider charged out of the trees nearly on top of them. Synnovea smothered a startled scream, certain the forceful advance would kill them all. She glimpsed piercing steel-blue eyes beneath sharply scowling brows, and with a sickening dread awaited the collision, feeling much akin to a helpless sparrow about to be broken by the swift assault of this fierce hunting hawk. Ladislaw jerked his arm free and fumbled for his knife, but in the next instant the one who pursued launched himself from his steed. He slammed into Ladislaw, and by some strange miracle left Synnovea still mounted as he swept the thief out of the saddle. She heard an audible thud as the two men hit the ground. She glanced down over the horse's flank and caught the flash of Ladislaw's dagger as it was lifted high. Another hand shot upward to clasp the sturdy wrist and gradually forced the blade backward, away from its mark. A second later, the rustling of dry leaves and the thud of hard-clenched fists meeting solid flesh attested to the fierce struggle of the two men. While they grappled beneath him, the now skittish stallion pranced nervously and stirred up small clouds of dust. Faced with the imminent threat of the animal panicking and racing away with her, Synnovea tried to subdue not only her own deepening dread, but the steed as well. Slowly she stroked the black's neck and spoke to him in soft, cajoling tones, all the while cautiously searching for the dangling reins. Of a sudden, Ladislaw's head was launched backward from the force of a well-delivered blow. It thumped into the underbelly of the steed, and in the next instant Synnovea found herself fighting to keep her seat as the horse, shrieking in fright, reared on its hind legs and pawed at the air with his forelegs. Twisting her hands in the flying mane, she clung to it in desperation, fully aware of the danger of being swept off the black's back as the two men fought beneath her with a knife. The front hooves of the crazed horse struck earth briefly, hardly enough time for Synnovea to resettle herself before he took a bounding leap forward. Her heart matched the long, vaulting stride as she was nearly catapulted from the saddle. It was a terrifying, zigzagging flight through the same trees they had passed moments earlier. Though her pulse kept pace with startling jolts and frantic skips, Synnovea tried not to yield to the foolishness of panic. She knew she had to gain control of the stallion before she found herself the victim of her own unbridled hysteria. But it was nigh impossible to barricade herself against the cold, prickling fear that assailed her. Leaning forward over the animal's neck, Synnovea flowed with his movements in a concerted effort to allay his fright. She spoke in a forcefully subdued voice as she tried again to capture a flying rein. but the threat of falling inhibited her reach. Again and again she was forced to retreat to the security of the flying mane. Then, as she stretched out a hand once more in the same fearful quest, a low branch flipped the rein upward, projecting it within easy reach. Anxiously, Synnovea swooped her hand around to catch it, and in sobbing relief, clutched the leather strap in her trembling grasp. Good fortune was with her, for hardly a moment later, she managed to capture the second rein in a similar fashion. Success rallied Synnovea's spirits. Grasping the line securely, she claimed a small measure of control over the beast, at least enough to turn him onto the path that would lead them back to where the carriage had been halted. Even so, the stallion was reluctant to slow his stride, and though she could see the dark shadow of the conveyance through the ever-deepening gloom, Synnovea could not establish enough restraint on the headstrong animal to lend her assurance that she'd be able to halt him once they reached the area. Captain Nikolai Nekrasov was sitting near the coach, having submitted himself to the well-practiced care of his sergeant, who was presently bandaging his arm. When the sound of thudding hoofbeats drew his attention toward the lane, he glanced around with a start, fully expecting to see one or more of the thieves returning for their plunder. Espying his charge approaching at an alarming speed, the officer jumped to his feet and shouted orders for his men to form a barrier across the road as he rushed forward to await the charging animal with arms spread wide. The stallion proved to have a mind of his own. He came to a stiff-legged, jolting halt a short distance from the human trap, and then rearing, thrashed the air with his front hooves. It seemed his intent to continue his flight when he came down again, for his eyes flicked about in search of an avenue of escape. But as the sergeant jumped forward and seized the bridle, Captain Nekrasov whisked Synnovea from the saddle, ignoring the pain that shot through his injured arm as he swept her to safety. The stallion danced sideways in wild-eyed alarm, but the sergeant's soothing voice and reassuring strokes soon quieted the animal until he finally acquiesced to the gentle hand. Synnovea leaned in trembling relief against Captain Nekrasov as the strength ebbed from her shaking limbs. For a moment she yielded herself to the comforting embrace of the officer's arm, hardly realizing the full extent of his admiration as his gaze dipped briefly into her torn bodice. Gradually, the Russian officer released his constricted breath and regained control of his racing senses. The faint brush of his lips against her hair seemed accidental as he continued to lend her support. But when she caught the sound of Ali's weak, plaintive plea, Synnovea gave him no further heed. "Me lamb," the servant mewed as the driver stopped bathing her brow long enough to lift her upright. "Come here, and let me see for myself that no harm has come to ye." Synnovea ran to her maid and submitted herself to the woman's inspection, while she made her own assessments of the elder's condition. A massive black bruise now marred the wrinkled chin, and even in the meager light, Ali's pallor was easily discernible. The exertion proved too much for the tiny maid. Mewling a fretful moan, she collapsed into the supporting arms of the coachman, concluding the worst as she considered her mistress's tattered condition. "Oh, me lamb, what did that foul beastie do to you?" Synnovea soothed the elder's fears as she sank to her knees beside her. "I've suffered a few minor scratches and bruises, Ali. Nothing more, thanks to the Tsar's officer who came to my rescue." Ali softly sobbed in relief. "Oh, thank the blessed heavens you've been spared, and thank Captain Nekrasov for coming to your aid." Synnovea squeezed the small hand reassuringly. "It was another officer who saved me, Ali. He led his men in an attack against the brigands. We're safe now." "If only I could have seen the event myself," the maid murmured weakly. "I'd have enjoyed seeing that big lummox getting his comeuppance." Barely had she said that, than the aging eyelids sagged closed. Heaving a weary sigh, Ali drifted off. Synnovea met the gaze of her gray-haired driver as she pushed herself to her feet. "You'd better carry Ali to the coach now, Stenka. She can rest there until we're underway again." In caring concern, Synnovea continued to fret as she walked beside them. "Gently now. Ali has had the worst of the fray." "Yosef and I will take care of her, mistress. Have no fear," Stenka replied kindly, and then coaxed, "You'd better see to yourself now, mistress, considering the bad fright you've had." "I will, Stenka," Synnovea murmured, and then noticed the bandage that had been wrapped around the footman's head. Laying a hand upon his sleeve, she claimed his attention. "Your wound, Yosef. Is it serious?" Yosef shook his head and grinned. "No, milady,
but there's a hole in my ear large enough to put a cork through." "Some lady will find that convenient," Stenka remarked with a teasing twinkle in his eyes. "She'll lead him about by the ear instead of the nose." Synnovea patted the footman's arm in a conciliatory manner and managed to smile. "You'd better be wary, Yosef. In Moscow there are plenty of pretty maids who will take advantage and lead you astray." "I shall watch for them with great eagerness, my lady," Yosef promised her with a chortle. Satisfied that Allie was in capable hands, Synnovea lent her attention to their immediate departure. Nikolai's men had suffered only minor wounds and were hurriedly repacking the carriage. The detachment of soldiers who had come to their rescue had given chase to the band of thieves, and no member of either force could now be seen. A short distance from the coach, the ground was littered with the dead, and from what she could ascertain in the swiftly gathering darkness, the highwaymen were the only ones who had suffered loss, for she could see no Russian uniform among the dead. Anxious to be gone before the raiders returned to reclaim their booty, Synnovea faced Captain Nekrasov with a query. "Shouldn't we leave here before we're attacked again?" Nikolai Nekrasov was in full agreement and urged his men to double their efforts. "We must make haste to take the Countess to a place of safety. Finish loading whatever is left, and let us be off, before we find ourselves once again beset by the brigands." Synnovea realized she hadn't seen the cleric since her return, and glanced around in some bewilderment. "But where is Ivan Voronsky?" Captain Nekrasov raised his able arm to point toward a shadowed area beyond a clump of tall trees in the distance. Frowning in bemusement, Synnovea stared in the direction he indicated, until a vague, pale blur became distinguishable as the leaf-shrouded form of a small, naked man. "They stole away his clothes, Countess, and every spare piece of clothing we had with us as well. We've nothing to share with him." Synnovea debated the alternatives. Ivan had been so critical of her European gowns, she didn't think he'd accept such frivolous finery, even out of necessity. Ruefully she advised, "'Twould seem there's no choice but to search for clothing among the fallen." "I've already assigned that task to one of my men, my lady," Nikolai informed her. "Though the selection may not meet with the cleric's approval, there should be enough to clothe him." Synnovea silently demurred at the idea of undressing the dead, and quickly excused herself. "I'll wait in the coach with Ali." Though night quickly overtook them, Synnovea and her small party of attendants were soon on the road again. The pace was more cautious now, as the moon cast ominous shadows far ahead of them. Each bend in the road was carefully approached. Still, the air was cooler, and far better tolerated than the oppressive heat of the day. Once again, Synnovea had to endure the presence of Ivan Voronsky. But this time, he wasn't at all inclined to argue after being so thoroughly humiliated. When he talked at all, he mumbled angry insinuations against Captain Nekrasov and his men, convinced that they had been motivated by spite to find the most obnoxious, most malodorous garments available. The outlandishly large breeches and leather doublet reeked of old sweat and garlic, a combination which made it imperative for the diligent application of a scented handkerchief. Synnovea refrained from placating Ivan's complaints, preferring instead to keep the filtering cloth in place, so she wouldn't have to tolerate the stench. She was also appreciative of the darkness that hid whatever gory stains bedecked the garb, for she preferred complete ignorance of the type of death wound the previous owner had suffered. They were well on their way again before the realization dawned on Synnovea that she had made no effort to send out her escort in search of the officer who had ridden after her. The possibility that he was lying wounded or dead in the forest made her own lack of concern seem shamefully devoid of compassion, especially since he had risked his life to save her. In seeking her own security, she had dismissed any consideration for the safety and comfort of the officer. Utterly scandalized by her disregard for such a valiant soldier, she knew she'd find little relief from the fretting anxiety that now gnawed at her. 2. The golden moon nestled like a newborn babe within the cradling arms of towering pines, firs, and larches. Gradually, the orb weaned itself from its earthly breast and began to climb upward in a wide arc across the night sky. Humbling a myriad of stars with its brilliance, the lustrous sphere condescendingly cast its light upon the earth, setting aglow the rustling leaves of the oaks and birches that lined the road through the village, creating scintillating flashes of light as soft breezes bestirred their branches.
Grayed wooden cottages, adorned with painted carvings and fretworked gables, were nestled close behind the trees. Small sheds, gathered like ragged skirts behind the humble dwellings, were joined together with board fences, providing a windbreak against the fierce winds which could savage the land in winter months. The stately carriage, with its complement of unkempt guards, rumbled past the houses, drawing young and old alike to the windows. The grandeur of the coach and the frazzled appearance of its escort were noticeable even in the gloom. The small company of soldiers, some of whom were bruised and bloody, aroused speculations as to the likely cause, but no one was more aware of their shabby condition than Captain Rycroft. At his command, the detachment rode through the town with a practiced cadence that lent some semblance of dignity otherwise lacking in the procession. The entourage passed a single-domed wooden church in stoic silence. Yet when Stienka halted the conveyance in front of a sizable inn and a bathhouse was espied nearby, deep sighs of relief were heard from the grime-coated guards as they swung down from their mounts. Captain Rycroft entered the inn to make the necessary arrangements for his charge. His bandaged arm and bloody tunic drew curious stares, yet one did not casually delay an officer of the Tsar single-mindedly intent upon his duties. Synnovea awaited the captain's return in the privacy of her coach, unwilling to extend the innkeeper's bemusement by the presence of two bruised and badly disheveled women. Ivan Voronsky hastened off to beg for more appropriate garb from those in the church. As he skittered along the thoroughfare, he kept to the shadows and shielded his face against recognition, however remote the possibility of that occurrence. The innkeeper was proud of his new bathhouse and boasted of its clever features as he directed his male guests around the facilities. The guided tour allowed Synnovea the privacy she needed to help Ali upstairs to their room. By now, the servant's head was throbbing so painfully that even the slightest movement made her queasy. She had taken on a pallor that was sharply accentuated by the purplish swelling on her pointed chin. Synnovea gratefully accepted the tray of food that the innkeeper's wife brought up to them, but Ali could endure only a few morsels. Solicitously, Synnovea filled a basin for the tiny maid, helped her bathe and don a fresh nightgown. Finally, with an agonized groan, Ali sank onto the bed and drifted off to sleep, thoroughly spent. Synnovea desired more than a mere token washing for herself, and settled her mind on having nothing less than a thorough cleansing and a soothing soak for her own sorely bruised body. It became evident, however, that the soldiers had much the same notion in mind after depositing their gear upstairs. In passing her door, they made as much noise as a stampeding herd of young colts, jostling and elbowing each other aside in a light-hearted endeavor to be among the first to reach the bathhouse. Listening to their cavorting descent, Synnovea had to wonder how they had managed to find so much energy after such a grueling day. The delay was hardly objectionable to Synnovea. Eventually, it would allow her as much leisured time in the facility as she desired, a privilege reserved expressly for the last in line. As she waited for the soldiers' return, she collected toiletries and nightclothes in a small satchel. Painstakingly, she brushed out the debris that had become entangled in her long hair and left the black, silky length unbound as she stripped away her torn clothes. After treating the scratches on her arms, she gathered a voluminous robe around her slender body in preparation of her descent. The officer who had rushed to her defense came to mind, and she began to pace restlessly about, stricken by her conscience. His face was nothing more than a dark void in her memory. Yet she recalled her own blended feelings of awe when at every turn of the hand he had seemed to hover behind them like a relentless bird of prey, watching for an opportunity to bring down his quarry. She hoped fervently that he was alive, and that news of his safety would soon reach her. Only then could she forgive herself. The soldiers began to drift back to their rooms in varying numbers. Much subdued by their baths, they meandered slowly past her door, with only an occasional murmur exchanged between them. Their muted, cheerless voices now clearly bespoke of their weariness. Synnovea was anxious for them to retire, yet in her growing impatience, it seemed that 3 times as many came back than those who had left. Her frustration deepened when Ivan sharply commanded a way to be made for him as he passed the soldiers in his descent of the stairs. Answering their exaggerated revulsion to his foul-smelling clothing, he snidely announced that he intended to wash away any residue of filth that remained from their putrid offerings.
Synnovea was inclined to think that this new delay was caused by nothing more than Ivan's unwillingness to associate with men of low rank, especially common soldiers. Obviously, he considered them far removed from his self-exalted personage, for in her presence he had openly disdained them as crude, ignorant men. Had he been able to dictate the priority of events, he might have insisted on being allowed to finish his bath before they were permitted on the premises. Of course, if he had tried such a thing, the soldiers would have laughed him to scorn. The inn grew still and hushed after Ivan's return to the small, private cubicle that he had elected to take, allowing Synnovea to finally consider it safe to go down. Outside the inn, a cool breeze rustled through the tall firs that formed a protective fortress beyond the bathhouse, bringing to her nostrils the fresh, pungent fragrance of their swaying boughs. The burbling of a swiftly flowing stream melded with other soothing night sounds, while high above the treetops the brilliant moon shone down from its lofty realm, holding back the darkness with a wondrous glow that clearly defined the path to the low-roofed structure. The door creaked in the hushed stillness as Synnovea pushed it slowly open and stepped within. At the far end of the room, a fire flickered in the large hearth, illuminating the shadowed interior with a shifting amber glow. A dim lantern offered a wan light from the rafter where it hung, suspended by a pulley rope. Its glow lent eerie life to the swirling mists rolling upward from the Stygian surface of the pool. The vapors twined aimlessly through the massive beams, buttressing the ceiling as if probing for a way of escape, and in their failure merged into a thickening, swelling haze that shrouded the interior. Water, shunted through tin flumes from the stream outside, flowed into a huge cauldron, which hunkered like some enormous beast on squat legs over a hearth of its own. A steady fire licked upward around its swollen belly, lending a blush to the curling vapors and the tenebrous gloom. Steaming water trickled cheerily over its funneled lip into the main bathing pool, on the opposite side of which the overflow dribbled into a shaft that returned the water to the rivulet. Synnovea paused at the portal and carefully scanned the interior, lest she find herself in error about being alone. The shifting flames cast dancing shadows into the mists. Beyond that, nothing stirred. The only sounds came from the crackling fire and the trickling water. In the spacious hearth, smaller kettles of water hung over a fire, and upon a nearby table, pitchers and basins of water were readily available for an initial scrubbing with soap. Wooden tubs had also been provided for a more leisurely soak in a warm bath. On a bench near the pool, a man's robe had been left, and Synnovea made a mental note to inform Captain Nekrasov on the morning tide that the garment was there, on the chance that he or one of his men had left it behind. Since Ivan's garments had been stolen by the thieves, it seemed highly unlikely that it belonged to him. Synnovea dropped the satchel onto a nearby stool, too tired and bruised to think of anything beyond a bath and a refreshing dip in the pool. She prepared the former herself until a wooden tub brimmed with steaming liquid. From a small vial she had brought, she sprinkled droplets of scented oils over the surface and laid out a bar of fragrant soap and a large towel. She ran slender fingers through her hair to remove any lingering snarls, coiled the length into a heavy rope, and wound it on top of her head, where she secured the bulk with ornate combs. The top knot loosened a bit, allowing softly curling tendrils to plummet downward onto her brow and neck, but for the most part the dark mass was held ensnared. Freeing the ties at her waist, she sent the robe slithering downward with a shrug of her shoulders, until she caught it with a swirling motion of her arm and flung it aside. As the garment settled in a billowing cloud on a nearby bench, she paused in sudden incertitude and tilted her head aslant, wondering at the soft, breathless sighing sound the silk had made, much like the slow expelling of a deep breath. Nothing more was heard beyond the melding murmurs of a crackling fire and trickling water, allowing Synnovea to banish her doubts. Her nerves had been tested far beyond acceptable limits for her to give credence this evening to her own lurid imagination. Lifting a foot upon the rim of the wooden tub, Synnovea inspected the dark bruises above her knee, where Ladislaw had cruelly clasped her thigh.
This is the end of this cassette. This program This is cassette number 2.
Lifting a foot upon the rim of the wooden tub, Synnovea inspected the dark bruises above her knee, where Ladislaw had cruelly clasped her thigh. Another bluish mark at her waist caught her eye, and she cupped a breast within her palm, pressing the fullness upward to examine the dark bruise more carefully. During their frantic flight through the woods, she had suffered much pain and trauma, where the rogue's arm had clutched her so tightly she had feared her ribs would crack. She dearly hoped the officer had delivered a suitable recompense for the brigand's crimes, especially after Ladislaw had boasted that none of the Tsar's soldiers could best him. She was exceedingly glad he had been proven wrong. Indeed, it suited her mood to envision that crude highwayman trussed up like a goose. But an intruding worry soon furrowed her brow, motivating her to repeat a silent petition for the safety of the officer. A long, pleasurable sigh wafted from Synnovea's lips as she lowered herself into the scented bath. A delightful interlude passed in which she allowed the steaming water to relax and soothe her aching muscles. After a time, she began to wash and lathered soap over her shoulders and bosom before progressing to her limbs. Lifting first one and then the other, she worked the suds up along their sleek lengths until she was nigh covered with a whitish foam. Dallying at the task allowed her tensions to fade to near oblivion. Once her hair was washed, Synnovea leaned her head over the edge of the tub and arched her back as she rinsed away the soap with fresh water from a bucket. When she relaxed again in the tub, she leisurely dribbled the contents of a dripping sponge over her shoulders. The dispersing runnels cascaded in eager channels through the white frosting until the rounded orbs glistened wetly in the rosy firelight. Synnovea indulged herself in the luxury of the bath until she realized the hour was growing late. But she refused to leave until she had sampled the relaxing pleasure to be found in the pool. Bracing her hands on the rim of the tub, she pushed herself to her feet with an energetic heave, momentarily setting her breasts a bounce. An odd sound, much like a watery gulp, came from the direction of the pool, and in deepening trepidation, Synnovea carefully probed the swirling vapors hovering above the water. A movement near the steps caught her eye, and she jerked her head around with a startled gasp, only to laugh in relief as she espied a frog that had squatted there. "You intrude, my little friend," she laughingly scolded, and tossed the contents of a bucket his way, sending him leaping away. Reassured that her privacy was secure, she finished rinsing herself, pouring warm water over her body, and sending the lather flowing back into the tub. By now, the heat of the room was enough to have drawn a fine mist of sweat from her pores, and she left the tub, eagerly anticipating the cooler water of the pool. Descending the stone steps at its edge, Synnovea nearly crooned with pleasure, feeling immediately refreshed by the cool liquid into which she sank. She deemed the innkeeper especially clever to incorporate a pool of such depth inside a bathhouse, when it was most often the practice of bathers, after steaming up in heavy humidity, to scamper outside and cool themselves in a nearby stream or banks of snow, whatever the weather and location permitted. In the coldest months, some would even dare the chill for such an experience. Her English mother, however, had instilled within her father the need for a private bath in their home, and throughout the years Synnovea had clung to the modesty of that custom. Whenever the occasion had warranted her making use of a public facility, Allie had always made the necessary arrangements and paid out coins to secure her solitude, while Yosef and Stenka had stood guard outside. Under the circumstances, Synnovea had been reluctant to disturb her servants, nor had she felt the need to do so, for Captain Nekrasov kept himself and his men well in line. Leisurely, Synnovea stroked through the water, letting the thickening haze envelop her as she swam toward the far side. Her long hair flowed behind her on the surface, much like an opening fan of ebony hue, the ends becoming lost in the shadows behind her. Of a sudden, Synnovea gasped and recoiled in astonishment and dread as her hand made contact with something human and very manly. A wide, furry chus, to be exact. She sank abruptly in surprise until her thigh brushed against the fellow's loins, and then, in rising panic, she struggled to propel herself away from the offending nakedness. Lurching backward with as much grace as a floundering cow, she plunged below the surface and promptly came up choking and coughing. Strong hands reached out to lift her up by the arms, but she fought them off, certain she was in impending danger of being ravished. Having successfully escaped the helping hands, Synnovea began to sink again, this time against the man. She hardly noticed the muscular torso as her head went under the surface again, for in sudden alarm she realized she was taking in more water than even a competent fish should. This time, when the man clamped an arm around her waist and drew her up, she flung both of her own about his neck and gasped for air between strangling, wrenching coughs. So great was her dismay that she gave no heed to the fact that her breasts were pressed tightly against the stalwart chest of the man, or that her thighs rested intimately against his maleness. The fleshy heat he displayed failed to impact her consciousness, for she was far too anxious about drawing a normal breath. Her anxiety ebbed to some degree when she managed to clear the water from her nose and throat. Carefully she inhaled, sucking in deep draughts to fill her lungs. Finally, it dawned on her that the man was watching her with an amused yet dubious frown. Highly indignant that he should find some humor in her predicament, she leaned back to consider him with a haughty stare, disregarding the fact that she was completely naked in his encompassing arms. Water dribbled from her hair and trickled downward across her brow into the wetly spiked lashes, leaving her vision somewhat impaired. The thick vapors lent a strange bewitchment to the moment, yet she was sure the distortion she saw in the man's face hadn't been conjured through her own faulty perception or hindered sight. A seer would have been needed to accurately determine if the man was even human. Lacking such perception, Synnovea briefly perused his badly lacerated visage. A large bump grossly elaborated the curve of his brow, where the skin had been split open. The swelling extended downward into his eye, nearly closing it. His upper lip was also distended, and above this protrusion another ugly bruise darkened his cheek. Providing some evidence that his face wasn't totally misshapen, his jaw appeared carefully hewn of granite, while his nose was shaped with a noble aquiline leanness. Short, wetly spiked strands of hair shaded eyes that seemed of a steel-gray hue, rimmed with a deeper blue. Even in the shadowed room, softer lights twinkled within the shining depths as a lopsided grin lifted the smaller corner of his lips. "Forgive me, Countess. I didn't mean to frighten you," he murmured, "nor was it my intent to cause you embarrassment. Indeed, my lady, I never in my wildest yearnings ever imagined that my bath would be interrupted by such flawless beauty. I was no less than bedazzled by the sight and reluctant to see it come to an end." Synnovea scarcely noted that he had spoken to her in English, but in a heated rush she replied in kind. "You spied upon me without making me aware of your presence," she accused. "Simple truth, sir. Why are you here? Should I assume that your intentions are to accost me for your own evil purposes?" "Banish the thought, my lady. I merely came here when my duties permitted it. Several of my men needed attention. By the time I had dressed their wounds, most of the soldiers had left the bathhouse, and after the departure of the cleric, I was certain I'd be alone, and was much amazed when you joined me. I fear I was momentarily confounded and struck dumb by your entrance. Then it became clear to me. Though I could see you, you were unable to see me." He lifted wide, sleekly bulging shoulders in a casual shrug. "I fear the sight of you proved too much of a temptation for an officer in need of feminine companionship." "Indeed, sir!" Synnovea fairly flung the words at him. "I can understand why you're in want. Have you no ken that a gentleman would have informed a lady of his presence ere her disrobing?" His bruised lips twitched with amusement as his eyes glimmered back at her through the shadowed gloom. "Alas, Countess, I do not claim to be a saint. I greatly enjoyed the interlude and the perfection you displayed, and for the life of me couldn't bring myself to interrupt. Were I any less a gentleman, I'd surely take advantage of this most provocative embrace." He settled her a bit closer, as she, in some irritation, tried to push herself free again. Her thighs brushed hard against him, snatching the man's breath, and flicking a fiery brand across the fibers of his senses until he dared not move, lest he lose control of his hard-won poise. With some difficulty, he drew rein on his hotly flaming passions and continued in a warm, mellow voice, stilling her struggles as his words struck home. "Since I've already saved you from one ravishment this evening, 'twould seem I'm honor bound to carry you to safety again." "Saved me?" Synnovea's lips pursed in a silent "oh" as it came to her just who the man was. "You mean—" "You left ere we could be properly introduced, my lady," he reproved, distracted by the slick, wet feel of her soft breasts against his chest. He doubted that there had ever been such a moment in his life when he had been assaulted by such exquisite torture, or when the need to maintain a ruse of imperturbable calm was absolutely crucial to his aspirations. He was certain she'd have flown his embrace post-haste had he foolishly revealed the full extent of his admiration. But then, she had to be an innocent not to be aware of his awakened passion. If not, then she was a woman well versed in the art of tempting men, and was merely being coy. "And though you are a delicious sight to behold, and even more delectable to enfold, I must admonish you for your bad manners." "Sir, this is hardly the time to discuss bad manners, either mine or yours. Now let me go." Synnovea struggled briefly in the circle of his arms, and was surprised when he spread his arms wide. The imminent threat of going under once again made her throw her arms about his neck and tighten her grasp. She reddened profusely beneath his deepening grin, and with a stifled groan she dove away from him. Swimming back to the edge of the pool, she tossed a glance over her shoulder to find him stroking leisurely through the water behind her. In urgent haste, she leapt up the steps and made a flying dash across the room to fetch her robe. Shaking it out, she quickly sought its protective covering. Thus armored, Synnovea faced the officer as he climbed those same stone stairs. Wondering what the next moments would bring, she watched him cautiously, lest she be taken by surprise. Though obviously far from handsome, the man was exceptionally well-formed. He was as tall as Ladislaw, but not nearly as thick or bulky. Even so, he had a hard, muscled look about him. Recalling the agility and easy strength he had displayed battling the outlaws, she could only guess at the discipline he practiced to maintain a good fighting form. His ribs were tautly fleshed, his chest firmly muscled beneath a matting of crisp hair, his waist lean and hips narrow. A gasp escaped Synnovea as his loins came fully into view, and she whirled with burning cheeks, shocked to the depths of her virginal innocence. Though well-traveled, she had been carefully sheltered throughout the span of her life. Even with a score of years behind her, this was her first glimpse of a completely naked man. Yet he didn't seem the least bit abashed by the boldness that he exhibited in her presence. Synnovea heard his soft, chuckling laughter coming near, and faced him in sudden apprehension, fearing that she'd have to fight him off. But he only fetched the robe which had been left on the bench. Careful to keep her glance brief and well elevated, she gave him a seething glower before she jerked around again. For several moments she stood in mute silence, fuming over the fact that he hadn't made his presence known before she had disrobed. "You can turn around now," he informed her, mirth liberally imbuing his voice. "Then I shall make haste to leave," she declared irately, incensed by his obvious enjoyment of a situation that, for her, had been a horrendously embarrassing experience. Tossing him another glare to convey her outrage, she began to gather up her possessions. "The very idea! Spying upon me like some sneak thief! You're the most despicable knave I've met in some time." "Not since this afternoon, at least," he responded with a lopsided grin. An indolent shrug lifted his wide shoulders as he queried, "Or did you appreciate that thief's company more than mine?" "Huh! I'd venture to say, sir, that Ladislaw has much to learn from you about boorish manners." Her curiosity got the better of her, and Synnovea paused to peer up at him with narrowed eyes. "What happened to the blackguard, anyway?" The officer emphasized his supreme displeasure with an angry snort. "The cowardly wretch fled when you raced off, and he took my horse. A most worthy steed it is, too. Believe me, I haven't a ken which vexes me more, letting that rogue escape or losing my horse. Had I not tried to help you when his stallion reared, I might have been able to capture the brigand.
But were you grateful? No, indeed. You gave no slightest thought to my welfare, and obviously made no effort to send out any of your escort in search of me. If not for my men beating the woods for me, I'd still be out there. Believe me, Countess, I'm here with no special thanks to you."
Synnovea raised a dainty chin, pricked by his admonishing tone, and her own condemning conscience. "You seem dreadfully rankled by your loss."
"And well I should be. I'll not likely find another steed half as gifted in the field as that one. On the morrow, I shall instruct Captain Nekrasov to leave you Ladislaus' stallion," she stated loftily. "Perhaps that will mollify you."
The man scoffed sharply.
"Hardly. It cost me a goodly sum to have my own stallions shipped here from England."
"From England?" she repeated in surprise, and then realized she had overlooked the obvious. His subtly clipped speech clearly betrayed his place of origin. "You're an Englishman?"
"I thought it might have been apparent to one who also speaks the language," he quipped with rampant sarcasm.
"But you led a Russian troop." Synnovea began, clearly bemused. Then she recalled Ladislau's comment about foreign cavaliers being hired to teach their fighting skills to the Tsar's troops. "You're an English officer in His Majesty's service?" Though he wore nothing more dashing than a long robe, the man gave her a debonair bow, a gesture which might have been accompanied by the clicking of heels had he worn something more substantial.
"Colonel Sir Tyrone Rycroft, at your service, Countess. Knighted in England, and now commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Tsar's Imperial Hussars." "And you are?"
"This is hardly the place for introductions, Colonel," Synnovea replied hurriedly, reluctant to provide him with a name. She could imagine him spreading lurid tales of their watery meeting among his troops and friends, leaving her reputation hopelessly besmirched. A grin slanted across his swollen lips. "And you are the Countess Synnovea Zenkovna," he continued smoothly, "en route to Moscow, where you'll be under the tutelage of Princess Taraslovna, the Tsar's cousin." Synnovea felt her chin sagging in surprise and made haste to close her mouth. Breathlessly, she whispered, "You know a great deal about me, sir." "I wanted to know," Tyrone replied with an air of confidence that shattered her own. "When we arrived here this evening, and I found that you had also taken shelter in the inn, I made inquiries among your escort. Captain Nekrasov refused to accommodate me, but his sergeant proved far more generous with the facts. I was relieved to hear that you're unmarried, especially to that pompous little upstart who serves as your companion, and who had the audacity to ask me to leave the bathhouse to him. He obliged me by his own departure. From his obvious contempt, I gathered he thinks much of himself or his station in life, or perhaps he sees some hope of elevating himself through his association with you." The colonel arched an unmarred brow as he looked at her pointedly, awaiting some declaration as to her relationship to the man. Though desirous of denying any attachment to Ivan Vronsky, Synnovea refused to appease the officer's curiosity. It seemed prudent to keep the man from gaining further knowledge of her, lest he prove bothersome or an embarrassment in the future. Gathering her satchel, Synnovea moved toward the door, but found her progress promptly thwarted by the colonel, who stepped in front of her. His uneven lips eased into a gentle smile. "Will you allow me to see you again, Countess?" "That's impossible, Colonel," she declined coolly. "I shall be traveling on to Moscow on the morrow." "But so will I," Tyrone assured her softly. "I'm here in this area only because I led my men on an exercise in the field. We're scheduled to return by the morrow's evening." Synnovea refused to give way to his arguments. "Princess Anna would hardly approve." "You're not betrothed?" Tyrone held his breath in anticipation of her answer. He couldn't understand why he should suddenly forget the ache of his shattered life and once again allow a woman to strike sparks in his mind, yet he could keenly perceive the depth of his disappointment if he had to give her up to some other swain. "Nay, Colonel Rycroft, of course not." "Then, with your permission, Countess, I'd consider it an honor to pay court to you." Tyrone was crushingly aware of his own impatience to settle the matter. In spite of his score, 10 and 2 years of life, he had been caught in a rutting heat over this beauty and was comporting himself like some eager young whelp. True, it had been some time since he had made love to a woman, yet he couldn't remember another, even that fair and comely Angelina, who had looked as ravishing, either clothed or completely devoid of raiment. "Your proposal overwhelms me, Colonel." Synnovea was more than a little astounded by his petition, yet she was grateful for the shadows that masked the heat flooding into her cheeks as she recalled how his warm, well-defined body had pressed against her own in the pool. His entreaty was out of the question for a variety of reasons, perhaps the most pronounced being her guardian's sharp aversion to foreigners. Yet for the sake of caution, Synnovea deemed it fitting to soften her rejection. "I shall have to consider your request, Colonel Rycroft, and then, of course, I must seek Princess Anna's permission." "Then I shall await your pleasure, my lady. Until then, I bid you adieu." Tyrone swept her another courtly bow, and slowly straightened as she moved past him and hurried across the room. Her silken robe was now quite damp and clung to her gently swaying hips divinely, reminding him of that moment in the pool when his hand had brushed her buttocks and she had clung to him in an anxious frenzy. His long-starved passions had not yet cooled from that delicious encounter. Indeed, he could easily foresee having to endure a long, restless night, tormented by his desires and a relentless onslaught of lustful imaginings. The portal opened with the same soft creak that had announced the lady's entrance into the bathhouse, and closed again, to leave him staring musefully at its oaken planks. As he listened to her hastening footsteps, another vision came to mind, one that was dark and dismally devoid of warmth. It was a painful memory of the graveside where he had muttered his last ragged, bitter farewell to his dead wife. Colonel Sir Tyrone Rycroft turned with a muttered curse. What fool's folly had set him on this path toward his own destruction? How could he dare entertain any hope that he could trust another woman when he hadn't yet gathered the tattered shreds of his emotions and resumed a life unhampered by haunting recollections? The scars he had banished to the dark recesses of his mind burst forth in renewed agony, and with a low growl, he too left the bathhouse. The dawning sun had not touched the land with its torturous glow when Synnovea roused the commander of her escort and bade him to make haste to depart. At Captain Nekrasov's bemused inquiries, she laid the cause of her dispatch to a desire to have the journey behind her. She dared not reveal the fact that she was afraid that she had attracted the attention of an unwanted suitor, and that it was expedient for her to leave ere the Englishman arose and sought her out again. "Leave the stallion for Colonel Rycroft," she told the captain as he escorted her to her waiting coach. "'Tis the least I can do to repay him for saving me from Ladislaw." Allie was still sensitive to movement and had to be carried to the conveyance by Stienka. At the gentle urgings of her mistress, the maidservant leaned back against the pillows that had been solicitously tucked into a corner of the seat, and once again allowed sleep to overtake her. Synnovea braced herself at the opposite end of the seat and closed her eyes, refusing to be drawn into conversation with Yvonne. She had bade her driver to waste no moment on this, their final day of travel, and if it so pleased him, to take an unfrequented path that, although somewhat more challenging, would get them to Moscow sooner. Once they were on the road again, Synnovea breathed a sigh of relief, confident that she had seen the last of that English rake. Although he had already failed the standard by which a lady measures a proper gentleman, she fervently hoped he'd proved his merit as an officer of the Tsar and refrained from spilling gossip to every person who lent an attentive ear. It was disconcerting enough that her own memory was wont to dwell on the happenings in the bathhouse without having such tales spread abroad throughout all of Moscow. It was half an hour later when the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Tsar's Imperial Hussars rose from his cot and wincingly stretched his aching muscles. He staggered naked across the tiny cubicle that had sufficed as a room for the night, and nudged the foot of his second-in-command in passing. Muttering an order, he left that one yawning as he searched out a candle to light. Another half-turn of the hour saw the first hint of dawn lightening the sky to a dull blue. Colonel Rycroft tucked the battered helm beneath his arm and descended the stairs to make an inspection of his men, who were already awaiting him outside. As he left the open door, his eyes flitted to the right of the porch, where he had last seen the ladies' coach. Alas, There was nothing there but Ladislau's black stallion tethered to a post. A muttered curse escaped his lips as he turned to scan the road, already aware that he'd find no evidence of the Countess's entourage. She's flown. The realization sorely tested Tyrone's mood, and he ground out another expletive beneath his breath. He should have known he'd frighten her off with his confounded hot-blooded fervor. He had moved on her like a hound sniffing a bitch in heat. In truth, he couldn't blame her much for having flitted off in an anxious quest to put some distance between them. Letting his breath out in long, slow draughts, Tyrone sought to curb his annoyance with himself and the lady. His men awaited him, and after he had driven them with an iron will the whole week long, they deserved better from him today, especially since they had put the outlaw band to rout. What did the girl matter anyway? He could buy the services of a wench easily enough. Indeed, he found himself ever pressed to reject the advances of those brazen trollops who followed the soldiers' camps or traversed that area in Moscow reserved for foreigners. Still, the idea of accepting the leavings of nearly every male in the Tsar's army left him totally uninspired. He was after something more than a sordid, feverish fondling of a passing harlot. Despite the fact that he was reluctant to be ensnared by marriage again, he yearned to ease his passion with an exceptional kind of woman with whom he could exchange a mutual affinity and perhaps even come to cherish. What he truly desired was a mistress who'd be content to stay with him and not be inclined to test the strength of her persuasiveness on some other swain. "Countess Zinkovna left you a horse, Colonel," Captain Grigory Tvarskoy announced, jerking his thumb over his shoulder to indicate the steed. "Will it not serve you as well as your own?" "I fear Ladislaw has benefited from the trade," Tyrone replied, "but he hasn't seen the last of me yet." "Will you go after him again?" "When it's convenient for me to do so," Tyrone assured his second-in-command. "But I have more pressing affairs to attend in Moscow before I can lend Ladislaw my full attention." "Is it not gratifying to be able to report what none other has thus far been able to claim in the division, Colonel? We've slain 10 and 3 of Ladislaw's followers with no losses in our ranks. As much as I would like to carry the details of our fight directly to the Tsar, I suppose it's too much for me to expect when General Vanderhout is so dedicated about meeting us upon our return from each and every maneuver." A laconic smile traced the captain's lips. "The general delights himself in your many conquests, Colonel, but I've noticed that it is his reputation that grows apace." "The Dutchman is concerned about his future here," Tyrone mused aloud, squinting off toward the horizon. "'Tis the best pay Vanderhout has yet received, and he doesn't want to lose it ere his contract runs out. Thus he must make his efforts look good." "At your expense, Colonel," Grigory reminded him. Tyrone reached out a hand to clasp the younger officer's shoulder consolingly. "A general is always responsible for whatever happens in his division, whether good or bad, Grigory. General Vanderhout realizes his command of foreign officers is under the close attention of the Tsar, and that our exploits reflect on him." Tyrone shrugged and then immediately winced as his swollen lip cracked open from his attempt to smile. "'Tis the way of it. For us to protest his practice of claiming fame where he hasn't earned it would make us seem small and petty. Ergo, Tovarish, we must take the general's conduct in stride, for we've no other choice." Grigory heaved a laborious sigh. "The general's ineptitude wears on me, Colonel. In making a comparison, I believe you have much more to offer. General Vanderhout takes the ideas you freely supply and incorporates them as his own. And from what I've been able to ascertain, it seems you deliberately advise the man in subtle ways, just to keep him from making costly mistakes." Tyrone held a thoughtful silence for a long moment before he offered a reply. "I've had more experience in the field, my friend, but I'm certain General Vanderhout would not be where he is today without some ability of his own." Having gained a different impression of the general, Grigory grunted in derision. "I wonder." 3. Stenka maneuvered the coach along a narrow street in Moscow, passing vaulted alleyways where a labyrinth of galleries existed. The marketplace at Kitagorod still bustled with activity, even though twilight was swiftly approaching. Bazaars displayed a collection of wares organized in rows for the benefit of patrons. Flax, hemp, icons, silks, and melons had their own particular ridi, or section from whence each was sold. Other articles, ranging from simple foods to more costly treasures of pearls, icons, amber, and furs, were also available in the markets. Captain Nekrasov's detachment followed the Countess's coach as it wended its way toward the heart of Moscow, but the ragtag soldiers were largely ignored in the noisy bedlam surrounding them. Merchants loudly hawked their wares, while bands of skamorokhi put on their masked mimes, musicals, or puppet shows. Prisoners, with their ankles fastened in stocks, had been incarcerated alongside the road, and in desperation pleaded for bread and nourishment, a necessity the city did not provide. Blind or crippled beggars diligently shook cups, blending their chants for alms with the low grunts and rumblings of bears that did clever tricks for their handlers. Rich boyars, those Russian men of nobility, sumptuously garbed in kaftans and high-peaked or rounded hats, rubbed shoulders with the poor as well as with the more prosperously dressed peasants. It was a common sight in the marketplace to see all manner of men. What distinguished the destitute from the affluent was often merely the size of one's purse. The large traveling coach continued its painstaking progress over the heavily timbered road as Stienka cried, "Paidi, paidi," to urge meandering crowds to make way for them, or "Beregis, beregis," to warn others to take care of the approaching vehicle. The small, swift, elegant, open drozhki were drawn by a single horse and skirted around them with incredible ease. The summer sledges moved at a slower pace, forcing Stienka to haul the four-in-hand to the far side of the road whenever the conveyances converged from the opposite direction. In winter, the troikas would have halted their progress altogether, for the brisk sleighs raced down a lane with 3 horses abreast, throwing plumes of snow that blanketed everything they passed. Synnovea had visited Moscow on numerous occasions, and though no less sensitive to the beauty and excitement of the city, she was unable to disregard the fact that only a few moments remained of the freedom she had long cherished under her father's protection. For most of the day, she had been inundated by embarrassing details of her recent encounter with Colonel Rycroft. In spite of his misshapen features, she found something strangely fascinating about the man, at least enough to make her blush whenever she remembered his all-too-manly form pressing against her own nakedness. The lurid details she had disregarded in a time of panic, she now privately relished like some dream-bound chit with a penchant for salacious musings. The recurring, often graphic recollection of those moments when her bosom had been crushed against his stalwart chest, and her thighs had all but embraced the fullness he had exhibited, was so provocative in recall that her nerves were often a jangle with a concern that her companions would somehow detect her wanton thoughts. Whenever her cheeks darkened to a profuse shade, she found good cause to be thankful for the sweltering heat. For once she was glad that Allie hid her aching head beneath the folds of a cool, wet cloth, and Ivan thought only of Ivan. At present, the cleric was all but preening in the rosy aura cast by the lowering sun, as if he imagined the radiance as some well-deserved halo, or, more far-fetched, held aspirations of presenting a sublime visage to his audience. If that was truly his quest, then he failed to realize just how clearly the ugly pockmarks scarring his bony cheeks were highlighted. Though shabbily garbed in the only robe the priests of the village church had been able to spare, he seemed in much better spirits, and perhaps a bit puffed up on his own importance, as if delivering his charge to the custody of her guardians were some great feat that he and no other had accomplished. The coach left the narrow passageway and entered the open area of Krasnaya Ploshchad, or, as the English were wont to call it, the Red or Beautiful Square. The red brick wall of the Kremlin rose like a vast, many-turreted crown above the city, encircling among other structures several multi-domed cathedrals, the bell tower of Ivan the Great, the Palace of Facets, and the nearby Kierim Palace, where the future Tsarina would be housed. Beneath the brilliance of the late afternoon sun, the white facades and golden domes adorning many of the buildings gleamed like a sultan's treasure, while other bejeweled edifices, courtyards, and gardens clustered close about them, well protected behind the enveloping wall. The Frollovskaya Tower was heralded as the main approach to this mighty fortress, and near it another bauble of architectural brilliance glimmered. The exotic grandeur of the Pokrovsky Sabor, or as it was more frequently called of late, the Cathedral of St. Basil, had already bedazzled many a viewer with its many towers and bulging, uniquely shaped domes and spires that glistened beneath the sun like the multi-hued scales of a fish. Stienka clucked to the horses as they crossed the open promenade in front of St. Basil's and the squat platform of the Lubnoye Mesta, or the place of the brow, from whence the patriarchs bestowed their blessings on the people, or on a spot beside it, where rebels and felons were beheaded or tortured for their crimes. Stienka soon turned the team away from the Kremlin into another lane where wealthy boyars lived in large wooden mansions. Synnovea came to alert attention when she espied the stately residence of the Countess Natasha Katerina Andreevna off in the distance. The woman had once been her mother's dearest companion, and was now the only confidant whom Synnovea could truly trust for help and counsel should things go awry with the Taraslavs. Finally, the foreign hand swept off the main street into a circular drive, and Stienka drew the animals to a halt before an impressive mansion. The event Synnovea had been dreading had finally arrived, and she took a deep breath, bracing herself for the meeting to come. Captain Nekrasov dismounted, and hastily dusting himself, came around the carriage to open the door for his charge. A smile curved his lips as he raised a hand to assist in the descent of the young woman with whom he had become enamored. Synnovea heaved a sigh, dismayed by the fact that she'd be placing herself under the authority of people who were hardly more than strangers. As she approached the mansion on the able arm of her escort, a flickering glow of candles drew her gaze upward to glass-paned doors which stood open beyond a balcony that jutted outward above the front portal. There a slender woman stood framed by silken draperies, and with a tentative smile, Synnovea lifted a hand in a gesture of greeting, recognizing her new benefactress. Neither smile nor nod came before the woman retreated from view. Behind her, the translucent panels fell forbiddingly into place. Any assuagement Synnovea might have derived from a warm greeting was abruptly replaced with a morbid sense of gloom. She didn't want to be here, away from her home, away from all the things that her father had cherished and carefully nurtured. It took great resolve for her not to retreat to her coach. If she hadn't feared that her departure would enrage the Tsar, she would have gladly endured all the hardships of the long trek home. Sensing that things were not entirely as they should be, Nikolai conveyed his deepening concern in a query. "Will all be well with you here, Countess?" He had no idea what he might do if circumstances went awry for her, but he felt strongly committed to offer his assistance just the same. "If there should ever come a need—" Synnovea laid a hand upon the officer's sleeve and sought to reassure him, and perhaps even herself. "Princess Anna and I have met only briefly on 3 different occasions, Captain. I'm sure she's just as anxious about this meeting as I am." The officer wasn't necessarily heartened by her claims, but he thought it best not to upset the maid by lingering on the matter. Yet he was motivated to restate his offer, and did so cautiously, lest he betray the full measure of his heart. "I'd consider it an honor if you'd allow me to serve you in whatever capacity you should either desire or require, my lady. I'll be receiving a promotion next month, and shall be in the service of the Tsar henceforth as an officer of the castle guard. Should you find that you have need of me, you can send your maid to summon me to your side." Almost emphatically he declared, "And I shall come, my lady, or I will send no one less than His Majesty to give you my excuse." Synnovea was overwhelmed by his chivalrous, if somewhat unrealistic declaration. "I'm truly honored by your pledge, Captain Nekrasov." "It has been a privilege escorting you here, my lady," he assured her warmly, meaning far more than he actually voiced. Resolving to persevere through the forthcoming meeting with Anna, Synnovea murmured encouragingly, "My name is Synnovea. I deem the familiarity appropriate for a friend." "Lady Synnovea," the captain breathed as he gently squeezed the slender hand resting upon his arm. "And if you would honor me in like measure, my lady, my name is Nikolai." Nikolai. Issuing his name with a soft sigh, Synnovea allowed herself to be drawn to the massive entrance by the courtly gentleman. A brisk rap of knuckles on the portal announced their arrival. Soon the door swung open to reveal a steward garbed in a plain white caftan. Nikolai faced the man with an undaunted manner of one well acquainted with giving orders. "You may inform the Princess Taraslovna that her ward, Countess Zenkovna, is here requesting admittance." The butler eyed the captain's bandaged arm curiously before he stepped aside and bade them enter. "The princess is expecting you, Countess." Synnovea was shown into the parlor, where she was politely informed that she would be joined by the mistress of the house. Reassured of her comfort, Nikolai hastened outside to direct the unloading of her baggage, but upon passing Ivan, he found himself the recipient of a haughty glare. "What ails the cleric?" the officer asked in bemusement as he joined his men. The sergeant snorted. "Maybe he took offense 'cause you didn't show him the same respect you gave the Countess." Nikolai cocked a brow in dubious wonder. "I wasn't aware that he was deserving any. If you ask me, he's probably an embarrassment to his order, though I still haven't determined what that may be." Musefully the sergeant stroked the light stubble bristling his chin. "I'd say the man is naught but a weed sprung up from a wayward seed. He's bound to cause trouble for some unwary soul one day. I pray it may not be the Countess, though I sense the man will try." "For her sake, Sergeant, I hope you're wrong." Ivan entered the front door without knocking and stalked into the front parlor, where he bestowed a chilling glower upon Synnovea. "Captain Nekrasov seems quite taken with you, Countess. Your pride must be greatly bolstered by your triumph in acquiring another male conquest." "Another male conquest?" she repeated cautiously. "Are you referring to someone in particular?" "The way that beast Ladislaw claimed you, it's a miracle you're even here." Synnovea almost breathed a sigh of relief. For a fearful moment, she had thought the cleric had been talking about Colonel Rycroft. "Ladislaw saw me as nothing more than a helpless captive at his mercy. By now he has probably found another coat to strip and another woman to ravish. 'Tis indeed a pity he wasn't captured." Ivan tossed his head jeeringly. "We can fault the Englishman for his escape." Synnovea cast him a curious glance. "Of whom do you speak?" "I'm referring to the officer who rode after you and Ladislaw," Ivan explained testily. "From what I could gather from his appearance last night, Ladislaw clearly won the fray." Synnovea yearned to correct the cleric, but she rejected such a notion, aware that her knowledge would only arouse his curiosity. "A dreadful shame, to be sure." They glanced around in unison as Princess Anna Taraslovna floated across the threshold with willowy grace. An elegant, pearl-encrusted kakoshniki, adorned with gold stitchery that matched the design decorating her satin brocade sarafan, covered her head. Flowing from it in waves of shimmering gold was a gossamer veil hemmed with the same metallic threads. It dutifully covered the long braids of pale hair. Anna Taraslovna was of an age about 20, and bore herself with a dignified yet pragmatic confidence that brooked no interference or refusal. She was as tall as Synnovea, and her good looks, though slightly worn with the passage of years, were marked with a lean, squarish jaw and aristocratic features. Her eyes of silver gray were bright and alert behind dark lashes. Above them, finely plucked eyebrows were thinly drawn as if by a single sweep of a quill. Small telltale wrinkles between her brows and around her lips bespoke of the heavy weight of concern and its consequence. The lightest evidence of a dewlap trembled at her throat, which was otherwise long and elegant. In spite of these tiny flaws brought on by aging, she was still a very attractive woman. "My dear Synnovea," Anna murmured, extending slender hands to the younger woman, who rose to her feet in response. "You haven't changed at all since we last met. Oh, just as lovely as ever." Synnovea dared make no reference to that particular event, but sank into a deep curtsy, acknowledging the loftier status of the other. In Russia there was certainly no dearth of princely boyars and their ladies, even after Tsar Ivan the Terrible had indiscriminately laid waste to so many during his reign of terror years ago. "Thank you, Princess. I'm grateful to have the journey behind me." "I trust everything went well, and that Ivan proved to be of great comfort and assistance to you. I was sure he would be." Synnovea managed a fleeting smile.
We were waylaid by thieves, but I shall allow Ivan Voronsky to relate the details of the attack. He was offended nearly as deeply as Captain Nekrasov was wounded.
This is the end of side 1.
We were waylaid by thieves, but I shall allow Ivan Voronsky to relate the details of the attack. He was offended nearly as deeply as Captain Nekrasov was wounded. Startled by the news, Anna faced Ivan, expecting an explanation, but his ragged appearance obviously caused her greater shock, for she was quick to suggest, "You'll of course want to refresh yourself before we talk." Several soldiers entered the hall, making Anna's brows gather in annoyance as she noted the abundance of trunks being carried in, but she promptly faced the steward, who had entered the parlor bearing wine-filled goblets on a tray. "Boris, be good enough to escort the soldiers upstairs to the Countess's chambers and direct the good Voronsky to the quarters I've reserved for him. Clean garments are awaiting him in the blue chest." The servant left his burden on the table and bade the soldiers to follow. Trailing far behind them, the sergeant carried a small bag in his hand and another huge chest balanced on his shoulder. Upon espying Ivan, he set the dusty valise at the cleric's feet before making his way to the stairs. "Oh, but I see you've brought clothes with you," Anna surmised as she recognized the satchel. Ivan shook his head, drawing a perplexed frown from his benefactress. "On the contrary, Your Highness, I've been stripped of every possession I took with me, even the clothes off my back. Indeed, I'm grateful to have escaped with my life." He laid a hand limply into the palm of the other and raised a brow, lending dramatic emphasis to his claim. "It was most severely threatened, Princess, but I've accomplished your bidding, as you can see, and despite the great losses I've suffered, have escorted the Countess here, as you instructed me to do." Synnovea had the greatest urge to roll her eyes heavenward at his exaggeration. She noticed, however, that he readily elicited the princess's dismay. "Anything you've been deprived of during your mission of aid will certainly be replaced, good Voronsky," Anna assured him. "You must tell me of this dreadful event soon, or I shall be overwhelmed by curiosity and worry. Come to my chambers after you have attended to your needs. You can explain what has transpired then." "Though I suffered unduly, my lady, I'm alive to tell of my hardships, for which I'm indeed thankful," Ivan valiantly avouched, and with a brief bow took his leave. Anna faced her young charge and made no attempt to hide her disdain as she perused the plain but fashionable gown the younger woman wore. It was apparent the girl didn't regard herself a Russian boyarina, but rather a lady of English blood. Remembering the edict her cousin had issued, Anna seethed inwardly, resenting the arrangement. Yet she forced a smile that was at best stiff. "Would you care for some refreshment, Synnovea? Boris has brought glasses of chilled Mayeno for us to savor on this warm day. My cook, Elisaveta, keeps the flasks stored near the ice the servants haul into the cellar during the winter. I find the wine quite refreshing myself." Synnovea accepted the libation and tentatively sipped the dark red liquid. She had sensed her new guardian's displeasure over her attire, and waited tensely as that one slowly sipped the brew. "First, let me express my deep remorse over your father's untimely death, my dear," Anna continued. "I understand that he took a fever and died quite suddenly." Tears still had a tendency to blur Synnovea's vision when she reflected on her recent loss. "Yes, I'm afraid so. My father appeared so hale and hearty before his illness. We were truly astounded by how quickly he was taken from us." Anna latched onto the single word "we" with keen interest, hoping it held some significance. She would have snatched at dust motes if they had given her an alternative to what the Tsar had forced upon her. "Did you have other relatives visiting you at the time, my dear? Your aunt from England, perhaps? It was my understanding that you have no kinsmen here in Russia with whom you could have gone to live. Is that indeed the case? I'm sure, since we're hardly more than strangers, that you'd likely feel more comfortable living with relatives or a close acquaintance." Synnovea felt a sudden surge of empathy for the princess.
for it was apparent that Anna felt as trapped by the Tsar's decree as she did. His Majesty might have supposed that he was bestowing great compassion upon each of them by bringing them together, Anna as a childless wife, and she a young woman without parents. But he had failed to consider that as two entirely different individuals who had never been intimate friends and who were totally bereft of bonding by blood ties, a definite threat existed that they'd eventually become enemies caged in the same house together, one forced to extend her hospitality, and the other compelled to accept it. Synnovea could only wonder if the day would ever come when one of them would gather enough courage to approach Mikhail with a plea to be released from this uncomfortable arrangement he had concocted for them. "Did you have someone visiting you at the time of your father's death?" Anna repeated, making no effort to curb her exasperation at the girl's delay in answering. Synnovea vividly recalled the venom the princess had displayed toward their friend at the last diplomatic function to which her father had escorted them. Anna's hostility had seemed to surprise everyone but the recipient of her disfavor. Indeed, it had been so apparent that Synnovea had grave doubts that it had diminished since then. "Countess Andreevna was visiting us at the time." Anna drew herself up in cool reticence, unable to squelch the animosity that rose within her at the mention of that woman's name. "I wasn't aware you had befriended Natasha. What with her stealing your father's affections from your mother and trying to take her place in your life, I had imagined that you hated her." Feeling her cheeks warm with rising ire, Synnovea stared into the swirling dark liquid as she twirled her goblet. "I'm afraid you misunderstood the relationship my father enjoyed with Natasha. It wasn't one esteemed by lovers, but a friendship based on mutual respect. The Countess was my mother's friend long before she became ours, and as far as I know, my father and Natasha were never lovers, and never discussed plans to marry each other. They were simply good friends, that is all." Anna's lips twisted grimly as the girl defended a woman whom gossips had labeled immoral. A widow after 3 husbands, and a whole host of other men chasing her, eager to be the 4th. Why, the very idea of a boyarina inviting men to her socials like some unscrupulous harlot was absolutely unheard of. "As far as you know," Anna goaded. Her tight smile barely disguised the malice churning within her. "But then, you may not have been aware of what was really going on behind your back." "There is that possibility, of course, but only a minute one," Synnovea responded, and considered her wine in an effort to hide her irritation. The princess was dragging up stale slander, talk which she had probably been instrumental in starting in the first place. To hear it again reawakened Synnovea's resentment. "How long did you say your mother has been dead?" 5 years, Synnovea replied in a strained whisper. "Speak up, please," Anna snapped, ignoring how trite and petulant it might seem for one of her standing to act in such an acrimonious manner. But she had never asked for the girl to come and live in her home, and she most certainly didn't want her there. "I can barely hear what you're saying, and I don't like being kept waiting for a reply either. You're not backward, so stop acting as if you were. In the future, I must insist that you pay heed to whatever is being said, and be more punctual with your response. Is that too much to ask?" "No, Princess." Synnovea's reply came readily enough, and was spoken in a clear tone. But the task of suppressing a freshening ire was a hard-won victory. Still, she knew the folly of being drawn into a quarrel with the princess. "That's better." Anna set her goblet aside and rose to her feet as Boris led the soldiers downstairs again. Synnovea followed her example, and Anna made haste to dismiss her. "I'm sure you'll want to refresh yourself before the dinner hour. Boris can show you to your chambers." Though the woman turned to leave, Synnovea saw the necessity in delaying her. "I pray a moment more of your time, Princess, if you wouldn't mind." Anna faced her again, with brows sharply elevated over cool gray eyes. "Yes, Synnovea, what is it?" "I brought some of my servants with me to attend my needs while I'm here, and I must arrange a place for them to stay. If you have room to house them here, that would serve my purpose as well. My coach and horses should also be stabled if there is enough space." Anna's thin lips twisted in vexation. "You've taken much upon yourself if you think to keep them here.
There's little enough room for your maid in your chambers, without expecting us to house your coachman and equipage as well. You'd better send them back to Nizhny Novgorod. You won't be needing them while you're living here with us." "Then if you'd allow my coachman to rest here for the night," Synnovea replied with far more cordiality, "I shall make other arrangements on the morrow. I shouldn't like to be without my coach while I'm here, and thereby impose an inconvenience upon you whenever I have need of it." Synnovea fervently desired to live in peace with the Taraslavs, at least until she could disentangle herself from their protection and become her own mistress. But if it meant being imprisoned within the confines of their home and permitted to venture out only at their whim, she knew she wouldn't be able to endure such restrictions for very long. She wasn't a child, and she didn't believe it was Tsar Mikhail's intent for his cousin to treat her like one. "And just where do you think you'll keep them?" Anna challenged acidly. Though Synnovea knew her suggestion would prick the woman to the core, it was a far more acceptable alternative than what Anna had in mind. "I'm sure Natasha will permit me to use her carriage house while I'm here. She lives only a short distance away." "I know where she lives," Anna snapped, offended by the girl's efforts to instruct her. Her inability to present a plausible excuse by which she could fortify an outright denial of the girl's petition only deepened her resentment. Yet Anna knew the foolishness of testing her cousin's sense of fairness. It was a rare event indeed when Anna acceded to anyone but Tsar Mikhail's dictates. Even then, she had a strong aversion to accepting his will over her own, a fact which she kept prudently to herself. By disguising her reversal now as submission to her husband's authority, she hoped to save face. Fairly soon, she'd take her revenge by demanding enormous remunerations for the added expense of housing servants and stabling horses. If the girl wanted them near her so badly, then by heavens Anna would see that she paid dearly for the privilege. "Prince Alexei will have to decide if you can keep your coachman and use our facilities while you're here." Having issued that statement, Anna excused herself with a curt nod and left the room, throwing back over her shoulder, "Boris will see you to your chambers." Synnovea heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had just won a horrendous battle, but only by the skin of her teeth. Obviously, Princess Anna was going to be a lot more difficult than she had first surmised. Returning outside, Synnovea gave instructions to her coachmen and left them to find their own way to the carriage house. Then she paused to bid farewell to the captain. "Thank you for your care and kindly consideration, Nikolai. I hope we shall meet again in the future." Gallantly, Nikolai bestowed a kiss upon her slender fingers. "Adieu, my fair lady, but I pray that it may not be for long." Synnovea had no way of knowing what the morrow would bring, and could find no adequate response. "Take care, Nikolai. Druga, my friend." "I'm honored by your friendship, Lady Synnovea. Perhaps we shall meet again, and soon. It would give me great pleasure to see you, now and then." Lightly touching 2 fingers to her lips, Synnovea reached up and pressed those same digits against his lean cheek. "Even if we're destined never to cross paths again, Nikolai, remember that I shall value you as a man worthy of my trust. His Majesty did me a great service by sending you to serve as captain of my escort. I'm truly indebted." Synnovea moved away before Nikolai could offer further comment, and waved to the rest of the soldiers, who grinned and responded in kind. Then she slipped an arm around Ali's thin waist and gently guided her to their suite of rooms in the manse. In the flickering glow of nearly a score of candles that burned atop a trio of candelabra, it became immediately evident that their new accommodations could not be faulted. A tiny cubicle just off the main bedchamber was furnished with a narrow bed and basic essentials to meet Ali's requirements for comfort and cleanliness. Within that tiny niche, Synnovea pushed open the windows to let in the cooling evening breezes, and then folded down the linens on the cot. Intent upon the maid's comfort and full recovery, she bade the maid to rest until it was time for the servants to eat. After blowing out the tapers, she withdrew and closed the door quietly behind her. The main bedchamber was spacious and comfortably furnished with a chaise, several large chests, and a canopied bed draped with gold silk panels. A heavily decorated porcelain stove stood in a favorable spot, where it would provide heat for both rooms during the winter. In all, the room was fit for royalty, yet at the moment, Synnovea felt much like an impoverished orphan within its opulence.
Simple truth, she'd have been much happier at home, living well away from the Taroslavs. Privately ensconced at last behind closed doors, Synnovea washed thoroughly and then wrapped a long robe about her naked body before snuffing out the candles. The chaise was inviting, and she collapsed in pure exhaustion upon its cushions. Though she needed solace and rest from the ordeal of her meeting with Anna, sleep seemed as evasive as the legendary firebird that Tsar Ivan had purportedly searched for in a Russian fable. Her mind wandered far afield, lingering for a time on the servants whom she had left to tend her home, and the myriad questions they had presented about her expected return, which sadly had been beyond her ability to answer. In greater detail, Synnovea mulled over the qualms she had battled after receiving the Tsar's message. Anna was his cousin, and touted to be his favorite, though some close to the monarch had offered the theory that the princess had been the one to exaggerate their fondness for each other, since their contact in past years had been, at best, distant. Anna had just recently moved to Moscow from the small province wherein she had grown up. Mikhail, on the other hand, had been sequestered for most of his life in a monastery, where as a child he had been taken by his mother. Throughout his youth it had been a safe haven from the dark plots, schemes, and intrigue of ambitious boyars. Considering the fact that they hadn't spent much time together over the years, the deep regard the cousins supposedly shared for one another didn't seem likely. No, their relationship really didn't bother Synnovea as much as Anna's aversion to Natasha. With the princess's most recent insinuations roiling in retrospect through her mind, Synnovea was hard-pressed to think kindly of her hostess. Indeed, if Anna continued to express her animosity toward Natasha, a sharp wedge would likely be driven between them, and they'd be ever at odds. Curling up on her side, Synnovea stuffed the pillows beneath her head as she probed the possible causes for Anna's intense dislike. Natasha had socialized with affluent boyars for many years now, having gained a substantial number of friends over the course of 3 marriages, but Anna stubbornly refused to recognize her as a person of any import. Earlier in the year, Natasha had reproved Ivan Vronsky for his gauche manners in insulting one of her guests, and had kindly advised him to be more considerate in the future. Having witnessed his overt contempt for anyone who wasn't immediately appreciative of his every thought and deed, Synnovea could imagine the scope of his complaints to anyone who would lend him a sympathetic ear. The princess certainly seemed a gullible candidate. As for Prince Alexei, it was widely rumored that he had a roaming eye that was wont to wander to maidens much younger than his wife. For years, the blame of a barren womb had been laid upon Anna, but of late, gossips were more apt to surmise the judgment against the princess had been unfair, since it was believed that Prince Alexei was scattering his seed among a whole battery of young women whose reputations had never been publicly compromised. When the Tsar had issued his decree, Synnovea had found such hearsay disturbing, for she had had no way of knowing what she'd encounter under the Taroslav roof. It was one thing to vie with Anna, but quite another to be ravished by the woman's lecherous husband. Sleep finally lent peace to Synnovea's troubled mind, but alas, it was only a brief respite. She came awake in slow degrees, her mind roaming in a detached search for the cause of her disturbance. She couldn't remember hearing anything, yet she was inundated with a feeling that something wasn't quite right in her universe. From beneath sluggish lids, the jade-brown eyes wandered in a drowsy inspection of the ceiling. A shaft of light stretched across it, reaching to the far wall to her right. Languidly, Synnovea lifted a hand to the luminous ray, and thought it strange that only the tips of her fingers caught the glow, and they, in turn, were cast in similar shape against the wall above a dark configuration that looked very much like the head and shoulders of a man. The shadow moved, and with a gasp Synnovea sat upright in sudden alarm, realizing that this was no figment of her imagination. She swung about to face the door from whence the light was flowing, and saw to her surprise that it had been pushed open. A tall man stood silhouetted against the candlelight filling the hallway. But as her gaze fell on him, the intruder moved beyond the doorway to the left, and with muffled tread disappeared from sight. Synnovea glanced down at herself, and realized that her silken robe had fallen open to reveal a goodly length of thigh and the upper curves of her bosom. Her cheeks fairly flamed with indignation as she snatched the silken robe closed and leapt from the chaise. By the time she reached the door, not even the shuffle of footfalls could be detected. Squat tapers burned in several sconces located along the corridor, dispelling any shadows that might have invited one to lurk there. Across the hallway, a door stood ajar, opening to a room that was as dark as the night outside. A wary prickling crawled upward along Synnovea's nape. If the man was waiting there, expecting her to follow, it seemed advisable for her to stay behind a locked door where she'd be safe. Retreating, she pushed the heavy portal closed and slid the bar home noisily, forbidding any further intrusion by Prince Alexei Taraslav, a most notorious debaucher of women. 4. Synnovea carefully debated her alternatives. As much as she considered prostrating herself before Tsar Mikhail and begging him to release her from this prison he had inadvertently created for her, it wouldn't be wise to do so. She'd only expose herself to harsh criticisms. If not from him, then surely from the Taraslavs, who'd be outraged by her suppositions. They'd naturally resent any grievances that would make them seem less than worthy of the Tsar's trust. And who could predict what they might say or do to save face? They could twist her petitions to their liking, possibly causing severe judgments to be leveled against her. Very simply, she could be maligned as ungrateful and hopelessly self-willed. It was therefore crucial that she hold her peace and endure whatever hardships might arise until she could think of a more judicious way of gaining her freedom. The traditional garments of a Russian maiden would definitely be the best choice to wear on her first evening at the Taraslavs, Synnovea decided. Not only did she hope to guard against Alexei's rudely prying eyes by wearing such garb, but she deemed it wise not to test Anna's tolerance. Over a ribbon-trimmed underskirt and a shirtwaist fashioned with full, billowy sleeves, she donned a sarafan of rich ruby satin elaborately stitched with threads of silk. Upon this embroidery, an ornate overlay of gilded threads had been sewn to enrich the artistry of the piece, copying the pattern of tiny flowers that embellished the blouse. Low-heeled slippers of ruby red, bedecked with the same needlework, were also adorned with soles that formed wedges of gold. Her long, lustrous black hair had been intertwined with ribbons and woven into the customary single braid for unwed maids. Upon her head, she settled a rounded kokoshniki, formed in the shape of a crescent. Tiny jewels and beads of gold and red shimmered amid the elaborate needlework. Lastly, she fastened on earrings of finely worked gold filigree, adorned with delicate clusters of rubies. When the last bow was tied, the final clasp fastened, Synnovea assessed the results in a long, silvered-looking glass, a luxury she also enjoyed while at home, and was grateful to find here. At least in furnishing the guest chambers, Anna had been keenly aware of what would please her guests, even if she hadn't had the present one in mind at the time. Boyars never knew when they would be entertaining or housing important visitors. In short, it was far better to be prepared than embarrassed. It had been far from Synnovea's intent to achieve such a stunning radiance that she'd actually complicate her dilemma. Yet when she joined the Taraslavs and Ivan in the parlor downstairs, the sly, seductive narrowing of Alexei's eyes and the ebullient smile curving his generous lips readily summoned forth an impression of a snake slyly perusing a bird, clearly for the purpose of devouring it. Synnovea's quick glance toward Anna caught a sharp frown being subdued behind a stiffly fixed visage and a forced smile of greeting. No words parted the princess's grimacing lips. The prince, however, proved more vocal. "My dear Countess Synnovea," he murmured warmly, stepping forward to cradle her hand within the slender length of his. Garbed in a royal blue kaftan, bedecked with elaborate embroidery, Alexei looked like some bronze-skinned sheikh from the deserts of Arabia. His warm brown eyes glowed with provocative fervor as they held her gaze in a commanding vice. Beneath a carefully groomed mustache, his red lips widened into a sultry smile. "I had nigh forgotten how lovely you are, my dear. You're as enchanting as an elegant swan." A barrage of accusations tempted Synnovea's tongue, and though her eyes chilled briefly to indicate her displeasure with his unabashed invasion of her privacy, she held her silence. Still, she was not above purloining some subtle revenge. Deftly, she slipped her hand from his, forbidding him the opportunity to kiss the pale fingers, and opened a bejeweled fan between them. Cleverly, she denied his compliments as well, aware that Anna was regarding them with icy shards of enmity glittering in her eyes. As the recipient of that chilling glower, Synnovea understood clearly what it felt like to be loathed by another woman. "I'm humbled by such words of charity, Prince Alexei." She feigned a doleful look of regret. "Though sweet succor to my ears, I fear your kindness is exceeded only by your pity for me." Her gentle scolding brought a smile of amiable humor to Alexei's sensual lips. While he recognized the vexation in her distant manner, it served to whet his appetite all the more. He was intrigued by her spirit, for he had often derived ecstatic pleasure in making conquests among the most reluctant virgins and noting their subsequent compliance to his every whim. Because of the accessibility of her tremendous beauty, this particular maiden promised to be exceptionally sweet provender upon whom his ravenous lusts could be indulged. Her grace and charm would lend great satisfaction to the tryst, at least more than any in which he had recently indulged. The prince met Synnovea's aloof stare, while his own smoldering gaze promised a fervent seduction. He was confident of achieving his goal. What woman could long resist his amorous attentions and hawkish good looks? His black hair, streaked with gray at the temples, and his warm, swarthy complexion enhanced his handsome features and accentuated his appeal, despite a total of 23 years behind him. As he leaned toward Synnovea, his husky whisper conveyed an unfaltering boldness. "Are you really so innocent of your marvelous beauty and its effect on men, my dear?" "Kind sir, pity me and desist of such flattery before you turn my head," Synnovea begged coolly, recognizing the challenge twinkling in his darkly shining eyes. "Flattery?" He laughed in warm amusement. "Oh, nay, I fear it's infatuation, pure and simple, that makes me speak as I do." Feeling decidedly threatened by his temerity, Synnovea lifted the fan higher to flick it in irritation before her hotly burning cheeks. She could understand more accurately now why Alexei's reputation had preceded him. He applied his beguiling enticements with the crafty art of a true philanderer, and boldly advanced his exploits with unmitigated verve. He didn't seem the least bit inhibited by his wife's presence. Indeed, he was brazenly forward, showing little regard for her feelings, while he forced their guests to strike down his overtures and parry his comments in such a way as to hopefully deflect the sharp blade of Anna's resentment. Synnovea was adamant in her resolve not to fall victim to his lascivious gambits, nor would she, for even a moment, allow him to entertain the idea that she would become another willing plaything. Circumventing his ploy, she deliberately drew Anna into the contest. "No need to extend your mercy to the extreme, my lord. I can see quite clearly the high degree of beauty by which I must be judged, and am quite resolved to endure the shortcomings of this poor flask that you see before you, knowing it's far beyond my ability to hold a candle to Princess Anna, who would shame the very sun with her radiance." Alexei drew back to stare at his glowering wife with a jaundiced eye, and managed a brief twitch of a smile. "Why, of course," he replied with a dearth of enthusiasm, and then allowed himself to be more magnanimous. "I suppose it's like the gem that's too close at hand." "Sometimes," Anna interjected in glacial tones, barely moving her tensed lips, "the rare jewel is overlooked when a more colorful, yet far less worthy bauble attracts the eye." Ivan came forward from the windows, where he had been all but obscured by shadows, and gave Synnovea a lengthy scrutiny, which by no means was intended as a compliment. "I'm greatly heartened, Countess, that you've finally regarded the garments of your homeland suitable to don. I was sure you were averse to wearing them." "On the contrary," Synnovea replied, forcing a smile, "I simply had no desire to see such treasures ruined by the journey." "But surely you have less extravagant sarafans that you could have worn while traveling," Ivan argued, reveling in the disapproval that Anna had already demonstrated toward the girl. To exact revenge at every turn of the hand, while remaining a saint in the eyes of the princess, was a temptation he couldn't resist. "Now tell us true, my lady. Was your goal to look your prettiest for your escort?" His question awakened a nettling irritation within her. "You imagine too much, Ivan." Alexei interceded on her behalf, fully aware of the hostility to which she had fallen prey. He disregarded as irrelevant the fact that his wayward propensities were primarily to blame for his wife's animosity. For the most part, He ignored Anna's temper tantrums and visited her bed only when no other distractions were conveniently at hand, or when he wanted to maneuver her opinions on certain matters. Like most women, she found it hard to resist his lustful bent, but her penchant for nagging usually drove him off in frantic pursuit of unexplored territories.
Synnovea is fortunate to be so well-traveled, and as she has clearly demonstrated, she has become well-versed in both cultures and is just as comfortable in our saraffans as in those horrible, stiff English ruffs. He turned to Synnovea. I do applaud your diversity, my dear. You're clearly young enough to be liable to a variety of changes.
Anna gritted her teeth in a badly feigned smile as her husband met her glare with a purposefully dull gaze. His dark brow lifted tauntingly, deepening her resentment until she promised herself that if he didn't escape the manse, as was his habit at late hours, she'd take him to task for blatantly flaunting the youth of their ward in her face. Boris entered the room to announce that a zakuski had been laid out in the dining room in honor of the guests. As the servant withdrew, Anna faced Ivan and Synnovea.
You both must be thoroughly exhausted after your recent encounter with that band of thieves.
She ignored Alexei's start of surprise and continued with her carefully delivered ruse of concern. She was anxious to air her displeasure with her husband in the privacy of her chambers and made the necessary excuses for their guests' speedy withdrawal.
I shall endeavor to remember your great weariness and not delay you overlong with my chattering. But for now, a little wine and a few delicious morsels will help assuage your hunger.
Anna led the way into the dining hall, but not without directing a warning glower over her shoulder as Alexei fell in behind Synnovea. The princess was aware that from that angle he could appease himself with a closely attentive perusal of their young ward, a practice he had long employed with every beautiful young woman who had come into their home. The Taraslavs and their guests came together around the food-laden buffet to partake of the caviar, sardines, balik, ham, and other delectable selections often served prior to the main meal whenever visitors were present. In making his own way to the sideboard, Alexei deliberately passed near the girl to sample the elusive fragrance of English violets that drifted from her before he deigned to join his wife. Boris laid out an intricately woven bread basket filled with slices of freshly baked chlevny and poured a lemon-flavored vodka for the men and a milder wild black cherry yanikina for the ladies. Alexei accepted the piece of bread that Anna had spread with a generous portion of caviar before stepping back with his libation and directing a question to their new charge.
What is this that I hear about thieves, Synnovea? Am I to believe you were accosted by renegades on your journey here?
Synnovea had actually opened her mouth to explain when Anna interrupted with her own version. In good manner, the younger woman could do naught but close her mouth and listen.
A ghastly tale of murder and mayhem. The princess shook her head almost sorrowfully as a long, dismal sigh slipped from her. Poor Ivan was fortunate to escape with his life. And dear Synnovea, why, it's inappropriate for me to say what that wretched man claimed from her after he seized her and rode off into the forest.
Synnovea gaped at the woman, feeling thoroughly victimized by her suggestive remark. The coy smile that came upon Anna's lips and the hard flint in the gray eyes openly conveyed the injury she had meant to reap with her insinuations. Her motives seemed simple enough to her young guest. Beyond a mere ruse to cause her undue shame, the woman obviously meant to frustrate her husband's hopes of adding yet another virgin to his collection. Synnovea didn't mind that at all, but she certainly resented her honor being besmirched. Alexei was clearly taken aback.
What's this? Synnovea, dear child, were you offended by those ruffians?
Synnovea tossed a covert glower toward Ivan, who was no doubt to blame for spawning this latest infraction.
I fear the tale has been much enlivened by hearsay, my lord.
There's no need for alarm. I was saved from ravishment by the timely appearance of an officer of Tsar Mikhail's hussars. Were Colonel Rycroft here, I'm sure he'd attest to my claims, which he'll likely have to do in a report to his superior. Alexei relaxed enough to smile. Though a self-proclaimed gallant, he had always prided himself in the care he took to avoid those grim maladies associated with indiscriminately lewd activities. His own father had suffered many ills and woes stemming from the disease, until finally, amid excruciating agony and frenzied hallucinations, the man had ended his own life. Even to this day, Alexei was haunted by the memory of that wild-eyed, slavering being slicing his own throat. Nearly overwhelmed as a young man by the horror of that ghastly sight, he had vowed that he would never let himself fall prey to that kind of dark pestilence. It was exceedingly more gratifying to mount the tender, pristine thighs of a virgin, and for a time dally with her until he grew bored enough to seek entertainment elsewhere. "And this colonel," Alexei directed his attention to his beautiful guest. "He was, perhaps, the one who escorted you here?" Captain Nekrasov was appointed that particular duty by His Majesty. The one who actually came to my deliverance is an Englishman in service to the Tsar. He was on practice maneuvers in the area when he and his men happened upon my halted carriage and put the thieves to rout. "How can a foreigner claim the rank of colonel in Russia?" Anna asked caustically. Synnovea felt her neck prickle as she took umbrage at the prince's obvious disdain. "I would assume that Colonel Rycroft had already acquired that rank before entering the Tsar's service." "But he's an Englishman!" the woman exclaimed, unwilling to dismiss that fact. "What is my cousin thinking of to incorporate an Englishman in his troops? Or is this more of his father's doings? Patriarch Filaret will have us all killed in our beds by bringing foreign mercenaries into the city." "My dear, how can you speak of the good patriarch like this?" Alexei mocked with a slanted smile. "Ivan can tell you, Filaret has assumed the powers of the Tsar through his son. His ambitions have asserted themselves beyond the duties of patriarch. Indeed, he'd be sitting on the throne today in place of his son, if not for the fact that Boris Godunov forced him to become a monk to save his own tsardom." Alexei scowled darkly at the cleric, who conveniently addressed his attention to the food. "Such talk is dangerous, Anna, and you know as well as I do that His Majesty has no real interest in ruling Russia without his father's counsel. His negotiations for peace with Poland not only gained an armistice, but obtained the release of Filaret. True, the treaty cost us a number of Russian towns and cities, yet it has gained us a far more valuable asset. Patriarch Filaret Nikitich has the wisdom to make the right decision for our country. If he has brought foreigners here to secure our peace and train our troops, I can find no fault against the man for wanting to strengthen our capabilities and defense. They need to be." "What are you saying, Alexei?" Anna asked, amazed that her husband could lightly accept such a notion. "Colonel Rycroft is an Englishman." Synnovea rallied to the colonel's defense, not entirely sure why she should feel so offended in his behalf, except that she was half English herself, and felt a deep loyalty to the memory of her mother, who had been far more gracious than Anna Taraslovna could ever hope to be. That rogue Ladislaw made light of the ability of the Tsar's men until Colonel Rycroft confronted his pack of wolves. Then the thief had to lament the loss of those brought down by the Englishman's sword. I, for one, am most appreciative of the colonel and his skill as a soldier. I wouldn't be here this very moment enjoying the safety of your house if not for him." Anna mentally sneered at her guest's input. "I can understand why you'd be grateful for such a one. After all, your mother was English, but other boyarinas are more discriminating than to value the presence of a foreigner." Her mouth curved in a derisive smile as she offered a conjecture. "No doubt you found the colonel attractive." "Not particularly," Synnovea replied stiltedly, somewhat miffed that Anna could suggest that her feelings of gratitude had been inspired merely by the looks of a man. But then such an idea had likely been spawned by Ivan's claim that she had garbed herself for the sole purpose of attracting male attention. In truth, Captain Nekrasov is much more pleasing in appearance, though not quite as daring with a sword. I certainly valued the captain's attendance, but after his wounding he was allowed no opportunity to save me. "Such a rescue must be construed as fortuitous, unless by chance there was a weightier hand guiding events," Anna rejoined in haughty aloofness. "It was indeed fortunate that Colonel Rycroft happened to be near enough to come to your aid. Perhaps he was only waiting there to advance your appreciation of his exploits." "Considering the danger the Englishman was in, I find no evidence to support your insinuation that he might have arranged the attack for his own gain," Synnovea countered with uncompromising fervor. "'Tis simply inconceivable.
He very nearly laid down the highest price a man could pay for my deliverance, and in the process killed many of Ladislaw's men. I, for one, am deeply grateful for having escaped the brigands, and am equally relieved that Colonel Rycroft came through it alive as well." Anna bestowed her regard upon Ivan, who was cramming a caviar-stuffed pancake into his mouth with such greed that one had to wonder if he intended to embark upon a long fast on the morrow. "Was that the way you perceived it, good Varansky?" The beady eyes flicked upward in surprise and momentarily fastened on the princess. Realizing an answer was expected, Ivan worked his lean jaw vigorously to dispense with the food. He swallowed hard and promptly washed the mass down with an ample swig of vodka before he cast a glance toward Synnovea and found himself the object of her curiosity. Wiping the back of his hand across his mouth, he cleared his throat and spoke for once in agreement with her, knowing she could name him a liar if he dared dispute her words. "'Tis much as the Countess has said." He noticed a spark of irritation in the silver eyes and hastened to mollify his hostess. "Though it's impossible for me to clearly discern what was in the heart of the Englishman at the time, he was rather brutal in his assault on the thieves." Synnovea was incredulous. "Sir, are you suggesting that Colonel Rycroft should have treated them like errant children and slapped their wrists, or perhaps waited to launch his attack until they had actually killed one of us? Thieving bands rarely show compassion for their victims. They seize and slay, whether a man be noble or common-born. I say that we're lucky to have escaped alive. And as for that, I'm sure you have cause to remember Petrov threatening you with dire consequences unless you gave him more coins to appease his greed." Seeing his chance to extract a greater measure of concern from his benefactress, Ivan validated her claim. "And quite violently so. The oaf would have thought nothing of taking my life." Alexei considered the scholar with a slyly malevolent smile. "I see no scars from your encounter, Ivan. Indeed, you seem in rare good health and of superior appetite. I dare say we shall be enjoying your company for many a meal yet." A deep blush stained Ivan's pockmarked face as he felt the sting of the man's sarcasm. The prince was immensely fond of casting aspersions upon his poor frame, perhaps because they were both cognizant of the one from whom he garnered protection. Being favored by the princess certainly had its reward. Her presence guaranteed Ivan impunity from physical aggression, which allowed him to enjoy a prideful arrogance. He was not above flaunting his position over the prince, or even needling him about it now and then. Actually, the idea seemed quite appealing at the moment. "As it stands now, my lord, you'll be seeing more of me for some time to come." "Oh?" Alexei's dark brows jutted sharply upward as he awaited the cleric's explanation. "The princess has wisely prescribed a daily tutoring of your new charge." "What?" The single word came unbidden from Synnovea's lips, and she turned to stare aghast at Anna, unnerved by Ivan's announcement. "You don't mean to say that you've engaged this... Synnovea!" Anna snapped sharply, halting the insults that threatened to rush forth from the astonished woman. "Remember your place." Synnovea drew herself up in rigid silence, daring no further utterance, while she bristled in outrage. But her mind ranged far afield, already searching for some avenue of escape. Coping with Ivan on a diurnal basis was not a situation she was capable of enduring. Their journey to Moscow had convinced her of that. Anna smiled at the younger woman, demonstrating a cool reserve that bordered on frigidity. "The fact that you have been sent to me for instruction will eventually lead to your advantage, Synnovea. You were indubitably coddled by your father and allowed to nurture unpleasant tendencies. That will cease, of course. I'll not tolerate boorish manners or an argumentative disposition. If you're wise, my dear, you'll learn to curb those inclinations. Do you understand?" It was readily apparent to Synnovea that any objections she offered would be considered of a quarrelsome nature. Being thus warned against speaking her mind, she held her tongue, yet inwardly she still stewed. Ivan's pleased smirk evidenced his own satisfaction with what he considered a well-deserved subjugation of the Countess. He was not above heaping burning coals upon the hapless victim. "You may trust that my directions will be thorough, Princess. I'll address myself with careful diligence to
This is the end of this cassette.
The girl needs instruction in the rigors of life and conventional decorums, Anna stated obstinately, daring anyone to challenge her decision. Damned nuisance, if you ask me, her husband retorted. Slamming down his glass, he turned with a harsh scowl, and offering no excuse or explanation, stalked to the pair of doors leading into the hall and threw them open. "Where are you going?" Anna demanded, sensing that she was about to be denied his company for yet another evening. "Out!" Prince Alexei flung back over his shoulder. Halting in the hall, he braced his arms akimbo and bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Boris!" Rushing footsteps were heard in the hush that followed the master's summons. A moment later, the white-haired steward breathlessly made an appearance. "Here I am, Your Highness." Facing the man, Alexei continued in a lower, commanding tone. "Hie yourself to the stable and tell Orloff to ready my droshky with my fastest horses. I'll be going out this evening." "Immediately, sir?" "Would I urge you to make haste if I had the patience to wait for our guests to dine?" Alexei barked sharply. "Of course I mean immediately." "As you wish, sir." Synnovea lifted her gaze to find Anna staring rigidly toward the place where only a moment ago her husband had stood. The typically pale cheeks were now imbued with a vibrant shade of red, and except for a small tick at the corner of her mouth, she appeared to have taken on the quality of stone. Yvonne dared no further comment, and the meal was soon entered into and stoically endured. Synnovea was completely distraught over the idea of Yvonne becoming her tutor, and though under normal circumstances she would have savored each course, the roasted grouse with its cranberry sauce seemed as tasteless to her as the flaky pastry stuffed with steamed vegetables and dressed in a light sauce. Yvonne was profuse with his compliments to the cook and devoured every morsel with gusto, totally amazing Synnovea. His slight frame seemed much too frail to handle the amount he consumed, and she could only wonder how he accomplished such a feat without bursting open. When the meal came thankfully to an end, the two guests retreated to their respective chambers. Anna was left to make her own way to a suite of rooms she shared far too infrequently with Alexei. Even their arguments were more tolerable than the loneliness that greeted her, and the wild imaginings of her mind that placed her husband in the arms of another woman. The night proved as wearisome for Synnovea as the journey she had just endured. She found nothing within the stuffy shadows of her bedchamber to assuage her apprehensions, for she could foresee only doom descending upon her in the days and weeks ahead. How in the world would she be able to maintain a quiet, gentle manner under such conditions? She'd be defeated before she even began, for if there was one thing that Yvonne seemed proficient at, it was provoking her temper. Synnovea tossed restlessly upon her bed, unable to sleep, while her mind raged on in a state of turmoil. It was only when her thoughts drifted unbidden to Colonel Rycroft and the moment wherein he had held her close against his sleek, manly body that she was strangely lulled into a peaceful slumber. The heat of the night was oppressive, holding the land in a stagnant vice until the morning sun lifted its burning face above the horizon and unleashed its sweltering rays far beyond the vales and hillocks that surrounded the city. Even at an early hour, the dusty roads seemed to shimmer in undulating waves beneath the full light of the heavenly fireball. Those who could took shelter where they could find it, whether in grand houses or beneath lackluster trees that struggled for survival. Oblivious to the insidious warmth creeping through the house, Alia rose from her tiny cot, much refreshed after a lengthy night's sleep. She busied herself in the narrow room, bathing, dressing, and unpacking her belongings until sounds of movement finally came from the larger chamber. With a quick knock and a cheery smile, she bustled into the adjoining room, but halted in sharp surprise as she espied her mistress sitting in bed with an elbow braced upon a knee, staring listlessly across the room. Her mistress's solemn countenance hinted of a troubled spirit, and Allie gently laid a consoling hand upon the slender arm, thinking she understood the reason for the Countess's dismay. "Ah, me lamb, be ye mournin' again for your pa?" Though Synnovea braved a smile, the sparkle of tears in her eyes readily evidenced her pensive mood. Wistfully she sighed. "If I had been wise, Allie, I would have eagerly sought marriage while Papa was still alive. Then I wouldn't be here now, contending with the dictates of strangers." Allie hadn't been with her mistress all these many years without learning to keenly perceive the young woman's moods. Something dire had happened. "Me lamb, have the Taraslovs been unkind to ye?" Synnovea dared not reveal the full extent of her concerns. The maid was too loyal to keep still about a lecher spying on her, nor would Allie take kindly to Yvonne being engaged as her tutor. But that fact couldn't be hidden like the other, for it was about to become part of her daily routine. "I was in error, Allie, when I thought we'd soon be parted from Yvonne." Synnovea saw the servant's brows lift sharply in suspicion, and with a small shrug she added, "He's to instruct me while I'm here. Anna has declared it so." "You don't say!" The diminutive woman settled her fists firmly on her narrow hips and snorted in contempt. "And what would the little weasel be teaching you, pray tell? How to hide from your left hand what your right one be doing? Rah!" She shook her head in acute disgust. "I've had a bad feeling in me bones about that warty little toad since he first hopped onto your stoop." "Nevertheless, Allie, we must keep silent about his faults, lest we antagonize the princess. I fear she dotes upon the man." A darkly winged brow was raised in question as Synnovea met the tiny woman's gaze. "Do you understand?" "Aye, that I do, me lovely. Still, if the Princess Anna is imposing his teaching on ye, what must she be thinking herself? He's not so hard to see through if in a body be caring to take a close look. To be sure, if he's a man o' God, then I'm the butcher's uncle. Makes me wonder if the princess has all her wits about her." "Perhaps we'll understand in time what Anna sees in him. Until then, give her no cause to take us to task. I've a feeling she's well acquainted with devising punishments for actions she considers offensive. As for me, I must keep my own wits about me and refrain from angering Yvonne overmuch." A long moment passed before the corners of Synnovea's lips lifted puckishly and a mischievous gleam brightened her eyes. She arched a meaningful brow toward the servant. "Still, I might plead a few days' rest before my studies begin." Catching her intent, Allie responded with a gleeful cackle. "To be sure, me lovely, you're deserving o' that much, what with travelling from Nizhny Novgorod in such a dither, and being attacked by thieves to boot. Why, 'tis a wonder ye've lasted this long without fainting clean away." And so the two plotted to confound the schemes of Princess Anna, at least for the day. When assured that the household was up and moving about, Synnovea sent the Irish maid down to convey the message that she was temporarily indisposed, with a painful headache, and would be unable to address her attention to Yvonne's instructions. It was certainly no lie Synnovea had concocted, for every time she thought of being forced to study the scholar's views, she suffered a deep revulsion, and her head began to throb. Anna had to accept the excuse, or confront Synnovea openly, and accuse her of falsehood. Though tempted to march up to her new charge's chambers and express her suspicions, upon further consideration, Anna decided to bide her time to see what the girl's manner would be on the morrow. It would indeed be a miracle if the girl managed to tolerate her chambers the whole day long. Ensconced upstairs, Synnovea remained oblivious to just how narrowly she had escaped Anna's interrogation. By mid-afternoon, however, she had started questioning her own wisdom in avoiding Yvonne's lectures. She couldn't be entirely certain if someone with a vicious bent had deliberately planned her torture, or if the location of her rooms had never been considered. But Synnovea soon became convinced that there wasn't another chamber in the whole manse as unbearable as her own. Situated on the west side of the house, the rooms became a sweltering oven soon after the day-star reached its zenith. In determining her alternatives, Synnovea realized there was none she cared to exercise. She couldn't escape from her chambers without drawing some inquiry or challenging remark from Anna, and she refused to give the woman that satisfaction. Thus, in an effort to cope with the heat, she lounged about in a thin shift that soon became a transparent film over her perspiring skin. Allie closed the heavy draperies on the west side to shade the chambers and pushed the windows wide on the front of the house, allowing the sultry breezes to flow through the room. Still, the cruel, flaming tongues of the summer sun proved unrelenting, and Synnovea sweltered in the heat. Seeking a way to combat her mistress's distress, the maid went down to the kitchen and asked Elizaveta's permission to fetch ice from the supply stored in the cellar. She brought back a large chunk to the upper rooms, and after breaking it into smaller pieces, wrapped them in a linen towel. Synnovea heaved a grateful sigh as she rubbed the cooling towel over her bare skin, leaving refreshing, wet trails in its wake. But as the afternoon wore on, she found herself unable to bear the stuffiness of her compartment, and went to perch cross-legged on a windowsill, shaded and protected from the street by a large tree growing at the front of the house. There she lazily stroked the ice-filled cloth along her arms as she observed the comings and goings of passers-by, who seemed urgently intent upon completing their errands and finding shade. Too disturbed by their own discomfort to concern themselves with another's obscure presence, those who ventured forth quickly retreated from sight, leaving the broiling thoroughfare virtually empty. Synnovea draped the ice-laden towel around her neck and leaned her head back against the window frame. Closing her eyes, she allowed her thoughts to roam homeward. Her musings helped to assuage her loneliness, and seemed so real at times she could almost smell the breezes that wafted from the rivers near Nizhny Novgorod. She recalled the numerous times her father had ridden up the lane to their home, and even fancied that she could hear the slow clip-clop of the horse's hooves, and the familiar creak of a leather saddle, which during the summer months had always accompanied his dismounting at the front of their house. Although her recollections were stirringly detailed, they were flawed to some extent. It was the custom of Russian gentlemen to bedeck their mounts with silver bells, necklets, and wealthy trappings, which allowed their approach to be heard from some distance away. Yet in spite of her desire to vividly recall her memories, Synnovea couldn't quite convince herself that she could hear the soft tinkling of tiny bells. The muted click of booted heels on a stone walk caused Synnovea some perplexity as she continued to reminisce. It was clearly not the stride she had come to recognize as her father's. Opening her eyes and tilting her head aslant, she scanned both ends of the thoroughfare. The street was devoid of travelers, but when she shifted her gaze near the Taroslav manse, she saw a tall man striding up the path toward the front portal. His footfalls were unmistakably the ones that had confounded her. The visitor's wide-brimmed hat prevented a clear view of the stranger's face, but she immediately recognized the proud bearing and crisp, purposeful stride of a military officer. This particular fellow was outfitted in the mode of a foreign cavalryman, though that fact puzzled her, for she couldn't feature Anna allowing a European to visit her domain unless by royal decree. Neither could Synnovea imagine Captain Nekrasov or anyone of similar reserve wearing anything but Russian garb. A sword had been strapped over the visitor's trunk hose of deepest brown. Beneath them, he wore lighter-hued canyons, over which long boots had been pulled up to his thighs. Compared to the skirted kaftans boyars wore and the long tunics and wide-legged pantaloons of Russian soldiers, such close-fitting hosiery and breeches seemed almost shameless. Yet the man had the length of leg and narrowness of hip to complement the garments, as perhaps few could. His shirt gleamed dazzling white beneath the sun. A wide collar lay open over his leather doublet and was trimmed with lace, as were the turned-back cuffs. In all, the man's manner of dress was more reminiscent of an English cavalier. Synnovea smothered a gasp of dismay as it came to her just who the man might be. Cautiously, she leaned outward to peer through the lower branches of the tree and almost gasped when her worst suspicions were confirmed. There, tethered to a hitching post near the entrance to the drive, was an animal that had been forever forged in her memory. Her wild ride through the forest on the back of the headstrong stallion had left such a lasting impression that she had no doubt that she'd be fearful of approaching another steed for some time to come. Once the pride of Ladislaw, the black horse now glistened from the care and attention of his present owner. Worrisome doubts cast the darkest veil of mistrust upon Colonel Rycroft's reasons for paying a visit to the Taroslavs. In rising panic, Synnovea could imagine him deliberating, seeking revenge because she had left him without granting him permission to court her. If he meant to cause her shame, then he'd surely tell all to Anna, who would then hasten to her cousin with a complaint. No predicting what would follow. Or was she being too skeptical of Colonel Rycroft's motives and not giving him a chance to prove himself a gentleman? After all, he had been in a position to take her by force and had held himself in restraint. It seemed rather silly to fly into a state of hysteria or to burrow down into a hole like a fearful mole just because the Englishman had been bold enough to come to the manse. Her pummeling fears eased to a more tolerable level as Synnovea made an earnest effort to subdue them. Deliberately turning aside her doubts, she had to admit, if only to herself, that when she had been all but wallowing in the tedium and despair of her predicament, the officer's presence offered a more promising diversion from the boredom of her confinement than she had hitherto hoped to find. Though proper decorum demanded that a young maid squelch any show of pleasure over a strange man's visit, and to regard such a one with stilted aloofness, Synnovea leaned back with a smile, luxuriating in her freedom to enjoy a few delights in the secrecy of her mind. She found it especially stimulating to peruse the Colonel at her leisure. Having admired the memory of him in the altogether, she now let her gaze glide over him with meticulous care, unaware that her eyes gradually took on a warming glow. It truly seemed a waste of his extraordinary physique that the man wasn't more handsome. His long, muscular thighs accepted the sleek, glove-like fit of the boots with ease. But then, having gained first-hand knowledge of the perfection of their length, she was hardly surprised. The short trunk hose were narrow enough to be suggestive, and no less arresting to an innocent maid. An abashed giggle escaped Synnovea as she became aware of the source of her curiosity, but she quickly squelched her amusement when she realized that Allie might be near. With a dismayed grimace, she cast a wary glance askance to see if the maid had been there to witness her response. Much to her relief, she found that the chambers were empty, save for herself. The front door was pulled open, and Synnovea leaned outward as much as she safely dared, anxious to learn what matter had brought the Englishman to the Taraslov manse. She dearly hoped he wouldn't disappoint her by proving himself a cad. "Dobry dien," he greeted, tucking his hat beneath his arm. "Pожалуйста." After the polite plea, he carefully pronounced the syllables, "Говорите ли вы по-английски?" Synnovea cringed at his effort to question the steward's ability to understand English. As was to be expected, there followed a long pause. Boris, who spoke no English, had no doubt gone to fetch his mistress, who could. "May I be of assistance to you, sir?" Anna inquired upon her arrival at the front portal. Colonel Rycroft swept his hat off in a gracious bow. "Princess Taraslovna, I presume?" "I am she. What is it that you want?" "A favor, if you would be so kind," the colonel answered, and then with a soft chuckle offered an apology. "I haven't been in your country very long, and my Russian is poor and laborious to the point that I fear I confused your butler. Forgive my intrusion, but I am Colonel Rycroft, commander of the 3rd Regiment of His Majesty's Imperial Hussars. I was fortunate enough to be of service to the Countess Synnovea on her way to Moscow, and I was wondering if I might be permitted to speak with her for a few moments." "I'm afraid that will be impossible, Colonel," Anna replied stiffly. "You see, the Countess Synnovea isn't feeling well enough to receive visitors today. She has retired to her chambers, and only her maid has been allowed to see her." "Then perhaps I might be granted permission to return on the morrow." "Have you a reason to bother her?" Anna's tone was definitely stale and unenthusiastic. "One of my men found a brooch that we believe belongs to the Countess. I'd like to question her about it, if I may." "If you'd care to give me the brooch, Colonel, I shall see that it's taken up to her straight away." Anna stretched forth a slender hand expectantly to receive the mentioned item. Tyrone handed over the piece, and then, as the princess made to close the door, he stepped nearer, placing a booted toe upon the threshold to prevent her from shutting the barrier. Anna gaped down at the formidable wedge before she glanced up at the man in surprise, wondering if she should scream. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Tyrone smiled pleasantly as he clarified his position. "If you don't mind, Princess, I shall await an answer. You see, if the brooch doesn't belong to the Countess Synnovea, then by all means it must be returned to the man who found it." "If you insist," Anna replied icily. "I must," he answered simply. "Then wait here," she snapped. "I shall fetch her maid for you. I'm sure the woman will be able to recognize the piece if it truly belongs to her mistress." Anna lowered her gaze pointedly to his foot, and then raised a meaningful brow as she looked with steely coldness into the man's eyes. Boris will attend the door while I'm gone." With a casual nod to the woman, Tyrone retreated several paces. As he waited, he clamped his hat on his head again, and strolling away from the door, leisurely moved into the shade of the tree, the very same that hid the upper windows of the Countess's bedchamber. Smothering a gasp, Synnovea pressed back against the window frame and held her breath as the colonel paused in the outer boundaries of the shade. She chanced no movement lest he discover her, but her heart seemed wont to race frantically as she imagined the deep chagrin she'd suffer if he should glance up. Her chemise was far from adequate as a covering, and though she dared not look downward for fear of attracting his attention, she could feel the delicate batiste clinging cloyingly to her wet skin. Even as Synnovea stared at the man in rowling apprehension of detection, it seemed as if some sharp instinct warned Tyrone that he was being watched. Abruptly, he raised his head, and Synnovea gasped sharply when she found herself caught. Frozen by the shock of her discovery, she could only gape back at him, while he, in so brief a moment, drank in every detail of her beauty, the mass of dark hair piled casually high upon her head, the soft tendrils curling wetly against her throat, the bare arms and the gossamer cloth that clung like a hazy film over her delicately hued breasts. The slow grin that came to his lopsided lips evidenced his deep appreciation of her beauty. Her appearance gratified his sharply honed curiosity and completely appeased his reason for coming. In truth, this vision of incomparable beauty assured Colonel Tyrone Rycroft once and for all that he hadn't conjured the Countess Synnovea in some wanton dream. Synnovea leapt from her perch with a muffled groan of despair and flung herself far from the window to stand panting for breath in the middle of the room. Her cheeks flamed more from the scorching heat of his perusal than from the sultry confines of her prison. Now her heart kept time with her racing mind. What must he think of her? What tales would he spread of her brazen exhibition? Had she not given him enough to stare at in the bathhouse without embarrassing herself a second time? Oh, if he'd just go away, back to England where he belonged, without humiliating her further. The front door creaked as it was pulled open, and Tyrone snatched his mind free of its entanglement, and sweeping off his hat, concentrated on presenting a cool-headed aplomb as he turned his gaze from the window. Whatever else came of the day, his brief glimpse of the Countess had been well worth the long, blistering ride from his quarters. Allie stepped out into the light and squinted up at the stranger, who stood head and shoulders above her. With some curiosity, she considered his badly bruised visage, before she cautiously asked, "He be the one what saved me mistress?" "'Tis my honor to claim that fame," Tyrone replied amiably, and winced as he tried to grin at the old woman. Peering down at the emerald brooch now nestled in the palm of her hand, Allie tapped it lightly with a gnarled forefinger. "This be the Countess Synnovea's all right. What be your reward for finding it?" "The reward is not mine to claim. The piece was found on the ground by one of my men. If your mistress so desires, she may lay such a favor upon him, but you need not trouble her now for a reply. I shall return on the morrow. Perhaps by then I may be allowed the privilege of addressing the Countess personally." "I see no need for you to trouble yourself," Anna interjected crisply over the small woman's shoulder. "We shall have the reward sent to your regiment." "It's no trouble at all," Tyrone assured her in good spirits. "I'd take great comfort in seeing the Countess again, to assure myself of her good health, of course." He met the chilling stare of the princess and deliberately ignored what it implied, having adroitly claimed an excuse to return. Tyrone glanced down to see the sparkling blue eyes of the Irish maid resting on him with smiling approval, and realized he had gained an ally. Despite the discomfort he embraced whenever he stretched his bruised, swollen lips, he gave the tiny servant his best attempt, displaying gleaming white teeth behind a crooked smile. "Would ye be needin' your hurt stended, sir?" Allie offered, and then glanced around in disappointment as Anna cleared her throat impatiently. "I'm sure there are physicians to whom he can go," the princess stated, not even bothering to hide her annoyance with the pair. "I fear such attention is limited by the reluctance of your benefactress," Tyrone responded with another painful grin. "I must be on my way, but if you will, you may carry my solicitations for a quick recovery to your mistress. I hope she'll be feeling better on the morrow when I return." "Oh, she will be," Allie assured him. "I'll see to it." Tyrone swept the woman a brief bow, and settling his hat on his head, chuckled softly as he retreated down the walk. Even if he hadn't won the consideration of the Countess, at least he had gained the support of someone very close to her, who might prove of great benefit in persuading the younger woman to think more kindly of him. 5. Synnovea's slender feet fairly flitted down the stairs the next morning. She had given up all pretense of being indisposed for another day, having come to the decision that she wasn't particularly fond of being roasted alive. She doubted that even the cleric's stodgy instructions could be as punishing as the hellish discomfort she had endured in the solitude of her chambers. Thus, with a light-hearted ambiance and a newfound tolerance for Ivan Vronsky, Synnovea swept into the dining hall and smiled cheerily as she extended a morning greeting to the man. Ivan had entered only a few moments earlier, but it seemed as if he had devised his strategy well in advance of her appearance, for he nearly stumbled over himself, skittering around to a place where he could bar her departure from the room, no doubt fearing she'd be tempted to escape like an errant child once he confronted her. When she picked up a plate and went to the sideboard, he followed with his own platter and heaped the morning fare upon it. "This morning, Countess, we shall address the value of humility and self-denial," he announced, licking the sauce from his thumb. Slanting a glance toward his overflowing plate, Synnovea couldn't resist a smiling query. "Self-denial in what respect, sir?" Ivan sniffed arrogantly. "Well, to begin with, in your manner of dress." Synnovea thought he looked very dour and supercilious in his dark vestment, which he obviously considered appropriate for the seriousness of his duties. But then, he probably would have conveyed an identical demeanor if he wore nothing at all. Not that she was at all interested in having her suspicions confirmed. If fate decreed that she should again be shocked by the sight of a naked man, then should just as soon he be a far more worthy specimen, someone with a physique as notable as Colonel Rycroft's, but with handsomer features. Synnovea lifted her own dish aside and looked down at her sarafan of turquoise silk, wondering what Ivan had found to fault her for this time. Considering the fact that she was adequately covered from neck to toe to wrist and clad in the traditional manner of her homeland, she had difficulty understanding the cleric's objection. "Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was beginning to suspect that he'd be averse to anything she wore. "Is this not the proper attire of a Russian boyarina?" "Somewhat reminiscent of a peacock, I would imagine. Indeed, a bit too colorful to be considered demure. No modest maiden should strut about like some pretty hen in her finery." Synnovea played the innocent, disinclined to accept his assessments with the same appreciation that Anna might have displayed, though she seriously doubted the man would have offered such criticisms to the princess. One did not wisely bite the hand that nourished him. "I thought peacocks were male birds, or do you mean peahens? They, of course, don't have much finery, not like peacocks." "That's strictly beside the point," Ivan snapped in an indignant huff. "And as a young maid, and now a student of mine, you'll have to learn to show proper respect to your savants and be humble of both spirit and mode. After all, the Tsar is looking for a bride, and who is to say what maid he will finally select?" Synnovea promptly rejected such a notion. "With all due respect to His Majesty, sir, I have no wish to be subjected to the intrigue and jealousies associated with that particular position. I'm quite content living my life outside the confines and stricture of a tirim, and avoiding the fear of what potion might be added to my food. His Majesty has suffered much in trying to find a bride, but not as much as his wife will have to once he marries." Ivan eyed her narrowly, trying to plumb her logic. "What do you mean?" Casually, Synnovea settled herself in a chair at the table. "Maria Klapova was once Tsar Mikhail's prospective bride, and look what happened to her." Ivan took a seat nearby, placing his heavily laden plate before him. In his opinion, his student needed to be given an example of what might befall a woman full of wiles and deceit. "Maria was undone because in her eagerness to become Tsarina, she sought to conceal her illness from Tsar Mikhail. If not for her untimely collapse into violent and convulsive frothing in front of His Majesty and his guests, she might have accomplished her deception. Sending the Klopovs to Siberia was hardly punishment enough for the trickery they planned.
Synnovea stared at the man, rather amazed by his lack of knowledge. Apparently the more recent occurrences at court had escaped his attention.
Oh, but didn't you hear?
Shortly after his return from Poland, Patriarch Filaret uncovered a plot by the Saltykovs to discredit Maria Klopova and her family. It seems that several members of the Saltykovs family had doused Maria's food with an emetic and then bribed the attending physicians to spread the lie that she had an incurable illness. Patriarch Filaret learned of their subterfuge and told his son. That's why His Majesty has recently banished the Saltykovs from court and confiscated some of their lands.
Synnovea heaved a sigh. Though it's done poor Maria little good now.
But the Saltykovs are relatives of Tsar Mikhail's mother, Ivan argued.
Marfa would never abide such an edict against her kin, even from her son. You must be mistaken.
Synnovea allowed him the benefit of a kindly smile.
That's exactly why Marfa now staunchly refuses to give her consent to her son's marriage to Maria Klopova. She was positively in an uproar over his treatment of her kin.
Briefly, Synnovea addressed her attention to her plate before lifting her gaze to the dumbfounded man. Though wisdom pleaded caution, the opportunity to subtly suggest that her knowledge equaled or even surpassed his was far too tempting to resist. It would only be a gentle jibe.
Do you suppose you've had enough instruction for the day, Ivan? I do so wish to visit the Countess Andreevna this morning, ere it gets too warm. Perhaps we could continue our discussion on the morrow.
Ivan's pockmarked cheeks reddened profusely as he lowered his gaze to his food. He resented being mocked and made to appear the simpleton, especially by the Countess Synnovea, whose sire had been rich enough to hire the best sages and master tutors to instruct his daughter, while he, Ivan, had found it necessary to grovel and abase himself with menial tasks in order to acquire every bit of learning he could, all in an effort to crush those reviling jeers that still haunted him from his youth. After his mother's death, he had attached himself to the starets and the priests of the church, shared their paltry meals and tattered robes, merely for the purpose of learning the written word and delving into their weighty tomes and ancient archives. Now, having obtained a rich patroness of influential standing, he wasn't about to be generous to those who had known only a life of ease. He wouldn't allow this fine feathered bird to flit about in carefree abandon after making sport of him. Either she'd learn to be respectful of his importance and mastery, or else.
On the contrary, Countess, you may not be excused today or any other day unless it is by my recommendation.
Ivan turned from her as if in stern rebuke, but it was a ruse to protect himself from the curiosity of those green-brown eyes, which had widened in stunned surprise. Once again, he became a helpless victim of a nervously twitching eyelid and of hands that trembled violently enough to spill liquid from any glass he dared hold while in the midst of those damnable afflictions. From the deepest, darkest recesses of his boyhood memories came haunting visions of his mother standing over him with lips turned sharply downward in contempt as she shouted hateful insults at the little bastard she had whelped. Though he had tried countless times to scour those distressing apparitions from his heart and brain, he was nevertheless tormented by the seizure they evoked. The demoralizing spasm finally passed, and Ivan drew a steadying breath before facing the maiden. She had congenially addressed her attention to the meal, seeming completely undisturbed by his denial. Her lack of concern was hardly gratifying. Indeed, it was like sharp fangs gnawing at him. He yearned to taste the sweet succor of revenge and devised a plan to make her pay twofold. Ivan's thin lips stretched stiffly into a sneer.
It has come to my attention, Countess, that there are duties in the kitchen to which you can devote yourself, instead of wasting your time associating with such questionable creatures as the Countess Andreevna.
Aghast at his slight of her friend, Synnovea leaned back in her chair and stared at him with eyes that now flashed fire. It seemed there was no sentiment that Ivan and the princess didn't share.
Countess Andreevna is a woman of sterling character, sir. Knowing her as I do, I can offer you hearty assurances to that fact.
Ivan scoffed.
I've been to one of those receptions she gives, rich boyars and high-ranking officers. Her reasons are obvious to everyone. A widow after 3 husbands. She's just searching for one rich enough to keep her wallowing in luxuries from now until she dies."
Synnovea recognized the slander to which Anna had given voice 2 days past. Yet she also sensed Ivan's spitefulness, no doubt elicited by her own foolishness in taunting him. He was perhaps hoping to provoke her wrath by maligning Natasha, but Synnovea vowed not to give him the satisfaction of seeing her defeated by his little ploys. "The kitchen, you say? Well, of course. What would you have me do there that I should consider part of my studies? You need to learn the humbleness of a servant before you'll ever be considered suitable for the institute of marriage by any Russian gentleman. Princess Anna has given me leave to instruct you as I see fit, and my first order of the day will be to teach you about the ignoble concept of servitude and the hardships of serfs and peasants." His small eyes flicked over her costly garb, losing none of their dullness. "I'm sure you'll want to change into something less ostentatious now that you'll be working in the kitchen." "Then if you'll excuse me," Synnovea begged graciously, "I must return to my chambers to prepare myself, as you suggest." Smiling all the while, she rose and removed her plate from the table. What the cleric evidently didn't understand was that she had not only served as mistress of her father's house after the death of her mother, but she had often worked alongside some of the servants, especially when close attention to detail had been needed in preparing the house for guests or cooking special dishes for visitors or her father. She had taken personal delight in helping the gardeners. She had loved nurturing the flowers, herbs, and vegetables, and seeing their labors manifested into food for the table, and large riotously colored blooms that she had often arranged in vases and brought inside. If Ivan thought he had gained some leverage by ordering her to work, then once again he had displayed his ignorance. Ivan grew suspicious of her obliging mien. "If you think to barricade yourself in your chambers again today, Countess, I beg you to reconsider. Princess Anna will never allow you to dawdle when I've assigned you specific duties." "Why, I wouldn't dream of such a thing." Synnovea tossed a chiding chuckle over her shoulder as she went to the door. "Really, Ivan," she said, deliberately using the familiarity to impart her own lack of veneration for him, "there's no need for you to sulk or fret yourself about my intentions. I'm only taking your advice." The winds of glee, which had momentarily filled Ivan's sails, collapsed into dully hanging shrouds of disappointment. The very least he had been expecting was the angry outburst of a thoroughly irate female. Synnovea returned to her chambers and doffed her attire. In its stead, she donned the peasant garb she normally wore when she lent herself to household duties. Her abrupt return had ignited Ali's suspicions, but the change of garments solidified them. Synnovea soon found herself confronted by the servant, and though she carefully explained that her assignment now included a short stint in the kitchen, and that it was a more enjoyable task than suffering through Ivan's lectures, Ali was simply outraged at the audacity of the cleric.
"What? Does that toad take it upon himself to order you about as if you be some common drudge? Well, I say, a pox on the man."
"I'll be doing nothing more than what I did at home," Synnovea reasoned, trying to calm the maid, who, despite her bantam size, was given to exhibitions of temper and temerity befitting a mother bear whose cub had just been set upon. "It won't hurt me in the least, I assure you."
"Aye, me dearie, but 'twas yourself deciding on the chores you'd be doing, not another giving you commands like some high and mighty lordlin."
Ali flounced about the chambers in a high dander.
"That toad'll rue the day he set his mind to doing you ill, that he will."
"Ali McCabe, I forbid you to give Ivan or Princess Anna the satisfaction of seeing us put out by his peevish bent. We'll abide by Ivan's dictate as graciously as we can. Do you understand?" Receiving no response, Synnovea stamped her foot, demanding to be answered by the cantankerous little woman. "Ali, do you understand?" Petulantly, the maid folded her arms across her flat chest and pouted, not in total agreement with her mistress.
"He's a beggarly scamp, that he is."
Synnovea had difficulty maintaining a disapproving frown when the temptation to laugh was all but overwhelming, but she raised a warning finger in front of the woman's nose. "I want you to promise me, Ali McCabe, that you'll do all that you can to keep the peace while we're here."
Allie glared at the threatening digit and assumed her best martyred demeanor. Briefly she cast her eyes heavenward, as if appealing to the saints, and sucked air through her teeth to indicate her deep distress. Finally, with a wry shake of her head, she grudgingly relented. I'll be doing it 'cause you told me to, but 'twill not sit well, you know that." Synnovea chuckled softly as she laid a comforting arm about the woman's narrow shoulders and copied her brogue. I know that, Allie, my dearest, but 'twill be better this way. Mayhap by a bit o' kindness we'll be turning aside the resentment. That'll be the day for sure. Aye, though the priest assured me miracles have a way o' happening e'en today, I still have me doubts that ye can gather wool searching through a wolf's lair." Her eyes sparkling with amusement, Synnovea dared to point out the error in the tiny woman's thinking. "Perhaps you might, if that's all that's left of the carcass the wolf has dragged in." Allie paused with mouth aslack, considering the truth of her mistress's reasoning. Finally she heaved a sigh of lament. "But that bodes ill for ye, me lamb." "Help me finish dressing," Synnovea sweetly urged. "Then you can put away my clothes while I go downstairs and confront the cook." She paused to consider the wisdom of Yvonne's decree. "Poor Elisaveta, she may be in for a bit of a shock. She'll be so nervous with the boy Irina working in the kitchen, she might well burn the food." "'Twouldn't hurt none if she did," Allie rejoined tartly. "The way that crow Ivan's been filling his craw since he came to Nizhny Novgorod, it'll serve him right to have to choke down burnt victuals for a while." As predicted, Elisaveta, the sad-eyed cook, gawked in open astonishment when Synnovea entered her domain, dressed not entirely like a servant, but not quite like a noble lady either. Her apparel might have put even Yvonne's morose convictions on servitude to rout, for her white lace-trimmed blouse, bodice of forest green, and wide white apron decorated with variegated rows of trim, and worn over a dark skirt lavishly embroidered with a colorful profusion of flowers, created a very fetching costume. Layers of lacy petticoats gave the skirt volume. Beneath the ankle-length hem could be spied slender, slippered feet and darkly stockinged ankles as trim and shapely as a man could hope to view. A large, lace-edged kerchief covered her dark head, and the single braid was left to hang unadorned to her hips. "Countess!" Elisaveta cried, clearly flustered. "What be ye doing here?" "I've come to help, Elisaveta," Synnovea announced cheerily. "Is there something I can do?" Niet, spasiba." The plump woman squawked and waved her hands wildly above her head, as if sorely beset by worry. She had never heard of anything so preposterous. "The princess will never allow such a thing. You're a guest." "But I would very much like to learn how to create those wonderful dishes you're so gifted at making, Elisaveta, so I might instruct my own servants once I return home." Giving the woman a pleading look, she coaxed, "Will you not teach me?" The cook waggled her graying head as a tentative smile touched her lips. It finally deepened into a grin that dimpled her round cheeks. Tucking her massive arms under the folds of her apron, Elisaveta snuggled them up close beneath her large bosom, pleased with the lady's compliments. "I can show you what little I know, Countess." "Then I'll surely learn all there is to be taught about cooking," Synnovea smilingly surmised. "What will you show me first?" "Well, this is what I be doing now," Elisaveta announced as she waddled over to a long wooden table where she had been cleaning and heaping up separate mounds of carrots, onions, truffles, and wild mushrooms. "When I finish chopping these, I'll be making piroshki. The master likes the little stuffed patties very much." Synnovea glanced up at the woman. "Will Prince Alexei be here this evening?" "Oh, he's usually not gone more'n a day or two," Elisaveta sighed heavily. "If not for him, there'd be no need for me to cook. The mistress eats less than a sparrow when the master's here, and almost nothing at all when he's gone. It's a pity to see all this food go to waste." "Surely there are enough servants in the household to eat whatever isn't served at your master's table," Synnovea ventured as she perused the various boiling pots and the large bowl of dough that waited to be rolled out. The gray head moved sorrowfully. "Yet
to the Taraslavs, a goodly number could be helped by it. Sharing in the women's misery, she laid a gentle hand upon the stout arm. "Do you know of someone in particular who's in need, Elisaveta?" The cook's chin trembled, despite her efforts to keep it firm. "It's my sister, Countess. Her husband died this past winter, and she's poor in health. She has a young daughter of 3 at her side, but she cannot work to make ends meet. They're wasting away to nothing. And here I be, in this fine house, cooking all this fine food, but I'm forbidden to take anything to her. I cannot even leave to help her." Well, Synnovea settled her hands on a waist that was narrow enough to be envied. If this was the state of affairs in the Taraslav manse, then she wouldn't sit quietly by and do nothing. "I have a maid. I can send to buy food and whatever else is needed, and a coachman to take her to your sister. Though I may not be allowed to leave without special permission," Synnovea gave a small shrug as Elisaveta glanced up in surprise, "they won't trouble themselves over much about the absence of my maid." "You mean you can't leave here without me mistress giving you the say?" the cook questioned in amazement. "I'm sure 'tis only for my protection," Synnovea responded with a comforting pat on the servant's arm. Elisaveta drew her own conclusions as she cast a glare toward the kitchen door, intending it for the woman who roamed well beyond it. She had once been employed by the family who had given birth to the Princess Anna, and long ago had formed definite opinions about the woman who had sent her own aging parents to live in a monastery because she preferred to live alone with her husband in the house in which she had grown up. Even when the princess had moved to Moscow, she had not allowed her parents to return home, lest they disturb the order of the home place. By late afternoon, Synnovea had finished her chores in the kitchen, whereupon Ivan, eager to demonstrate his authority over her, gave her a weighty tome to read. The garden behind the house offered a seat in the dappled shade of a tree, from which she could watch the return of Ali and Stienka, who had left some time ago on their mission of goodwill. Elisaveta came to the back door often to peer out, but Synnovea could only shake her head, having viewed nothing more than a few small carriages and a handful of mounted riders passing in front of the manse. Dismissing these, she returned her attention begrudgingly to the boring passages Ivan had lauded. The work seemed so full of absurdities, she had trouble believing the cleric had actually been serious about his praise. Dusk had tainted the sky with gloom before Synnovea finally espied the familiar coach. When she rushed into the kitchen to tell Elisaveta that Ali was returning, the cook chafed in frustration, unable to leave her duties. Hardly pausing, Synnovea swept through the dining hall and was hurrying across the hall when Anna turned from the front portal with a harsh frown gathering her thinly drawn brows. "You should have discouraged that pompous Englishman from coming here when you first met him," the princess rebuked, incensed that she had been called to the door again to answer his inquiries. The man apparently lacked the sense to know when he wasn't welcome, or was just too pig-headed to accept that fact. "Colonel Rycroft was quite adamant about seeing you this time, and had the audacity to inform me that he'll return on the morrow, as if another visit will do him any good." Synnovea's eyes flew to the portal. Earlier that morning, her spirits had been strangely buoyed by the fact that Colonel Rycroft had expressed his intentions to call upon her during the day. In setting her servants upon her benevolent quest to help Elisaveta's sister and young niece, however, she had allowed his planned visit to slip from the forefront of her mind. Regrettably, Anna's haughty outrage left no doubt that he had been treated rudely. Almost cautiously, Synnovea asked, "Is Colonel Rycroft still here?" "He was a moment ago, but he has gone now," Anna informed her caustically. She flung up a hand in the same angry manner with which she had banished the officer from her stoop. "I informed him that you didn't wish to be disturbed ever again by him. I gave him some coins for a reward to carry back to his man when he tried to use that again as an excuse for his return. Personally, I have grave doubts he'll be giving them to another. A simple trick for gain, if you ask me." Synnovea struggled to curb her irritation, resenting the fact that the woman had taken it upon herself to dismiss the man without first informing her. Even if Colonel Rycroft was an Englishman bent on courting her, Synnovea considered it entirely her prerogative to grant him permission to see her or send him on his way.
Taking into account that the man had risked his life to save her from ravishment, or worse, he certainly deserved better treatment than Anna had obviously given him. "You say Colonel Rycroft will be returning on the morrow?" "He may, if he dares to ignore what I said, but 'twill do him little good," Anna declared emphatically. "I won't let you see him." "I can't imagine the harm in showing Colonel Rycroft a few common courtesies," Synnovea replied frostily, ignoring the fact that she hadn't yet forgiven the man for not informing her of his presence prior to her bath. Even so, she reserved the right to berate him for those offenses in a manner she deemed appropriate. "I owe the Colonel a debt of gratitude." "That doesn't mean he will be accepted in this house," the princess snapped. "I detest the man, and you'd better honor my wishes, or by heaven, you'll wish you had." "And so I shall," Synnovea assured her with a tight smile. The subject of Colonel Rycroft's visitations was hardly worth getting into a fracas over. Still, she resented the woman making dire threats to ensure that her dictates were carried out to the letter. Anna reclaimed her imperious demeanor. "I shall expect to be paid back for the coins I gave the man on your behalf. Which brings us to another matter. You have enough wealth to compensate us for the cost of your existence here, as well as for the servants whom you brought with you. It's only fair that you pay accordingly. I'll attach to your debt the rents I feel are due me, and write you out a notice of your weekly obligation. You'll be expected to pay such funds at the beginning of each week." "If you so desire," Synnovea replied, wondering if the woman's decision to charge her rents sprang from greed or from a growing resentment of her presence in the manse. "I'm pleased that you're so agreeable, Countess." Declining comment to the converse, Synnovea begged, "I should like to go and dress for dinner now." Rigidly, Anna inclined her head, granting permission, and watched as the younger woman crossed the hall. But when Synnovea passed the stairs and continued toward the back of the house, Anna hastened to follow her. "Where are you going?" she questioned with sudden suspicion, and stated the obvious. "Your chambers are upstairs." Synnovea never paused in her stride, but tossed back an answer as she gained the doorway. "I'm going to fetch Ali to help me dress. She's in the carriage house with Stienka." Anna shot a worried glance toward the front door as Synnovea departed through the rear. She had no way of accounting for the time that had elapsed since she had sent the colonel on his way, but she refused to take any chances that he was still dawdling nearby. Lips tightly set, in an angry grimace, Anna stalked to the front portal and snatched it open, more than primed to chastise the man for his delay. Finding no one upon whom to vent her rage, she casually sauntered out onto the stoop, and from there glanced up and down the thoroughfare. The horse was gone from the tethering post, and the street was empty, save for a lone carriage wending its way past the manse. Smiling smugly, Anna closed the door again, assured that the Englishman had taken his leave. Perhaps she had managed to impress him with the fact that he wouldn't be received in her house. If not, then she'd find a more effective way of crushing his aspirations for winning the attentions of a rich Russian countess. Synnovea dashed along the narrow pathway that led from the house to the stables, and was in the process of rounding a hedge when she caught sight of the familiar black stallion tied to a hitching rail near the rear gate. She stumbled to a halt as her eyes flew in search of the indomitable colonel. He was standing near the coach with his leather helm tucked beneath one arm, his other hand casually resting on the hilt of the sword that hung at his side. He seemed quite affable as he conversed with Ali, whose eager giggles were mingled with sly looks and animated flourishes of her pale hands. Far-fetched as the idea seemed, the old woman gave every indication that she was flirting with the officer. Colonel Rycroft was garbed more in the mode of a working soldier than he had been the previous day. Somewhat rough, worn, but equally slender boots had been pulled up over tan canyons. Trunk hose of a taupe leather, discolored from much use, covered his hips, while a thick leather cuirass swathed his chest. Beneath the armored vest, he wore a full-sleeved blouse, absent of any adornment. Dark bruises were still visible around his eye and cheek, but the swelling, which had once distended his brow and lip, had dwindled in size, lending him more of a human, if not handsome, appearance. His hair had recently been clipped close against his nape, and was now smoothly combed, allowing sun-bleached strands to show amid the tawny brown. Allie glanced around, and espying her mistress, eagerly beckoned her forward. "Mistress, here be the officer what saved you from the highwaymen." Colonel Rycroft turned abruptly to face Synnovea, and though his eyes were shaded by the approaching dusk, they seemed to linger on everything they touched. Synnovea had no way of discerning the workings of the man's mind, but perhaps that was just as well, for her own peace of mind, for she had never felt so completely devoured in all of her life as when this Englishman looked at her. Tyrone Rycroft was momentarily of the conviction that he admired the Countess garbed in clothes almost as much as he had when he had seen her wearing nothing at all. But then he wasn't being quite truthful with himself. Though they were strangers at best, vivid memories of her entrance and departure from the wooden tub swept with recurring frequency through his mind and had the ability to snatch him awake from the deepest sleep. Synnovea wasn't sure how to react when a suitor made no effort to disguise the intense hunger in his eyes. She felt the heat of a blush suffuse her cheeks as he considered every detail of her, from shapely ankles and the slender feet that brought her slowly forward to the wisps of hair that had escaped the kerchief and now curled softly against her face. "Colonel Rycroft, this is a surprise," she stated, astonished by the slight tremor in her voice. "Princess Anna just now advised me of your visit, but she also told me that you had left." "I delayed my departure when I saw Allie arriving by coach, and I came back to chat with her." Tyrone set aside his helmet and closed the remaining distance between them, giving Synnovea a grin that she was just beginning to suspect was naturally lopsided. "I'm greatly favored by your appearance and your apparent good health, Countess. I was afraid I'd again be forced to leave here, bereft of an opportunity to see you. Now that I have, my heart has come alive again. The merest glimpse of you nourishes my very soul." His eyes glowed with such warmth beyond the thick length of his dark lashes, Synnovea was of a mind to think that no other smile bestowed upon her by a man had ever turned so quickly into a leer. The burning heat in her cheeks refused to abate when he fed his senses upon every minute detail of her and plied her with such silken words. The sudden suspicion that he had practiced the same cajolery on other maids abruptly accomplished a cooling. "I regret that you've had to come all this distance to fetch the reward, Colonel. I should have sent Stianka to take it to you." Tyrone thrust a pair of fingers into a small purse hanging from his belt and drew forth a pouch of coins. Taking her slender hand, he turned it over and pressed the soft leather bag upon her palm before closing her fingers around it. For a moment, he encompassed her small fist within the warmth of his hand. "I shall gladly pay the man myself, as evidence of the delight that I glean from your company, my lady," he avouched with warmly persuasive boldness. "I only use the reward as an excuse to see you again. If I hadn't wanted to come, I could have sent my man to fetch it." Synnovea cautiously withdrew her hand from his, fearing he'd detect her frantically leaping pulse and mistake it for something more than a growing uneasiness. How could she not feel a restive disquiet at his touch when his mere presence set her at odds with herself? "I cannot allow you to suffer the payment of the reward, Colonel." She earnestly sought to return the purse and was frustrated by his refusal to accept it. "I fear you can ill afford the loss of these coins." "The cost is of little consequence, my lady," Tyrone replied chivalrously, his tone subtle as silk. "The prize I seek is of far greater worth to me." One glance at Allie was enough to convince Synnovea that the petite woman was secretly applauding the man as a challenger for her heart. As much as she disliked disillusioning the old servant, the Englishman was definitely not in her plans in the near or the distant future. Even if she had thought him handsome, which didn't seem quite so far-fetched now, he was still a roaming adventurer who apparently called no country his home, not even England. She wanted something more. At the very least, a husband who would be close at hand for most of their marriage. "Your sacrifice is pointless, Colonel. Princess Anna would prefer that you did not return at all." Synnovea felt a prickling of her conscience as she laid the full weight of rejection upon Anna, but she ignored the prodding as she stated what was near to being the truth. "I'm under her guardianship and must respect her wishes. You must also."
Raising a querying brow, Tyrone searched the variegated orbs until they fell in nervous confusion. After a long pause, he released a pensive sigh as he contemplated her blushing cheeks and downcast lashes. He peered briefly askance at Allie and saw the servant's troubled frown and the disappointment clouding her eyes. Had he been of such a mind, he might have offered the tiny woman some hope to rally her spirits. He knew himself well enough to be confident of one important fact, and that was, when he wanted something badly enough, he wasn't inclined to give up until absolutely certain no chance remained for him. After their meeting in the bathhouse, he had come to the realization that Synnovea was a woman he could not easily forget. Princess Anna had made her aversion to him apparent, and he wanted to believe that Synnovea's answer had been forced upon her by the dictates of the older woman. But even if she agreed with her guardian, her rebuff was but a small hindrance to his ultimate goal, and that was simply to win the maid for himself. "I can only hope Princess Anna will change her mind about me in time," Tyrone rejoined. Knowing he'd likely frightened the girl with what he was about to say, he kept his voice smooth and pliant, though the fires of his enthrallment were ignited anew by the nearness of her. "But I must confess, Countess, that I'm more concerned with your desires and wishes than I am with the feelings of others. You offer the brightest hope for companionship that I've seen here, and I'm reluctant to ignore the fact that you exist merely because I've been ordered not to return. The very sight of you kindles an unquenchable joy within my heart. In truth, Countess, I find myself hopelessly enamored." He paused for a moment to allow her time to absorb his words, and then continued with a lazy shrug. "'Tis a fact I've learned in my life that when great toil and effort have gone into winning a prize, 'twill be esteemed far more than if it had been easily gained." He managed a twisted grin without a wince of pain. "My lady, I can only avouch that I've not yet begun to do battle for the honor of your company." Synnovea was aghast at his unswerving persistence. If she had given him special leave to court her as he pleased, he could not have been more brazen or confident of himself. Still, there was something about his declaration that left her fairly breathless with excitement. Yet knowing the trouble that Anna could cause both of them, she made another effort to dissuade him. "Colonel, I beg you to consider the authority under which I now reside. I'm not free to do as I please. I must adhere to the wishes of those who now decide matters for me." "Would it help if I petitioned the Tsar for his favor?" Tyrone queried with a hint of humor shining in his eyes. He closely observed her reaction. If truly cold and haughty, then he'd have his answer soon. The lovely mouth dropped open in astonishment, and Synnovea stared at him, astounded that he could suggest such a thing. The initial shock of his question eased only slightly as she hurried to deny the possibility. "Indeed, no, sir. Gracious, no. I mean, the whole of Moscow would be aflutter with the news. Oh, you mustn't. I forbid it." Allie coughed behind her hand as she fought a private battle not to cackle in glee. She had been an eager witness to the colonel's pleas and had found it hard to contain herself in her desire to give encouragement to her mistress. She was absolutely ecstatic with the Englishman's determination to fight for what he wanted. As evidenced by his deeds and words, this was no weak-willed swain who could be tossed about with every conflicting wind. This man knew his own mind and zealously sought to gain what he desired to have. And with a name like Tyrone, he had to have a fair amount of Irish blood in him somewhere. It certainly would account for his unfaltering fortitude. "No need to worry, my lady," Tyrone assured Synnovea with a grin. Her response had not cooled his ardor in the least. "I'll win his favor first, and then make my petition." Synnovea pressed a hand to her throat in horrified dread that it'd actually take his suit all the way to the throne. Surely he was jesting. Surely she had nothing to fear. Surely he would not. "As much as I am loath to leave you, my lady, I must return to my duty now," Tyrone informed her in a warm murmur. "I have a late drill, and on the morrow, a full day on the training field. Even if Princess Anna hadn't warned me away, I rather doubt that I'd be able to break away long enough to visit you. But never fear," he added with a wink and a promise, "you'll be seeing me again fairly soon." He gave her a brief bow, and then, retrieving his leather helm and settling it on his head, strode back to the stallion. After swinging up into the saddle, he reined the steed about to face the two women, and casually touched 2 fingers to the brim in a salute of farewell before turning from them and nudging the stallion with his heel. "He's a bold man," Allie declared happily as she watched him ride away. A grin teased the corners of her wrinkled mouth, and in the silence that followed, she cast a brief glance toward her dumbstruck mistress and smugly folded her arms across her chest. "You know, he reminds me of your pa when he came courting your ma. He wouldn't take no for an answer either. He persisted till he finally persuaded your ma's kin to give her to him in marriage. But then, my dearest Eleonora, God rest her soul, she thought the sun and the moon rose and set, especially for Count Zenkov." "Well, I don't think the sun and moon rise and set for Colonel Sir Rycroft," Synnovea declared in a huff, regaining a fair measure of her tenacity. "But I can imagine that he may try and tell them what to do." "What can you expect, me dearie?" Allie tossed her head in rampant delight. "He's a commander supposed to be on my side, not his. The way you were eyeing him, a body would think you were measuring him up for an appointment as my husband." Now, me lamb, there's no reason to get yourself in such a snit," Allie soothed. "I be liking the man, that's all." A vexed sigh, definitely related to a snort, accompanied a glower of genuine distrust. "I know you only too well, Allie McCabe, and I've no doubt that you'll be discovered as an accomplice to the Colonel should he persist in this foolhardy endeavor. You're not to be trusted around such a man." "Can I help it if I have a keen eye for picking a prime man?" Synnovea settled her hands on her waist and groaned in mute frustration. The occurrence was rare indeed when she could out-argue Allie McCabe. "I don't suppose, after your delight over the Colonel's visit, that you remember what I sent you out for?" Allie squawked at the idea that she was growing addlepated. "You know I do." Her temper mellowed as her mood changed to one of compassion. "And the poor sight I saw, too. Elisaveta wasn't far wrong. Her sister is in a bad way. I cooked and tended for her and the little girl, Sophia. Then I gave them a few coins and promised more to a neighbor woman, so she'd look after them till I come back. With a little care, they'll be fine, but Danica will be needing to find work to support herself and her child once she's up and about. I doubt that Princess Anna will allow her to come to work here, not with a child hanging onto her skirts." "But surely there'll be something we can do," Allie fretted in concern. At the moment, Synnovea could think of no better plan than sending the pair to her home in Nizhny Novgorod. But as difficult as the Countess Natasha would be willing to hire her on. "And do you think Princess Anna will be letting you visit Countess Natasha long enough to ask her?" Allie queried, doubting the possibility. "You know she has no liking for the Countess." "Anna will never restrict me from going to church," Synnovea said resolutely. "I shall be able to speak with Natasha about the matter there." "And once the princess finds out you've talked with the Countess, 'tis in me mind she won't be letting you go back." "She can't be as forbidding as all that," Synnovea replied. Still, her words lacked conviction. Allie responded with a genuine snort of derision. "You might as well be locked in a Tsarina's theorem as much freedom as you've got here. To be sure, the princess won't be taking it kindly, you seeing the Countess Natasha behind her back." "Let's not fret about that now," Synnovea urged, taking Allie's arm. "Elisaveta is waiting to hear about her sister, and I must get dressed for dinner before Princess Anna comes out in search of us." A short time later, Synnovea joined Ivan and Princess Anna in the Great Hall. Promptly thereafter, the woman presented her with a bill, but it was not until Synnovea had returned to her chambers that she noticed Anna's accounting for the reward did not match the total coins that Tyrone had given her in the pouch. Either he had taken some out, or the princess had greatly enlarged upon the amount she had supposedly given him. Yet there had been no need for the colonel to give her the purse. He could have kept the whole of it for himself, and she would never have known the difference. His fervent declaration that he had used the reward merely for the purpose of visiting her made Synnovea wonder about the greed of the princess. Anna had more than enough wealth of her own. Why should she lie to gain more? In the morning, Synnovea returned to the dining hall to find Ivan already filling his plate. He seemed rather smug about his performance as a disciplinarian and closely watched for further infractions upon which he could pounce. Synnovea was almost relieved when the front door was thrown open and Alexei came striding into the room, looking as formidable as the burly Petrov. He was unshaven, his red eyes bespoke of many hours quenched with copious libations and riotous living.
He was also as irascible as his appearance indicated. "You there!" he bellowed at Ivan, giving the smaller man a violent start. The plate slipped from the cleric's bony hands and crashed to the floor, where it flung food helter-skelter as it gyrated in undulating circles. Alexei seemed almost mesmerized by the whirling dish until it finally ceased its motion. Then he raised glowering eyes and fixed them on Ivan. "You seem brave enough when my wife is present," he taunted with a contemptuous sneer. "Why do you quake with fear now?" Ivan swallowed convulsively and tried to ignore the vindictive prodding of the other man. Little evidence remained of the brashness he had displayed in the presence of his patroness. When he finally spoke, his voice cracked with trepidation. "Princess Anna hasn't awakened yet, Your Highness. Do you wish me to fetch her for you?" "When I want my wife, I'll fetch her myself," the prince bellowed, setting the other man back upon his heels. It was only when he glanced toward the disquieted Synnovea that Alexei made an attempt to control his temper. Though his nostrils still flared with rage, he released his breath in low, irritated snorts until he was able to speak to Ivan in a fairly reasonable tone. "I've just been informed by a messenger that Anna's father has fallen ill in the monastery. Her mother would like her to come as soon as possible. It's in my mind that the princess will deem you a worthy escort whenever she decides to go. She usually takes her time making up her mind about when to leave, but at least you have been warned of the possibility." Ivan seemed stunned by the prospect of yet another long, arduous journey ahead of him, especially when they could be waylaid again by renegades. Alexei cut in with weary indifference. "She isn't inclined to rush off at anyone's behest." Having thoroughly detached himself from any smallest concern for Ivan's discomforts, he raised his head in silent eloquence and stared at some distant point until the cleric quietly departed the room. Alexei took up a plate and began selecting tidbits from the platters that Elizaveta had laid out upon the sideboard. He cast a glance askance to note the Countess's reaction and caught the worried frown that drew her brows together. "Do I detect a hint of sadness in your sweet visage, my dear Synnovea?" He smiled slyly, knowing full well what troubled her. "Or perhaps a concern that after my wife leaves, the two of us will be ensconced entirely alone here in the house, with only the servants in attendance?" Synnovea answered him unflinchingly. "I'm sure when the time comes, Anna will be willing to give me permission to stay with Natasha during her absence. 'Twould be unseemly for you and me to remain in this house together without a proper chaperone. You know how tongues are wont to wag, and I wouldn't want to see your sterling character besmirched by my presence here." Alexei threw his head back and laughed in uproarious amusement at the absurdity of her suggestion. "You're a woman of clever wit, Synnovea. I find myself much refreshed by your presence." His brown eyes gleamed warmly as he stroked a forefinger beneath his mustache, sweeping up the ends. "I shall enjoy getting to know you better." "When we're properly attended by others, of course," Synnovea agreed with a crisply challenging smile. Settling briefly into a pert curtsy, she left him to dine alone and made her way to her own chambers. She was not at all anxious to be within close proximity to the man when the princess gave vent to her tirade. Perhaps she was merely speculating on Anna's displeasure, but she had sensed that the woman was anxious to take him to task for his recent absence. 6. Synnovea woke with a start, her heart thumping nigh out of her chest. Anxiously she searched the shadows of her bedchamber, hoping fervently that she had been dreaming, that she wasn't really locked in a dungeon somewhere, and the strange rattling sound she had heard hadn't been the tip of Alexei's sword tapping tauntingly against the iron bars of her cell. Frightening images of the prince standing before the locked door of her dungeon cubicle still hovered before her, like some dreadful ghost left over from her dreams. His swarthy face gleamed back at her from the gloom as his voice, blandly laying out the conditions for her release, came winging back to her. Haughtily, he had assured her that unless she yielded him everything he desired from her, she'd never leave her dark, dank prison until they carried out her bones. The faint, clattering noise came again, wrenching a frightened gasp from Synnovea as she came upright in bed. Her heart hammered in her throat, sounding so loud in her ears that it was useless for her to listen for some evidence of her tormentor's presence. Anxiously, she probed the deeply shadowed gloom in a desperate search for the one who lurked just beyond her reach and sight. By slow degrees,
the moonlit chambers began to take on a comforting familiarity, and with overwhelming relief, Synnovea realized she was ensconced in her bed at the Taroslav's manse. The lightest rattle against a glass pane drew another start from her, and her eyes flew to the front window from whence the sound had come. Like the other 3 windows in the room, it stood wide to catch whatever evening breezes were stirring. Silvery shafts of moonlight illumined the silken draperies, fluttering inward on gentle currents, but she saw nothing that resembled human form. Leaving her bed on trembling limbs, she crept stealthily across the bedchamber and pushed aside an opaque panel to peer out, fully expecting to find Alexei standing beneath the tree in front of the window. The night sky twinkled with myriad stars, while a bright moon cast its radiance through the leaves of the tree, allowing her to see the one who waited beneath it. A strange blend of relief and surprise flooded through her when she saw that it wasn't Alexei at all, but Tyrone Rycroft. Feeling no hesitancy now about brushing aside the draperies, she leaned out to confront him, aghast at his boldness in seeking her out in such a manner. "What are you doing here?" she queried in a carefully subdued whisper. She conveyed a fair measure of irritation at his foolishness as she demanded, "Don't you realize you could be shot for coming here this time of night?" Tyrone swept off his hat in a flamboyant manner and grinned up at her as his eyes flicked over her, savoring the sights that were there for the taking. Bathed by the silvery aura, she was the very replica of the dream from which he had awakened in a lusting fever. The soft gossamer gown molded the wanton fullness of her breasts divinely, seeming eager to reveal what they barely concealed. Such a vision of loveliness made his dreams appear almost lackluster. "My lady," he called in a hushed tone, "how wondrously fair you look." Suddenly abashed by her lack of modesty, Synnovea crossed an arm in front of her, allowing the long billowing sleeve to mask her scantily garbed bosom. "Prince Alexei's chambers are on the opposite side of the house," she hissed, frustrated by Tyrone declared, dismissing her warning. "I had to come and assure myself once again that you're indeed real and not a figment of my imagination." "If you won't take heed of the danger you're in, then I urge you, Colonel Rycroft, to consider what my punishment may be if you're caught here. Princess Anna will likely think I encouraged you and will order my windows nailed shut. These rooms will become my prison, but she won't stop there. She'll see you arrested, and you'll spend the rest of your life in a dungeon, never seeing the light of day again." Ignoring her admonition, Tyrone caught hold of a stout vine twining over the facade of the house and climbed it as easily as he would a ladder. Upon reaching the window, he grasped the frame above his head and swung inward feet first. Synnovea's astonished gasp evoked a wayward grin from him as he lowered his booted feet to the floor and sat back upon the sill. Though she had grave doubts that any garment would protect her against the colonel's aggression, Synnovea quickly sought the covering of a dressing gown, and then, with fingers trembling uncontrollably, managed to light a candle. The tiny flame danced beneath her fluttering breath, and she lifted the taper high above her head as she warily approached her visitor. His translucent eyes reflected the flickering light, and the hungry yearning visible in those luminous depths was so intense it seemed almost tangible. Tyrone released his constricted breath in halting degrees. Even the simple act of taking air into his lungs became difficult when he was near Synnovea. Indeed, he felt much as he had that night in the bathhouse when he had watched her padding barefoot and stark naked alongside the pool. "No need to fear, my lady," he assured her in a husky whisper. "I mean you no harm." "I believe you said that in the bathhouse, right after I caught you spying on me like some unprincipled libertine," Synnovea whispered chidingly. She couldn't meet those flaming orbs without sensing the depth of his hunger. Never before had she been looked at with such tangible longing. "Did I not make my presence known to you tonight?" Tyrone asked her softly, avoiding the subject of his past guilt. "Had you been of such a mind, you could have closed the window and kept me out." "I was too astonished by your nerve," Synnovea protested with a blush. Even so, she suffered no uncertainty that she would have barred Alexei's entrance by whatever means proved necessary. Halting the Englishman, however, had never even entered into her consideration. Was she fooling herself into believing that she was safe in his presence merely because he had let her leave the bathhouse unscathed? Or was she so bedazzled by the strange, stirring excitement that started pulsing within her at every conjured image of his naked beauty that she could allow herself to be reduced to the level of some mindless twit who irrationally sought the company of the one who awakened those delectable feelings? Synnovea tried once again to make him aware of what he chanced. "Whether you intend mayhem or not, Colonel, you'll likely ruin my good name if you're found here in my room. I must insist that you leave. You are taking liberties which will likely have serious repercussions. At the very least, the Taraslovs will see you imprisoned for trying to accost me, and will send me to a monastery." The smiling blue eyes delved into hers as he cajoled in a hushed tone. "I'll leave if you truly insist, my lady. But I'd go more readily if you'd give me a token to remember you by." Synnovea was immediately suspicious and managed a faint question. "Such as?" Tyrone's eyes wandered leisurely over her, taking in as much detail as the meager light afforded him. A single braid fell over one shoulder, leading his eyes downward to where the robe softly molded her round breasts. The memory of their unconfined perfection and her lithe, shapely form lingered in his mind, haunting him through the days and making his nights a blissful torment. After a man had glimpsed such a rare, perfect vision, how could he find ease for his body and rest for his mind until he had made such a goddess his own? Synnovea could hardly ignore where his gaze wandered, and though her breast tingled beneath the languid caress of his gaze, she thought it prudent to warn him. "Your eyes give away the direction of your thoughts, Colonel, so I'd advise you to leave here ere I start screaming, because I don't intend to keep still while you force yourself upon me." "'Twould be a dreadful shame if any man ever took you against your will, my lady," Tyrone murmured. "I ask nothing more from you than a scented handkerchief or a lock of your hair," he murmured huskily. "If you are in a mood to be generous, a painted miniature would serve as a sweet reminder of your beauty. A kiss would even send me away in rapture." His suggestion sent a strange thrill coursing through her veins, and a brighter hue flooding into her cheeks. But Synnovea hastened to act the outraged maid, no matter how inappropriate it had been for her to let him into her bedroom. "You're impertinent to suggest such a thing, sir. Why, I don't even know you." Tyrone lifted his wide shoulders, casually rejecting such logic. "How can you say that, my lady? When we've shared pleasures few others would dare indulge in outside the bonds of marriage." "You may have indulged in them, Colonel, but I certainly did not," Synnovea declared, trying to subdue the blushing heat that nearly stifled her. No matter how many times she had allowed herself to bask in the giddy detail of their bathhouse meeting, she now sought to issue quick death to the notion that she had relished such an occasion. "Believe me, sir, I cringe every time I think of you lurking in the pool like some wily sea serpent waiting to consume his victim." Though Tyrone had in recent hours indulged his imagination by devouring her in a variety of lascivious ways, it was definitely a fantasy too lewd to confess to an untried maid. With a soft chuckle, he folded his arms across his chest and assumed an air of unyielding tenacity. "If you won't give me a kiss, then I shall sit here until I gain a more permanent reminder. A lock of hair, a handkerchief, a tiny portrait." Synnovea had no doubt that the contumacious colonel would carry through with his threat and enjoy every moment of his stay in her room. He had already proven his dedication to visiting her in spite of Anna's attempts to dissuade him. If she didn't give him the gift he sought, she'd never get any peace or sleep. Synnovea approached him cautiously as she searched his features in the shifting light. "If I give you something of that nature, Colonel Rycroft, will you promise to leave post-haste? I fear someone will overhear us if you stay much longer." Recognizing the plaintive appeal in her soft tone, Tyrone smiled into those darkly translucent orbs. "A portrait would almost be as nice as a kiss." You wouldn't boast to others if I were to give you one, would you?" "I would keep it close against my breast to hasten the beat of my heart," he promised warmly. "No one would see it but me. That much I swear as a knight and an officer." Synnovea dipped her head, accepting his word. "Then I shall grant your request, but only because you saved me from Ladislaw." Tyrone's eyes caressed her softly lit face. He was no less amazed now by the regal beauty of her delicate features than he had been that night in the tenebrous gloom of the bathhouse.
No maid had ever ensnared his mind as firmly as she had, and though he sought to pass his infatuation off as simply a fleeting fancy awakened by his lengthy celibacy, she was the only one with whom he yearned to appease himself in the months and years to come. "I'd treasure the gift far better if you'd give it with some tender sentiment, Synnovea." "I dare not encourage you," she demurred. "You've evinced your gall by entering my bedroom in the dead of night, without concern for the danger you might be in." "The few moments I spend with you are worth whatever dangers I invite," he breathed warmly. "You mustn't come back like this again," she insisted. "Your persistence in visiting me will see your life forfeited ere you're aware of the jeopardy. If you have no care for the danger you're in, then I must discourage you in taking similar chances by assuring you that in the future I will ignore your clandestine summons, though you throw large rocks through my windows. Do you understand me?" I do." "Good!" Heaving a sigh of relief, Synnovea set the candle on a nearby table and went to rummage through the upper compartment of her largest trunk. Upon finding the miniature that had once belonged to her father, she clutched it near her heart, remembering that her parent had always taken it with him whenever he had gone away. In a way, it seemed a betrayal of his affection to give it to a man who was hardly more than a stranger. Yet when the Englishman had saved her honor, and possibly her life, by risking his own, was he not deserving of such a gift? Synnovea could feel the blue eyes feeding upon her every movement as she returned to the window. Those shining orbs gave her cause to wonder if the man could see through her dressing-gown, for they appeared to dwell overlong on her soft curves. Handing him the portrait, she watched for a long moment as he admired the image. Finally he raised his head and smiled at her. "I shall treasure it always, my lady." "Please be careful that you don't awaken anyone making your departure," she urged cautiously. "Most boyars are suspicious of foreigners, and with your English garb, they'll likely shoot you for the sheer pleasure of it." Slipping her gift inside his doublet, Tyrone tucked it into the pocket resting over his heart. "I'm encouraged by your concern for me, Synnovea," he replied in a husky whisper. "It gives me hope that you like me well enough to at least consider my courtship once I've gained proper approval. Perhaps you'll even come willingly into my arms one day." "Princess Anna will never allow it," Synnovea stated emphatically. "She hates foreigners, and your audacity has only intensified her dislike for you." "My heart bleeds with remorse." Tyrone heaved a sigh of regret, but his lopsided grin completely nullified his claim. A smile stretched across Synnovea's lips. I can see that you're terribly grieved by her lack of veneration. She'd be much heartened if she'd take a long voyage across the ocean, so I could court you without her interference." Synnovea dared not tell him that a similar occurrence might well be in the offing. If he had ignored Anna's efforts to get rid of him before, then Synnovea could imagine how bold he'd become once the path was clear. "No more of that now," she admonished, and with an outward flick of her fingers urged him to take his leave. "Hold to your promise and go before I lose patience with you." "Only a moment more of your time," he murmured, settling his astonished to even think of resisting, and endured his kiss with growing awe, hardly aware that her lips slackened beneath his, allowing his tongue to flick briefly inward.
This is the end of this cassette. This program is continued on
Synnovea was too astonished to even think of resisting, and endured his kiss with growing awe, hardly aware that her lips slackened beneath his, allowing his tongue to flick briefly inward. Long after Tyrone had made his departure, Synnovea wondered at the gift that he had given her, as she stood with trembling fingers pressed to her smiling mouth. For some reason, the night seemed sweeter, the moon brighter, the air cooler, and her heart warmer. 7. An early morning breeze wafted over the city as Tsar Mikhail Fyodorovich Romanov strolled leisurely along the walk stretching atop the Kremlin's high wall. His dark eyes closely followed the mounted regiment that practiced its riding skills down below in the vast open area of Red Square. The horsemanship of the commander of the elite cavalry unit easily claimed his attention. Except for perhaps the Cossacks, who could mesmerize the casual observer with their daring equestrian skills, Mikhail had seen few riders that equaled the talent of this Englishman. But then, it was not the first time the colonel had been brought to his attention. In speaking to several Russian generals, General Vanderhout had boasted of his own successful accomplishments in devising the tactics that had supposedly directed a detachment from his foreign-led division in a foray against a large band of thieves a day's distance from the city. But Mikhail had been much enlightened when he had asked the newly promoted Major Nekrasov to report on Countess Synnovea's journey to Moscow. He had heard a tale of highwaymen, led by a bastard of Polish and Cossack descent, attacking the young boyarina's entourage, and then, without prior design, being put to flight by a certain English colonel and the Russian hussars he had trained, part of the same regiment which, unbeknownst to them, performed for the Tsar now. The crisp performance and pulsing cadence of the mounted horsemen struck Mikhail's heart with fervor as he watched from his elevated position. The helmeted heads turned in unison at the sharp count of their commander, and beneath the gilded rays of the morning sun, their swords flashed in dazzling brilliance as the men lifted those weapons high for a moment and then snapped them blunt-side against their shoulders. It was a presentation Mikhail had not previously witnessed, but an exercise he would in the near future, he decided. Obviously, the officer had a flair for organizing flamboyant exhibitions in an open field, as well as effectively proving his military prowess in actual combat. Mikhail cocked his head thoughtfully and peered askance at his officer of the guard, who stood just beyond the field marshal. "Major Nekrasov?" At the summons, the officer approached forthwith, and with a briskly executed salute, paid a soldier's obeisance to his sovereign. "Yours to command, great Tsar of all the Russias." Mikhail clasped his hands behind him as his eyes lightly skimmed the neatly uniformed officer. "Major Nekrasov, do you speak English?" Nikolai was somewhat taken aback by the question, but answered without hesitation. "Yes, your exalted worship." "Good. Then you may kindly inform the commander of the regiment which we're now viewing that I would like an opportunity to address him within the next several days. Tell him to make a request for an audience in the petitioner's box. He'll be informed some days hence of my reply. Do you have any questions?" "None, Your Excellency." "The man is a foreigner," Mikhail stated thoughtfully. "Instruct him on the diplomacy of the court, so he may not embarrass himself, or cause me to see him unduly punished because another has been offended." "Yes, Your Excellency." "That is all." Nikolai abruptly clasped an arm across his breast and went down on a knee before the Tsar, who with a casual gesture granted him dismissal. The major took his leave with great dispatch and descended to the ground level through the closest tower. Hastening across the field toward the tightly maneuvering riders, he hailed the commander of the hussars. "Colonel Rycroft!" he called, and after failing to gain a response a second time, advanced another lengthy space before trying once more to be heard above the clattering hooves and sharply barked commands. "Colonel Rycroft!" Finally, the summons penetrated the din, and Tyrone reined his mount around to face the one who approached. Recognizing the major, he gave a nod to Captain Tverskoy, temporarily yielding the drilling of the cavalry unit to his second-in-command. As he waited the rapidly approaching officer, Tyrone pushed back the leather helm and wiped a knuckle across his sweat-dappled brow. "Colonel Rycroft!" Nikolai cried again with great excitement as he halted beside the Englishman's steed. "His Majesty the Tsar would like to see you." He raised an arm and, half-turning, pointed toward the high wall, directing the colonel's gaze upward to the men who stood there. "He has been watching you for some time now." Tyrone raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun and squinted up at the small cluster of high-ranking officers who had gathered there. "What do you suppose he wants with me?" "You've impressed him," Nikolai answered in amazement, almost in awe of anyone who could perform such a feat. "You are to arrange an audience with him in the next several days." Tyrone dragged the reins loosely through his fingers and, gathering them close, rested his hand upon the pommel of the saddle as he cocked a brow at the major. The Tsar's recognition was what he had been striving for, but he was rather astonished at how quickly he had gained his objective. "And how should I go about accomplishing that visit?"
I've been enlisted to instruct you on what will be expected, Colonel. If you're free this evening, we can meet at my quarters. The sooner you respond, the better you'll be showing respect for His Majesty." "Of course," Tyrone agreed, giving up his plans to ride out to the Taroslav house later on in the evening. In the past fortnight, he had drilled his men with unswerving diligence, allowing himself no time to appease his desire to see Synnovea again and plead his cause through Ali. That was not to say that the dark-haired beauty hadn't occupied his mind with singular persistence since he had last seen her. If anything, his moonlit visit to her bedroom had intensified his dilemma. Now more than ever, he'd wake from a fitful sleep with her face before him, a sense of her naked softness lingering hauntingly against his skin. The difficulty in banishing those persistent yet delectable memories robbed him of sleep, and though he'd paced the length and breadth of his bedchamber in an effort to settle his mind on something less disturbing, his failure left him painfully tormented by his growing desire for her. Staring at her miniature only increased his longings. Though he had once teased her about claiming an audience with the Tsar, he had been far more serious about his quest than he would have admitted to anyone. Finding favor with His Majesty was essential in getting what he really wanted, and only in that respect did he deem the meeting with Major Nekrasov more important than a visit to the Taroslav manse. Without a doubt, Tsar Mikhail could open any door in Russia that had been slammed in his face. More than a fortnight had fled since Synnovea's arrival in Moscow, and in that time she had been forced to endure Ivan's phlegmatic instructions, Anna's harsh criticisms, and Alexei's zealous pursuits, the latter always well out of earshot and eyesight of his wife. Synnovea was beginning to feel as jittery as a tiny bird beneath the sharp, watchful eye of a raven. It seemed in every shadowed area she passed there lurked a danger of being surprised by the prince, and even more disturbing, a threat of being fondled in either a feigned or a more deliberate manner. It was maddening to find herself the prey in his game of chase. But Alexei seemed intent on taking advantage of every opportunity that presented itself, while Anna devoted most of her time and attention aiding Ivan Voronsky in his ambitious climb to fame. Anna had postponed her visit to her father's bedside, having decided her plans to honor Ivan at a reception were of greater importance. The princess and the cleric had become all but inseparable. While Alexei roamed elsewhere, they visited boyars of great power and wealth in an effort to abet kindred spirits. If the atmosphere and temperaments were right, they carefully encouraged the airing of whatever adverse sentiments existed against the patriarch Filaret Nikitich. Synnovea had gleaned at least this much from her bedchamber, where she had been cautioned to stay during a meeting of boyars whom Anna had invited to the manse. It had certainly not been Synnovea's intent to eavesdrop, but the outraged shouts which Ivan seemed to liberally provoke with his suggestions were impossible to ignore even upstairs. In light of the bizarre views the cleric had expressed during their journey to Moscow, she could only wonder if he held aspirations of uprooting Tsar Mikhail from his throne. It seemed doubtful that Anna would be party to such a goal, being Mikhail's cousin. Even so, Synnovea couldn't banish her own strengthening suspicions. It was early on a Wednesday morning when Alexei informed his wife that he'd be attending business affairs in a neighboring city, and that she shouldn't expect him back until late the following day. His announcement and departure bolstered Anna's confidence that she could leave her charge behind at the manse, and nothing untoward would transpire while she ventured out with Ivan. Shortly after the two left, Synnovea sent Ali off with Stenka to attend the needs of Elisaveta's sister. As she awaited her servant's return, she retreated to the Taroslav garden, where she began reviewing a book which Ivan had given her earlier in the day, no doubt to keep her aware of his power even in his absence. It was mid-afternoon when a somewhat surprised Boris opened the door for his master. "Anna left more than an hour ago with the good Ivan Voronsky," Alexei concluded for the elder, allowing some irritation to show for the steward's benefit. Boris hurried to allay any husbandly jealousy. "They went to visit Prince Dmitrievich at his home, my lord. I'm sure Princess Anna would be delighted if you joined them there." "What? And suffer through another boring discussion of that old boyar's prospects for producing another brood of children in his dwindling years?" Alexei laughed with a negative shake of his head. "I think not, Boris. At his advanced age, Vladimir should be thinking of dividing his wealth between the sons he has already, rather than looking for a new wife upon whom he can spawn new ones.
Boris chuckled, having overheard for himself the old boyar's expectations.
I've no doubt that it's the wish of every man facing advancing years to be equally as capable as Prince Vladimir when they reach his age.
Cocking a curious brow, Alexei peered at the steward, wondering if he was voicing aspirations of his own.
Perhaps the old prince isn't nearly as capable as you'd like everyone to believe. That may be true, sir,
Boris agreed, and then heaved a sigh.
But it's nice for a man to believe there's some hope.
Alexei grinned in agreement.
Absolutely.
Only a few moments passed before the prince entered the garden and found Synnovea sitting with her chin propped in her hands. Intent upon her studies, she failed to notice him until he spoke.
My dear child, what are you so engrossed in?
The softly coiffed head snapped up in surprise, and Alexei found himself staring into startled green-brown eyes. He smiled as he plumbed the depths of her sudden disquiet. She was as skittish as a young hare that had just been cornered by a wily fox.
Prince Alexei!
Synnovea rose nervously to her feet.
We weren't expecting you until tomorrow. My goodness, won't Anna be surprised?
Her breathless tone readily conveyed her rampant distrust.
I think she should be back any moment now.
Her words dwindled into an uneasy silence as his dark eyes gleamed back at her in dubious amusement.
Come now, Synnovea, he gently reproached. We both know that Anna dallies overlong whenever she accompanies Ivan on one of his jaunts to fame. She has ambitions not unlike his, you know.
Almost in mesmerized distraction, his gaze dipped to the higher curves of her bosom, which her square, lace-edged neckline coyly revealed. Even so minute a glimpse was more than he had been afforded since he had opened her bedchamber door and found her sleeping on her chaise. Since then, the girl had discreetly garbed herself in sarafans. Until today. A crisp, lacy ruff now adorned the slender column of her throat, and was daintily fastened with a lavender ribbon, a color found in the flowery lawn of her gown. Below the charming neckpiece, the close-fitting bodice accentuated the narrowness of her waist, while the neckline left him appreciative of the youthful luster of her creamy skin.
"May I join you?"
he inquired, presenting his best manners.
Of course,"
Synnovea replied. How could she deny him? If she had taken the initiative to tell him nay, he probably would have seized her outright. Alexei closed the space between them, and in swift reaction, Synnovea skirted around the marble table, where she poured herself a chill glass of watered wine. Managing a tremulous smile beneath his ever-warming regard, she gulped the sip before she recalled her manners. Reluctantly, she swept a hand to indicate the pitcher of wine and a small plate of cakes that Elisaveta had brought out to her. "Would you care for some refreshments?" Alexei smiled at her guise of gracious hostess, well acquainted with the ploys of a reluctant maid. She had been most eager to place a barrier between them, as if the tiny table could offer her protection against the encroachment of a passionate swain. "Perhaps a glass of watered wine?" Alexei accepted the goblet from her, and lifting his head, gazed out over the carefully tended garden. He wasn't a man who normally gave himself over to the enjoyment of such simple pleasures, but with Synnovea near at hand, he could feel himself relaxing in the peaceful tranquility of the glade. Perhaps if he had wed a woman who would have been content with his wealth and princely possessions, instead of being driven with an insatiable ambition to have the best of everything, he might have been satisfied to devote more of his attention to nurturing a love for her. Perhaps unconsciously, it was his way of seeking revenge for the disquiet she awakened within him.
"Will you walk with me through the garden, Synnovea?"
he invited, continuing around the table. He took her arm and swept his free hand toward the paths that were bordered with flowers.
"It has been more than a season of years since I've taken time to admire such riotous blooms."
Hesitantly, Synnovea moved along the lane beside him, cautiously giving an excuse for a timely escape.
"Elisaveta is expecting me back in the kitchen any moment now. I promised to help her make bread, so I mustn't be away too long. She'll come looking for me." "A simple walk through the garden doesn't require too much time," Alexei assured her. "I have to leave again shortly anyway. I left some important documents behind when I left this morning, and I had to come back to fetch them. I thought everyone had gone, and then I noticed you out here."
He raised his head and slowly inhaled the sweet, heady fragrance that wafted from several large blossoms adorning a nearby bush. I had almost forgotten such pleasures exist. Glancing over her shoulder, Synnovea noticed that they were no longer inside of the house, for the draping limbs of a tree now obscured the trail behind them. I should go back now. Not yet, Synnovea. His hand slipped downward to clasp hers, and when she gasped in surprise and tried to draw away, he laughed and indicated the path ahead. Did you ever see the dovecote? It's just up ahead. Hearing a soft cooing beyond them, Synnovea conceded him a cautious victory, and allowed him to draw her with him. He released her hand as they approached a white circular structure, where a dozen or more pigeons calmly roosted. Others flitted to and fro overhead. The fluttering of wings warned them of another approaching bird, and Synnovea turned to observe a dove's flight to a slender perch jutting from an empty cubbyhole. "Oh, this could be dangerous," Alexei observed drolly as other birds flew overhead. "Let's get away before we find your pretty gown spoiled." Seizing her hand again, he pulled her along behind him down a footpath that turned sharply away from the cote. Synnovea sought diligently to disentangle her fingers from his grasp, knowing they roamed farther and farther away from the manse. "Please, I should go back now." Alexei held fast as he bade over his shoulder, "Don't be afraid, Synnovea. Come, I've something else to show you." He brought her within sight of a small hut nestled against a high wooden fence, which served as a barrier around the estate. Drawing her with him onto the wooden planks of the porch, he pushed open the door and would have ventured in, but Synnovea balked at the idea of being hauled into a dark cottage with a lecher. Stiffening her limbs much like a stubborn calf, she braced her feet wide and refused to be dragged forward another step. "No," she cried, "let me go. I must return to the house." Alexei chortled as he stepped back to her with dark eyes glowing brightly. "Come inside, Synnovea," he coaxed, tilting his head slightly toward the open portal. "Let me make you the woman you deserve to be. No one will know we've spent this time together." His red lips parted in a cajoling smile. "The servants are loyal to me. None of them will tell Anna that I returned home today, so we needn't make excuses to her." With a brief nod, he indicated the door again. "No one comes here. The old woodcutter who lives here during the winter won't be back until fall. We'll have the cabin entirely to ourselves. You needn't be embarrassed or afraid." "Never." Synnovea shook her head in passionate fervor. "This thing you ask of me isn't proper, Alexei. You have no right to even suggest it." "Right, wrong!" Alexei tossed his head from side to side like a small boy chanting a rhyme. "Who can argue this is wrong, Synnovea, when we are meant for each other?" "I can," she declared hotly. "I want no part of this." His shoulders lifted in a languid shrug, evidencing his lack of concern for her reluctance. "I'll take you as I will, Synnovea. It's of little consequence to me if you struggle. I know in time you'll come to enjoy my caresses." Alexei slipped an arm around her waist, but Synnovea snatched away and glared back at him with eyes flashing with virile intensity. "If you force me against my will, Alexei," she warned in a low, ragged tone, "I swear you'll reap my revenge. I'm not one of your little trollops whom you can seize and take at your whim." If Anna won't laugh, displayed his contempt for her threats. Still holding her wrist, he smirked with unswerving confidence. "Do you actually think you can threaten me and dance away to your delight, my girl? Nay, let it never be said. Your words will fall on deaf ears, for I shall make of them a lie, and pledge my troth that you speak falsely. Anna will hear no slander from you. So you see how shallow your threats are. Truly, Synnovea, there's no advantage in fighting me." Smiling in haughty arrogance, he seized the front of her bodice, and with a downward jerk that startled a scream from her, ripped the stomacher free, leaving naught but a chemise to hide her bosom between the rent. Alexei stretched forth a hand to test the delectable fullness, but with an infuriated shriek, Synnovea whirled away. Alas, her attempt to flee gained her nothing, for he caught his fingers in the cluster of curls on top of her head, and hauling her back, lifted her struggling form into his arms. Shouldering the door aside, Alexei pushed his way into the cottage, and kicked the portal closed behind him. With nary a pause, he crossed to a narrow cot in the corner, and dropped her upon it. As she lit, wolf pelts seemed to enfold her, and threatened to smother her as they flew over her face. Fighting her way free, Synnovea scrambled to her knees, and quickly apprised herself of her surroundings. she glimpsed an opening between Alexei and a small table standing near the head of the cot and lunged for it, intent upon slipping through the breach. Promptly, he stepped to block her path, but she eluded his reaching hands and sprang to the opposite end of the bed, from whence she crawled hastily toward an open niche. He was there to meet her, and thwarted her attempts again and again. Finally, she sat back upon her heels, gasping air into her lungs, and glared up at him. Casually, Alexei began slipping out of his kaftan.
"You see, there's no escape for you, my beauty."
Tossing aside the garment, he faced Synnovea, garbed in nothing more than a thin shirt and leggings that clung closely to his scrawny legs. His wide shoulders and the roomy kaftans had made him seem heavier and more muscular than he actually was, for he bordered on thinness and was rather straight from his chest downward, hardly the sort of physique she had been admiring lately. Alexei watched his captive carefully, as her eyes flew about the cabin in an anxious quest for escape. She darted toward another opening, but again he caught her, and this time shoved her back upon the pelts. She gnashed her teeth in frustration and tried to claw him, but he chortled in amusement at her attempts and batted her arms away. Holding her thus, he jerked the cot away from the wall and settled astride the narrow bed, pinning her beneath him and stilling her wildly thrashing limbs. Synnovea was hardly subdued. When he lifted himself to tug up her skirts, she was bent on wiggling out from under him. Alexei expected as much and immediately resettled himself across her legs. In his eagerness to drag her petticoats out from under him, he failed to notice the slender hand closing around a honing stone that had been left on the table beside the bed, nor did he see her fist swinging upward in an arc away from the nightstand. Synnovea forced every bit of the strength she possessed behind the blow, catching her would-be debaucher squarely against the side of his nose with the edge of the stone, setting it abruptly askew. Alexei's pained yowl seemed to shake the hut right down to its foundation as he reeled backward from the blow. He clasped his hands to his face, a vivid array of colors bedazzling him as an unbearable agony blinded him to everything else. Several red droplets splattered onto his white shirt, and as his sight cleared and he spread his hands, he gaped down in slack-jawed awe at the splotches. He could hardly believe his blood had been spilled by so slender a maid, yet the anguish was too intense for him to doubt the fact. Emitting a groan, he pressed a finger beneath his nose and tried to curb the dribbling flow, but alas, it could not be stemmed. The slightest touch sent sharp, splintering shards of excruciating pain shooting upward from his nose into his brow. From there, his torment expanded and seemed to reach to the very ends of his nerves. The anguish was too great to bear, and losing all desire to fulfill his lustful cravings, he lifted himself from the bed and stumbled in an agonized stupor to the washstand, where he snatched a towel and pressed it tightly beneath his nose. Synnovea dared not pause. Amid a flurry of flying skirts, she leapt from the bed and raced through the door. No one witnessed her frantic entrance into the manse, but it wasn't until she had locked the door of her bedchamber firmly behind her with bated breath, until at long last she heard his carriage rumble away. Then she went to the window to watch and saw his stallion trailing behind at the end of the tether. That fact lent her some hope that he wouldn't be back for several days. It was the third Sunday after Synnovea's arrival when cooling breezes finally brought a welcome respite from the hot, sweltering days of summer. Scudding gray clouds chased across the early morning sky and gave some hope to hearts yearning for rain. In only a few weeks, the weather would begin to take on a chill, and the intense heat would be but a memory. Alexei had returned 2 days earlier, giving the lame excuse that he had broken his nose after a fall from his stallion. For the sake of his handsome profile, he had endured the torment of his nose being righted by a physician, but by now it could be determined that a definite lump would mar the previous sleekness of it, and no doubt serve to remind him by whose hand he had acquired the wound. A dark purplish swelling around his nose and beneath his eyes tarnished his handsome visage, evidencing the depth of his injuries, and he was wont to liberally indulge in strong intoxicants to ease the pain that still plagued him. He was no longer doubtful of Synnovea's ability to do him ill, and for the time being was reluctant to challenge her stilted reserve, fearful that another such blow would see him completely undone. On this particular Sunday, Alexei had announced that he would remain at home, for his vanity prevented him from pursuing other lighter loves until his swollen nose dwindled in size and the bruises faded. Earlier, Anna had made arrangements to go with Ivan to a private chapel belonging to the immensely wealthy boyar, Prince Vladimir Dmitrievich. The ancient widower had his heart set on another marriage, and since neither Ivan nor Anna wished him to be distracted from their discourse by the presence of a comely young maid, the possibility of Synnovea accompanying them to the Chasovnya was simply out of the question. Yet while her husband remained abed, Anna didn't trust Synnovea to stay behind either. Thus she was left with no other choice but to allow the girl to arrange her own sabbatical, as long as it was well away from the Taroslov manse and the invalid Alexei. Whatever reasons Anna had for letting her go, Synnovea was relieved to have finally been granted some freedom. Even the woman's dire warnings to return before dusk couldn't diminish her enthusiasm. She even went out early to wait for Stenka to pull the coach around into the drive, and wasn't at all unnerved by the fact that Alexei came to stand near the windows of his upper-story bedroom. He couldn't do much harm to her today. For the outing, Synnovea had outfitted herself in a sarafan of ice-blue satin, liberally adorned with seed pearls and delicate appliques of white lace. A similarly embellished kokoshniki had been settled upon her head, and a blue ribbon, sewn with the same dainty pearls, had been woven through the single dark braid. A matching cloak accompanied her, but after reaching her destination, Synnovea decided to leave the garment behind as she prepared to alight from the coach. The temperature was still warm, and the sun had begun to peek intermittently through the clouds, lending her some assurance that the weather would remain clear throughout the day. Stenka halted the conveyance a short distance from a church on Red Square, close to where the Countess Natasha Andreevna had paused outside her own carriage. As Yosef swung open the door for his mistress, the older woman hurried across to greet her friend. Catching sight of her, Synnovea descended the steps in a light-hearted rush as Natasha laughed in glee and spread her arms wide. In a trice of steps, the younger was enfolded within the elder's embrace. "I should scold you for not coming to see me," Natasha fussed and drew back amid a profusion of tears. "Or have you forgotten that I'm not welcome at the Taroslovs?" "Oh, Natasha, you know I haven't," Synnovea replied as her own gaze blurred. "But until today, Anna hasn't allowed me to venture beyond the limits of their estate." Natasha searched the teary green-brown eyes. "It must be difficult for you to live under such strictures when you've been able to enjoy the same freedom granted to women all over England and France. Oh, your mother laid a good foundation for you by instructing a most endearing way about her." "A change may be coming fairly soon." "How so, my dear?" Synnovea lifted a hand to caution the elder. "Mind you, there's been no indication as yet that Anna will actually go see her ailing father, nor should I dare suggest that she'll grant me permission to visit you, but I rather suspect that she won't feel too confident leaving me alone in the house with Alexei. I can hardly blame her there. The man is a rake of the first merit." Natasha raised her brows briefly to lend emphasis to her insinuations, and gently patted her young friend's hand as she urged, "Take warning, my child." Synnovea's own brows flicked upward in agreement. "Oh, I've learned by experience what a horrible lecher he is. I'm afraid to leave my bedchamber while that greedy crow waits to pick my bones. Once his nose is mended, he'll likely seek revenge." Natasha's elegant brows gathered in bemusement. "What happened to his nose?" "I broke it when he accosted me." For a moment the older countess stared at the younger, completely flabbergasted. Then, as the humor of it settled in, she began to laugh in rampant delight. "Poor Alexei! He's never been abused by a woman before. 'Tis a rare one who doesn't adore him. Hopefully you've thwarted his attempt sufficiently, and he'll be careful about approaching you in the future." "I really don't think he'll let my affront slip past without demanding some sort of restitution. The uncertainty of how and when it will come leaves me positively skittish." Natasha heaved a sigh, extending her sympathy toward the girl. "'Twould ease your situation if you could leave their house fairly soon. Do you have any idea when Anna might depart?" "If she goes at all, it certainly won't be until after Saturday next. That's when she intends to honor Ivan Voronsky with a grand celebration." "Ivan Voronsky?" Natasha repeated the name incredulously and looked at the younger woman with growing sympathy. "Oh, my dear Synnovea, I do pity your plight. I only wish His Majesty had seen fit to send you into my care, but I'm sure he had no idea we were close friends, especially if Anna told him that I was only interested in your father. There's no question that Tsar Mikhail thought he was doing you a favor by sending you to Anna. After all, she is his kin, and under normal circumstances it would be deemed an honor to be the ward of the Tsar's cousin. He greatly admired your father, And now that Alexander has been taken from us, I know His Majesty would like to be assured of your welfare. So please, try not to judge him too harshly, my dear." "I shan't, of course. He proved the depth of his concern by sending Major Nekrasov to escort me to Moscow. But tell me, Natasha, if Anna does go to visit her father, will you allow me to stay with you during her absence?" "Oh, my child, need you ask?" Natasha laughed gaily. "Of course you may. Indeed, I won't tolerate the idea of your staying with anyone else." The bells in the belfry began to clang, and as the last grew silent, a lilting hymn drifted from the church. The two women turned their attention to the sweet melodious voices that beckoned, and walked arm in arm into the magnificently embellished interior. A rosy aura, softly cast from the mica windows, seemed to infuse the very air around them as they stood together in a section reserved for women and children. There they murmured prayers, sang songs, and listened to the oration of the priest and the angelic hymns of young boys dressed in white vestments. It was a peaceful time, like so many others they had shared in the same church, except that now there would be only the two of them after the services. The memory of Alexander Zenkov remained sweet to each, and with tears misting their eyes, they clasped fine dark clouds looming over the city. Lightly splattering raindrops brought sweet respite and stirred forth a refreshing essence, but Synnovea was averse to seeing another gown ruined, and stood in the shelter of the portico, worriedly viewing the seemingly endless breach that lay between the church and her coach. Conveyances had already become ensnared in a tangled maze created by drivers intent upon picking up their passengers without delay. Whatever open spaces remained were quickly filling with people hurrying from other churches located in the same area. "I never expected this," Synnovea said forlornly. It seemed like a century had passed since she had felt such freedom, and after so many weeks without rain, she couldn't believe that it had started this very moment. "Stienka is nearer," Natasha declared. "We won't have to wait as long for him to get through." Synnovea cast a dubious glance upward at the dark clouds. "Yes, but it may be another hour before the path clears, enough for him to get through. But then, the way the sky looks, we'll get soaked in any case." "I guess our only option is to run for it." Natasha lifted her cloak and spread it wide as a shelter for them. "We'd better leave now, before we're caught in a downpour." Synnovea huddled beside Natasha under the costly tent as they left the protection of the portico. They had barely ventured forth when a heavy torrent was unleashed upon them, dispersing the crowd ahead of them. Synnovea caught sight of Yosef scampering down from the footman's seat in his eagerness to be at the door when they arrived. Presently Stenka was leaning down from his lofty bench, talking with another man who had halted beside the coach. As the driver lifted an arm to point, the one to whom he spoke twisted about to search the crowd for her. Though garbed in an enveloping cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, the man was unmistakable. It took no more than a glimpse of that male visage to bring Synnovea to a sudden, disconcerted halt. The dauntless Colonel Rycroft had ventured forth in search of her again. Synnovea had no opportunity to retreat as he came at a run toward her, not even a chance to react. Without warning, a force from behind struck her solidly against her back and sent her sprawling forward onto her hands and knees. The culprit, a huge, simple-minded lummox who had panicked after finding himself separated from those who led him, glanced down briefly as he plowed past her. In spite of the blinding torrent that washed down upon them, a group of strapping youths raced for their mounts, all but treading on the heels of the oaf. By the time they saw Synnovea, it was too late for an orderly evasion. They leapt over, around, and finally upon, as one fell short of his goal and came down on her foot, startling a cry of pain from her lips. Frantically, Natasha pushed against those who came dangerously near, but her strength was far too flimsy against such stalwart forms. "Begone with you!" she railed from beneath her cloak. "Can't you see where you're going?" In the next moment, a dark shape loomed over Synnovea, abruptly discouraging the progress of the youths, at the same time causing Natasha to stumble back in some awe. The cloaked form momentarily provided a protective screen around the girl before the man bent and gently lifted her to her feet. Synnovea was keenly aware of Colonel Rycroft's arms slipping around her waist and of his hard body pressing near, lending her both shelter and support as she took a limping step forward. A piercing pain shot through her ankle, causing her to wobble and smother a cry. In the next instant, she was being whisked off her feet by arms that were iron-thewed and completely capable, the very essence of the fantasy a maid might create for herself. Her pulse leapt rather strangely as he clasped her to him, and she slipped her arms around his stalwart neck with the same intensity that she had once employed when faced with the threat of drowning. His hat offered some protection from the pelting bombardment of rain, and she pressed her brow against his cheek, giving no regard for the impropriety of her actions. Tyrone lifted a shoulder to cradle her more securely against him, and ran with long sprinting strides toward her carriage, bearing her as easily as he would a child. Utterly amazed by the boldness of the chivalrous man, and in no smaller degree by Synnovea's willingness to accept his aid, Natasha Andreevna gaped after them for one short, astounded moment before she, too, scurried toward the coach, albeit at a much slower pace than that of the one who had spirited away her friend. Her cloak and slippers were now completely soaked, proving more of a hindrance than a benefit, thwarting her efforts to be on hand when the two reached the conveyance. Yosef swung open the door, allowing the colonel to mount the step unrestricted by anything more than his winsome burden. After springing onto the step, Tyrone leaned inward to deposit Synnovea safely upon the seat. For the briefest time, his lips caressed her dampened cheek, before wandering around to taste the soft mouth that parted in surprise. A quick intake of breath evidenced the lady's astonishment as his tongue passed over her lips in a gently provocative manner, and flicked ever so briefly into the moist cavern. For barely an instant, Synnovea bent toward him, yielding him access as she savored the taste of his mouth. But she remembered herself abruptly and pushed back against the cushion. Excruciatingly aware of the unseemliness of her actions, she turned her burning face aside. "You shouldn't kiss me in public," she scolded in a whisper. "What if someone were to see us?" Though the downpour served as a protective shield around her coach, it was still daylight, and there was no accounting for what Yosef could see through the gaps between the window frames and the shades that had been lowered to keep out the rain. "If you won't let me visit you in private, my sweet, how else can I kiss you?" Tyrone reasoned with a teasing grin, drawing her furtive gaze. The dripping brim of his hat shaded his eyes and part of his face, but she could hardly ignore the fact that his gaze was riveted upon her mouth. Tyrone leaned toward her again, wanting more. What man, after tasting your lips, can easily turn aside from such intoxicating nectar? With a gasp, Synnovea pressed a hand to his chest to halt his advance. She didn't need to be told what he intended. She could see it in his eyes. The inexplicable tumult he evoked within her was reason enough to be cautious. For the sake of her own emotions and the situation in which she had been cast, she'd be far better off avoiding the man, for she seemed wont to dismiss every rational thought and traditionally accepted behavior in his presence, as if she had no will of her own. "Nevertheless, Colonel, I must insist that you control your ardor ere you see me disgraced." "Halting the sun in the sky might prove an easier task, my lady," he murmured warmly as his fingers stroked along the inside of her arm, quickening the rhythm of her heart as his lean knuckles brushed the sodden cloth adhering to her breast. Synnovea was amazed at her own breathlessness and struggled to convey an indignation appropriate for an offended boyarina. "You're too familiar in the way you handle me, sir, and if you do not desist, I shall be forced to scream." "Before you alert others to your cause, my lady, feel how swiftly my heart races." He captured her hand and pressed it to his breast. "Is this the heartbeat of a frivolous suitor?" Touching him was like being near a lightning bolt when it plunged into the ground. Synnovea could feel the force sizzling through her and every nerve standing at attention. Thoroughly unsettled by what she was experiencing, she sought to disentangle her trembling fingers from his warm grasp. "Please unhand me, Colonel," she whispered. "You'll have my coachman wondering what we're doing." Sensing her rising panic, Tyrone complied, yet he watched her yearningly until she had to turn her face aside from the heat his eyes conveyed. She made every effort to slide across the velvet seat, but her sodden clothes hindered her, and as she braced cautiously upon the edge of the cushion and tried to rise, he saw her wince. In growing curiosity, he lifted the muddied hem, revealing an ankle that was now swollen and darkly bruised. "Why, you've been hurt." "Truly, Colonel, it's nothing," Synnovea insisted, blushing at his forwardness. When he sought to take her ankle within his grasp, she quickly dragged her foot away and once again saw a need to advance her escape to the far corner of the seat. "'Tis but a small bruise, nothing more. 'Twill heal quickly enough." Tyrone was thoroughly perplexed. After seeing and holding far more of her than just a shapely ankle, he couldn't understand why she should be so abashed by his inspection. But Yosef still stood near the door, and it seemed advisable not to question the lady, lest the man hear them over the deluge beating down upon the roof. A cold compress may help reduce the swelling, Tyrone suggested, having dressed a variety of wounds in his years as an officer, including many of his own. You should stay off the foot for at least a day or two, just to give it time to heal. 'Twould seem I'm indebted to you once again, Colonel. Synnovea a fan from her bosom, but that would hardly be seemly. She waited wide-eyed as his gaze delved into hers, having no idea what he searched for. Is something the matter? Self-consciously, she dragged her headdress off and wiped the dribbling moisture from her brow. I know, I must look a sight.
This is the end of Side 1. This program is continued on Side 2 of this cassette.
Self-consciously, Synnovea dragged her headdress off and wiped the dribbling moisture from her brow. I know I must look a sight. Aye, that you do, my lady. He breathed huskily, admiring everything his eyes touched. A sight I've rarely seen. Do I look as horrible as that? Synnovea asked in some chagrin, mistaking his words. Tyrone chuckled softly. As beautiful as that, you should ask, my lady. You tease me, sir, she chided, unable to subdue the subtle curving of her lips. His grin was warmly cajoling. The beating of my heart would surely affirm the truth of my words, if you'd but give me your hand again. I think not, she whispered, finding little strength in her voice. Then accept my devotion for what it is. Synnovea felt a suffusing warmth eroding the barrier that she was striving hard to erect. Showing it out proved far more difficult than she might have supposed, and she hurriedly changed the subject, lest she find herself consenting to his courtship. May we take you somewhere, Colonel? There's no need, Tyrone declined, distracted by her beauty. My horse is nearby. Yet he made no effort to leave as he continued to stare at her. He was curious to know how many more aspects of her character were waiting to be glimpsed and treasured like a collection of precious pearls on a strand. He had first seen the outraged countess clutched in the arms of her captor, then the wanton seductress taking a bath, and later, perched upon her windowsill, he had admired the winsome sprite in peasant garb, the gossamer-garbed maid in her bedchamber, and now the vulnerable young girl in need of a champion to defend her. Though she seemed abashed by this most recent occurrence, he was crushingly aware of the strongly protective instincts that had surged within him when he had seen her in danger of being trodden upon. His reaction had been far more complex than he could rationally explain, even to himself. Not so long ago, he had been absolutely certain that all those softer, more vulnerable emotions a man could feel for a woman had been utterly destroyed by betrayal and deceit. And though he greatly desired to claim Synnovea as his mistress, he was not at all sure he wanted his heart entangled in a relationship that he had hitherto considered merely a rotting fever. Tyrone mentally detached himself from his musings and chuckled as he glanced down at his own wet garb. Neither of us is in any condition to offer comfort to the other, my lady, at least not in a way that would be proper. If he hadn't been thoroughly convinced that she'd turn him down flat, he would have invited her to his quarters, but he knew the foolishness of rushing her. It was far better to cool his heels and his hot blood until he could be assured of her willingness to yield him everything he desired. Lightly touching the brim of his hat, Tyrone met the troubled eyes that watched him so intently. Another time, Synnovea. Whirling, he stepped down from the footrest and immediately had to dance aside to avoid colliding with Natasha, who beneath the shelter of her cloak had been forging head downward through the driving rain. His encroaching form caused her head to snap up in surprise. Just as swiftly, her jaw plummeted. Once again, Natasha found herself confronting a looming height and shoulders that looked no less than immense beneath sodden rain gear. Taken aback with a fair amount of awe, she gaped up into lean features and shadowed eyes, unable to voice an intelligible greeting. A stiff twitch of a smile accompanied Tyrone's muttered apology. Then, tugging his hat down lower over his brow, he hunched his shoulders against the pummeling droplets and swung up onto the back of his steed. After a brief backward glance toward the coach, he rode away. Synnovea felt as if the glow had just been taken from the day. The memory of her name being breathed in a soft, caressing sigh from Tyrone's lips filled her with a secret pleasure that made her smile. But she promptly squelched it as Yosef handed her companion into the interior. Natasha felt definitely akin to a drowned rat as she dragged her rain-soaked skirts through the door and fell back into the seat beside her young friend. Considering her difficulty in reaching the shelter, she might have paused at least to catch her breath, but she was much more interested in learning the identity of the stranger who had rushed to the assistance of her beautiful companion. "My goodness, dear, you certainly attracted the attention of a most capable protector. He seemed quite willing to move heaven and earth to keep you from harm." The woman paused, noting Synnovea's sudden and decidedly nervous preoccupation with her ankle. It wasn't at all difficult to imagine the girl's reluctance to discuss the incident, and Natasha deftly turned the conversation to another matter. "I'll be most upset with you, Synnovea, if you haven't made plans to come home with me today for a visit. You left some clothes there the last time you visited with your father, and since you don't have to be back until later, I'd be immensely pleased if you'd stay and chat with me for as long as you dare." Synnovea laughed, feeling her discomfiture easing. "I'd be delighted to stay for the rest of the afternoon, if you'd have me," she assured the woman. "I loathe the idea of returning to the Taroslavs, especially while Alexei lurks in wait for me there. Spending time with you will serve as a healing balm, for which I'm in dire need. Still, I mustn't be late, or Anna will find some way to discipline me." Natasha's heart went out to the young woman. It seemed a visit would do them both good. Of that she had no doubt. Directing her attention to the soggy footman, she gave him a smiling nod. "Your mistress will be joining me at my home, Yosef, so we can be off now, if you're inclined to leave this deluge." "That I am, my lady," he replied with a chuckle, and closed the door. The coach swayed slightly as he climbed to his rear seat, and a brief moment later, Stenka set the horses into motion. Synnovea dragged off the sodden headdress and heaved a wistful sigh in distraction. "He always catches me at my worst." In spite of the pelting rain, the softly whispered complaint reached Natasha's ears, kindling her curiosity to a roaring flame. "Oh, dear." Realizing she had been caught thinking aloud, Synnovea tossed Natasha a glance askance and lifted her shoulders in an evasive shrug. "No one, Natasha, no one at all." "Oh," the elder muttered glumly, slumping back against the seat in disappointment. She knew the girl would never tell when it was a matter she held dear, and evidently the topic of the stranger was a subject Synnovea preferred keeping to herself. If the maid's reaction served as an indication, then Natasha was inclined to believe that whoever the tall man was, he had already made quite an impression on her young friend. Natasha sighed forlornly. "I suppose I must remain ignorant of the identity of the gallant gentleman who carried you to the coach, for it's clear you have no intention of confiding in me." In restive unease, Synnovea dismissed the matter. "'Twas no one of any import, Natasha, really." The elder countess responded with a sublime smile. "Nevertheless, I can see that you have been thoroughly unsettled by the man." A deep blush stained Synovea's cheeks, and in an attempt to turn aside the other woman's curiosity, she feigned distress over her sodden gown. "Ruined, absolutely ruined, and it was one of my favorite gowns." "You did look exquisite in it," Natasha reflected aloud. "But then, my dear, you look exquisite in anything you wear. I'm sure that's why you attracted your friend in the first place. He seems quite taken with you." "He's not my friend," Synnovea insisted. Natasha smiled smugly. "Well, my dear, from what I could see of the two of you through the rain, he certainly wasn't your enemy. Tell me, what does Anna think about him?" "He's an Englishman. Need I say more?" Some understanding dawned as Natasha considered the other's flushed cheeks. "Then Anna has forbidden him to visit you." Synnovea nodded mutely and desperately scoured her thoughts in search of another subject upon which they could comfortably converse. She almost relaxed as she recalled the reason she had wanted to see her friend in the first place. "Dear Natasha, please forgive me for being so bold, but Anna's cook has a sister who, though ailing now, will be needing work when she improves. Do you have some kind of position she can fill?" Natasha wasted no moment in asking, "Can she cook?" A vague shrug accompanied Synovea's reply. "I fear I know very little about Danika's capabilities, other than the fact that she's in need, but I certainly can ask Elisaveta what her experiences have been." "If she can't cook, send her around when she's well," Natasha suggested. "My old cook died since you last visited me, and I need to find a replacement ere I lose my wits trying to teach the scullery maid how to boil water. You know, with all the guests I have, the meals can be something of a disaster without a proper cook on hand." "The woman has a child at her side," Synnovea cautioned her friend, "a daughter of 3. Natasha smiled at the idea. "'Twould be delightful to hear the laughter of a young child around the house. Sometimes I get so lonesome in that huge place, in spite of all the company I have. The house needs a little sparkle to brighten its dark mood. And if you're kept from my side, dear Synnovea, then I must find another little girl to cherish." Her lengthy sigh hinted of a nostalgic mood. "I wish I could have had children of my own. As you know, I outlived 3 husbands, but none of them could get me with a child, as much as I wanted one. I've long despaired of my barren state." Synnovea reached out a hand to rest it with genuine affection upon the elder's. "I shall always think of you as a woman I've loved nearly as dearly as my own mother, Natasha. Bright tears blurred the woman's dark eyes as she looked upon the other with great fondness. "And you, my dear, beautiful Synnovea, are the daughter I never had, but desperately wanted so much." Several days elapsed after Synnovea's initial meeting with Natasha, before she was again allowed to venture beyond the boundaries of the Taroslov manse. Having heeded the colonel's advice for her ankle, she had suffered no longer than a pair of days. At present, the house was in the process of being prepared for Ivan's reception, and it was in this endeavor that Anna sent her out to purchase food in the marketplace of Kitagorod. She had given Synnovea strict orders on what to get, where to buy it, and how much to pay. Anything above that cost would have to come from her own pocket. The princess seemed to stress that fact, and advised Synnovea to be prudent. In addition, she warned Synnovea not to dawdle, or there would be penalties. Stienka halted the coach in Red Square, near the markets of Kitagorod, and Synnovea walked with Ali and Yosef the rest of the way to search out the requested items. For the outing, Synnovea wore her present attire, not wishing to lend the impression that she had wealth. If her affluence was doubted, the merchants would be more inclined to settle for less. Synnovea marked the time when she began, taking Anna's threat seriously. She shopped efficiently, accepting the suggestions and wisdom that both Ali and Yosef offered. Each time their baskets were filled, the footman rushed back to the carriage to unload them, while the two women continued browsing through the riedi, searching for the best vegetables and fowl. At last the purchases were concluded, and Synnovea and Ali were returning to the coach amid the squawking and honking of the outraged hens and geese, which Yosef had confined in a pair of crates. Upon rounding a corner, they came in sight of a company of mounted soldiers, dressed out in resplendent regalia, who were approaching from the opposite end of the thoroughfare. Synnovea's heart began thumping nigh out of her chest as she espied Colonel Rycroft at the fore of the troop. The stallion he rode was a dark-livered chestnut, more beautiful than any she had previously seen. She distinctly recalled that he had said he had paid for his mounts to be shipped from England, and could only assume that this steed had accompanied his arrival in Russia. The sight of the man, spiffed and polished in a handsome uniform, was so stirring that she felt inclined to pause and stare in admiration, except that Ali, intent upon catching his eye, did a sprightly scamper around an approaching coach, and began to wave her arm and shout his name in an eager quest to gain his attention. "Colonel Rycroft! Yoo-hoo! Colonel Rycroft!" "Ali, stop that!" Synnovea gasped, abashed at the undignified conduct of her servant. Ali promptly obeyed, but realized to her great delight that she had already gained the officer's attention. An amused grin twitched at the corners of Tyrone's lips as he honored the servant with a casual salute. Then he lifted his head and swept his gaze over the crowd beyond her, searching for the one whose face and form now filled many of his waking moments and all of his lusting dreams. Though shaded by a polished helm, his blue eyes glinted with the light of their own as he located amid several crates the profusely blushing and thoroughly mortified Countess. Synnovea desperately yearned for a large crevice to open up in the earth beneath her feet and swallow her up. The hole failed to appear, and she was forced to stand and submit to the colonel's sweeping inspection as he rode near. Stiltedly, she responded in kind when he gave her a nod of greeting. It was absolutely impossible for her to ignore the fact that the wayward grin was decidedly more pronounced and that people all around her had turned to stare. Heads came together like melons rolling into a steeply sloped ravine, and had it not been for the loud honking and cackling of fowl, she might have heard a kindred noise from a cluster of women who stood nearby. Unbeknownst to Synnovea, the serenely smiling Natasha Andreevna stood at the outer perimeter of the commotion, digesting the event and the comments of her princely companion with great relish. Her escort just happened to be an administrator in the Tsar's courts, and was keenly knowledgeable about the current happenings within the palace. The fact that the Englishman was at the heart of the rumors circulating throughout the Kremlin certainly intrigued her, and she was not above suggesting that Prince Zhukov introduce her to the one who had so completely captured the Tsar's attention. "Ali McCabe!" Synnovea moaned in misery when she realized they had attracted the curiosity of a vast number of shoppers in the marketplace. "You have made me rue the day my mother hired you." Stienka and Yosef choked back their laughter and deliberately devoted themselves to loading the purchases into the coach as the Irishwoman wiped away a giggle behind the back of a scrawny hand. Feigning the innocence of a saint, Ali met the accusing stare of her mistress and shrugged her thin shoulders in confusion. But what did I do?"
Everything worthy of damnation, Synnovea groaned and lifted a hand in plaintive appeal to the sky. Oh, for a plain, simple maidservant who knows when to keep her silence! Lowering a sinister glare upon the woman, she addressed Allie with a chiding finger once more in evidence. You have caused me tremendous distress this day, Allie. Do you not ken how imperative it is that I avoid the attentions of Colonel Rycroft? But what do you do but hail him from afar at the top of your lungs like some tavern wench, and to the glee of every long-winded gossip within range of hearing? Do you understand what you've done to me? This is sure to get back to Anna's ears ere we even arrive home. Believe me, I'll never hear the last of it. Humph! Allie folded her thin arms petulantly. As if me own dear self near swaddled your backside from the day you were born, and I've no wits in me poor noggin to know what you been eating. Ye carp about me manners when it's yourself you should be looking to. Tyrone is a right fine gentleman, e'en if I say so myself. And if ye had eyes in your fine head, me pretty darling, ye'd be thinking so too. Tyrone, is it? And pray tell, who lent ye permission to be using his Christian name? Synnovea mimicked sassily. Are ye so in league with the man that you're now his coat-mate? Tyrone, indeed. 'Tis a right fine Irish name it is, Allie argued. A proud name, to be sure. Colonel Rycroft is an Englishman, Synnovea stated obstinately. Knighted on English soil, he is not an Irishman. Ah, it is the good Sir Tyrone, is it? Well, I'd wedge me skirts as ma were a proper colleen to win a man's heart. Synnovea threw up her hands in disgust. I've neither the patience nor the time to argue with a woman of your temerity, Allie McCabe. We must return to the Taroslovs before their servants are sent out to bring us back. Aren't ye a wee bit curious about where the Colonel might be taking his men, bedecked in all their finery? Allie asked, hoping to incite some interest. Couldn't we follow a ways just to see? Never. Synnovea served quick death to the notion. She wasn't about to allow the Colonel the privilege of thinking she was chasing after him. Why, the very idea of lending him encouragement made her quake. He had proven himself quite tenacious as it was. She could only wonder how assertive he'd become with a little encouragement. 8. Prince Vladimir Dmitrievich was a barrel-chested, white-haired, mustached boyar with a total of 70-plus years to his claim. He had been married and widowed twice, and in those unions had sired a total of 7 sons. It was well known that he was keeping a discerning eye out for a third possibility upon whom he could spawn a new crop, and though many a father was willing to present his daughter as a potential bride in hopes of somehow gaining access to the prince's wealth, the old man was as cautious and discriminating as an ancient dowager afraid of losing her titles and assets to some unscrupulous rake. Despite his white hair, Vladimir was as virile as many men half his age, and decidedly more adamant about proving himself capable of exercising his manly functions. He was evidently proud of his unfaltering prowess, and when met with encouragement, waxed gleefully and openly suggestive on the subject of his abilities, especially when a young, winsome maid caught his eye, and he gave himself over to his boastful tendencies. Vladimir's offspring were all strapping young men, with a penchant for excessive carousing and heavy brawling. Their tempers were short, even with one another. From the simplest source, they could usually glean some excuse for competing against other rowdies. In contests of brawn, they derived no greater pleasure than to defeat a whole army of foes, friends, and family alike. To say that they were an unruly rabble might have been putting it mildly. Still, they were a likable lot in many ways. It only took a person of sharp perception to figure out what those particular qualities were. Anna Taroslov knew she was tempting fate by requesting the presence of Prince Vladimir and his sons at her reception honoring Ivan Voronsky. If provoked, the contrary family was aggressive enough to reduce the whole affair to shambles, but she could think of no viable way to separate kith from kin, or more pertinently, father from offspring. Indeed, it would be an enormous miracle if the pugnacious family managed to get through the entire evening without resorting to fisticuffs, which in the main comprised her greatest worry. The only reason she considered inviting them at all was out of regard for Ivan and his desire to replace the priest whom Vladimir had hired for his private chapel and then dismissed a pair of months later. Ivan had shrewdly lent a sympathetic ear to the old man's complaints about the narrow-mindedness of the monk, who had had the gall to chide Vladimir for his intemperate propensities,
not the least of which was his fondness for vodka. In light of the ancient's vast wealth, Ivan was totally dedicated to the idea of Anna inviting the whole family, lest their sire be offended by the exclusion of his sons. As much as Anna chafed over the hazards of inviting the rambunctious clan, she was even more concerned about the risk of allowing her ward to attend. Had she been able to ban Synnovea from the festivities without arousing the curiosity of the guests, who either knew the girl personally or were aware of her through an association with her late father, Anna would have done so without hesitation, just to avoid the havoc that her ward could cause. Many who were acquainted with Synnovea would have considered her an unlikely source for trouble, but Anna was contemptuous of such logic. She could foresee her aspirations being sundered before her very eyes, and her rival unwittingly becoming the victor in this evening's affair. Not only could Synnovea's beauty attract the ardent attentions of Alexei, but the unwavering admiration of the ancient Vladimir as well. Extremely reluctant to allow the girl any leeway in either area, Anna made a point of seeking Synnovea out in her chambers before the guests began arriving. Her intent was to prescribe the proper decorum that would be required of the girl throughout the evening. But upon barging into Synnovea's chambers without knocking, Anna was momentarily taken aback by the vision that greeted her. In that brief moment, all of her apprehensions congealed into a cold lump of dread. Arrayed in winter white, Synnovea looked as dazzling as any fabled snow queen of Russian lore. If it were at all possible, Anna's resentment of the girl increased tenfold as she stalked across the room to confront her. "If I see you cavorting like some mindless little twit among my guests, or hear one whisper of complaint about your actions, I swear you won't be allowed to leave this house until you've realized the full import of your folly in provoking me. Though you may have enjoyed your freedom under your father's lax authority, I'll expect you to conduct yourself with acceptable humility and be as demure as any proper Russian maid. Do I make myself clear?" Synnovea took exception to the woman's intimidation. "As always, Anna, you take special pains to make me cognizant of your demands." A spark of irritation ignited the gray eyes. "Do I detect some sarcasm in your reply?" A stiff smile curved Synnovea's lips. "My mode of behavior is normally rather reserved, so it seems rather pointless for you to advise me how a lady should conduct herself. I have managed to attend such functions without causing my family or other acquaintances undue embarrassment." "I'm not referring to your comportment while attending French or English courts, but what it must be here in my house," Anna retorted. "I won't tolerate any of your sly cavorting while you're with my guests." "If you're so afraid I'll humiliate you, Anna, why don't you just lock the door and be done with it?" Synnovea struggled to curb her own fermenting indignation as the princess glared back at her. "I'll be quite content staying here in my chambers." Anna straightened her thin form imperiously. "Unfortunately, I've found it needful to invite several of your acquaintances who've gained recognition as attendants to my cousin. Your presence would be missed." Anna sniffed in imposing arrogance. "I understand you're a close friend of Princess Zelda Pavlovna. Since her husband was unable to separate himself from the duties assigned to him by the field marshal, she'll be attending tonight's social with her parents. I'm sure you know them better than I do." At the heartening prospect of being able to converse with her young friend, Synnovea relaxed and graciously accepted the woman's directives. "Be at ease, Anna. I shall comply with your desires." "I'm glad you've decided to be reasonable," the princess retorted haughtily. Synnovea was tempted to tell the woman that it was her conduct in serious need of refining, but knowing all too well that her accusations would involve them in another altercation, she refrained from voicing her opinion. Anna heaved a tedious sigh. "Against my better judgment, I've extended an invitation to Countess Natasha." She ignored her ward's sudden smile of delight and deliberately avoided any mention of her reasons, which mainly centered on her hope that Natasha would be able to occupy the major portion of the girl's attention, and thereby reduce the chances of her associating with other guests and creating disaster in sensitive areas. "I see that you're pleased, and well you should be. The two of you generally seem to be of one mind." Synnovea knew the princess meant her comment as a slur, but that certainly wasn't the way she chose to accept it. Smiling, she dipped into a curtsy. "You do me great honor, Anna." An unladylike snort clearly defined the princess's contempt as that one stalked to the door. There she paused to look back at Synnovea. The rich, pearl-encrusted sarafan and kakashniki were beautiful beyond anything Anna had ever seen, and though she had expended the contents of an enormous purse on her own gold and yellow creation, she was struck by her failure to even come close to matching the other's radiance. Yet, as much as she wanted to, she couldn't order Synnovea to change her attire. Such a directive would reveal the full extent of her jealousy. The best she could do was delay the girl and hope she wouldn't be noticed overmuch when she finally joined the soiree.
You needn't hurry down, Synnovea. The guests are just now beginning to arrive, and it will be some moments before they're all here. Natasha said she wouldn't be coming until later anyway.
Anna took her departure before further comment could be made. She dreaded Natasha's arrival and wondered if she'd be able to find it in herself to set aside her hatred long enough to offer some semblance of a gracious greeting to the woman. Synnovea stayed closeted upstairs for another hour, having clearly perceived that her tardiness was what Anna desired. When she finally departed her room, she approached the stairs, intending to make her descent, but halted abruptly when Alexei stepped out of the shadows near the bottom and smiled smugly up at her. It was apparent he had been waiting for her to appear. He bounded up the flight, leaving her no recourse but to retreat. He sauntered forward, his red lips parting in a slow, sensual smile that brazenly hinted of his warming lust, as his smoldering gaze glided upward from the bejeweled toes of her satin slippers to the pearl-adorned crest of her headdress.
"I've been meaning to talk with you, Synnovea,"
he murmured, gently testing his still tender nose with a lean knuckle, as if to remind her of her folly in doing him harm.
"Though some men might have been offended by your determination to preserve your virtue, my dear, I must allow that your nature is perhaps different from that of most women. In the situation you are in here, you have suitable cause to be concerned. Suppose we were to be found out, and you were then subjected to the contempt of your friends and the hatred of Anna. Terrifying prospects, I must agree. Still, the pain of discovery seems far more remote than the consequences you'll definitely suffer if you continue to deny me."
Synnovea was resolved to hear no more threats. She had already heard enough from Anna to set her temper on edge. In angry reticence, she brushed past him, but her flight was halted when he caught her arm and yanked her around to face him. Though her heart quickened with trepidation, she lifted her gaze with all the dignity that she could muster, and with a brittle gaze met his silently taunting smile. Her cool poise seemed to incense him, and with an angry jerk that nearly snapped her head from her shoulders, he sent her reeling to the far wall, where she crashed with a mind-jarring jolt. Momentarily stunned by the force of her collision, Synnovea staggered unsteadily, holding a hand to her head as she tried to halt her spinning world. Alexei followed, and with a smirk caught her almost gently by the throat, only to shove her back brutally against the wall.
"You needn't hurry away, my lovely swan,"
he mocked, and lowered his face toward hers until she could feel his hot breath searing her cheek.
"You won't be missed downstairs for some moments yet. You see, Anna is completely engrossed in making Ivan known to her guests, which leaves us freedom to enjoy ourselves."
Synnovea clawed at the long fingers that gradually tightened around the bejeweled band of her collar, seriously restricting her ability to breathe. In rising alarm, she tried to free herself. Her efforts only encouraged him to tighten his grip. The hall darkened progressively around them, and she heard his soft, ridiculing laughter as if it came from a great distance away.
"You see, Synnovea, I've reserved this little demonstration to show you just how futile it is for you to continue to deny me. Until you yield to my demands, my beauty, I shall be forced to instruct you in the hazards that you'll invite by resisting me."
Of a sudden, Alexei loosened his grip and stepped back, allowing Synnovea to crumple in weak-kneed relief against the wall. Gulping for air, she clutched a shaking hand to her bruised throat and found no strength to draw away as her tormentor braced a hand against the wall behind her head and leaned near.
"I would have been gentle with you in the woodcutter's cottage, Synnovea, but I've grown impatient and yearn to settle the matter quickly."
Lifting her upright by the arms, he captured her wrists and pinned them to the wall on either side of her head as he slowly perused her face.
"You glow with the radiance of a silver moon, Synnovea, but you remain as aloof as a virgin queen, a snow maiden who has seized my heart. That's what they call you, isn't it? I've heard them say as much. The Countess Synnovea Zankovna, the Snow Queen, the Ice Maiden. Are you as cold as they say you are, Synnovea? Or will you melt in my arms and become the firebird I've roamed this whole world to find? I warn you, Alexei, she rasped through her constricted throat. She closed her eyes as her head swam dizzily, and it was a long moment before she again reclaimed some clarity of sense and purpose. Then, with a fiery glare, she vowed, "You'll have to kill me right here and now, for I'll never yield to you. If you intend to persist with your foul deeds, be mindful of this. With my last breath, I'll scream and bring this house down upon your head. I swear I will." "Oh, Synnovea, when will you learn?" Alexei chided, shaking his head sorrowfully. "You have no other recourse but to give in to my demands." Once again, he found it needful to demonstrate his greater strength. Slipping a hand behind her neck, he clasped it cruelly, forcing her to rise to the tips of her toes. His dark eyes pierced her pain-filled orbs. "Continue to deny me, my sweet, and I swear I will see you betrothed to the first doddering ancient who is old enough to vindicate me. Perhaps thus bound in wedlock you'll be willing to welcome the manly thrusts of a more competent suitor." He lent emphasis to his words by slamming her back forcefully against the wall and crushing his hips against hers. "Get away from me!" she choked as her hands came up to push feebly against his unyielding chest. "Just leave me alone and let me be." "I'll leave you alone," he snarled, throwing off her hands and snatching her to him. His mouth came down to seize hers with unbridled greed as his arms crushed her in a cruel vice. Swept with a seething rage, Synnovea reached back an arm to search for the heavy sconce that she knew was hanging on the wall behind her. In the flickering descent of sputtering candles, she brought the weighty piece down with a vengeance upon the man's thick skull. Alexei staggered back in a stunned daze and clutched a hand to his brow, while a red aura blurred his vision. Synnovea gave the lecher no further chance to check her flight. Tearing free, she flung herself down the stairs, nearly stumbling in her haste, until she came in sight of Boris, who, becoming mindful of her undignified flight, paused in the lower foyer and half turned to look up at her in surprise. Though her whole being trembled from Alexei's recent assault, Synnovea steeled herself against an overt display. Deliberately slowing her breath, she assumed a guise of serenity in spite of the quaking tremors that beset her. She continued her descent with more leisured grace, and smiled serenely at the steward, even as she listened intently for the warning descent of thundering footfalls behind her. Upon gaining the lower level, Synnovea went to the kitchen, where she knew she'd be reasonably safe from Alexei and far removed from the curious stares of Anna and her guests. There, with her back to Elisaveta, she brushed at the tears that continued to well forth, and blew her nose in the handkerchief the woman had kindly supplied. The cook dared no questions, but pressed a glass of wine into her shaky grasp. Gratefully, Synnovea sipped the brew, needing its soothing qualities to quell her violent quaking. Finally, her trembling disquiet ebbed, and Synnovea lent her attention to repairing her appearance. She found that feat much easier than mending the damage done by the stranglehold Alexei had placed upon her neck, for she now suffered a burning rawness in her throat and a rasping hoarseness in her speech. Much later than she had ever supposed, Synnovea made her entrance into the great hall, where Ivan, bedecked in a black silk kaftan, seemed to preen in the admiration heaped upon him by Anna and those who were not above indulging the Tsar's cousin with ingratiating adoration, no matter her particular bent. Others, who were more reserved and reticent about offering the man praise, watched and listened stoically from a distance. Synnovea paused at the outer circle of guests, and from there cast her gaze about for Princess Zelda. She espied the young woman standing with her parents near the far end of the room. By the studied formality of the three, it was evident that they weren't at all enchanted with what they were hearing. Synnovea realized the reason when she too gave heed to Ivan's statements. Prince Bazhenov had served as one of the envoys for the Tsar in the negotiations that had taken place between Russia and the realm that Ivan currently spoke out against. "I tell you, my friends, our country is at an impasse," he declared with unusual passion. "We've lost our access to the Baltic by way of a treaty with Sweden, and even now they're usurping our trade in Novgorod and other important cities. Mysteriously, they've been granted fishing rights on White Lake, and I'll wager we'll soon be outnumbered by Lutheran extremists here in our own country. If we don't resist fairly soon, they'll likely be fathering your grandchildren. Mark my words."
A confused blend of voices arose from several of the guests, but none dared voice any disapproval of the authority which had allowed the Swedes to infiltrate their country so insidiously. Prince Bazhenov, however, was bold enough to speak out in valiant defense of it.
With Sweden's aid, Tsar Mikhail has managed to bring us the first peace we've known with Poland after many years of conflict. What would you suggest we do now? He queried caustically. Take up arms against Sweden?
Ivan was cautious about answering, having perceived the loyalty the old prince felt for the Tsar.
Above all, we must never alienate anyone against the Tsardom, for there beats the heart of our very lifeblood.
He paused briefly for effect, as he pressed the tips of his stubby fingers together in a contemplative pose.
Perhaps if we seek the advice of another accomplished strategist who is knowledgeable about such affairs, we can gain some insight as to the diplomacy and tactics we should employ against the Swedes. Besides the Patriarch Filaret, you mean?
Prince Bazhenov jeered. Ivan spread his hands in sublime innocence.
Are not two heads better than one?
The elder was immediately suspicious.
Are you suggesting, sir, that you would be a worthy candidate for that position?
I am only a loyal subject of the Tsar, my lord, the cleric replied with suitable humbleness.
Still, if I were pressed into service, I think I'd be able to offer satisfactory solutions to ease the plight of our countrymen.
No doubt, Prince Bazhenov retorted tersely.
You seem to have all the answers. But I wonder where your suggestions would lead us as a nation.
Who doesn't wonder what the outcome will be, Ivan countered.
Even now we're being led as a nation by one man's wisdom. Does that give you confidence?
Can you offer solid guarantees of the Patriarch Filaret's goals for this country and our future? The prince harumphed loudly, displaying his displeasure over the discussion. Begging Anna's pardon a moment later, he excused himself and his family from the reception, giving the excuse that he had to attend an early morning inspection with the Tsar and needed his rest. Trailing behind her parents as they prepared for their departure, Princess Zelda glanced around in search of Synnovea and smiled in sudden pleasure when that one finally emerged from the press of people.
I thought we'd have time to talk, darling,
Zelda whispered regretfully in her friend's ear as they hugged each other.
My husband has been telling me things that I was sure you'd be eager to hear. Vasily was wondering if you knew about the rumors making their way around the Kremlin and wanted me to find out. I wish we could talk about this, but as you can see, we must leave. Papa is nearly beside himself. Whoever this Ivan Varansky is, he hasn't endeared himself to Papa.
I'll see you as soon as I'm able, Synnovea promised in a softly rasping murmur. We can talk then.
Take care,
Zelda bade, brushing her lips against the other's cheek. Watching from the doorway, Synnovea waited until Prince Bazhenov had handed his family into their carriage, and the conveyance had pulled away before she retreated into the house, allowing Boris to close the door behind her. She paused at the entrance of the great hall, listening to Ivan's voice drone on incessantly. But his views were disconcerting, and she withdrew to the dining room, where she hoped she'd be able to find something soft to eat that wouldn't irritate her throat. No sooner had Synnovea entered than several boyars gathered close around her. They numbered 7 in all, and resembled one another in height, brawn, and visage, with 3 of them having light brown hair, and the youngest 4 black. Even their quickly widening grins hinted of their kinship.
"Enchanting,"
one of them murmured, and then heaving an exaggerated sigh, fell back in a mock swoon into the arms of a companion.
"Captivating, completely dazzling,"
another one avowed exuberantly, closely eyeing her.
"Permit me to introduce myself, Boyarina," the tallest one bade. "I'm Prince Fyodor Vladimirovich, eldest son of Prince Vladimir Dmitrievich. And these," he swept a hand around to indicate his cohorts, "are my brothers, second-born Igor, then Peter, Stefan, Vasily, Nikita, and Sergei, the youngest."
As he introduced them, each man responded with a broad grin and clicked his heels in a brief clipped bow. As the eldest, Fyodor assumed the part of spokesman, while his brothers crowded close around him. Together they awaited her response to his inquiry.
"And your name, Boyarina?"
Smiling graciously, Synnovea sank into a deep curtsy as she strained to keep the hoarse rasp in her voice softly subdued. "The Countess Synnovea Altynaizenkovna, recently arrived from Nizhny Novgorod." Sergei swaggered around his older siblings to eagerly ask,
Do you have any sisters? Then with a shrug, he complained, There are so many of us, but only one of you. For the first time that evening, Synnovea was able to smile with light-hearted gaiety, and she gave them a pretty shrug. I fear not, Prince Sergei. As fate would have it, I was an only child. And your husband? Curious, he cocked a dark brow and asked with bated breath, Where is he? Soft, husky laughter preceded her answer. Your pardon, most gracious prince, but I have none. A pity, he lamented with a happy chortle. Smoothing his kaftan in a confident manner, he stepped before her and executed a flamboyant bow. Upon straightening, he begged, Permit me, Countess, to express an avid appreciation of your beauty. In all my score of years, I've never seen a maid so wondrously fair. You would bestow upon me a great honor if you would allow me to court you. Immediately he was shoved aside by the dark-eyed Stefan, who offered a warm smile as he took the place formerly occupied by his brother. Sergei is but a boy, Countess, a youth of no experience. I, on the other hand, have 10 years to my claim, and though it is also true that I've seen none to equal your radiance, I'm sure you'll agree that I'm better looking than Sergei. Ha! The hulking Igor scoffed and swung an arm backward to send Stefan stumbling in retreat. Stroking his handsome beard, Igor settled in a bold stance before her as his blue eyes twinkled back at her. None of my brothers can equal my experience. With a challenging brow raised, he cast glances from side to side at his siblings as he boasted, or my good looks. Hearty guffaws accompanied his statement, attesting to the skepticism of his brothers, who commenced to argue among themselves. Amid all of their squabbling, an excessive amount of rough jostling and painful nudging ensued. Not so, I'm the best looking. Oh, come now, would you have the Countess believe such lies when I'm here for her to see? It's a shame you haven't taken a good look at yourself lately. I'll warrant I've seen better faces on the hind end of a bear. Synnovea was about to giggle, but gasped instead, as the offended one doubled his fist and bashed the nose of the one who had insulted him.
This is the end of this cassette. This program is continued on side 1 of cassette number 5.
Synnovea was about to giggle, but gasped instead as the offended one doubled his fist and bashed the nose of the one who had insulted him. The brothers promptly set themselves to determining the matter by force, at least until a throaty harump came from close behind them. The sound had an effect on the brothers that Synnovea found no less than astounding. It cooled their tempers like a pail of icy water. In sudden haste, they stumbled backward to open a path for an older man who ambled forward with a rolling gait, as if he had spent his lifetime on the deck of a ship. Not even Colonel Rycroft or Ladislaw matched this one's height, for the newcomer was at least half a head taller than either of those two stalwarts. Synnovea had some difficulty hiding her own amazement as the white-haired ancient approached her. Upon halting beside Sergei, the old man laid a huge hand upon the lad's shoulder. "What is this bickering about now?" he rumbled in a deep voice, closely perusing the young maiden. "The Countess Synnovea has no sisters, Papa," the youth answered. "We were trying to decide which of us would court her." "Indeed." The comely maid had already aroused the old man's interest, and he was much encouraged by his son's comment. Though a bit slender for his taste, she was nevertheless rounded in all the right places, and had enough height to accommodate his enormous frame. The idea of such an event appealed to him, and with a brightening gleam in his eyes, he swept a forefinger beneath his heavy mustache, flickering up the curving ends. He offered his most ardent smile, displaying a full set of white teeth. "If you'll allow me to introduce myself, Countess, I'm Prince Vladimir Dmitrievich,
And these, as I'm sure you've already ascertained, are my sons. Have they introduced themselves?
Most capably, my Lord Prince. Channel through a collection of guests who had meandered to the doorway to watch the antics of the princely brood.
What's going on here?
The princess demanded, trying to sound gracious, but failing badly. Whatever disturbance was transpiring, she marked Synnovea as the source of the trouble. A sidelong glare clearly conveyed that fact to her ward, giving that one cause to wonder what punishment would be forthcoming.
My sons and I were making the acquaintance of this fair maid,
Vladimir explained.
Might I ask why we were not informed of the Countess Synnovea's presence sooner?
Anna opened her mouth several times while she struggled to find some viable reason, and finally, with a feeble smile, replied,
I wasn't aware that you wanted to meet her. Nonsense. Any man would be interested in making the acquaintance of a beautiful woman. At the least, she doesn't bore me to tears.
His comment carried the full weight of his rejection of Yvonne's discourse, as well as a firm rebuff for Anna's attempts to sway his considerations in favor of the cleric. Though he might have been deemed an ancient by the standards of some, Vladimir hadn't yet lost his wits. What he had heard tonight led him to wonder just where Yvonne's loyalties were rooted. In spite of her temporary defeat, Anna fixed a smile on her lips, and with as much graciousness as she could convey, faced Synnovea.
I believe I saw Natasha's carriage coming up the lane in front of the house. Would you care to greet her, my dear?
Yes, of course. Once again, Synnovea sank in gracious obeisance before the elderly prince. If you'll excuse me, Prince Vladimir, my friend has arrived, and I'd like very much to see her. Bestowing a smile upon her, the old man inclined his head, granting his permission. Synnovea slipped quickly through the guests, greeting friends and acquaintances as she went. When she entered the main hall, Alexei was just making his way down the stairs. Though she saw no immediate evidence of a wound, he was descending very carefully, as if fearful that his head would tumble from its perch. At her hesitant glance, he gave her a menacing glower, leaving no doubt that he wouldn't rest until he had either his revenge or his way with her.
Synnovea, my dear child,
Natasha cried with a cheery laugh from the doorway, claiming her attention.
Come here and let me look at you.
Coolly rejecting Alexei's silent threat, Synnovea turned and eagerly extended her hands in welcome as she hastened forward.
Natasha, you look absolutely ravishing.
The elder laughed and sashayed around in a circle for the benefit of the younger woman. Her black and silver-trimmed sarafan not only complemented her porcelain skin, but also lent dramatic emphasis to her darkly lashed ebony eyes. When left undraped, her black hair seemed touched with a hoary frost, but at the moment the mass was covered by a shimmering silver-hued veil and a kokoshniki adorned with finely wrought silver filigree and precious stones.
Lovely,
Synnovea exclaimed, perusing the woman. It came to her suddenly that whatever enmity Anna bore Natasha might have sprouted from a simple seed of jealousy. Though the princess was younger by 3 years, her pale-haired good looks had declined far more rapidly than those of the countess, whose skin still glowed with a soft, youthful luster. Few wrinkles could be noted in the elegant widow's face. Indeed, she was every bit as ravishing in her maturing years as any woman could hope to be.
This has been a most enlightening week, Natasha avouched with a warm chuckle. I've been fortunate enough to hear the most delectable gossip. If it's about Prince Alexei, please spare me,
Synnovea begged with a genuine lack of interest.
I've come to detest the man. Oh, I wouldn't bore you with that rubbish, my dear. What I've been hearing is much more thrilling than anything he has ever done.
Zelda wanted to share some news with me, too, but she had to leave before she could tell me what it was. Synnovea looped an arm through the woman's elbow and led her to a padded bench in a quiet corner of the great room. Now, here you are, seeming enormously elated. Has Tsar Mikhail chosen a wife, perchance?
Oh, no, my dear.
Natasha leaned forward eagerly, but when Boris stepped near to offer them a variety of libations from a silver tray, she was forced to bide her time. Before she faced her young friend again,
you wouldn't believe the furor that has been caused in the Kremlin within the last weeks. Why, the very air is abuzz with rumors of a certain Englishman.
Synnovea's lovely mouth parted in surprise, and in spite of the quickening pace of her heart, she managed to quell the nervous trembling in her voice as she asked, Do you mean Colonel Rycroft? Gathering her brows into a semblance of perplexity, Natasha inquired, Isn't he the same officer who rescued you from that Polish renegade? What was his name? Ladislaw? A delicately winged brow arched in sharp suspicion as Synnovea studied the woman. Natasha looked very pleased with herself, as if waiting for the right moment to spring a surprise. Where did you hear about Ladislaw? I don't recall mentioning anything about his attack on my carriage. The silver veil glimmered in the candlelight as Natasha shook her head woefully and heaved a dejected sigh. To think that I was the last to be told. I'm crushed to think how little regard you have for me. Synnovea was growing increasingly apprehensive. I only spoke of that brigand when I had to. Oh, I've been hearing rumors about him, too, Natasha assured her. It seems he has been seen a time or two in Moscow since his attack on your coach, but he always manages to elude the Tsar's soldiers. There has even been some rumblings about Ladislaw wanting to repay the Englishman for the losses that he and his men suffered at his hands. Synnovea might as well have been sitting on a powder keg. The best she could offer the woman was a non-committal conjecture. Colonel Rycroft would likely welcome a confrontation if it meant the return of the horse that Ladislaw stole from him, but I rather doubt that their encounter would be a contest of arms the faint-hearted could easily watch. I really don't think the colonel is concerning himself overmuch with Ladislaw at the present time, my dear, Natasha dared to speculate. I believe he has other things he considers of greater importance on his mind. Synnovea peered at Natasha obliquely, not knowing if she'd be able to bear the news which the woman was obviously just brimming to tell. Perhaps it was wiser by far to find a place to hide before she heard what was being bandied about. Still, she couldn't resist a shaky inquiry. What could be more important to him than catching Ladislaw? Why, his petition to the Tsar, for one thing, the older woman replied with an effervescent smile. Synnovea gulped and repeated in a tentative tone, Petition to the Tsar? Natasha curbed a smile of amusement, taking unusual delight in prolonging her friend's discomfiture. I'm utterly amazed, Synnovea, that you of all people haven't heard about Colonel Rycroft's request. She shrugged blithely. But then, I must remember that Anna has been keeping you prisoner, hasn't she? A pity. Why should the colonel's entreaty be of interest to me? The older countess flicked her fine eyebrows upward as she looked at Synnovea in feigned amazement. Why, because he has been making petitions to the Tsar to court you. Synnovea clutched a trembling hand to her throat, feeling the heat of a blush suffuse her cheeks. He didn't actually dare. It was rare to see the cool poise of the younger woman so thoroughly disrupted, especially by reports of the suitor's bold intentions. But such an occurrence awakened some hope within Natasha's heart that there was indeed a man who could thaw the blood of this beautiful ice maiden. Oh, but he did, she eagerly assured you from the band of thieves, and then asked if there were any Russian laws that forbade him from paying court to you. The rapid racing of her pulse prompted Synnovea to fan herself. Breathlessly, she concluded, I am ruined. On the contrary, my dear, Mikhail told Colonel Rycroft that he would seriously consider his petition after reviewing the facts. But of course, since then, there has been no evidence to indicate His Majesty's decision, for it seems that shortly after Colonel Rycroft made his plea, Major Nikolai Nekrasov also entreated the Tsar for the same favor. If I dare venture a guess, I'd say Nikolai heard about the Englishman's plea and decided to establish his own claim on you. Indeed, it seemed the two men were on their way to becoming fast friends until they found themselves at odds over you. Synnovea groaned in abject misery as she thought of the two appealing to the Tsar for permission to woo her, as if he didn't have better things to ponder. How dare they drag my name before the Tsar without asking my consent? Natasha contemplated her young friend in dubious wonder. Have you become so accustomed to the mores of other countries, Synnovea, that you've forgotten how such affairs are handled here? You should know that asking a maid first for permission isn't the way an arrangement of courtship is accomplished here in Russia. Besides, if either Colonel Rycroft or Major Nekrasov had been confident of Prince Alexei granting them approval, they'd have gone to him.
But Anna made it apparent, especially to the Englishman, that he wasn't welcome in this house. So he went to a higher authority. Her brows shot up briefly as she chuckled. The Tsar himself, no less. Major Nekrasov only followed his lead.
I've given Colonel Rycroft no encouragement, Synnovea declared in swift defense of her own actions, but as soon as the words were uttered, she knew they weren't necessarily the truth. Hadn't she cast the full blame on Anna when she had told Tyrone that he shouldn't come back to the Taroslav manse? Hadn't she allowed him entry into her room without alerting others of his midnight visit? And hadn't she given him a miniature of herself and yielded her lips to his kiss before his departure? If she had casually dismissed the probability of his beseeching the Tsar's favor when he had declared that he'd do that very thing, why was she so upset now? Why was she all aflutter? Was she angry at him, or with herself for being less than fully dedicated to the task of discouraging him? Natasha had noticed that Synnovea hadn't offered similar assurances of her conduct with the Major. Either the girl had encouraged Nikolai and didn't care to reveal that fact, or she had never considered the Major a serious contender for her affections. Natasha was curious to know the full extent of the truth. "And did you encourage Major Nekrasov?" Synnovea was scandalized by the idea. "Of course not. He's a friend, nothing more." Natasha smiled smugly. "A man like Colonel Rycroft needs no encouragement, does he? He simply seeks out what he desires to have, and now has made it evident that he desires to have you, my dear." "I don't even know the man," Synnovea insisted in a frail attempt to banish any blame for his efforts to win her. "Now what are you saying, child? Wasn't he the one who saved you from that rogue Ladislaw? Wasn't he the one who carried you to your coach in the rainstorm?" Natasha's lips curved into a sublime smile as her friend's cheeks took on a bright glow. "You certainly seem to know him then, for you made no protest when he lifted you in his arms. Would you have willingly allowed a stranger to pick you up?" "No, of course not," Synnovea admitted lamely. "Then the two of you have obviously met." "Only briefly." Synnovea emphasized her words, struggling to convince her friend. "Never formally." The older countess slowly nodded in smiling serenity. "Apparently it was enough to spark the colonel's interest." "I intend to discourage the man," Synnovea announced emphatically, as she sought to convince herself that that was exactly what she should do. "What a shame." Natasha's carefully devised dejection was accompanied by a soft, wistful sigh. "I must admit that I'm among the ladies who are simply agog over the officer. There hasn't been this much excitement over a man since the first false Dmitri tried to claim the Tsardom a good 20 years ago, and his remains were blown out of a cannon. I tell you, Synnovea, Colonel Rycroft excites me." Almost dreamily, she drummed her slender fingers lightly upon her goblet. "Have you seen the way he sits the back of a horse, my dear?" She already knew the answer, but hurried on with her boasting. "Ramrod straight he rides, yet with fluid movements that make him seem an integral part of the horse. Can you imagine such a man in your bed?" Synnovea felt a scalding heat rising in her cheeks as she recalled his hard, naked body pressing against her own. "Certainly not." Natasha ignored her breathless answer. Though Synnovea denied the possibility that she had ever entertained such thoughts, Natasha was of a mind to think differently. Surely the progressing tide of color sweeping into her cheeks was enough to confirm the vividness of the girl's imagination. She was simply protesting too much to be believed. "So, you have thought about him?" For a moment, Synnovea's lovely mouth hung aslack as she met the older woman's smiling regard. Then, ever so slightly, the pearl-encrusted headdress dipped forward in acknowledgement. "Briefly." "Oh, Synnovea," Natasha sighed in a gently chiding tone. "Were I a score of years younger, I'd certainly see that such a man was adequately distracted by my attentions." Synnovea looked at the woman in some wonder. Natasha was barely 10 years older than the Englishman, and attractive enough to be able to ensnare his attention if she so desired it. A younger, less experienced maid would have cause to worry if she found herself hopelessly smitten with the colonel and he had eyes only for Natasha. There would likely be no contest. "If ever I should relent and admit the colonel into my presence, I shall make haste to introduce him to you," Synnovea gallantly proposed. "No need for that, my dear," Natasha assured her with an amused chortle. "That event has already taken place. Prince Zherkov introduced us after Colonel Rycroft put on an exhibition in the Kremlin the other day. It was magnificent, my dear. You should have seen it. I was completely enthralled with the horsemanship of the colonel and his troop. I think the Tsar was pleased too. At least he appeared to be." "When was that?" Synnovea queried carefully, wondering if she had seen him that day. Natasha's lips twitched faintly as she fought a small battle with her composure. "Well, I'm not exactly sure, my dear, but it also seems that I saw you near Red Square that day too. Did you go to Kitaygorod to shop for something, perhaps? And were you, perchance, wearing your peasant attire?" Synnovea wanted to groan, fearing the woman had witnessed the event, which had caused nearly the whole marketplace to halt and stare. "I was there, but I didn't see you." "Oh, it really doesn't matter," Natasha told her, noting her friend's distress. "What does count is the fact that I've had the opportunity to invite the colonel to my home next week, along with some of his officers and a few of my most intimate friends. Prince Zherkov will be there, and of course, my dear, you're also invited. I do hope that you can persuade Anna to allow you to attend. I've heard rumors that she has finally decided to hasten to her father's bedside. If that's true, then perhaps you will be staying with me when the colonel comes to visit. Your presence at the affair would no doubt encourage a windfall of handsome men." Synnovea's brow peaked as she regarded the elder. "Is it my company you seek, or that of the colonel?" "Both," Natasha answered with unabashed enthusiasm, and laid a hand upon the younger woman's arm as she smilingly coaxed, "And this time, my dear, please don't be so formidable and aloof. I'm sure if I hear the name Ice Maiden bestowed upon you one more time, I shall give up trying to find you a proper husband. I once told your father, Alexander, I said, that girl should marry ere she's too old to have babies. And he said to me, 'Natasha, stop your nagging. I'm waiting for her to fall in love.' Bah!" The woman threw up her hands in a gesture of frustration and leaned near Synnovea to share a bit of womanly wisdom. "The way you fall in love, my dear, is to make babies with a man like Colonel Rycroft. I'll wager you wouldn't be so cool and distant with him sharing your bed." Blushing at the idea, Synnovea answered breathlessly, "Natasha, you're absolutely scandalous." The older countess heaved a wistful sigh. "That was what my last husband said, and we were married the longest." Her eyes glowed softly in warm remembrance as she confided, "But then, Count Emilian Andreev," her tongue rolled his name off with loving ease, "never, to my knowledge, seriously looked at another woman all the time we were married." Synnovea had often sensed that Natasha had loved her last husband more than her first two. Her own heart warmed with the idea of such devotion. "Should I ever marry Natasha, I shall come to you for advice. I'm sure you hold all the secrets for keeping a husband happy and content." Natasha laughed at the notion. "I can probably tell you a thing or two." She paused to more fully contemplate the matter, and then nodded with conviction. "In fact, I can probably tell you a great deal about holding a husband's attention. And should you marry a man of whom I approve, I'll try to be most diligent in instructing you." Synnovea was immediately suspicious. "And, of course, you would direct me concerning your choice." "Naturally, my dear." The corners of Natasha's lips lifted slyly. "I should like to begin the formalities by inviting Colonel Rycroft to talk with you while you're staying at my home." She held up a hand to halt any protest that might be forthcoming. "Is it so much to ask? After all, Colonel Rycroft did save you from being violated by that renegade thief. Can you not be gracious to the man?" "You'll nag me until I agree," Synnovea accused with an exaggerated sigh, giving in far more willingly than her earlier protestations seemed to bear out. "And so I shall, but 'twill not be to my liking, I warn you of that." Natasha folded her hands in genteel contentment. "We shall see how adamantly you disdain the man, my dear." "Though I perceive you're a true Svaki at heart, Natasha, your matchmaking efforts will do you no good," Synnovea warned. "Anna will never allow the colonel to court me. She simply detests foreigners." Natasha's smile deepened. "As I've told you, my dear, the man has attracted the attention of the Tsar.
'Tis rumored that His Majesty has been so intrigued and entertained by all the mock battles, forays, and drills the Colonel and his men have put on, that every weekday morning now he goes out and stands on the wall of the Kremlin to watch them. In view of that fact, my dear, do you think that Tsar Mikhail will be so ill-disposed toward the Colonel that he'll long deny him his heart's desire? My dearest Synnovea, I wouldn't put odds on Anna's power to dissuade her cousin if he happens to grant the Colonel's request. You truly are infatuated with the man, aren't you? Synnovea accused, amazed that the woman could bring herself to express such delight in one of the opposite gender. Synnovea would have thought that at Natasha's age, the woman would have ceased to be so easily smitten. Natasha pondered the other's supposition for the briefest moment before changing it slightly. Taken with a man would be a better description of my feelings, my dear. 'Tis my opinion that men like Colonel Rycroft are a rare breed. She nodded. A rare breed indeed. 9. A fierce storm swept over the city in the wee morning hours, whipping trees into a frenzy and setting shutters to flapping noisily at nearly every window. In the peaceful lull that followed, relieved sighs were slowly expelled, and it seemed for a time at least that the tempest had passed beyond them. Yet in a trio of hours the hushed stillness was again shattered by another vicious assault that slashed the area with savage winds and pelting rains. The changing conditions seemed but a mild portent of what was about to occur in Synnovea's life, for she had barely begun to relax in the serenity that had finally settled over the land when her tranquility was once more rudely disrupted, this time by Anna. It wasn't enough that her guardian stood outside her locked door, demanding entrance in an outraged tone as she rapped insistently upon the wood. Such simple deeds were effective in forewarning the occupant of the seriousness of her mood. But when Synnovea hastened to open the portal, Anna's entrance could have been likened to another violent squall blowing in. No dreaded harbinger of doom could have derived as much satisfaction from the delivery of an ominous omen as the princess clearly did when she announced her reasons for intruding. Since you've managed to lure Prince Vladimir from more noble interests, I can only agree with what Alexei has suggested. It seems the old lecher and his sons are quite taken with you, so much so that Vladimir begged Alexei to consider his proposal before leaving the house last night. But I barely spoke to him, Synnovea insisted, wary of what would follow. Nevertheless, he has been enamored, Anna pointed out venomously. Touching a lace handkerchief briefly to a thin nostril, she continued in a peremptory vein. Of course, there's no help for it now, with the situation facing us. We must act before Colonel Rycroft manages to disgrace us all. Our guests were simply abuzz over the effrontery of that callous Englishman. The very idea of that low-born knave appealing to the Tsar for permission to court you, as if he merited such favor. Why, it's unforgivable. Believe me, my dear, when this matter is finally put to rest, you may be assured of one thing. The Colonel's ambitions will not be allowed to come to fruition. I'll see to that. This very hour I've sent Vladimir a missive confirming our approval of your marriage to him. Such a contract will forestall any interference, whether it comes from your English admirer or from another who may hope to win you, including Major Nekrasov. Synnovea clutched a trembling hand to her throat, knowing only too well that it was Alexei's trap closing in around her. He had warned her what he'd do, but she had hoped to escape the Taraslov's authority before he could reap his revenge. By slow degrees, Synnovea became aware of Allie standing in the doorway of her narrow cubicle. The old servant looked positively horror-stricken, reflecting the spiraling apprehensions that now besieged her mistress. In daunted silence, both mistress and maid listened to the plans the princess was presently laying forth. Prince Vladimir is anxious to wed, and in view of Colonel Rycroft's zeal to court you, we've decided to indulge the elder's impetuousness by allowing him to arrange the nuptials during my absence. Ivan and I shall be departing in the morning to visit my father, but the cleric has commitments in Moscow which he must attend ere the month is out. I've made arrangements for our return a fortnight hence. You'll be married the following week. Synnovea was stunned by the dispatch with which the matter would be concluded. Faintly she queried, "So soon?" Anna settled a cold, unsympathetic gaze upon her charge. "I see no reason for suffering through a lengthy delay before the wedding, do you?" Synnovea could think of several.
Given a few more days, I might be able to prepare for the occasion better. I could even have a new gown made, and sew handkerchiefs for the boyarinas who will serve as my attendants. Considering our custom, they'll think it strange if I have none to give them." "Vladimir is too old to endure a prolonged wait," Anna responded, rejecting her ward's arguments with a casual wave of a thin hand. "You will have to be satisfied with the time you've been granted, Synnovea. Besides, if that Englishman's plans are to be thwarted, we must proceed with all possible haste." Even as Synnovea sought to blink gathering tears from her eyes, they seemed to well up within her spirit. The Taraslavs had spitefully laid out her future, and she had no recourse but to accept their dictates. She wouldn't even be allowed enough time to enjoy the usual celebrations and festivities associated with a betrothal or a forthcoming marriage. Stoically, Anna strolled to the front windows and gazed out upon the thoroughfare. Mulling over the previous night's events, she watched coaches pass at a brisk pace and boyars riding steeds still frisky from the early morning chill. Even after the departure of their guests, she had still been hopeful of Ivan's ability to recoup the ground he had lost among the more influential boyars. His ambition to become ensconced in Vladimir's chapel wasn't nearly as important to Ivan as gaining support for his recommendation that a second advisor be appointed to assist in counseling the Tsar, a position for which he intended to offer his own qualifications. Certainly in the days and weeks ahead, she had thought, the boyars would come to understand the wisdom of what Ivan was suggesting. Her heart had even quickened with optimism when Alexei had entered her bedchambers, and with his usual persuasiveness demonstrated a husbandly passion. In the glowing aftermath of her bliss, she had lain in his arms, feeling thoroughly content with the world, but those softer emotions were completely sundered by a raging need to seek retribution when Alexei voiced complaints about Synnovea accosting him before the soiree. Suddenly, the suggestion that they consider Vladimir's proposal of marriage had seemed acceptable. Not only would Synnovea be out of their house and away from Alexei, but she'd likely be utterly miserable married to the old prince. However, in agreeing to the nuptials, Anna had also realized that she would be destroying any hope of Vladimir funding Ivan's rise to power, thereby frustrating her own aspirations to share in the benefits of that authority. "Natasha begged me to let you stay with her while I'm away," Anna announced blandly over her shoulder. "I was certain you'd agree and have given my consent. I'm sure Natasha will be delighted to help you prepare for your wedding." "There's not enough time to consider even a few frivolities, much less see anything actually accomplished," Synnovea rejoined dismally. Outwardly, Anna ignored her charge's lackluster statement, but inwardly she smiled in contentment. By dictating the events in Synnovea's life, she had clearly demonstrated the power she wielded over the young countess. The forthcoming evening would serve to intensify the girl's awareness of that fact. "Prince Vladimir has invited us to dine with him this evening to discuss preparations for your betrothal and forthcoming marriage. I've assured him that you'll be joining us." "How kind of you." Detecting a break in the other's voice, Anna smirked, feeling totally gratified by the girl's distress. "You may be relieved to know that Ivan is busy preparing for our departure and won't have time for your lessons today, Synnovea. He's convinced that you deliberately set out to thwart his plans to become Vladimir's priestly mentor, and is extremely annoyed with you. If I were you, I'd avail myself of the opportunity to make amends with him ere we meet with your intended tonight. 'Twill help the evening pass more congenially, inasmuch as I've granted the cleric permission to accompany us. It may be his last chance to redirect the old boyar's attention to a more admirable goal, instead of appeasing his rutting instincts with you." "I wish Ivan good fortune in his endeavors," Synnovea responded with morose sincerity. "I wouldn't fret in the least if he managed to turn Vladimir's attention away from me." Anna turned in a guise of surprise. "Why, Synnovea, can it be that you're upset by the idea of your betrothal?" "You said I'd be allowed to stay with Natasha during your absence," Synnovea interrupted, fully cognizant of the woman's smug satisfaction. "When may I anticipate my departure?" Anna offered a blasé shrug. "In the morning, if you really desire to leave." Synnovea wondered what tedious insinuation the princess was alluding to now. "Why should I not? If I'd been sent to a monastery, I doubt that my freedom could have been curtailed any more than it has been here." Anna's lips drew up in a disdaining sneer. No doubt, under your father's authority, you had many admirers visiting your home in Nizhny Novgorod and indulged in liberties that would shock most boyarinas. Your conduct here has certainly demonstrated your license with men. I've no doubt that if you had received some kind of encouragement from Alexei, you'd have found cause to stay here during my absence." Synnovea grew visibly incensed by the woman's suggestion. "Forgive me, Anna, but I wouldn't dream of compromising my reputation by staying here with that—" The word debaucher was on the tip of her tongue, but upon recalling that Allie was listening to everything that was being said, she refrained from calling the wily fox what he definitely was, simply to save herself the ordeal of having to later explain her choice of appellations to the old servant. She smiled crisply as she corrected herself. "I mean, with Alexei." The gray eyes were hostile above a sneering turn of thin lips. "No, of course not. You wouldn't do anything unseemly behind my back." Synnovea canted her head as she tried to understand the rationale behind the other woman's disdain. "Have I offended you so much by attracting Vladimir's attention, Anna? Or is there another reason for your resentment?" Anna strolled away, deeming it wise to avoid a discussion that would lead them into an ugly fray. Already she yearned to claw those green-brown eyes from their sockets. If she really unleashed her hostility upon the girl, no telling what she'd be tempted to do. A violent confrontation would only detract from her elevated authority, through which she had intended to seek retribution. "Just think of it, Synnovea. In a trice of weeks, you'll be Vladimir's bride," Anna prodded shrewishly. "It should please you to know that you'll be marrying such a wealthy boyar. You'll probably be able to wheedle whatever you desire from the old wolfhound." Her lips curved briefly in a dull smile as she considered the girl. "But then, I haven't really noticed any inclination on your part to limit your self-indulgence. Your gowns and jewels readily demonstrate your enormous greed. Still, as Vladimir's wife, you'll be far richer than you are now. That fact should lend you some comfort when it comes time for you to endure his awkward attempts in bed. Though I've heard rumors that he's still capable of mounting a maid, it doesn't promise to be the most enjoyable experience for you. Not like it would be if you were to wed a younger man, especially someone as accomplished with women as Colonel Rycroft." A darkly winged brow arched sharply as Synnovea watched the princess saunter across the room. "I wasn't aware that you knew Colonel Rycroft well enough to offer any opinion about him, Anna. You haven't given him more than 10 minutes of your time, yet now it seems you know his most intimate secrets." "Oh, I hear things now and then." Anna turned her face aside with an attitude of haughty indifference. "The Englishman seems to be the darling of every addle-pated boyarina who has ever seen him. The fact that he lives in the German district with all of the other outcasts who come into this country increases his opportunity to gratify his manly appetites in the most sordid ways. 'Tis widely rumored among those who know that there's at least a half-dozen strumpets for every foreigner who's housed there. To even suggest that the colonel would deny himself of their availability while vying for your hand seems rather far-fetched. Don't you agree, Synnovea? Or did you actually think you were the only pigeon in whom that wily English hawk yearns to sink his talons?" If Synnovea had been asked to explain her rising vexation with the woman at that precise moment, she'd have been unable to provide a viable reason, except that the slander had come from one who knew the Englishman not at all. "Your conjectures are only that, Anna. Unless you spy upon him, you couldn't possibly know what Colonel Rycroft does in his private life." Anna tossed her head with a contemptuous laugh. "You're a fool, Synnovea, if you think a man like that hasn't tasted his share of trollops. Mark my words, he'll scatter his seed throughout the countryside ere he returns to England. But if you're so naive as to believe that he'll remain chaste while petitioning His Majesty for permission to court you, then I've better things to do with my time than to argue with you over the depth of his coarseness." Upon reaching the door, Anna paused briefly to consider her charge, feeling rather elated over what she had managed to accomplish. Synnovea's dejection was unmistakable. The intended betrothal had shattered whatever expectations the girl had dreamed of for her future. Indeed, Anna could almost feel sorry for her ward, if she didn't hate her so much. The almost imperceptible squeak of door hinges sounded like a death knell in the gloomy silence that followed Anna's departure. Stricken by the news of her forthcoming marriage, Synnovea slumped listlessly upon the bed and stared in utter gloom at nothing in particular. Had her life been declared forfeit, she'd have felt the same. Her despair was too burdensome a weight to bear in mute misery, and with a harsh sob she flung herself across the mattress. Listlessly pummeling a fist against the bedclothes, she wept and bemoaned the day that she had ever entered the Taraslav manse. "Oh, me lamb, do not weep so," Ali pleaded pityingly as she scurried forward to soothe her mistress. Synnovea shook her head, refusing to be consoled. Her woeful heart seemed a ponderous burden within her chest. No gentle cajoling could ease the dark gloom that constricted it. "Pack up everything that belongs to us," she choked in a ragged voice. "If I fall under heaven's mercy, I'll never darken the door of this house after my departure on the morrow." "Can ye not stop this thing that they're doing to ye?" Ali asked fretfully. "Could ye not go to His Majesty and beg for his mercy, or escape to England and stay with your widowed aunt?" "I can go to no one," Synnovea muttered bleakly, "least of all to England. If I sought passage on a ship, Anna would likely find a way to arouse His Majesty's ire against me, and I'd never be allowed to return. The arrangement of marriage has been agreed upon, Ali, and with naught but the necessary signatures verifying the legality of the contract, I'll be the promised bride of Prince Vladimir." Anna's elaborate script acknowledging Vladimir as her betrothed would seal her doom, and once the agreement was drawn up, not even Alexei would be able to undo what he had set into motion. Only Tsar Mikhail or Prince Vladimir could break the pact. His Majesty, by whatever reason he might ordain, the ancient by giving evidence of her unworthiness. But the likelihood of that occurrence seemed remote if Vladimir had asked for her hand so soon after their meeting. No doubt Alexei had relished magnifying her merit as his potential bride. Synnovea's thoughts lamely sought some avenue of escape. A half-dozen options came to mind, but such notions as insulting Vladimir or telling him how vehemently she disdained the idea of becoming his wife were rejected as quickly as they came. Even if it meant giving up her freedom, she wouldn't cause the old man such grievous hurt just to gain her own end. To do so might lead him to the grave, and she refused to have his death on her conscience. Nay, if ever he refused to speak the vows with her, it would be because he had been the one to find fault with her. Closing her eyes, Synnovea rested a cheek against the counterpane, letting her tensions ease as she forced her mind along a path that had become quite familiar of late, the vision of her English champion in scratched and dented helm. Although she was still incensed by the comments that Anna had made about him, she couldn't help but wonder if they were true. His casual disregard for his nudity in the bathhouse certainly verified the fact that he suffered no unease being unclothed in front of a woman. But then, when a man had a physique as exceptional as his, why should he be embarrassed about it? Indeed, if his face had been equally sublime, Tyrone Rycroft would have gained the unswerving admiration of ladies everywhere, herself included. It seemed futile to torment herself with wanton memories of her encounters with the Englishman, yet as the wife of an ancient boyar, she might well have to use her recollections to suffice as conciliation for what she'd likely be missing in her marriage, for she'd never be able to enjoy the excitement and delight of being joined by wedlock to a man of noteworthy face or frame. Such reverie was perhaps more than some women were gifted with in a lifetime. Still, Synnovea was inclined to wonder if her brief view of such a magnificent specimen had spoiled her for the mundane and ordinary, and made her less than tolerant of what she was about to receive. A plaintive sigh escaped Synnovea as she made a concerted effort to commit herself to her betrothal. At least Vladimir wasn't as repugnant as some doddering ancients, but when her own sire had been so much younger, she feared it would be tantamount to going to bed with a grandfather. Still, it was highly unlikely that she'd ever become bored while his sons resided with them. In light of the brothers' bent for mischief and mayhem, an enormous probability existed that she'd be wont on occasion to beg for a little peace and privacy. Steeling herself against the unrelenting disquiet that threatened to dissolve her fragile forbearance, Synnovea wiped away her tears and left the bed. She helped Ali pack and took comfort in the prospect that she'd soon be leaving the Taraslavs for good. Though marrying Vladimir wasn't much of a reprieve, it was nevertheless an improvement. Synnovea made a point of seeking Ivan out in his chambers and returning the books he had told her to read. The fact that she wouldn't have to contend with the man's bigoted views anymore allowed her some relief.
I hope you're happy now, Countess.
A weary sigh slipped from Synnovea as she met his glare.
I'll try to be. How can you not, with all that wealth at your disposal? He derided caustically.
Happiness doesn't depend on a person's wealth, Yvonne, she stated dully. A man could acquire all the riches in the world and still be utterly miserable. Possessions are a poor substitute for loving friends and family.
Yvonne scoffed at the idea of such platitudes. My family never meant anything to me. I despised my mother. My father? Well, I was told he was killed shortly before my birth, but I was given my mother's name, like any misbegotten offspring.
Understanding now why the man was so tormented. It must have been very hard for you growing up.
It was hard, he acknowledged with a prideful smirk, but I overcame it all and made something of myself. I'm here by no one else's will but my own.
Are you not lonely at times?
Lonely for what?
He asked sharply, taken aback by her question. People, friends, someone perhaps like Anna, who appreciates you for yourself, or for what you are, or may have done.
No one appreciates what I am and what I've accomplished more than I.
Synnovea could see no benefit in continuing the discussion when it was apparent that Ivan Voronsky had long ago rejected the notion that friends and a loving family were important to one's well-being. She found it difficult to imagine such a solitary existence, even worth living. The time came for Synnovea to prepare herself for her first visit to the vast estates of Prince Vladimir. She spent a leisurely hour doing so, not caring how she might anger Anna by her delay in joining them. When she presented herself in the lower hall, 10 minutes past the hour designated for their departure, the princess was absolutely livid.
Well, you certainly kept us waiting long enough, Anna barked. But then, you awful girl, I'm certain 'twas your intent.
Synnovea dismissed Anna's heated glower and Yvonne's scowl with no more than a mental shrug. Alexei's rude appraisal of her curves, however, thoroughly outraged her. Even after wreaking havoc in her life, he seemed unable to keep his eyes from sliding down her iridescent green silk sarafan, as if he still considered her a potential paramour. Curbing an urge to slap his swarthy face, Synnovea displayed a stilted decorum as she faced Anna. You had wanted me to look my best for Vladimir, did you not? Weeks ago, Anna had discovered that Synnovea complimented her garments far beyond the ability of most women. Her sleekly curving figure, lustrous fair skin, and eyes that seemed more green now than brown were excellent assets. They would have made the dowdiest garment look unique, but her present attire was beautiful by itself. The delicate artistry of the gilded stitchery liberally adorning the stiff collar, lower sleeves, and hem of the sarafan, as well as her bejeweled kokoshniki, were so rich and fine that it could only have been created by a gifted artisan. Still, Anna was not above soliciting some criticism from the two men, who seemed for once of a kindred spirit in their desire to seize some redress from the girl.
I really can't see our lengthy wait was worth the results. What do you think, Alexei?
The prince managed a tolerant smile, knowing well what his wife wanted to hear. Although Synnovea's beauty was nearly without equal, he was convinced that she needed subjugation to bring her to heel. He was committed to seeing her wed Vladimir, and equally resolved to take his pleasure of her when the time was ripe.
To serve his wife's whim now, no matter how trite her ridicule, would bolster Anna's confidence for an early departure, for he was reluctant to see his plans thwarted by her presence, not only in the manse, but in the city.
Perhaps we should consider delaying a bit longer to allow the girl more time to improve her appearance.
We've endured too much as it is, Ivan complained tersely. I beg you, let us be off. Alexei bowed stiffly for his wife's benefit.
At your pleasure, my dear.
Anna brushed past Synnovea and accepted the arm Ivan offered her. As they led the way through the front portal, Alexei waited to claim his usual place at the rear of the procession, where he could freely ogle Synnovea. While the cleric helped Anna into the carriage, Alexei pressed against the girl's back to feed a prurient fetish of his own. He remained unfazed by her smoldering glare, but her small heel bearing down painfully upon the toe of his soft leather boot convinced him of the wisdom of retreating to a more respectable distance. Vladimir came out to greet their carriage upon their arrival at his mansion, and eagerly pressed an exuberant kiss upon Synnovea's slender fingers as he handed her down. Liberally expounding upon her beauty, he drew her into the great hall, where his sons stood arrayed in rich kaftans, and their best manners on display. Ivan and the Taraslovs were left to follow in the couple's wake, and as the ancient proudly escorted Synnovea to a cushioned chair beside his own, the three were left to find their own seats nearby. Ivan's blood nigh boiled. Before he had been arbitrarily demoted by the girl, he had tasted the rare sweet meat of success as Vladimir's guest of honor. Now his attempts to draw the man's attention were, at best, randomly given heed to, and only then with a modicum of interest. In sharp contrast, the old boyar doted on every word that issued forth from the gently smiling lips of his intended. Synnovea chose to make the best of her unfortunate fate, and deliberately ignored Ivan's irate glowers and Anna's sharpening frowns as she laughed and chatted with her future family. For a time, the Taraslovs retired with the elder to discuss the nuptials, the dowry Alexander had set aside for his daughter, and to sign their names to the betrothal agreement. While the three were absent, Vladimir's brood of sons entertained her with hilarious accounts of their many kindred. Upon their return, Ivan's ire reached its zenith, for it was then that the old man presented Synnovea with a necklace set with large diamonds and emeralds, earrings to match, and a betrothal ring impressive enough to stagger the wits of the three, who looked on with a strange blend of rancor and awe.
My dearest Synnovea, please allow me to present these meager offerings as tokens of my affection,
Vladimir explained with a buoyant smile.
Once you've become my bride, I'll dress you in robes of gold and precious jewels of every color. You'll want for nothing.
That, Prince Vladimir, Anna chided through a stiff smile, knowing her revenge would be better served if she could believe the old boyar meant to abuse the girl.
You'll spoil Synnovea with such extravagant gifts. I'd advise you to pamper her less and keep her more submissive if you wish a well-ordered marriage.
Her comments caused Alexei to lower his libation and stare at her in amazement. But Anna ignored the implication of his dubious regard, which silently challenged her own compliance to his husbandly authority. Admittedly, she had always been more ambitious than he. Even as a child, she had learned to be assertive to get what she desired. Now she yearned to see her rival vexed by hardships, not elaborate gifts.
Nonsense!
Vladimir rejoined, blustering a bit at the notion that he was being counseled by a woman whose husband, according to frequent hearsay, roamed far afield.
If I've gleaned anything from my earlier marriages, it has been the fact that women can learn to be content with an old rascal like myself much more easily if they're coddled and pampered. In showing their gratitude, my wives nurtured me with their affection, keeping me quite content to stay at home.
Anna's pale cheeks took on a reddish hue as Synnovea turned an enigmatic smile upon her. If it was possible to read anything into the slight turning of those soft lips, then Anna could believe the girl was genuinely relishing Vladimir's rebuke. That suspicion nettled her severely when she thought of such sumptuous treasures being indiscriminately wasted on the one she abhorred. She loathed acceding anything to her rival, especially when Ivan had been so close to winning the old man's support. The bountiful largesse that Vladimir was capable of giving could have swiftly advanced Ivan's efforts. It was Synnovea's pleading request that the jewels be kept in Vladimir's care for safekeeping that amazed both Anna and Ivan. They stared agog as she sweetly added, "Just until the day I come here to live with you, for I couldn't bear the loss if they were somehow mislaid." Cognizant of the cleric's dark glower, Synnovea lowered her gaze demurely. Though his profession embodied all the honorable attributes one should possess in dedicated service to a higher order, she was wont to suspect that Ivan used his robe as a sham to bilk whatever lucre could be gained from those generously disposed toward accepting all clergymen as humble and honorable men. Vladimir gladly deferred to Synnovea's wishes when she laid a gentle hand upon his sleeve and looked up at him beseechingly. After bestowing an ardent kiss upon her slender fingers, he gave the treasures over to Igor, who took them away to a secure place. "My own mother was uncommonly fetching," Sergei stated, as he presented Synnovea a glass of vishnya. "But I think my father has outdone himself this time in selecting you as his future bride." "Oh, Sergei, what a beautiful sentiment," she replied graciously. "And may I suppose, since you look nothing like your father, that you inherited your handsomeness from your mother?" With an amiable laugh, he kissed her fingertips. "Even my father has said as much, Countess. But if your beauty is an indication of the offspring you'll bear, my father, then I shall be put to shame by your children." Synnovea dipped her head briefly in gratitude for such a compliment, pleased that Vladimir's sons were so willing to accept her into the family. As Sergei looked on, she sipped from the silver goblet. The libation reminded her of a red wine she had always enjoyed in France, and was definitely pleasing enough for her to savor another taste. "Delicious?" Sergei queried. "Indeed." As the youngest of the brood stepped back with a chuckle, Fyodor came forth, and after a sweeping bow, delivered a large bouquet of flowers to her. "Like these cherished blooms, my lady, you grace us with your beauty and fragrance." Feeling at odds with herself because she was unable to summon anything more than a hollow display of pleasure, Synnovea gathered his gift within her arms and lowered her face to the blossoms, inhaling their sweet essence. When she lifted her head again, she offered him a gentle smile. "You do me great honor, Prince Fyodor, to compare my unworthy looks to such glorious marvels of nature." Her eyes grew misty with tears as he, too, took her hand and bestowed a light kiss upon it. It was the deepening anguish of feeling totally undeserving of their esteem that made Synnovea long to escape through the nearest door. She was painfully aware that in comparison with her own reluctance and foreboding, their gifts of words and tender treasures came forth with sterling sincerity. As the eldest moved back, Stefan came near to lay a garland of green around her neck. "Your company is cherished far above rubies and gold, Synnovea. Be assured that as a whole, the sons of Prince Vladimir Dmitrievich are enamored with your charm. We're just as excited about having you in the family as our father is." Synnovea laughed through a fresh gathering of guilty tears. Against her will, she had been charmed by the brothers' gallant display of manners, but their praise did little to ease the burden of regret weighing down her heart. "Dear, kind sirs, you woo me with such sweet tidings and eloquent speeches that I fear my tongue staggers lamely in search of prose equal to their beauty." Vladimir reached out again to claim her fingers and bring them to his own lips. "In truth, Synnovea, were your tongue forever silenced, we'd still be smitten by your sweet presence in this our boorish surroundings. We're but churlish clods in need of your gentle, transforming touch." Despite her rich enjoyment of their company and their chivalrous attempts to show her how much her presence pleased them, Synnovea was unable to accept her betrothal as anything more than an incarceration of Alexei's making. When it finally came time to take their leave, she experienced a moment of panic when she realized her intended meant to kiss her on the lips. She subdued the urge to flee, and though the blush that swept into her cheeks was well in line with a chaste maid's reaction, Synnovea had no doubt that Vladimir would have been shocked out of his senses if he had had any inkling that she had conjured Tyrone Rycroft's shadowed face before her own just to be able to stand her ground during the old man's kiss. Synnovea was distraught at the idea of carrying such a farce all the way to her marriage bed, but she knew it would be the only way she'd ever submit to Vladimir with any kind of forbearance.
Truly, had the old prince begged her to be his daughter, she'd have gladly yielded him that honor as a living replacement for the father she had once loved and recently lost. Yet to think of Vladimir as her husband, and to consider everything that that particular position would entail, she was no less desirous of being liberated from their betrothal than she was to escape the Taroslav's manse. Tears spilled unheeded upon Synnovea's pillow long into the night. Staring at the moonlit canopy above her head, she begged wearily for some sweet spirit from heaven to bring peace to her frazzled brain, and to somehow impart a way she could be set free without wounding the old man. It was a troubling dilemma in which she found herself, for in spite of their cantankerous reputation, she valued the friendship of Vladimir and his sons, though regretfully not enough to rouse her eagerness to be bound by an oath of wedlock to the elder, and certainly not until that time when widowhood finally came to release her. She didn't covet Vladimir's death, nor did she ever want to yearn for such a fate for him in a marriage in which she'd be unable to find solace for her dreams of love and contentment. The first rays of the dawning sun were just stretching out across the land when Allie came to her mistress's bedside and awakened her. Not long after that, Synnovea left the chambers and made her final descent. Anna had remained upstairs to attend to some last-minute details which affected her own departure. In her absence, Alexei had taken up a waiting stance just beyond the front portal. He was there when Synnovea emerged, and was bold enough to halt her with a hand on her arm, but he frowned wincingly at the sun that shimmered brilliantly in the eastern sky, definitely pained by the presence of that particular sphere. To see Alexei suffering after a long night of copious imbibing that had begun at Vladimir's manse was small recompense for the animosity Synnovea was presently feeling toward him. Tempted to give him a fair piece of her mind, she grudgingly allowed him a moment of her time. At least no further acts of aggression could be made against her person while they stood in clear sight of Ali, Yosef, and Stienka.
"Allowing you to leave here was Anna's idea, not mine,"
Alexei informed her bluntly.
"I recognize your intent to keep me in your lecherous lair the day you announced that Anna would be leaving,"
Synnovea acknowledged coolly. It was only for the sake of her servants that she made an attempt to appear civil in his presence. "Still, I don't know how you might have hoped otherwise. Anna is no fool, you know. That's why she's so anxious to see me married off to Vladimir. She wants me out of the house and well away from you." A slight upward movement of her shoulders prefaced her next comment. "Of course, she has just cause, with you as her husband."
"Anna has even more reason to hate you now," Alexei taunted. "After I told her how you solicited my favors the other night, she was most eager to see you wed."
A lovely brow lifted.
"Well, I see you're not above making up ludicrous stories to suit your purposes, Alexei. But your little ploy to discredit me will have no bearing on my actions, so be warned." "You'd best be warned, my girl," he snarled, gnashing clenched teeth. "I've no intention of letting you escape what has already been decreed, despite the fact that Natasha has a nasty habit of confounding proprieties to meet her own whims."
The peak of Synnovea's eyebrow sharpened challengingly.
"And what of you, sir? Have you not done the same?"
Alexei ignored her intrusion as he continued cynically.
"I'm sure Natasha will try to undermine your betrothal by inviting men who can tarnish your reputation."
Synnovea stared at him in growing amazement, never having considered the ruination of her honor as a means by which she could avoid marriage with Vladimir. Such a ploy would be a serious price to pay for her freedom, and a sacrifice she was not entirely sure she wanted to make. The very idea went against everything she had been taught about sterling principles, but she was desperate. All she had to do was determine just how desperate. "I can see that you might be worried about my honor, since Vladimir would be reluctant to attach himself to a maid whose virtue has been besmirched," she answered disparagingly. "But for the life of me, Alexei, I cannot imagine that you'll be content to see me married off to another without trying to extract some further penance from me. Which leaves me wondering how you intend to claim me as your conquered victim. It has been widely rumored that you have a preference for virgins. But then, so has Vladimir. Are you willing to allow him first taste of the unblemished fruit?"
"I'll make an exception in your case," Alexei promised, with a hint of a sneer.
"So good of you," Synnovea derided.
She glanced away as she sought to regain control of her quickly flaring temper, then turned on him again with renewed vigor, wanting to shatter his cocksure arrogance, if only for the moment. "If it falls within my power to frustrate your purposes, Alexei, let me assure you that I'll use whatever wile within my capability to see your plans thwarted, even if I have to take Colonel Rycroft into my bed to see the deed done." The dark eyes flared with ill-suppressed rage. "Do you honestly think I'll allow such a thing to happen while I yet breathe, maid?" he hissed. "You do err in conjuring such deceptive fantasies for yourself, for I'll never let another man have you. Not even Vladimir? Through him I'll claim my revenge for the injury you've done me. You'll come back after you've survived a few of that old bull's straining attempts, begging me to satisfy you." "You're far too confident of your power over women, Alexei," she rejoined with a noticeable lack of warmth. "What you don't realize is that I'd rather submit to Vladimir for the next 100 years than be tainted even for a moment by your foul attention." "You won't escape marriage to him," Alexei ground out bitterly, infuriated by her unswerving tenacity. "I'll hire men to watch you and any house you're in until the very moment the vows are spoken. There'll be no help for you, my beauty. None will come to your rescue, not even your precious Englishman." "That remains to be seen, does it not?" Synnovea gave him an ungracious smile as her lashes hovered over a glare. Reaching out, she tapped a forefinger lightly upon his sleeve, as if chiding a naughty student. "Were I you, Alexei, I would avoid any mention of this matter to your wife ere her departure, for I intend to protect myself henceforth from your malicious bent. If need be, I'll take my complaints to Tsar Mikhail himself, and let him deal with the both of you as you justly deserve. I swear I will." With a last irritated rap of her finger, Synnovea turned from him and made her way to the coach. It was only a short distance to the larger Andreevna mansion, and when the conveyance pulled into the drive, Natasha came hurrying out to greet her with open arms. The morning seemed suddenly brighter for both women. Synnovea's anger diminished to a more tolerable level, and as for the elder, she was anticipating the delight to be found in the sweet promise of companionship with the daughter of a woman whom she had once cherished as her closest friend and confidant. In the ensuing days, Synnovea realized that she would have to make a choice fairly soon, or see her options seriously hindered by Anna's return. Whether to nobly abide by the betrothal contract, or to seek freedom at the expense of her own honor, that was the question she'd have to answer for herself. The more dutiful course for a chaste maid would be to comply with Anna's dictates, which would issue her forthwith into a respectable marriage with Vladimir. The alternative was drastic. Should she dare such an escape, damaging slurs would likely be brought to bear upon her name, and should have to face the threat of being ostracized by her peers. Society was wont to judge a fallen woman harshly, and should be no less susceptible than the foulest heart. Still, if she could somehow preserve the secrecy of her actions, or even feign her defilement, if such a feat were possible, then perhaps her ploy would yield her everything she yearned for. Despite the clarity of her options, finding an acceptable answer to the riddle that confronted her was far more involved and complicated than Synnovea had thought it would be. The difficulty lay in her burgeoning apprehensions about the role of conniving seductress that she'd have to play with Tyrone, the only man she deemed suitable for the deed. Not only was he more acceptable to her than anyone she presently knew, his reputation as a rake, however false that might have been, solidified his credentials. Despite the best-contrived plans, however, events had a way of going awry. At the very least, she could suffer the rending of her virginity. But more disastrously, she could even bear a bastard child 9 months later. Was her freedom to choose a husband worth the risks she'd be taking? Synnovea's fears far outweighed her dedication to gaining her own end, and she solemnly approached the idea that she just had to do what was proper. Her parents would have expected her to keep herself pure until her wedding night, and even if she had to marry Vladimir, she'd likely outlive him. Then she'd have the freedom to wed whomever she wished. All it would take would be waiting weeks, months, or even years for an old man to die. Synnovea recoiled at such a diabolical notion as yearning for a human being to die, and she promptly found herself back at the crux of her dilemma, whether to ignobly pine for her husband, to succumb to some malady,
or by devious means to seek the liberty to marry for love. It was not until Synnovea ventured out with Natasha and Allie to a small rough-hewn chapel located beyond the outskirts of the city that she actually became cognizant of just how persistent Alexei was to see her wed, and in that endeavor how closely he and others observed her comings and goings. The three women had set aside other duties to help a kindly old monk who devoted himself to acts of charity. Whether old, blind, wretched, decrepit, or lame, those in want were never turned away from the humble, tumble-down sanctuary where the kindly Friar Philip labored to serve their needs. His main concern was tending his flock, which included anyone who came to him lacking sufficient food, clothing, or peace for the soul. The afflictions of the poor were often decreased to a more tolerable level by his compassion, or by those who assisted him in his selfless struggle. To his following, he was known as Saint Philip, though he wore shabby robes and denounced the acquisition of wealth for the church, which many of the Josephites had insisted upon. A number of the more powerful members of that particular sect had demeaned his attempts as self-serving, and claimed that his real motive was to destroy a higher order of ordained servants to appease his own vindictive bent. They continually sought evidence to convict the man of his crimes. Natasha was just as adamant to rally her friends to his cause, and found Synnovea to be a willing participant. Upon their arrival early that morning, the women addressed themselves to the task of preparing a meal in the kitchen, located in a lean-to behind the chapel. Even though their coat evidenced their wealth, they wore plain garments made from a common cloth to ease the apprehensions of the poor, who had reason to be wary of the nobility. Soon after the food had been cooked, Synnovea busied herself handing out loaves of bread and ladling a hearty stew into wooden bowls held forth by ragged peasants who shuffled past. Natasha sorted apparel from several bundles that she had either sewn or collected from friends, while Allie entertained the younger children with mimes and craggy-voiced songs, allowing their mothers to search through the donated clothing in an effort to fortify their families for the approaching winter. Into this gathering of destitute humanity, Alexei came swaggering arrogantly, bearing himself like the mighty prince he obviously envisioned himself to be. Forcing the more unsightly commoners to scurry out of his way, he strode up to the two countesses, and with flamboyant mockery bowed before them. Upon straightening, he glanced around in lofty disdain. "How generous of you, ladies, to devote your time to serving these paltry beings. Ivan Varansky would be impressed." If Alexei had declared that only one sun existed in the sky, Synnovea would have found some argument to refute his claim. "I doubt that Ivan has any real perception of charity other than what goes into his own pockets." Synnovea realized the peasants, who had been waiting in line for food, were now hanging back, fearful of moving past the elegantly garbed prince. "Begone with you, Alexei!" She swept a hand about to indicate the ones who were shuffling away. "Can't you see what you're doing? They're afraid of you." "Afraid of me? Why so?" His astonishment was badly concocted. "I've only come to witness your compassion toward these foul-smelling oafs. What has set you on this path of benevolence anyway? Are you seeking to pay penance for your sins?" Synnovea's eyes narrowed menacingly. "My greatest sin has yet to be committed, Alexei. That's when I'll hire henchmen to string you up. Just why are you here, may I ask?" "I've come as you have, as a benevolent lord to give ease to the poor." He turned and addressed the friar. "See here, Philip, or whatever your name is. I've come to give my dues to your cause." He drew forth a few coins of meager worth and scattered them at the elder's sandaled feet. "I will thank God for your kindness, my son." The white-haired monk murmured graciously as he knelt to pick them up. Though he sensed the boyar wanted to see him groveling at his feet, he couldn't ignore the insufficiencies plaguing his small ministry. "You'd do better to thank me, old man," Alexei sneered, staring down his less-than-perfect nose at the elder. "I've power here on earth to see you imprisoned for consorting with thieves." He indicated the tattered folk who huddled in growing apprehension of the boyar's intentions. "Have I not seen the likes of these rogues stealing bread?" "Oh, but surely if they have, it was only a morsel or two, and you would forgive them for such meager offenses," the monk hurriedly entreated as he struggled to his feet. "Many would starve without the bit of food they're given here. Have I not also seen you feeding those foul prisoners locked in stocks in Kitagorod?
Perhaps you're also in league with the rogues who come to stealthily seek their release. I heard it said that the felons who escape flee the city to take up with bands of raiders and highwaymen. Perhaps they even stop here for sustenance to aid them on their way.
The holy man spread his hands in appeal as he begged for understanding.
It's true that you may have seen me helping the convicts fettered there, but the law makes no provisions for their needs, whether guilty of pitiful deeds or those declared unworthy of reprieve among more worldly judges. They grow equally famished for a piece of bread or a cup of water. I don't question them about their crimes when I distribute food. I only try to assure them that there is love and forgiveness for whatever they've done. But your pardon, my son, are you so perfect and pure that you are able to cast the first stone at these poor wretches?
Alexei's face took on a ruddy hue as he lifted his head in haughty arrogance.
I'm a prince, an aristocrat by birth.
A kindly smile curved the wrinkled lips of the elder.
Do you seek to impress God with your aristocracy when all are equal in his sight, my son? None are perfect, whether prince or pauper.
Tossing his head in contempt, Alexei confronted the holy man with a sneer.
Is God blind to the faults of thieves and murderers? God sees all, my son, but he also forgives. We need only ask with a contrite heart.
Alexei scoffed.
If there is a God.
Each man must decide that for himself, my son.
The prince's brows lowered darkly. It's foolishness to believe in something you cannot see.
The kindly priest spoke gently.
I'm sorry, my son, but I don't understand why you've come here, if that is your belief. Do you seek counsel from a fool? Oh, I've heard of your kind, Alexei derided. You can be certain of that. Bože ljudi, men of God, holy fools, that's what they call you. Skitalites, holy wanderers. You set up your skiti in areas like this in compliance with that so-called order of Nilesarsky, that most foolish of fools. But you know as well as I do that Niles died after his arguments against the wealth of the church were overridden by Joseph Sanyan, and thereafter his followers have been persecuted by the Josephites and the Grand Dukes of Muscovy, as you will be. Your knowledge of history seems well intact, my son, but you haven't yet answered my question. Do you seek counsel from me?
Alexei laughed caustically.
You couldn't possibly instruct me with your fool's wisdom, holy man. I came only to guarantee the safety of my ward while she is among these filthy peasants.
The monk shifted his gaze toward the young countess, who earlier that morning had arrived with her maid and the Countess Andreevna. In recent years, the latter had proven herself a most gracious and generous benefactress. Though he tended a garden and a small flock of sheep to enable him to serve the needs of the poor, he was grateful when such kindly and charitable workers as these offered their assistance. They had even sent their coachman to purchase more food when it had become evident that there wouldn't be enough victuals to feed everyone who came. Now, because of them, all who ventured in today would be fed.
None here would harm her, the priest declared. These people are appreciative of what the boyarina is doing for them.
Alexei responded with a snort of derision.
It's beneath the countess's station to consort with these vile vermin.
What kind do you suggest she consorts with? The holy man asked, beginning to understand the prince's motives.
Do you mean to persuade her to go back with you, perhaps?
Synnovea cast a pointed glare toward Alexei, gaining his attention. Without a word, she strode to the front door, luring him away from the old man. There she turned on him with fire in her eyes.
If you're capable of any decency at all, Alexei, then I beg you leave here and let us be, she ground out in muted tones. 'Tis obvious what your real concerns are. Even St. Philip now sees through your ploys.
You must heed my words, Synnovea, the prince insisted, and I won't let you thwart my plans.
And I warn you, Alexei, you had better heed mine. I've had enough of your lies and your filthy attempts to bed me. Now get out of here ere I take a lash to you, and don't ever come back.
Overhearing Synnovea's threat, Natasha approached them with an amused smile.
Beware, Alexei. I do believe the girl means it.
His sharply penetrating scowl bore into the younger countess.
I've hired men to follow you wherever you go, Synnovea. You will not escape. They'll hound you until you beg me to set you free of them.
Shall I complain to Vladimir about your close attention? Synnovea needled. He has wealth enough to send guards of his own to protect me from your spite. I send for him, Alexei challenged. He'll insist upon speaking the vows post-haste, just to save you from the ruffians I've hired. Then I'll have my revenge that much sooner. Saying nothing more, he swept into a shallow bow and stalked out. Synnovea glared after his departing form, and was somewhat surprised when he strode beyond his mount and made his way into an open field where a large party of mounted riders awaited him. From a distance, the men appeared to be nothing more than unruly rabble, garbed in a variety of outlandish apparel. Synnovea could only question Alexei's wisdom in hiring such questionable guards, for they looked more like cutthroats and renegades. Despite the rather questionable attributes of her newly acquired guards, Synnovea soon realized that they were, at the very least, proficient at provoking her ire. After Alexei left, they set up their surveillance closer to the church, built up a huge fire, and liberally guzzled large quantities of kvass and vodka, while they involved themselves in lewd cavorting and riotous dancing with several strumpets who had joined them. Thoroughly abashed by the group's unrestrained revelry, Synnovea begged forgiveness from Friar Philip. I had no idea that I would be inviting this shameful exhibition by coming here. You're not to blame, my child, the old man assured her kindly. Today you've done a good service. The coins you've given will go a long way toward buying food for these poor people. His eyes briefly flitted toward the rapscallions who taunted those who had taken shelter within the church. Don't let the presents demean the good deeds you've done here this day. Synnovea took his rough, work-hardened hand and pressed a kiss upon it. I'll come back when I'm free of them. Until then, my servant will bring a regular stipend to enable you to feed those who come to you. Bless you for your kindness, my child. Kneeling before him, Synnovea accepted his prayers for her safety and well-being. Then she and her companions returned to Natasha's coach. As it rumbled off down the road, the rowdies climbed into their saddles and followed, deserting the harlots, who shook their fists in disappointment and screamed profanities after them. The coachman recognized the need for haste and cracked his whip often, urging the steeds to their fastest gait. But the band of ruffians only grew bolder and came alongside to hoot and chortle in glee as they performed dangerous stunts in and out of their saddles. Once the coach reached the safety of the Andreevna manse, the rabble gathered in front, sending servants scurrying to bolt portals and windows against the possibility of a forced entrance, while the housemen took up arms and stood guard to ensure the miscreants kept their distance. The occupants of the mansion faced another quandary when the steward heralded the approach of Vladimir and his sons. Natasha quickly instructed her servants to arm themselves with whatever tool, weapon, or implement they could find to lend support to the princes if they were attacked. Considering the willingness of the princes to brawl, it promised to be a serious altercation. Mere moments passed before a maid called her mistress's attention to the fact that the riffraff had left. When Natasha and Synnovea flew to the windows to see for themselves, relief rallied their spirits when they found the announcement to be true. The doors were promptly flung open to welcome the boyars. Still, no one made mention of the callous oafs who had escorted the ladies home, lest the princes give chase. In the next several days, the disorderly band made its presence known the few times that Synnovea ventured out in her carriage. The men followed along behind, forcing her to return without even leaving the conveyance. Had she dared visit friends, she feared the scalawags would create a scene similar to the one in which they had been involved outside Friar Philip's chapel, no telling what the results would be. When at the conclusion of the third day, Alexei stood outside the mansion with a pleased smirk on his face, Synnovea felt as if he had just laughed in her face. That was all it took for her to finally settle her mind on her final course of action. She'd be hanged and quartered before allowing him the ultimate triumph. Even so tenuous a solution to her problem was enough to calm the brooding indecision that had beset Synnovea since Anna's announcement of her betrothal. She resigned herself to the controversial means of escape, lending her attention to the task of devising a plan by which she could entice the worldly Colonel Rycroft to serve as her seducer. That feat presented no great challenge. It was the withholding of her virtue that promised to be the formidable part, for she had no doubt that the man would have his mind set on claiming that very thing she wished to preserve. If his cavalier boldness in the bathhouse sufficed as an indication, Then she could believe the man was quite adept at a game she knew little about, and if she couldn't control his ardor to her liking, where would she be left but in his bed? "I shall need your assistance if you're inclined to give it," she begged Natasha after gingerly explaining her proposal. "It could well mean danger for us both if my plans go awry, so if you've no heart for it, I'll surely understand. Alexei is adamant about halting any intervention that would see me rejected as a fit bride by Vladimir, yet he has boasted that he'll see the old man cuckolded before he relents. If you help me in this, you may not be safe from his revenge. I'm not afraid of that pompous crow, but I do have a concern for what may happen to you in this scheme of yours." Natasha chose her words carefully, not wanting to strip away the last shred of hope to which her young friend now clung. Yet she'd be doing the girl a grave disservice if she didn't caution her. "I'd not be a true friend, my dear, if I only encouraged you to continue and did not warn you of the danger you'll be courting. Frankly, I think you have much more to fear from the Englishman than you do from Alexei. Alexei is certainly acting out of character by trying to preserve your virtue for Vladimir, and to me that indicates he's sincere about having you after you're wed. But take heed. Colonel Rycroft has no cause to play such waiting games. Once you encourage him, you may be hard-pressed to dissuade him from carrying out your initiation forthwith. You're but a girl, innocent of the passions that can goad a man. If you tempt him overmuch, I'm afraid you'll see just how hard the colonel is driven. Surely he is besieged with strumpets where he lives. I've heard it rumored that the harlots zealously seek out the foreigners who come here without kith and kin. Colonel Rycroft should be exhausted by now from all their attention." "Who spills such gossip about the man?" Natasha queried indignantly. Synnovea was amazed by her friend's outrage. Anna was positive that Colonel Rycroft liberally availed himself of their services. "As if she would know!" Natasha scoffed in derision. Beckoning Synnovea near, she spoke in a hushed tone, as if revealing an intimate secret in a crowded room. "I've heard it said that Colonel Rycroft has dumbfounded many of his fellow officers by turning down invitations put forth by several young boyarinas who've recently been widowed and yearn to have him as their lover. In view of the fact that he has refused to accept what has been freely offered by women who are attractive as well as wealthy, do you suppose that he'd be wont to lay out coins to appease himself with harlots? He seems intent upon his work and winning you, so if it's your plan to trick him, you should be warned. He won't consider it kindly if you tempt him unduly and then torment him with a refusal." Synnovea felt strangely placated by Natasha's news, yet she searched the woman's face wonderingly. "Are you suggesting that I choose another to serve as my so-called debaucher?" "Are you really so bent on going through with this farce?" Natasha countered in amazement, but she waved away any answer when she searched the translucent orbs and recognized the depth of the girl's metal. "Never mind. I can see for myself that you mean to have your way in this matter, and although I'm reluctant to see you sacrifice the affections of the Englishman in your wild scheme, I cannot imagine anyone who'd serve your purpose as well as Colonel Rycroft. At least, if you cannot hold him off, you'll likely be gifted with a beautiful child to remind you of him long years after he's gone." Synnovea frowned petulantly. "You're not being at all encouraging." "No, but I am being truthful," Natasha pointed out. "If the thought of bearing a child outside of marriage frightens you, my dear, then you should at least consider the difficulty you'll have holding off the colonel's advances. He has made it clear that he wants you enough to petition the Tsar for an opportunity to court you. He hasn't done that for any other woman. How can you even dare believe that he'll keep his britches in place once you've lured him to his quarters? If you ask me, you haven't taken into consideration the harsh consequences you'll suffer if things go awry." "I have, night and day. I've also imagined the horror I'll likely feel
Set number 6.
Synnovea thoughtfully set forth the requirements needed for the success of her plan. 'Twill be necessary for Alexei and his paid cohorts to discover their mistake about an hour and a half after you leave here. That will give the colonel and me time to reach his quarters and have a glass or two of wine, but little else. It's a fair distance to the German district. I dared to time it the other day, while those hooligans followed my coach. Still, if you tell Stenka to halt the coach too late, or if something else goes awry, there'll be no help for me. You're the only one I can trust to see this thing through according to my directions. I won't be able to hold the colonel at bay forever. Once Alexei arrives with his rabble, hopefully circumstances will appear far worse than they actually are, and Alexei will be convinced that he has little choice but to tell my betrothed of my indiscretion. Vladimir's rejection of me will accomplish the rest. Feeling a niggling apprehension about the whole ruse, Natasha sought again to offer her young friend counsel. What do you expect will happen when Colonel Rycroft and Alexei confront each other? Do you honestly think the colonel will give you up without a fight? Hopefully he will be wise enough to know that quarreling with Alexei will be futile, and will make good his escape, as I will urge him to do. I doubt the colonel will be in a logical frame of mind after being interrupted on the very threshold of having his way with you. He'll have no choice but to flee once he sees the band of men that Alexei will bring with him. Dear child, this whole plan of yours is dangerous, Natasha replied fretfully. In time, you may be sorry you've scandalized your reputation, but after the deed is done, there'll be little you can say or do to make it all right again. And don't imagine that it will go as smoothly as you hope. Even in the best of plans, something usually goes wrong, and if you're not the one who'll pay, then have some regard for Colonel Rycroft. He's a foreigner in this country. Who will go to his aid or defense if he's taken? The Tsar may consider the divestment of your virginity an affront to your father's memory, and seek serious retribution from the colonel. Then I shall speak in his behalf, Synnovea stated stubbornly, and at the elder's incredulous stare, lifted her shoulders in a dismal shrug. If need be, I'll plead my cause to Tsar Mikhail, and admit that it was I who deliberately enticed the Englishman for the purpose of escaping marriage to Vladimir. Now that should be a tale to raise a few brows, Natasha remarked, flicking her own eyebrows briefly upward to display her skepticism. Synnovea went down on her knees before the woman and gazed up at her pleadingly. Oh, Natasha, if I don't try this, there'll be no escape for me. Alexei will never give me peace until I yield myself to him, and once I'm married, I'll be forever bound to Vladimir until one of us is laid in the grave. Natasha heaved a gloomy sigh. I can certainly understand your reluctance to wed an ancient. When I was much younger, I abhorred the idea of submitting myself to my first husband. Though he was kind, he was great in years, actually younger than Vladimir by 5 years, and I found no joy in our bed. Synnovea laid her cheek upon the woman's knee. I don't hate Vladimir, Natasha. He's a far better man than Alexei might have chosen had he been given more time. It's just that... I know, Synnovea. There's no need for you to explain. Your head has been filled with glorious visions of love and marriage, similar to what your parents shared together. If anyone is to blame for the hopes you cling to, then it's Alexander and Eleonora. They wanted you to know the same joy and devotion they shared. Perhaps Anna was right, Synnovea murmured dejectedly. Perhaps I've been pampered too much in my life. If that be true, my dear, then I'm inclined to believe that all children should be coddled in the same manner, for you have all the qualities I would desire to see in a daughter. Natasha stroked the dark head affectionately. Don't concern yourself about Anna and the insults she would lay upon you. She lives in her own private hell, and she seeks to share her fate with others. We must forget her, and set our minds now to more important matters, such as refining this ingenious plan of yours. The less left to chance, the better it will be for you and Colonel Rycroft. Of course, you know there'll be a definite chance that he'll hate you after this. A man's pride is most tender when his affections and emotions are carelessly used by a woman. Synnovea was discomforted by the idea that Tyrone would come to hate her, but she had already laid out the path that she must take, and she wasn't about to veer from it now. The Colonel will live through this blow to his confidence far better than Vladimir would if I were to reveal my aversion to him. Should I tell the truth and lay the old man low, even so much as in the grave?" Natasha shook her head in doleful denial. "No, no, child. I would not see you harm the old prince in such a way. Still, I'm reluctant to see you waste the affections of such a man as the Colonel." Synnovea lifted her head and searched the saddened eyes of the elder. "Would you have me give myself to him, so his pride might be spared?" A glum frown puckered Natasha's brows. "If only we could find another way to accomplish what you have in mind. I had such high hopes for Colonel Rycroft. I was sure that of all the men who've admired you, he'd be the one to win you." Synnovea averted her face, not willing to admit that she had seen more in him than she had ever cared to divulge to anyone. It was some moments before she tore her mind free from her own misgivings and glanced up to see that the dark eyes had grown misty with tears. Though the woman's despondency brought home to her the gravity of her plot, Synnovea couldn't find it in herself to halt the plummeting grains of time that would see her own ends accomplished in this affair. 10. The pendulum swung through the long hours as night followed day and day followed night until the evening of the planned seduction finally arrived. Synnovea was as jittery as a young bride on her wedding night, with the realization that Tyrone would be in attendance, and that she'd actually be making an attempt to beguile him by whatever means proved effective. Lacking the finesse and skill of a more experienced temptress, she had no real knowledge of how to go about preparing herself for such an event. In matters of feminine persuasion, she knew she'd have to rely on her own instincts, but in selecting a gown, she sought Natasha's guidance. A deep blue creation of European design was chosen to complement her fair skin and to reveal just enough cleavage to be subtly alluring. "If Colonel Rycroft wasn't able to resist an overflowing bosom, my dear," the older countess counseled, "I'm sure he'd be content to coddle strumpets. Instead, he has set his eye on you, and with good cause. But I doubt that you've given him much more than a glimpse or two of a dainty ear or a creamy nape. Therefore, I'm inclined to think his tastes are more refined in the area of women and their attire." Synnovea lifted a hand in the guise of brushing aside a rebellious curl from off her brow as she sought to hide the vibrant color that flooded into her cheeks. She would never have verbally disputed her friend's theory, but she was wont to wonder if Tyrone Rycroft would have been so anxious to court her at all if he hadn't already seen as much of her as there was to see. "Have you told Ali what you're planning?" Natasha queried, settling back upon a chaise as Synnovea rose from the tub and slipped into the large pool fed by an underground spring. The Irishwoman had left some moments ago, having forgotten the violet balm to rub into her mistress's skin. Since Synovea's bedchambers were located at the far and uppermost end of the house from the bathing chamber, it was highly unlikely the maid would return within the next few moments. "Ali's simply beside herself over the idea that Colonel Rycroft will be coming tonight. In light of her infatuation, I've been wondering if she has any idea what you're going to do to the man." "What? And have her lay me low with her scolding too? Why, I'd never hear the end of it." Synnovea shook her head, denying the possibility, and then promptly voiced objections to the woman's choice of words. "It isn't what I'm going to do to the Colonel, Natasha, but what I'll be letting him do to me. You seem to imagine that I'll be forcing myself upon his flanks. Believe me, if Colonel Rycroft's hands move as fast and freely as his eyes do, I'll be facing hazards just being alone with him." Natasha held up a hand to halt the other's testy remarks. "I'll say no more, for 'tis plain you're easily riled by my lament." "Aye," Synnovea agreed with a pert nod. "In your eagerness to plead the Colonel's cause, you've shown no similar compassion for me." Natasha leaned forward on an elbow and braced her small pointed chin upon a slender knuckle as she peered intently into the brooding eyes of the other. "You may rant in outrage against my charity toward him all you want, Synnovea, but I've seen the weapons at your disposal, and do tremble in fear at the havoc you may cause in that man's life." Synnovea reddened profusely when she felt the meaningful flick of the other's perusal, and with an indignant groan she sank beneath the surface of the water until the ripples lapped beneath her chin. "You're not being at all fair to take his side over mine." "On the contrary, my dear, when you deliberately set out to entice a man
solely for the purpose of using him as a pawn for your own gain, then I have no difficulty comparing your actions to the deeds of a well-versed courtesan. But I fear your ruse will be far more damaging. At least a courtesan would stay and pay her due. But what of you? The moment he seeks to take you, you fly. Natasha, have pity, Synnovea begged fretfully. You wound me to the quick. Good, the older woman retorted, and fixed a condemning finger upon the girl. Because that's exactly what you'll be doing to him. A sullen frown troubled Synnovea's brow as she peered up at Natasha. Do you like the man so much? Aye, I do. Synnovea lifted a dainty nose to indicate the injury she felt at the woman's continual harping. And do you loathe me so much for this thing I plan? Feeling defeated, Natasha lifted her arms in a lame gesture of appeal. My dearest Synnovea, I understand why you're intent upon doing this. Overwhelmed by her own frustration, she shook her head. I'm just reluctant to see you waste what had every potential of being a cherished love. I may never know what I could have had with Colonel Rycroft, Synnovea admitted dismally. But I know I'll be sorely grieved if I'm forced to wed an ancient, or if I must continue to wage my wits against Alexei to keep myself safe from his wayward bent. If I cannot gain my freedom, that's exactly what lies ahead of me. Will you not give me your understanding and blessings as I try to avoid that end? Again the frosted head moved negatively. Nay, Synnovea, I cannot do that. But I will give you my prayers, for I think you'll be needing them. You and Colonel Rycroft. Alexei may be tempted to kill you both. Do you have to be so morbid about it all? The younger countess grumbled. Natasha stared at the radiant beauty for a long, thoughtful moment before heaving a laborious sigh. Synnovea, my child, I don't think you have any idea what you're letting yourself in for. The door opened behind them, and the two women glanced around as Allie skittered in. Here I be at last, the maid gasped, clearly out of breath. And myself hurrying all the while. Why, if this house be any grander, ye could set the Taraslav's manse right square dab in the middle of it, and still have room for a banquet. Poor Danika's ne'er seen such a large pantry, not to mention the living quarters, what she and little Sophia's been given. Ah, they're a happy pair, to be sure. Natasha chuckled. I'm delighted that Danica has proven herself such an excellent cook. She's definitely a talented addition to the staff. Our guests will soon be raving over her capabilities. Elizaveta is no less talented, but she fears her labors are mainly wasted at the Taraslavs, Synnovea interjected, as she tried to set her mind on something less troubling than her planned gambit with Tyrone Rycroft. The old servant came to the edge of the pool, prompting Synnovea to suggest, Why don't you visit Elizaveta this evening, Allie? She'd enjoy hearing about Danika's good fortune. Stienka can drive you over to the Taraslavs and return for you later. A right fine idea, me dearie. But even you wouldn't mind, I'd like to take a peek or two of Colonel Rycroft before I go, just to see himself decked out in his finery. Why, he's nearly the handsomest man I've seen since your pa came courting your ma. Having already suffered much admonition because of the Englishman, Synnovea was in a mood to demur the woman's boast. I fear you're exaggerating beyond your usual bent, Allie. The man has a nice enough form, I'll grant you, but hardly a face to turn a lady's head. Natasha's brows jutted upward in some wonderment as she contemplated her houseguest. She could only wonder if the girl would find any man exceptional if she dismissed the colonel's look so easily. The appointed time for the guest's arrival rapidly approached, until only a few moments remained. Natasha went downstairs to the long entrance hall, where she would greet them. When Synnovea joined her there and extended the voluminous skirts of her gown, the elder nodded in smiling approval. Do I pass inspection? The maiden queried with a charming smile, turning about in a slow circle. Admirably, Natasha fervently avouched. You cannot believe how much your mother's necklace enhances the luster of your skin. And the gown, oh, why, it's simply magnificent, my dear. The scalloped lace of the stiff ivory collar was a smaller version of the rabato that Queen Elizabeth of England had been fond of wearing during her reign. Lightly seated with tiny pearls, it fanned outward from the neckline, much like the ornate petals of a flower, complementing the dark blue hue of the gown and the girl's elegantly upswept coiffure. The lace insert covering her bosom seemed quite demure at first,
But upon closer inspection, the piece proved most provocative, allowing minute glimpses of the round bosom swelling above the shallow blue bodice. The necklace was a massive creation, studded with large sapphires, interspersed with diamonds, and adorned around the lower edge with a collection of pearl teardrops. From the elaborate setting, a much larger pearl pendant dangled coyly above the fleshy crevice. "I fear the poor colonel will have difficulty recovering his wits after he sees you, my dear," Natasha commented ruefully. "He'll be as vulnerable as a bleating lamb being led to slaughter." "Natasha, please," Synnovea implored. "Have done with your nagging, ere I'm rent asunder." From beneath gathered brows, she peered up at the woman, sulking like a beautiful child. "The way you hop at me, a body would have reason to think you're my mother." Natasha flung back her head and laughed in hearty amusement. When her mirth finally ebbed, she met the solemn green-brown eyes with a warm radiance shining within her own. "If it's so apparent that I have a mother's concern for you, Synnovea, can you not understand that I value your happiness above all else? Thus I must beg you to have a care for the pride of the man whom you lead into your trap tonight." The tinkling of tiny bells announced the arrival of a carriage before the stoop, and soon the mingled voices of several men could be heard. Synnovea managed a tremulous smile as she searched the other's dark eyes. "I shall do whatever I can to soften the blow to Colonel Rycroft." Natasha inclined her regal head in acknowledgment of the other's assurance, and moved toward the entrance to greet her first guests. For the time being, the pledge would be enough to appease her apprehensions. It was nearly a quarter turn past the hour when Tyrone Rycroft entered the foyer with his second-in-command, Captain Grigory Tverskoy. The Russian officer was dressed in a red silk kaftan and looked quite dashing. The Englishman had garbed himself according to the fashion of his homeland, and wore a rich velvet doublet, knee breeches, and stockings, all of the blackest hue. The only relief from the somber color came from the white lace-edged cuffs and wide flat collar that had been similarly adorned. In contrast to the colorful robes of the boyars, the elegant simplicity of his clothes seemed quite sober. Even so, his appearance was no less than magnificent. The ornately adorned vaulted ceiling looming above the staircase was well lit with chandeliers, allowing visitors to view the beauty of it as they approached Natasha, who awaited them near the arched colonnade bordering the entrance to the manse's great room, which was itself a work of art with its intricately painted tiles, motifs, and richly paneled walls. Ali kept vigil from the second flight of stairs, and it was there that Tyrone espied her soon after his entrance. Much to the maid's delight, he swept her a courtly bow. "You've made this evening brighter by your cheery smile, Ali McCabe. So far, I've seen none to bless my heart more." "Ah, but you will, Colonel, mark me words," she warbled cheerily, and scampered up the stairs to fetch her wrap. Now that she had seen the gentleman handsomely outfitted in his best, she'd be content to leave and visit with Elisiaveta in the Taroslav kitchen. "No wonder Ali is taken with you, Colonel," Natasha observed with a gracious smile. "With a name like Tyrone and enough charm to crumble Lord Blarney's castle, you've managed to endear yourself to the woman. She's convinced you come from Irish stock." "Actually, my grandmother is Irish," Tyrone admitted with a grin. "But then, she all but raised me, for my own mother often sailed the seas with my father." "And what is his profession?" "Once he plied his trade as a merchant seaman and sailed to foreign climes, but now he owns a small fleet of ships, which are used in the same commerce." "Not a soldier?" Natasha queried. "I would have thought him to be a proud cavalier, like yourself, Colonel. Wherever did you gain such equestrian skills, if not from your father?" "My grandmother Megan is very fond of horses, my lady." A brief flash of white teeth accompanied his answer. "Shortly after I was weaned, she put me in a saddle. Even at age of 63 she still rides for an hour or so every morning." "Doesn't your grandmother object to your being in a foreign land? Wouldn't she prefer to have you closer at hand in her advancing years?" "Aye, but I fear there's no help for it. At least not yet." Natasha's brows lifted curiously. "The cause sounds most dire, Colonel." Tyrone saw no reason to deny the seriousness of the deed. "I killed a man in a duel, and since his family had both rank and power, whereas mine had only wealth, I was advised to leave the country until their tempers cooled, or they could see the light of it." "The light of it being?" She held her breath in dread of his answer. "'Twas A quarrel over a woman, he murmured candidly. Oh. Natasha paled considerably and managed a shaky smile to hide her concern for the innocent who was about to lead this man into a trap. Are you prone to quarreling over women, Colonel? Not usually, Countess. And the lady, is she content now to have you gone? It matters no more to her, I fear. She died shortly before I left England. How sad for you, Colonel. You must have loved her very much to have fought over her. At one time, I was thoroughly convinced that my fondness for her would endure every trial. His lips twitched briefly in a bleak smile. I was mistaken. Natasha dared no more questions, for she sensed by the brevity of his reply that the colonel wished to speak no more of the matter. A timorous smile sketched her lips as she shifted her attention to his companion. How good of you to come this evening, Captain Tverskoy. I believe you're acquainted with at least 2 other guests of mine. Naturally, when I heard you'd be here, I made certain that Prince Adolf and his daughter Tanya were also planning to attend. If I'm not mistaken, you and the Rycrofts come from the same province, do you not? The Russian brightened considerably. Why, yes, we do, Countess. In fact, I've been acquainted with that particular family for a number of years, certainly well before I accepted my commission into His Majesty's services. But please, my lady, I'd be especially honored if you call me by my given name, Grigori. Thank you, Grigori, she replied graciously, and beseeched both men. And of course, you are both welcome to call me Natasha. Only if you'll address me by Tyrone, my lady, the colonel suggested with a cajoling smile. The countess dipped her adorned head in a consenting nod. Of course, Tyrone. She laid a fine-boned hand lightly upon his arm. Would you wait here until I return? The Rycrofts are anxious to renew their acquaintance with their friend, and I promised I'd bring him over as soon as he arrived. As for you, Colonel, I'd like to formally introduce you to a young guest of mine. Tyrone grinned in anticipation. I shall eagerly await your return, my lady. Drawing on her close friendship with Prince Adolf Rycroft and his beautiful daughter, Natasha engaged them in conversation with the captain before making her way back to the Englishman. Accepting his proffered arm, she drew him to the food-laden tables, where Synnovea was presently assisting a pair of ancient dowagers with the service of zakuski and glasses of smorodina. A moment of your time, Synnovea, Natasha murmured, and glanced aside at the officer as the younger countess excused herself from the elders. I know the 2 of you have met, Colonel, but as I've been advised, not with proper decorum. Pasting a smile on her lips, Synnovea tightened her grip on her wine goblet to hide the fact that her hands were trembling as she faced the Englishman. Inwardly, she could feel herself quaking in apprehension of that moment when their eyes would actually meet, and she delayed it as long as possible, sweeping her gaze upward from buckled shoes to the braid-trimmed doublet that defined the taut, lean waist and broad shoulders. Her inspection rose higher still to lips that were now totally devoid of distortion. Dazzling white teeth sparkled behind a roguish grin, and Synnovea held her breath as she forced herself to meet the startlingly beautiful blue eyes that glowed back at her. Against her will, her jaw slowly sagged. Natasha raised a hand to introduce her guest. Synnovea, this is Colonel Sir Tyrone Rycroft, of His Majesty's Imperial Hussars. Tyrone stepped into a chivalrous bow. It gives me sublime pleasure to formally make your acquaintance, Countess Zenkovna. Synnovea closed her mouth abruptly and nervously plied the fan to hide her confusion. Why, Colonel Rycroft, I would never have recognized you, she replied breathlessly, a bit flustered by his crisply chiseled good looks. He straightened to a towering height above her, or so it seemed to her. She hadn't remembered him being so tall. Her heart began to race, and in an unsteady, disconnected rush, she enlarged upon her statement. You were still quite bruised the last time we met, but then I really didn't see you that well. I mean, with the rain and all, I was so thoroughly soaked, I didn't give much heed to anything else. The glittering twinkle in the blue eyes rapidly evolved into a rakish gleam. The last time we met, Countess, I fear we were both rather sodden, though perhaps not quite as wet as I've had the pleasure of seeing you. Oh. Though the syllable was barely audible, Synnovea wielded the fan with disconcerted haste, heedless of the chill in the air. Indeed, she was nigh suffocating from the hot blush sweeping over her. She chanced a sidelong glance at Natasha to see what the woman might have garnered from his comment, But even after being reassured that nothing untoward had been noted by her friend, the nervous rhythm of her heart refused to slow. "Well, no matter," she hurried to add in disarray, filling the empty space of their exchange with shaky comments. "That seems so long ago now. Weeks have flown." "Have they?" Tyrone's voice was warmly hushed as his eyes plumbed the depths of hers. "I was sure it was only yesterday. But then, I relive the experience daily, nightly, and every hour of my waking." Synnovea would have fled in whatever direction had allowed for an easy escape, but when she looked in frantic appeal to Natasha and found the woman smiling in smug satisfaction, it required no mean mental feat for her to realize their hostess was absolutely delighted by the Colonel's ability to scatter her wits and dismantle her defenses. Gathering her sundered poise by the grit of her teeth, Synnovea tapped her fan lightly upon Tyrone's forearm to rebuke him for his brazen reminder. "Perhaps you should give your imagination a rest, Colonel. It seems to be caught in a definite rut." Tyrone's lips twitched with humor as his eyes lightly caressed her. "I assure you, Countess, my imagination ranges far afield, but usually well within the confines of the same subject." Synnovea struggled to subdue the fiery heat that continued to surge upward into her cheeks. She could perceive the particular quintessence of the man's dreams if he allowed his mind to dwell on what he had already seen. No doubt she had been mauled and ravished a score or more times in his fantasies. Whipping up her flagging will, Synnovea won a small battle with her composure, and lightly stroked the fan back and forth along his arm. Had she given vent to her true feelings, she might have used the delicate apparatus in a more vengeful quest, and wiped that maddening grin from his lips. A slap across the cheek was definitely what the blackguard deserved for being so forward, but it would hardly serve her purpose. "You've come to my rescue so often, Colonel, I fear I've lost count. I can only hope that you're as kind to me in your musings. I wouldn't want to admonish you for being coarse." Tyrone chuckled softly at her reproof, allowing that she had just cause to blush, for his fantasies were indeed sensual, and not meant for sharing with the young innocent. "I sometimes find myself a victim of my dreams, Countess, but may I assuage your worries with a pledge of my devotion?" "A pledge will hardly suffice," Synnovea responded, managing to tease him with a bewitchingly winsome pout. She didn't feel the least bit vindicated by his feeble excuse, and was tempted to extract some further revenge. "I'll need proof of your claim, Colonel, and since I haven't seen you of late, you can probably understand how I might think you're only toying with my affections." Natasha restrained the urge to roll her eyes in disbelief as she witnessed the sassy flirtation. She was now reasonably confident that the Englishman could take care of himself. But when the cannons of Synnovea's warfare were loaded to the hilt and primed to blow the man's heart right out of his chest, she found it difficult to remain distantly detached. Doubting her ability to curb her interference, she begged leave of the couple, fervently hoping the girl's scheme wouldn't result in another deadly duel. "You'll watch after Synnovea, won't you, Tyrone? I promised Princess Anna that I'd keep her well guarded." Natasha smiled as she gave a little shrug. "I just never committed myself to doing so entirely alone." A lopsided grin once again made an appearance, nearly bedazzling Natasha, who had seen a goodly share of handsome men in her lifetime. She just hoped that when the fray ended, this prime specimen of the male gender wouldn't be so outdone with her young friend that he'd sail back to England on the first ship available. "'Twill be my greatest delight to devote myself entirely to the task, Lady Natasha," he declared magnanimously. The woman patted his arm almost in sympathy. "Take care of yourself, Tyrone." He gave her a clipped nod that sufficed as a bow. "I can assure you, Lady Natasha, that I've tried my best to do that for most of my life." "Please continue," she said encouragingly, and tossed a meaningful glance toward Synnovea. Turning from the couple, she joined the pair of elderly ladies who were now giggling like adolescents as they sipped wine and reminisced on days of old. Tyrone was fully conscious of the long-coveted gift he had just been granted. Having been restricted from Synnovea's company until now, he found himself feasting upon her stirring beauty. "'Tis true enough that you've held my thoughts in dreams entangled, Synnovea," he breathed softly. "Any man would be hard-pressed to forget what I have seen." Synnovea groaned inwardly at his audacious reminder.
I'm not accustomed to flaunting myself in front of men, Colonel, and I would take it much amiss if you were to speak to anyone about the incident in the bathhouse, or anything else that would cause me shame, including your visit to my chambers.
No need to fear, Synnovea. I shall continue to guard our secrets with utmost diligence, he averred softly.
Synnovea's qualms were eased by his gentle pledge, allowing her to sip her wine.
I fear I've been much beset by worry, Colonel, she admitted. My mother was English, you see, and she instilled within me an aversion to bathing in public. You were my first encounter to the converse.
The blue eyes kindled brightly.
I'm glad no other man has seen the treasures I've beheld.
In all of her trips abroad, and those taken within the borders of Russia, Synnovea couldn't remember a time when she had beheld more beautiful eyes. They were definitely not the gray she had first supposed when she had glimpsed them in the forest, and then later probed in the shadowed bathhouse. In the glow of the nearby candles, they seemed almost an azure hue, rimmed by deeper sapphire. In contrast to his warmly bronzed face, they were all the more vivid, but the same sun which had darkened his skin had also bleached his neatly clipped hair. Lighter strands capped the top of his head, and streaked the darker tawny brown at his temples. The bruises and swelling were no longer in evidence, and what Synnovea now saw before her made her realize that Allie's declaration could no longer be challenged. Tyrone Rycroft was an exceptionally handsome man. Synnovea offered him a beguiling smile. I was certain Anna had been successful in frightening you off. The blue eyes twinkled back at her.
She only made me more determined to impress His Majesty.
Pray tell me, sir, how have you fared in that endeavor? Synnovea asked, deliberately positioning her battery of arms as she leaned forward to set her half-filled goblet upon a nearby table. A candelabra sitting atop the gleaming wooden surface cast forth the radiance of a dozen tapers, the warmly flickering flow of which pierced the scalloped white lace that lay like a hazy veil over her bosom.
I'm not exactly sure, Tyrone replied huskily, as his gaze probed the translucent cloth.
Her young breasts seemed to glow with a luster of their own, and were just as tempting as he had recalled.
His Majesty has yet to grant my request.
Though Synnovea had been admired by men in the past, this was like some potent nectar she had never sipped before, a full, heady draught that made her breast tingle and her senses come alive. Basking in this new, indescribable awakening, she traced a slender finger around the rim of her glass, averse to curbing the titillating excitement he had awakened within her.
And what request was that, Colonel?
The very same that I declared to you when Princess Anna turned me away from her door, to pay court to you. Tyrone replenished his memory with a more rewarding view into her décolletage as he bent forward to claim the goblet she caressed. When he lifted the glass and his gaze, his warmly glowing eyes delved into hers as he sipped the brew.
In truth, my lady, you've become my heart's desire.
Synnovea smoothed his lace cuff, allowing her fingers to lightly caress the back of his lean hand.
Do I dare ask how many maids you've sworn the same to, Colonel?
Ask on, Tyrone whispered, advancing a step closer, and I will answer. None. How is it that you've escaped the banns of marriage so long, then? I'd guess you to be of an age—
10 my lady, he murmured, sampling her fragrance.
Old enough to be properly wed, then, if you've lent as much heed to other maids as you've recently bestowed upon me. Or mayhap you've been the one pursued, and have denied any the chance to catch you.
I must admit that I enjoy initiating the chase, my lady.
Ah, then there have been other ladies whom you've fancied, Synnovea gently prodded. Under his close attention, she felt as flighty as a bird in hand.
Are there other maids as worthy of a man's attention as you are? Tyrone breathed warmly. I haven't noticed any, if they do exist.
Are you really so intent upon courting me?
Aye, he whispered, without hesitation, moving forward until his thighs pressed into the fullness of her wide skirts.
The smoldering blue embers touched her lips, and unwittingly Synnovea yielded their softness to his visual caress, parting them as she drew a shaky breath. She had no idea what sorcerer's enchantment he used upon her. Beneath his lingering stare, she could almost feel his mouth moving upon hers. Much entranced, she watched again as he tasted the edge of the goblet where she had sipped.
Ah, a most delectable brew. He sighed above the rim. It seems as if years have passed since I tasted its equal in your coach.
Synnovea mentally shook herself free from the fascination of his unswerving gaze and flicked a glance about the room in an effort to subdue the delicious tumult within her. Had she quaffed several glasses of wine, she would have felt no less giddy. All around them, guests were involved in animated conversations. It didn't seem to matter that some were no more than a score in age, while others were 3 times as old. Each seemed imbued with a zeal and a passion for life. Those who were more mature had certainly made the most of their lives as well as of their fortunes, and had no need to draw succor from the adventures, accomplishments, or affairs of others. The younger ones were on their way to making their own lives noteworthy, and were eager to learn from the experiences of the elders. Comfortably absent from the affair were the gossip-mongers, who were ravenous for any delectable tidbit. Her companion reached past her to set the goblet on the table, causing Synnovea to catch her breath and stumble back in surprise as she felt his velvet-clad arm brush boldly across her breast. Though it might have been a chance encounter, every instinct within her denied the possibility. More disturbing was the delicious thrill that catapulted through her, searing holes in her carefully contrived facade of cool restraint. Synnovea's widened eyes chased upward to meet the Colonel's closely attentive regard. As she searched his visage, a tawny brow rose in challenging amusement, as if he dared her to accuse him of some dastardly crime, when both of them were aware that she had intentionally teased him. For Synnovea, it was like coming up against a cold, hard reality. The Englishman was no untried youth whom she could blithely lead along with engaging words and flirtatious smiles. He knew the game far better than she, and had accepted her ploy as an invitation. That realization made her question her own wisdom in selecting such a man for her gambit. When Tyrone Rycroft was able to see clearly through her subterfuge, how could she hope to successfully maneuver him into a compromising situation and still expect to remain unscathed, when it was obvious he had every intention of ushering her to a fate she fervently wished to avoid? In contrast to his audacity, her strategy seemed suddenly seriously flawed, for he was progressing with greater dispatch than she, in her naivete, could safely handle. The alacrity with which he was advancing would see her tossed upon her back and divested of her virginity before she even had a chance to reach his quarters. "I must be excused for a moment," she begged unsteadily, knowing she had to think this matter through once again, just to make sure she wanted to subject herself to perils that appeared much more real now. Of a surety, her courage needed bolstering if she meant to carry through with her ruse. In truth, she felt as if she had just been bombarded by a volley of cannonballs. "May I be of some assistance, my lady?" Tyrone asked, with exaggerated politeness. She seemed so distraught by his touch, he wondered if he might have mistaken her enticement. "You appear disturbed." Recognizing the esprit in his wayward smile, Synnovea lifted a hand to halt his advance. She had to keep her wits well aligned, or all would be lost. She didn't need him touching or wooing her at the present moment, not when she had to escape to some haven where she could recapture some semblance of intrepidity. She shook her head and sought to step past him. "I must go." "Perhaps a glass of wine will help soothe you," Tyrone suggested, deftly catching her fingers within his and bestowing a gentle kiss upon them. He was reluctant to see her leave, for he was not at all sure she'd return, and if she fled now, it appeared unlikely she'd ever allow him to see her again. "I must go," Synnovea gasped again, astonished by the way her fingers trembled beneath his lips. Disentangling them from his grasp, she pressed her palm against his broad chest, growing increasingly wary of being detained. "Please stand aside, Colonel." "Will you come back?" The tawny brow jutted upward again. "Or should I forget that we ever met?" Though the inquiry was quietly spoken, the vulnerable disappointment in his tone pierced her heart. Pausing, she stared up at him in amazement. As she probed the depths of those translucent orbs, which observed her with a shadowed reserve in return, she realized that this was no casual game for Tyrone Rycroft. He was serious about having her for his own. Synnovea's panic began to ebb as she recognized his dedication to winning her. How could a man force a woman to yield to his ardent bent when he seemed so sensitive to the possibility of losing her? A tentative smile curved her lips as she traced a trembling finger along the silk cording that trimmed his doublet. "I need a few moments to myself, Colonel, that is all, but I'll be back. That much I promise you," she vowed in a hushed voice. "Will you wait for me?" "As long as it takes," Tyrone replied, gathering her slender fingers within his again and bending over them. His kisses lingered warmly upon her skin, evoking feelings that she could not fully explain, an incredibly stirring experience that flooded her heart with tenderness and a strange sense of joy. She felt as if she were melting inside and leaned toward him, brushing her fingers almost lovingly over his closely cropped hair. When he straightened to search her face, she drew back, a blush suffusing her cheeks. Synnovea dared not test the strength of her voice, and with an inarticulate murmur, she left him staring after her in some bemusement as she fled across the hall. Allie's absence allowed Synnovea the solitude she desperately needed to find in her bedchambers. Though she sought to bring some clarity to her thoughts, she paced about like a caged animal, finding no rational solution for what she was experiencing. If by his mere presence the colonel could suffuse her being with feelings that closely resembled a gentle regard, and then, in the next moment, send her senses reeling giddily out of control, a definite chasm existed between what he had awakened within her and the apathy she had felt toward her betrothed. It only affirmed what she had known all along. She'd never be content with Vladimir as her husband. Pushing open a window, Synnovea leaned back against the frame and gazed out upon the starlit sky. She needed the bracing chill of the night air to clear her mind and to cool her skin after the heat of Tyrone's kisses. Yet as the moon came out from behind a cloud, a movement across the thoroughfare drew her attention. Shading her eyes against the flickering radiance of the candles burning in her room, she peered intently through the lantern-lit darkness until two shadowy figures standing side by side became discernible. It was a moment before she recognized the shorter one as Prince Alexei. She could only assume his hulking companion was one of the rogues he had hired to watch her, but she found that one's appearance oddly troubling. Though the man's head was covered with a karakul similar to those worn by Mongolians in bygone years, his powerful frame seemed hauntingly familiar. Alexei swaggered forward with unmeasured confidence and settled his hands on his narrow hips. Assured of her undivided attention, he threw back his head and roared his mirth to the night sky. Synnovea stiffened, feeling scalded by the mocking sound. He was laughing at her, scorning whatever hopes she had of escaping him.
This is the end of Side 1.
Synnovea stiffened, feeling scalded by the mocking sound. Alexei was laughing at her, scorning whatever hope she had of escaping him. Of a sudden, Synnovea regained her fortitude with an intensity that would have shocked the prince had he known he had been instrumental in perfecting it. Like a full-blown temptress, she addressed her attention to her appearance, preparing it for a more thorough siege. Resolved to show no clemency lest she find herself wedded and bedded forthwith, she readjusted her laces, cinching her slender waist tighter, while loosening her bodice to a more tempting degree. No matter the extent of Tyrone's experience with the fairer gender, she was now committed to setting him back upon his heels with a more impassioned courtship. And if Natasha's warnings about the hazards of pushing a man beyond his limits were correct, then Synnovea silently vowed to make him fairly quake with frustration until he felt compelled to fly to his apartments with her. Synnovea examined the results of her revamping, both fore and aft, in the tall looking-glass, and pronounced herself fit and trim. Surely no seaworthy galleon had ever been outfitted for battle with the same equipage and weapons she possessed within her cache. But this fine vessel of womanly softness was rigged for a most unusual contest, the entrapment and studied rebuff of no pompous youth, but a man well versed in the art of seduction. Synnovea descended the stairs with measured tread as her gaze slipped past the colonnades into the great hall. The candles had been snuffed around the outer perimeter of the room, lending emphasis to a flaming wreath of tapers that encircled a blind balladeer, recounting a tale of a princely warrior and a beautiful maiden. The guests were enthralled by the poetic lilt of his voice, and seemed to hang on every word as the man wove his magic. Tyrone Rycroft proved the singular exception. He had joined several men in the great hall, but by the swiftness with which his eyes reached her, Synnovea could believe he had been watching eagerly for her return. He promptly excused himself from his companions and seemed to move through the guests with only one purpose in mind, for his eyes never strayed from her. When he entered the vaulted alcove enclosing the stairs, those deeply hued orbs measured every detail of her, much like an avid collector of art might assess a treasured piece. Synnovea had no difficulty recalling that he had seen and perhaps even understood things about her that no one else ever would. When his eyes touched her hair, she knew he had seen the glory of it tumbling down her naked back. When his gaze dipped to her bosom, it was as if he had but brought to mind the sight of those pale spheres glistening wetly in the warm glow of the lanterns. Even when his perusal swept down the length of her skirts, he seemed to probe the fullness for some hint of the sleek limbs that he had once viewed. Synnovea shivered at the wealth of emotions his slow, meticulous inspection elicited. Upon halting on the last step, she tried to snatch her mind free from the slavery of her thoughts. Yet the impressions remained, merging with memories of their first encounter, when he had lifted her from the murky depths of the dark waters, and she had clung to his manly form. Her breasts almost ached with a vivid reminder of that moment when she had been caught against his steely, hard chest. In her mind's eye, she could see the fascinating play of muscles across his wide shoulders, the rippling sinews along his ribs, and the taut, flat belly, so briefly glimpsed, and yet keenly defined in her mind, with its tracing of hair that mentally led her eye downward to the pure, manly heat of him. Synnovea took a deep breath and released it in a long, shuddering sigh, strangely excited by the wantonness she was experiencing, and would have to surreptitiously convey, yet fearful of tempting this man beyond the threshold through which she'd find no easy retreat. Dragging her metal up the full length of her spine, she sought to demonstrate a serenity that one might expect of a maiden sheathed in ice. Yet inwardly, she trembled with the danger of being caught in the vortex of her own growing involvement in this game of enticement. As he halted before her, Synnovea could do naught but submit to the flame burning in those darkly translucent orbs. He slipped a hand behind her waist, and her breath nigh halted. Delicious shivers rippled up her spine as his lean fingers lightly strummed the laces at the back of her bodice. "You're even more beautiful than when you left a century ago," Tyrone breathed, leaning provocatively near to indulge himself in her heady fragrance. "Or is it that I've forgotten the details in so long a time?" Synnovea flicked a glance upward through silken lashes. Even with the added height of the step, she still had to look up to meet his gaze. "I've never met a man so perceptive in the mores of a woman that he can readily detect the repairs she has made to her appearance," she murmured sulkily. "Am I to be faulted for wanting to look my best for you?" Her heart quickened as his long fingers paused on the laces, as if he toyed with the idea of testing the security of the knot that held the cords in place. Had they been in a private place, he might well have tried. "Can any man fault perfection?" Tyrone's smile was engaging, commanding her stare. "Truly, Synnovea, you have my undivided attention. I only wish we were alone, so I could prove how genuinely I covet your companionship." Sensing the effectiveness of her subterfuge, but recognizing her own vulnerability to his charm, Synnovea struggled to slow the crazy staccato beat of her heart. "Should I imagine that you wish to take me to your quarters, Colonel?" He brushed his lips against her hair as his hand ascended to a place between her shoulder blades, and pressed her forward until her breasts were lightly thrust against his chest. "Though I dare not hope that you'd bestow such favor upon me, I must confess 'tis my most fervent desire, my beauty. The merest thought of being alone with you takes my breath away, for I cannot forget the bliss of our encounter in the pool, and do fervently wish that such a meeting may be repeated." In spite of the queer knots in her stomach, Synnovea struggled to feel some victory, but the hand she braced against the solid rampart of his chest trembled noticeably. Even the subtle hint of his cologne caused a curious headiness, not unlike some strong intoxicant capable of sapping the strength from her limbs and stripping away the last vestiges of her womanly will. It would have been so easy to lean into him and appease a quickening desire. Yet Synnovea pushed away from that stalwart physique, deeming the distance between them safer for her own racing heart. "I think I should be cautious of such an event, sir," she murmured with more truth than coyness. "You allowed me to escape unscathed once, but I shouldn't think you'd be as generous a second time." "'Tis extremely doubtful that I'd be able to display such control again." He grinned with an allure that was becoming familiar to her. "Still, if such an occasion were repeated, I would hope that you'd at least consider calling me by my given name. After all we've been through together, Synnovea, wouldn't it seem appropriate? Is it so difficult for you to call me Tyrone? Or if you'd prefer Ty, or Tyre. The latter is the name my grandmother calls me. Ty, Tyre, Tyrone. Synnovea tested the names as if sampling a luscious fruit. Until I know you better, I think Tyrone must suffice. In truth, we're barely acquainted. The name sounds as delectable as honeyed mead when your lips sweeten it. His eyes tarried hungrily on her mouth, making her breath waver. When I remember the sweet tidbits I've stolen from them, I'm beset with an unquenchable longing to kiss you in a way that would convince you of my desire for you. Yet I would also enjoy teaching you how to respond. A deeper color flooded into Synnovea's cheeks, evidencing her chagrin. Though it wasn't considered proper for a young maid to be conversant in the art of kissing, she was reluctant to have him think her an awkward chit when he compared her to all the other women he had kissed. Do I need instruction? Tyrone's lips curved with amusement. I'd be jealous if you didn't. Synnovea met his smiling regard with wide searching eyes. Should I be jealous of all the women who've taught you? You needn't be, my sweet, he assured her. Since our first meeting, I've been your absolute slave. I wonder whose slave you truly are, Tyrone, she countered, arching a winged brow dubiously, not at all convinced of his sincerity. If mine, as you claim, then I've not seen you much of late. In an attitude of sincere regret, Tyrone pressed a hand to his breast. A complaint you must take up with the Tsar, since it has been his pleasure I've been serving. Yet even while gratifying his desires, you've been on my mind. I've heard rumors, and I have no real assurance of your claims, she needled winsomely. Sagaciously, Tyrone turned the subject elsewhere, sensing her growing curiosity about the other women he had courted in his life. Though I'd prefer to keep your beauty well hidden from every male eye but mine, sweetest Synnovea, I must introduce you to a close friend. He took her elbow, lending her assistance from the last step, and drew her arm through his, before escorting her into the great hall. Once there, he motioned to the young Russian, whom Synnovea had seen enter with him. That one stood near the far wall with Natasha's frequent escort, Prince Adolf, and his daughter. But at Tyrone's summons, he promptly excused himself from his companions. He joined them as they returned to the vaulted alcove. May I present my second-in-command, Captain Grigory Tverskoy, Tyrone said in a quietly subdued voice, so as not to intrude upon the balladier's verse. Grigory, this is the Countess Synnovea Zenkovna. The handsome Russian stepped into a decorous bow. "'Tis indeed an honor to finally make your acquaintance, Countess," he replied graciously in English for the benefit of his superior. "You probably don't recognize me, since you were occupied with Ladislaw at the time, but I was fortunate enough to be among those who came to the assistance of your entourage after your coach was halted by outlaws. Of course, the tribute belongs solely to Colonel Rycroft, who ordered our detachment to search out the cause for the gunshots we heard." "I'm grateful for your participation, Captain," Synnovea replied graciously, "and of course to your commander for his attention to duty." Grigory tossed a grin toward his superior. "If you're not aware of it, my lady, Colonel Rycroft has derived enormous delight in having been the one to accomplish your rescue. Although he performed nearly the same service for several boyarinas when they were accosted by ruffians at a coach station only a few days before your attack, the colonel fervently denied his availability when they invited him to meet their father upon our return to Moscow." Tyrone lifted a challenging brow toward the man, and with a wayward grin of his own, applied some good-natured needling in reverse, as he directed his comments aside to Synnovea. Among the sisters, there was one in particular who found it difficult to get through doorways, yet she was eager to win Grigory for her spouse. To save himself, he hid in the smokehouse until she finally gave up her search and departed with her kin. "Much to my relief," the captain admitted with an amiable chortle. Tyrone noticed Princess Tanya timidly eyeing them from the great room. "I perceive there's yet another lady wistfully pining for your attention, my friend. You do seem to have a flair for enchanting sweet young damsels." Grigory cast a glance askance, and his smile broadened when his gaze lit on the one who stared back at him with more than a hint of longing in her eyes. He promptly faced his commander. "Since we'll be at liberty on the morrow, Colonel, I've agreed to accept Prince Adolf's invitation to spend the evening at his home. I'll be journeying with them in their coach, so you'll have the hired livery to yourself this evening." Tyrone stared after his friend, considering his haste to return to the girl. "It seems the princess has endeared herself to Grigori far better than most," he said, glancing down at Synnovea. "Otherwise, he'd be running to the stable to hide." "Should I take heart that you're here with me and not hiding out somewhere, Colonel?" Tyrone faced her with eyes gleaming above a tantalizing smile. "Were I you, Synnovea, I'd consider myself the one being pursued. If I must make it any plainer, I'm quite ravenous to claim you for my lady." Synnovea felt his lean fingers entwining hers, and was amazed at how swiftly her senses began racing. Still, she teasingly demurred his assertion. "Simple words are hardly enough to validate your claim, sir." Tyrone laid a hand possessively upon the small of her back, and pressed her forward again, making her breath halt as he leaned near her ear. "Must you still be given proof, after all my efforts to see you, my lady?" he queried warmly. "That would indeed demand a more private place than I've seen here. If you would be willing to accompany me, I shall address that issue without delay." Tyrone drew her along with him as he crossed the great hall and entered an enclosed veranda where several doors stood open to the garden. The fragrance of late-blooming shrubs wafted inward on cooling breezes, but the chill that went through Synnovea had nothing to do with the zephyrs. A sudden nervous fluttering in the pit of her stomach had made her recall Natasha's dire warnings about the man. Tyrone was no milk-sopping suitor who could be led along with teasing smiles and coy glances toward an unspoken promise of carnal fulfillment, and then be held at bay with feeble excuses. So why was she ignoring all the warning signs and blindly taking her virtue and possibly her life in her hands by deluding a man who truly, deeply wanted her? Tyrone gathered her shaking fingers within his, and pulling her near, brushed his lips across her brow in a caress as light as the brush of a butterfly's wings. His gentleness was unexpected, and whatever threat Synnovea had momentarily imagined he might pose in this gambit of hers faded from conscious thought as she enjoyed the moment. A sigh wafted from her as she relaxed in his arms, and she felt no need to be wary of what would follow. Tyrone glanced around when another couple came to stand near the door through which they had just escaped. The pair's presence hindered the privacy he fervently coveted with Synnovea, and in some frustration he caught her fingers within his and drew her into the shadowy depths of the porch. When he faced her, his gaze caressed her dimly lit face and paused almost hungrily upon her soft mouth before venturing downward into her bodice. "Are you so starved for companionship that you must consume me for your sup, Tyrone?" she queried in a faint, tremulous whisper. "'Twas my hope that we could be alone," he murmured huskily. "Until we find such a place, I must feast upon your comeliness the only way I can." Rising to her toes, Synnovea pressed her lips near his ear, hoping he wouldn't detect the quaver in her voice as she breathed, "Have you seen the garden? 'Tis a rare sight, even at night." She smiled up at him invitingly as she stepped back, and like a gracefully floating wraith, she turned and glided as if on silken wings into the enclosed garden. A bright moon cast its silvery light through the lofty canopy of a huge tree, and it was there she waited, seeming as cool and serene as a high priestess of Roman hierarchy. It was merely a guise, for under that tranquil facade, Synnovea felt as anxious as a new bride awaiting the approach of her groom. Unable to predict what the next moments would bring, she felt as if she were opening a door to an unknown world. Tyrone paused long enough to assure himself that Natasha hadn't seen the girl leave. Their hostess was standing beside Adolphe and several others who had drawn near the storyteller. They stood with their backs to the door, listening intently to his tale, lending Tyrone some hope that he and Synnovea would remain undisturbed, at least until it ended. He followed slowly, searching for some hint of the area in which Synnovea had hidden herself, peering into shadows, probing for the moonlit path that she might have taken. Then he glimpsed a bejeweled necklace twinkling in the mottled light, filtering downward through the rustling leaves of a tall tree, and advanced with more purposeful strides. When he halted before Synnovea, a shaky smile curved her lips. For a split moment he perused the beautiful, uplifted face and the dark eyes that seemed to mirror his own yearnings. Then he caught her hard against him until her breast ached from the sheer pleasure of his unrelenting embrace. In the next phase of a heartbeat, his parting lips plummeted downward, seizing hers with a wild, frenzied passion. Synnovea was too surprised by his ferocity and the bold intrusion of his tongue to know how to set aright her spinning world. Her feeble grasp on reality seemed to slip through her fingers as artfully devised tactics were sundered beneath the sweet, brutal onslaught of his kiss. They came apart with a gasp, panting as if they had raced with abandon across the steps. Synnovea turned her face aside, struggling to halt the careening flight of the earthbound sphere wherein she had been caught, but her suitor was intent upon savoring every minute detail of her. His mouth traveled downward, pressing warm, sultry kisses along her silken throat. Caught up in the bliss that he evoked, she yielded the ivory column to his fancy, unable to find any strength within her limbs. In her reeling world, he had become the only stable core to which she could cling. Tyrone was hardly content with a mere sip, not when he was nigh famished for the full draught. Tiny specks of moonlight illumined the silken skin beneath the costly white lace, and the strengthening temptation to test the true depth of the lady's involvement goaded him onward. The weighty necklace proved but a meager obstacle to be bridged, for in the next instant he was pressing parted lips against the swelling ripeness above her gown. Synnovea caught her breath, jolted by the swiftness of his daring advance. His boldness vividly expressed his manly cravings, yet her trembling disquiet was not entirely due to the abashed modesty of an innocent maid. Rather, it was the flaring flash of ecstasy catapulting through her that left her feeling closely akin to a ship that had just been bombarded. No well-aimed broadside could have blown apart her composure quite so effortlessly. Steeling herself against a strong inner urge to abscond with her virtue intact, Synnovea persevered through another deliciously titillating experience as his warm mouth traced to the edge of her gown. After all, she reasoned with a growing reluctance to interfere. It was nothing more than a light caress, hardly harmful to anything but her reserve. Even so, she laid a cautious hand upon his chest, availing herself of the opportunity to claim her escape should the need arise. Tyrone had traversed the road of conquest long enough to know by heart the rules of the game. It was basically the same whether he was in a bed with a woman or on a field of battle facing an enemy. When no resistance was in evidence, he could assume with some degree of confidence that his opponent was acceptable to the idea of surrender. He was just as eager now to regard his companion's reticence as submission. Still, he was one to move with caution until reasonably assured of his position. As a soldier, he clearly understood the wisdom of applying the strategy of retreat to confound the opponent. His open mouth returned to ensnare her lips in an insatiable quest to win her eager response. He mentally sighed over his success as her slender fingers threaded through the short hair at his nape. Their lips were forged with fiery intensity, and Tyrone drank his fill, slanting his open mouth across hers and plumbing the honey depths with a flaming brand. A soft, fluttering sigh of pleasure wafted from Synnovea's lips when his mouth slipped downward again, leaving hers throbbing for want of more. He tasted again the fragrant dew of her silken throat, and ventured slowly past the hollow in her throat on toward softer, more tantalizing ground. Synnovea's head tipped backward as she gave herself over entirely to the bliss of his sultry kisses, but she was hardly prepared for the devastating salvo he was about to launch as he swept her bodice downward beneath a creamy breast, bearing its soft peak to the night air and to the branding heat of his tongue. "No, you mustn't!" Her shocked gasp was a desperate whisper as her daunted propriety rallied in full strength. "What you're doing isn't proper." The heat of a blush suffused her, warming her almost as much as the jolting fires that leapt through her senses when he took her nipple into his mouth. Feeling consumed by the moist, fiery torch that swept over the sensitive pinnacle, she strained away. "Lovely Synnovea, do you not ken how much I want you?" he rasped hoarsely, holding her easily with an arm clamped around her narrow waist. "I'm a man sorely beset by a goading desire to make you my own, yield to me sweet love." Synnovea caught her breath at the intensifying jolts of pleasure that shot through her senses as he greedily devoured the silken orb. Until now, she had never imagined that such wildly wanton sensations were possible. She was just as much a stranger to the liquid fire spreading upward from her loins, awakening a strange burning hunger within her that seemed to set her whole being ablaze with desire. The persuasive titillation of his mouth and tongue blunted her will to resist, and though she relished each blissful stroke that strummed across the gut-strings of her being, she strove desperately to gather the scattered fragments of her wits. Tyrone bent and swept Synnovea up into his arms. Though he had been reluctant to take his ease of her without first securing some private haven for the patient nurturing of her pleasure, His passions were soaring well beyond the point of caution. It didn't matter so much now that he couldn't hold her naked in his arms. A shadowed spot would serve his mounting lusts, and if it had to be done while they were both still fully clothed, it wouldn't be the first time he had fought the voluminous skirts of some rich creation to take his ease. Some shred of reason awakened Synnovea. His aim was all too obvious. He intended to claim her virginity, and as yet she was doing nothing to deter him from his goal. A bit overwhelmed by her own vulnerability, she slipped her arms around his neck and gently pressed her brow against his temple. "Please, Tyrone," she whispered pleadingly, "give me a moment to catch my breath." "I need you, Synnovea," he rasped in a hoarse whisper. "These gardens aren't private enough to protect us from being caught. Natasha would quickly come to rue the day she asked you here. If you would have it so, Tyrone, I'll go with you to your quarters." He drew back to search her face in the dimly speckled light. The hungering ache in his loins had now manifested itself into a throbbing density, and he felt driven to assuage his cravings ere the tormenting agony rent him asunder. When he considered the delay and the chances of her abandoning him, he knew he didn't have the patience to endure another lengthy wait. "My quarters are so far away, Synnovea." His softly rasped appeal could hardly convey the turmoil roiling within him, for she was ignorant of the goading desires that could wreak havoc with a man. Only when she yearned for the same release would she understand. His mouth parted as it swept downward again over the ivory fullness, and with a greed he hoped she could not long withstand, he caressed the sweet ambrosia of her sweet flesh, nearly splintering her reserve. For one long, delicious moment, Synnovea forgot everything but the ecstasy of being devoured by his hotly consuming hunger. But the sudden reminder of Alexei's ridiculing laughter served to strengthen her resolve. "Would you instruct a virgin in so open a place," she breathed shakily near his ear, "where we could be discovered by anyone who happened upon us?" Disinclined though he was to delay the moment of their union, Tyrone struggled to curb his hard-pressing needs. She was right, of course. This garden was no treasured place where lovers could leisurely feast upon their passion. She deserved much more than this, if only because he desired her more than any woman he had ever known, including Angelina. He had displayed care and patience with his virgin bride years ago. The very least he could do with this maid was to pamper her with the same consideration. "Waiting will test me sorely, Synnovea, but if that is your wish, then I can only acquiesce." He kissed her passionately, and then removed his arm from beneath her knees, letting her feet slide between his to the ground. In pained forbearance, he watched as she straightened her clothing. "Will you come with me now?" he queried. "My hired coach is waiting in front." "Only a few more moments, would I beg, Tyrone?" Synnovea whispered unsteadily, unable to ignore the hotly flaming craving he had kindled deep within her. "If you wait here, I'll return to you as soon as I've changed my gown and fetched a cloak." "Surely there's no need for that, Synnovea," Tyrone argued, anxious to accomplish the union and ease his lusts. "I'll keep you warm, and your gown will be of little consequence once we reach my quarters." Synnovea pinkened at the full import of his insinuation. The idea of her garments being stripped away brought back bold reminders of their meeting in the bathhouse. The possibility of being confronted by his male nudity almost made her demur the coach ride to his quarters, for she knew the sight of such manly magnificence would likely lead to her doom. It was her own weakening will that concerned her. Yet, if she fled from him now, she'd be throwing away her only chance to thwart Alexei's plans. Her whisper waned in strength as she feebly offered an excuse. "I would prefer to prepare myself for you." Tyrone understood all too well her womanly petition. It was her right to come to him when she was ready to receive him. "Another kiss before you go." He slipped his arms around her. "It must last me." Synnovea met his parting lips with her own, and leaning from her meager experience, slid her tongue provocatively into his mouth. Somewhat abashed by her forwardness, she braced her hands upon his chest and sought to leave him. But the gentle enticement had been enough to awaken a desire within Tyrone to prolong the kiss. A long moment passed before he released her, but this time Synnovea was averse to leaving his embrace. "Another," she pleaded breathlessly. Tyrone lifted her up hard against him, allowing her to feel the thunderous beating of his heart. "We must go ere I take you here and now," he whispered raggedly, while his hand wandered down to clasp her buttock and press her to him. "'Tis difficult for a man to wait so long." Synnovea searched his features in the mottled light, and though the layers of her skirts prevented intimate contact, the tense frown creasing his brow clearly conveyed his urgency. "I won't be long." Tyrone lowered her to her feet, and almost groaned in frustration as he watched her depart. In her absence, he paced to and fro, seeking to divert his thoughts and ease his flight. But he knew if she didn't come back, it would be nigh impossible for him to endure the long ride home alone. He had never forced a woman before, but the way Synnovea held his mind entrapped, he'd be tempted to seek her out in her chambers upstairs and have his way with her upon her own bed. 11. Synnovea paused just outside the veranda doors to collect herself. It would have been a mild assessment of her overwhelmed sensibilities to say that she felt much like a crippled frigate listing back into port. Her womanly weapons had been spiked and plundered. The sails of her self-assurance, which not so long ago had billowed wide with the winds of her fanciful ideas, now hung slack, deflated by the full import of her own naivete. Still a-tremble from the lustful intensities of Tyrone's advances, she did what she could to smooth her hair and repair her appearance, for the moment in which she would have to subject herself to the perusal of others was upon her. Confronted by the need to present a calm exterior, she struggled to subdue the turmoil roiling within her body, and upon her failure wondered if anyone would be able to discern how deeply she had been affected by merely peering into her face. If her entrance wasn't challenging enough, having to face Natasha in her chambers upstairs would be tantamount to inviting defeat. It was crucial that she trade gowns with her friend, but she feared her breasts were still rosy from Tyrone's caresses. If Natasha so much as suspected that his advances had progressed as far as they had, then Synnovea knew the game would likely be over before it even began, and where would she be but married to Vladimir? Lifting her chin with a hard-won guise of serenity, Synnovea entered the house and cast a glance about in search of Natasha. She met the dark, radiant eyes across the width of the room, and inclined her head in a slow nod before making her way to the hall. Her pace quickened on the stairs, and almost in a frantic rush she burst into her chambers, her heart hammering from the stress of having to maintain such a farce. Weakly, Synnovea leaned against the closed door, until by slow degrees her trembling eased to a more tolerable level. At long last, she regained enough poise to approach the front windows and part the draperies. She stood before them with her arms spread wide until Alexei strode from the shadows. Then, at his mocking salute, she snatched the silken hangings closed again and indulged in a languid smile of victory. By the time Natasha joined her, Synnovea had managed to doff her gown and clothe herself within the rich velvet folds of another creation, this one of a deep green hue, which by its simple elegance complemented her beauty. Not being entirely of the same conviction as the older countess, she had modified the garment for the occasion, stripping away a demure inset of lined lace, which once had modestly covered her bosom. The décolletage was now tempting enough to ensure that she would hold Tyrone's attention completely ensnared until well after the two of them had reached his residence. If she had any regrets about her alterations, they were caused by a growing awareness that he needed no encouragement. In light of his unswerving ardor and her own declining reserve, a definite threat now existed that she'd no longer be a virgin by the time Alexei arrived at the colonel's quarters. Having foreseen a need to preserve a reasonable facade of decorum in Natasha's presence, Synnovea had wrapped a shawl around her shoulders to hide from view any telltale blush that might have remained on her bosom. As prudently as she had guarded the secret of her first encounter with Tyrone, so she deemed it necessary to maintain her reticence about everything that had transpired between them in the garden. Otherwise, the woman would refuse to help her. Synnovea allowed Natasha to tighten the laces of her bodice, and then she helped the woman out of her sarafan. As she did so, she recognized the soft tinkling of tiny bells that heralded the approach of her coach. "That must be Stienka returning from the Taraslavs. I've given him instructions to wait in front until he sees me come down." Natasha expressed her own apprehension in a worried question. "Do you actually think he can be fooled into believing that I am you?" To blandly say that Natasha was nervous about this ruse would clearly have been an understatement, especially after she had heard from the colonel's own lips that he had been involved in a deadly duel. He hadn't explained how the woman he had fought over had died, but that uncertainty clearly worried her for Synnovea's sake. But Natasha knew the girl was dedicated to having this travesty accomplished. Indeed, it might do more harm than good to frighten her now with such revelations. There's no reason for Stenka to suspect that you've come in my stead. Since we're the same height, I rather doubt he'll notice the difference. I've already told him that I wish to see the city by moonlight, so there's no need for you to say anything. The game will certainly be lost if he recognizes your voice while Alexei is at hand. Adolf has promised to serve as host in my absence, Natasha informed her. I gave him the excuse that you're indisposed and need my attention, so he won't be surprised by my delay in returning to the hall. As long as no one sees us depart, we should be reasonably safe. Where did you leave Tyrone? He's waiting for me in the garden. He hired a coach for this evening, so there'll be no need for me to use yours. Natasha held up her arms expectantly as Synnovea lowered her own deep blue gown over the woman's head. Naturally, he was terribly agreeable to all of this, taking you to his quarters and all the rest, I mean. Reasonably so. Synnovea refused to elaborate and began tightening the laces at the back of the woman's bodice. A moment later, Natasha perused her newly revised appearance in the tall looking-glass. From a distance, even Alexei may not be able to tell us apart. She swept her fingers across the sapphire necklace admiringly, but when her eyes lifted to her hair, she frowned testily as she plucked at a strand. I fear this graying thatch will give me away. Have you a veil to cover my head? This one will serve that purpose. Having already considered the matter, Synnovea lifted a white lace mantle, which she had worn in Alexei's presence, and draped it loosely over her friend's head to cover the silver-streaked tresses. Turning with a smile, Natasha submitted herself to Synnovea's inspection. How do I look? As beautiful as always, Synnovea vowed with an eager nod. Now, stand in front of the window as if you're searching for the coach, and wait there until Alexei makes himself known to you. Once you're outside, don't let him get close enough to recognize you. He may try, but as long as he thinks that I'm the one climbing into the coach, he'll probably be curious enough about my destination to follow along behind with that rabble he has hired. By the time Stenka halts the coach, I should be at Tyrone's quarters. Does Alexei know where the colonel lives? If he doesn't, I'm sure he'll make a point of finding out ere long, Synnovea replied ruefully. Natasha heaved a pensive sigh and reached out to pat the younger's cheek. The way Tyrone doted on you this evening, he'll not likely want to delay having his pleasure too long. You may have difficulty holding him off until Alexei arrives. If I can't, then I'll have no one to blame but myself, Synnovea murmured, averting her face. She was rather amazed by her own dwindling resolve to hold herself aloof from the man. Somehow she'd have to renew her waning dedication, or there'd be no hope of producing the results she had earlier aspired to attain. I must go, Natasha sighed and tried to console herself as she mused on her lonely carriage ride. The corners of her mouth lifted puckishly as she proposed a more attractive arrangement than Synnovea had planned for her. Perhaps I could trade places with you and go with Tyrone while you tour the city alone. Synnovea laughed at the impossible suggestion. I doubt that such a change of plans would bring about the same results. Feigning a pout of disappointment, Natasha protested her solitary task. But 'twill be so dreadfully boring riding alone, and the colonel is so handsome. No reprieve came, and with a dramatically heaved sigh of resignation, Natasha readjusted the mantle over her head. Bracing herself for carrying out the deception, she lifted her chin in an elegant manner and stepped in front of the window to look out. Synnovea pressed close against the wall, keeping well out of sight until the silken panels were again closed to the outside world. Natasha brushed a kiss upon Synnovea's cheek, bade farewell while staring intently into the green-brown eyes, then swept from the chambers with a desperate plea, "Be extremely careful, my dear." Synnovea waited in the silence of the room until she heard the carriage departing. Several moments passed before she considered it safe to peer through the draperies. Her heart leapt in a triumphant rush when she espied Alexei and his hirelings leisurely following the coach down the thoroughfare. No doubt the lecher thinks to catch me unawares and unattended, Synnovea vented the supposition smugly. 'Twill serve his pride well to be made the fool. Sweeping a black velvet cloak around her shoulders and lifting the hood carefully over her head, Synnovea readied herself for her own departure. She made her descent by way of the private stairs near Natasha's rooms, and gaining the garden, flew into Tyrone's welcoming arms. "I was beginning to wonder if you were going to return," he gasped in relief as he snatched her hard against him. Synnovea tilted her head back to meet his searching lips and returned his kiss with matching zeal, clinging to him for support as her limbs weakened apace. Finally, Tyrone drew back and, catching her hand, pulled her along with him to his waiting coach. He addressed the driver in Russian, having learned enough of the language to get him to and from his quarters. Then he handed his beautiful companion into the interior. "You're progressing very well, Colonel," Synnovea commented with a smile. "It doesn't take nearly as much imagination to understand you now." Tyrone chuckled before he addressed himself the task of lowering the shades over the windows and lighting the tallow lantern affixed on the wall near the door. "Had I foreseen the likelihood of my coming here to this country, I would have started learning Russian 3 years ago. If I had, I might have been fluent in it now. But it's not the easiest language I've ever tried to learn. I can speak French fairly well, but my attempts to understand the language here have failed for the most part." Leaning back in the seat beside her, he searched the shining luster of her eyes. "But as long as you and the Tsar can understand me, it really doesn't matter how crude my efforts are. Discovering you here, fairest Synnovea, has been worth it all." "Oh, but didn't Natasha tell you that I'd be at her home tonight?" Tyrone realized she had mistaken his meaning. "Meeting you was worth my tour in Russia," he corrected. "As for tonight, I was informed in advance that you'd be at Natasha's soiree. I was most eager to attend, and even considered mutiny when General Vanderhout tried to find duties elsewhere for Grigory and me. The general seemed quite taken aback when I refused his directive, but he didn't dare order me out on maneuvers as punishment, fearing my influence with the Tsar." A grin flashed briefly across Tyrone's lips. "Of course, I didn't dare explain that I'm no more able to sway the Tsar's opinion than I can demand the moon to change course." "Why didn't the general want you to come?" "He seems to be suspicious of any underling who might seize a bit of fame and honor from his grasp. When he heard that we'd be associating with Russian nobility, he was sure we'd do just that. I could have eased his qualms by telling him that my only reason for attending was to pay court to a certain boyarina with whom I'd become enamored. Had I done so, he might have felt more at ease letting me go. But by then, he had sorely tested my temper, and I refused to assuage his concerns." "Should I assume this general is your immediate superior?" "Aye, a position he jealously guards." Curiously, Synnovea searched his face. "Should I also assume that he has good cause to be wary of you?" Tyrone canted his head thoughtfully. "I believe the man imagines me a serious threat to his ambitions, but as yet I've done nothing to undermine his authority." "Perhaps he's aware of his own shortcomings, and is afraid that he'll be found wanting if people begin to discern a difference between the two of you." Tyrone was hardly desirous of discussing General Vanderhout when he was cozily ensconced with such a beautiful companion. Sweeping an arm behind her shoulders, he drew her near. "I nearly despaired of your return to the garden," he murmured huskily. "I even considered how successful I'd be if I went in search of you. I had no idea how long a century could be until I found myself waiting for you." Reaching up a hand, Synnovea swept a finger down the bridge of his lean aquiline nose, following its noble descent, before tracing the lines of laughter at the corners of his mouth, and then brushing her fingers caressingly across his lips. "How goes the time now, sir?" "Much too swiftly, I fear." Her thumb smoothed a tawny brow before the tips of her fingers stroked down a lean cheek once more. "What must we do to keep it still?" "Stay with me forever." Her hand paused in flight as she searched the unrelenting blue eyes that watched her closely in return. "I have only a pair of hours to spend with you, Tyrone. I must return before midnight." "Then each moment that flies past is forever lost to me," he breathed, turning his face into her palm and pressing an ardent kiss into it. He lifted his head and, leaning near, caressed the beautiful visage with the soft, gentle brush of his lips. "I must make haste to make you mine." "I pray you nay," Synnovea said, with a sigh as his mouth came to play upon hers. "Rather, I would urge you to relish the time we spend together and make of it a lasting memory that we can both treasure. Is it not better to savor love slowly, to glean every measure of delight from its offering?" Tyrone moved his mouth to where he could feel the pulse quickening in her temple. "Your wisdom astounds me, Synnovea. If not by experience, where do you attribute its source?"
This is the end of this cassette.
the silken closures on his doublet. An intelligent woman. She must have loved your father dearly, to have given up her homeland and all that she had ever known to come and live here with him. 'Twas no great sacrifice for her, considering what they had together. They were very much in love. Another plaintive sigh slipped from Synnovea's lips. I wish I would have had them with me for a while longer. Princess Anna was a poor replacement, and Prince Alexei proved himself a ravenous rake. I tell you truly, any woman is better off fleeing from him ere they're introduced. I lived in constant dread of him catching me unawares. Though I was hampered by his threats, I consider it something of a miracle that I have thus far escaped his prurient bent. Tyrone peered into her lovely visage. Prurient bent? Beneath his searching gaze, Synnovea was unable to hold back a blush. Prince Alexei made it obvious that he wanted me in his bed and threatened me with dire consequences if I denied him. Though I can't blame him for wanting you, his methods are to be abhorred. Truly, I've come to loathe the man. Tyrone's open mouth hovered closely above her soft lips. I'd rather have you come to me willingly, my sweet. If a man coerced you against your will, you'd lose the joy and pleasure of your willing participation. Synnovea's lashes trembled downward as she yielded her lips to the fiery heat of his kiss. His mouth was warm and gentle, bestirring her eager response. A long moment passed before Tyrone straightened, leaving her sighing with bliss. In a shaky whisper she acknowledged, "Oh, kisses make me willing." "Do you find them satisfying?" "Nay, not satisfying," she complained, leaning toward him again with eagerly parting lips. "They only make me want more." He indulged her growing enthrallment with his kisses, allowing his mouth to slowly feed upon the sweet nectar of her response. Even while their lips played, his lean fingers searched out the ties of her cloak and plucked the silken cords free. Sweeping the deep hood from her head, he aided its descent as he slipped the enveloping velvet from her shoulders. The garment fell unheeded to the seat behind her, and for a moment he leaned back to relish her beauty with eyes that glinted with hotly smoldering desire. The swelling mounds of her bosom came nigh to overflowing the shallow bodice, and in the flickering candlelight glowed with the luster of their own. He now considered the long wait in the garden well worth the results. Evoking a riotous rhythm from her swiftly beating heart, Tyrone traced a lone finger downward from her shoulder and then along the edge of her bodice, sketching across the fullness of her breast before moving into the crevice and rising again to the far peak barely hidden by the cloth. Once again Synnovea was confronted with her own dwindling reserve as her nipple grew taut beneath the playful strokes of his thumb. Luxuriating in the delectable pleasure awakening within her, she sat in quiescent stillness until a sultry heat began to quicken in her loins, and she realized she was becoming much too involved in his game of seduction. In an earnest effort to halt his exploration of her bosom and to bestir some small fiber of her determination, she leaned toward him with lips eagerly seeking to ensnare his. But it was like fighting fire with kindling. His arm came around her like a band of steel, catching her close against the solid bulwark of his chest. His mouth slanted across hers as his tongue greedily plumbed the dewy sweetness, flicking awake her senses and arousing an ever-heightening hunger in the depths of her being. Tyrone slipped a hand beneath her and lifted her effortlessly across his lap. But it wasn't until Synnovea drew back for a trembling breath that she realized her skirts and petticoats no longer separated them. Her bare buttocks were resting atop his velvet-clad thighs, making her aware of a bulging hardness pressing snugly against her thigh. Fully comprehending the precariousness of her situation, Synnovea sought to leave his lap, but Tyrone gently detained her within an encircling embrace. Nothing was quite as arousing to his senses as having her bare backside against him, except perhaps having his own equally naked beneath hers. "I like the way you feel against me," he breathed near her ear. "You're soft and womanly. Even with all your clothes on, you're as beautiful as you are in all of your naked glory." He kissed her again, holding nothing back as his open mouth ravaged hers in frenzied greed, devouring her intoxicating sweetness while demanding that she answer him in kind. By slow degrees, Synnovea dismissed the danger of sitting on his lap and gave him what he sought, tentatively at first, as she allowed her tongue to be drawn into his mouth, and then with passion as she met his daring thrusts with quickening fervor. When Tyrone lifted his head a century later, the flaming blue orbs burned into hers. Once more his hand moved across her bosom, roaming the hills and vales, but this time his thumb slipped beneath the seam that joined the top of the bodice to his sleeve, and gently tugged it down, baring a shoulder. His eyes looked downward, delving into the gown that now gaped away from her. Synnovea had become passionately intrigued with his kisses, and leaned forward to caress his softly yielding mouth with timid strokes of her tongue. Much to her dismay, however, he seemed to hold back, meeting her playful kisses with pondered care. Experiencing some confusion at his lack of zeal, she locked her fingers behind his neck, and resting her forearms upon his chest, peered up at him in the meager light. "Are you bored with my novice kisses?" she questioned in a tiny whisper, confounded by his lagging participation. Tyrone chuckled at such an absurd notion. Shaking his head, he lowered his gaze to the rich veil swelling above the shallow bodice. "I'm entranced by every part of you, Synnovea, though at the moment I find your bosom especially captivating." His eyes smoldered like brightly burning coals as they rose to meet hers, and just as Synnovea had wanted, his open mouth came upon hers with the same urgency that only moments earlier had worn away the outer perimeters of her will. Tyrone was eager to progress far beyond impassioned kisses, and with a subtle tug encouraged the descent of her second sleeve. Slipping a finger beneath the neckline, he lowered the shallow bodice and chemise beneath her bosom, allowing him to clasp the fullness of a creamy breast within his hand. Synnovea caught her breath at the thrill that catapulted through her as he gently fondled her. When he drew back to appease himself with a lingering perusal, she watched him with bated breath, her heart thudding a new, chaotic rhythm. Tyrone was nigh famished for want of such soft, delectable sweets. Her breasts gleamed like satin in the faint light, and were as enticing as a lavish feast after a lengthy famine. Since their meeting in the bathhouse, he had been unable to forget the perfection he had seen there. More than a few times he had been snatched from lusting dreams, with his body tense and filmed with sweat, his breathing harsh and ragged, as he suffered through recurring pangs of unrequited passion. Now his arm tightened around the small of her back, arching her spine until her bosom was thrust forward into the luminous glow of the lantern. Synnovea struggled to draw breath as he lowered his head and devoured the soft mounds with rapacious greed. The fires pulsing within her loins were now flaming upward, growing ever hotter, drawing soft mewling sighs from her as his tongue licked across the soft pink pinnacles. With each flicking stroke, she was being swept closer to the steep precipice which would eventually lead to her doom. And yet, strangely, that singular fear had dimmed. Caught up in the thrilling excitement elicited by his mouth and swirling tongue, Synnovea gave no notice to his hand leaving her breast and slipping beneath her skirts, until the shock of his intrusion wrenched a startled gasp from her. She caught his wrist and struggled to rise, only to find his mouth covering hers again. The fiery heat of his kiss bespoke of his lusting need, but when she was being shaken by jolts of fire that leapt upward with ever-increasing intensity through her being, she couldn't think of anything beyond the need to stop his caresses before she melted in pure bliss. Tearing her mouth free, she begged in a trembling whisper, "Please, you mustn't, not here." The dewy softness was too delectable, too tempting for Tyrone to resist. Every manly instinct he was capable of feeling had coalesced into a lusting eagerness, urging him to press on until hopefully she would acquiesce and allow him to advance. Yet when she began to writhe and turn aside in an attempt to get away from his encroaching hand, he could only foresee the possibility of hurting her if he persisted. He was no fool to think he could force her and still give her pleasure. He'd have to